On the day of the arranged marriage, the CEO wife tells you, from now on, each takes care of their own. Mind your own business, and don't fall for her, as long as you behave obediently. When the 3-year term expires, you will receive a substantial share of the assets upon divorce. You listened to her, so you never bothered with it. So she frequently spent time accompanying Jian Nuo, who had depression, as he was the white moonlight in her mind, until she leaves you stranded in a Norwegian snow mountain thousands of miles away. Ran back alone to rescue the kidnapped Jian Nuo. Her childhood friend couldn't stand it anymore. Warn her, what you did this time was indeed inappropriate. Even if Jian Nuo was really kidnapped, there are his parents, the Shao family, and even the Fu family. Why would you need to abandon your own husband in a foreign land? Did you come back just for this? Meng Chuan's words made Lingsheng frown slightly. A faint, inexplicable unease brushed across her heart, yet she replied aloud. I already explained it to him, and he doesn't mind. Even if he did mind, could you have stayed to keep him company? Meng Chuan's question hit the nail on the head. The commanding question instantly rendered them speechless. She knew in her heart that it wasn't a matter of you not minding. Even if you really tried to stop me, she would have undoubtedly abandoned you and run back at that time. She always instinctively chooses Jian Nuo, putting everyone and everything behind Jian Nuo, suppressing the eerie unease in his heart with a command. Snorted lightly. Instinctively, I retorted, it's not that exaggerated. You haven't been oblivious to how outrageous your behavior is all along, have you? Meng Chuan looked at her. There was a hint of disbelief in the eyes. Even if Muge didn't blame you for going back to save Jian Nuo at the time. But wasn't Jian Nuo actually not kidnapped in the end? Why don't you go back and keep your husband company, instead of traveling the world with Jian Nuo? Do you really think Muge has no heart? Or do you believe his heart is made of steel and iron, that nothing can hurt it? Lingsheng opened his mouth to protest, but his resolve weakened a bit. Ji Bo had a depressive episode. I just wanted to help him take his mind off things. Doesn't he have anyone else to accompany him? Asking a married woman like you to accompany him? Lingsheng frowned. This time she had nothing to retort. Could it be that Jian Nuo only wanted her company? Although she had a clear conscience. My relationship with Jian Nuo is utterly innocent. But putting these words into spoken language, it feels a bit strange somehow. Meng Chuan saw her in this state. She didn't say anything more. If she keeps instinctively contradicting everything, the only hardship she'll face is her own. Just think carefully about it yourself. Meng Chuan patted Lingsheng on the shoulder and walked away. Leave a space alone for Lingsheng. As the gathering drew to a close, someone suddenly came up with a whimsical suggestion. How about we play a game instead? What game? Everyone take out your phones and put them here. Whose wife calls first to urge him home gets to leave first. Those who haven't punched in are not allowed to leave early. Some oppose. No way. My heartless soulmate never cares how late I drink. He couldn't wait for me to drink myself to death outside, and I was bound to lose. Is there even a need to gamble in this game? Surely Lingsheng Gij will win. Usually, Lingsheng brother comes out to play. Every time, it's my brother-in-law who calls first to ask. The person looked at Lingsheng and signaled for her to hurry over and join them. Brother Lingsheng. Come on, it's a sure win. Lingsheng's expression remained impassive as she muttered boring under her breath. Yet he still took out his phone and placed it on the table. Not sure what came to mind. The corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. Meng Chuan glanced at her. A meaningful arc curled at the corner of his lips. Not long after, the phone on the table began to ring. It's here, Brother Lingsheng, answer it quickly. Lingsheng still wore that steadfast, unshakable expression. Just about to pick up the phone to answer the call. Yet I found it was the same ringtone. But it wasn't hers. The sound of the command froze in an instant. The look of confidence in his eyes also dimmed slightly. Damn, it's that heartless jerk from my family calling. Oh my sweetheart was absolutely amazing today. Let me win all of Brother Lingsheng's games. I'm heading off first, see you all tomorrow, brothers and sisters. With that, she grabbed her phone and snatched up her jacket, bouncing around excitedly while answering the phone. With a fawning expression, he opened the door and stepped out of the private room. Everyone's gaze towards Lingsheng carried an extra hint of awkwardness. Well, the second one must definitely be Brother Lingsheng's. That was just a coincidence with Ashin. As everyone knows, her husband never cared whether she lived or died. She got lucky today. Letting her win against Brother Lingsheng once is no big deal. Come on, keep waiting. Someone spoke up to smooth things over. Hearing his explanation like this, his expression finally showed signs of improvement. Second is second. She didn't really care much about these things either. Soon, the phone rang again. Lingsheng instinctively reached out to catch it, but the hand had just risen. The lit-up phone still wasn't hers. Lingsheng's expression darkened once again. Following closely, the third, the fourth, one by one, the women in the private rooms answered calls from their husbands or boyfriends and left. Lingsheng's expression grew increasingly grim. Gradually, only the similarly afflicted Meng Chuan and herself remained. as well as Jian Nuo and several single girls who didn't participate in the game. Finally, those single girls also left. Only Meng Chuan, Lingsheng, and Jian Nuo were in the private room. Meng Chuan and her husband are in the cooling-off period of their divorce, so she didn't participate in this game. On the table, only Lingsheng's phone lay there alone, as if deliberately mocking her abandonment. Lingsheng expressionlessly picked up the phone from the table, as if trying desperately to save face. He snorted disdainfully. This game is so boring, you're not allowed to play it next time. Meng Chuan shot her a sympathetic glance but said nothing. Jian Nuo, on the other hand, said to Lingsheng in a sympathetic tone, "What's wrong with brother-in-law? He's usually the most enthusiastic one. The game wasn't even over yet when Lingsheng called to urge me. Everyone has left today. He didn't even make a single phone call." At this point, he glanced at Lingsheng. With a worried expression, she said, "Brother Lingsheng, is your brother-in-law still angry with you? It's all my fault, I shouldn't have asked you to go out with me. Sorry for causing trouble between you and your brother-in-law." Meng Qian glanced up at him, speaking in a faint tone. "Since you're aware, don't overstep boundaries like this again. After all, Lingsheng is a married man. Don't bother her with everything." Meng Chuan's tone was not harsh, but the accusatory tone was quite evident. Jian Nuo's eyes instantly reddened. "Meng Chuan, do you think I did it on purpose? I really didn't mean to cause trouble between brother Lingsheng and his wife. I just feel so insecure, and I've gotten a bit too dependent on brother Lingsheng." As he spoke, he began to sob again. Next time I'll try my best to overcome my dependence on Lingsheng Gich. I won't cause trouble for their marriage." After saying this, he looked at Meng Chen with red-rimmed eyes. Jian Nuo still attempted to justify himself, but Meng Chuan raised his hand to stop him. "Whether I believe it or not doesn't matter. Also, just call me by my name. Or just like a Chen and the others. Call me Chuan Gu if you want to be polite. Just don't call me Meng Chuan. I'm not Lingsheng, I can't stand that name." I hadn't expected Meng Chuan's words to be so blunt. Even the blatant alienation in it was not concealed in the slightest. It was as if the embarrassment and shame of having one's petty thoughts laid bare had been exposed. Jian Nuo's face flushed crimson in an instant. It must have been practice, as Jian Nuo's tears came easily, and she said, "Chuan Gu." Seeing Meng Chuan's eyebrows furrow in disapproval, Jian Nuo quickly changed her address. "Chuan. Chuan Gu. Did Zhu Xian's sister say something to you that made you misunderstand me? Zhu Xian's sister and Jisu's sister are good friends. She misunderstood me, and I understand that. But enough." Meng Chuan harshly cut off Jian Nuo, his piercing gaze sending a chill down her spine. "You're not satisfied with slandering Xiao Jishu? Now you're even slandering Zhu Xian? I'm not the kind of person who will fall for your tricks." He stood up from the sofa, picked up his jacket, and gave Jian Nuo a cold, warning glance. "Zhu Xian is a year younger than you. Don't call her sister." Jian Nuo. The embarrassment of having her manipulative tactics exposed returned. She looked at Fu Lingsheng for help, tears welling up in her eyes, ready to spill over. Fu Lingsheng couldn't stand seeing Jian Nuo like this, and instinctively spoke up to save her. "Enough, Chuan. It's just a title. Why are you making such a big deal out of it?" Meng Chuan shrugged indifferently, ignoring Fu Lingsheng's words, and started to walk away. As he reached the door, he paused, as if on purpose, and said, "Oh, by the way, Zhu Xian and Xiao Jishu are classmates. I heard Xiao Jishu skipped a grade, so she should be several years younger than you. You're older than both of them, so don't call her sister. It's awkward." Jian Nuo. "Meng Chuan, you're driving me crazy." Chapter 009, just go back and comfort her. Chuan. Before Fu Lingsheng could finish speaking, there was a loud bang as Meng Chuan slammed the door shut and left. Jian Nuo stared at the closed door of the private room, seething with anger. It must be that Xiao Jishu said something to Chu Zhuxin that caused Meng Chuan to misunderstand her like this. Beside her, Fu Lingsheng picked up his coat, his hoarse voice betraying a hint of exhaustion. "Let us go. I'll take you home first." Jian Nuo immediately suppressed the gloom in her eyes and adopted her usual pitiful expression, saying, "Lingsheng brother, I'm so envious of Jisun's sister for being so popular. Even Chuan brother, who usually doesn't care about anything, would scold me for her. Unlike me, who has only been close to you since I was a child. It's all my fault for being too dependent on you, which made Jisun's sister complain about me to Chuan brother." Her words were filled with hidden meanings. Meng Chuan and Xiao Jishu have a complicated relationship. Lingsheng is a special person in my heart, and Xiao Jishu is talking behind my back. Jian Nuo is very skilled at this kind of manipulation, and every time, she succeeds. But this time, she noticed that Fu Lingsheng remained silent, showing no sign of displeasure toward Xiao Jishu. On the contrary, his eyes held a thoughtful expression, and his lips murmured softly. "Is Xiao Jishuan really angry?" The voice was very low, almost like he was talking to himself, but Jian Nuo heard it clearly. Her heart skipped a beat, but she maintained an innocent expression and followed Fu Lingsheng's lead, saying, "Jisu must be upset. It's all my fault for letting my depression flare up at that moment and ruining her mood for going out. As she spoke, she discreetly observed Fu Lingsheng's gloomy expression. If Sister Jisoo wasn't angry, she wouldn't have called you at all tonight, making Brother Lingsheng lose face in front of everyone. Sure enough, when Jian Nuo mentioned that Xiao Jishu hadn't called him, Fu Lingsheng's brows furrowed sharply and a trace of anger flashed across his brow. He spoke in a deep voice. You can't control your depression, and she's even holding that against you. It's just unreasonable. Jian Nuo lowered his eyes, suppressing the smug expression in his eyes, and looked up at Fu Lingsheng again. Lingsheng, please go back and comfort Shi-sun. Just think of it as Nono begging you. As she spoke, she grabbed Fu Lingsheng's arm and shook it playfully. Fu Lingsheng recalled the cold expression on Xiao Jisu's face when he saw her at the airport, and his heart suddenly felt uneasy. His fists clenched unconsciously, but he replied coldly. What is there to comfort? As he spoke, he had already started walking toward the exit, his footsteps unconsciously quickening. I'll send you back. Jian Nuo suppressed the smug expression in his eyes and replied, all right then. As the two of them stepped out of the private room, they saw the club manager approaching with a small box in his hands. He addressed Jian Nuo. Miss Jian, this is the cake you ordered. All right, thank you. Jian Nuo took the cake and, after the club manager had left, handed it to Fu Lingsheng, saying, Lingsheng, please do this for me. Go home and comfort your wife. Otherwise, I'll feel really guilty. I specially asked the pastry chef at the club to make this cake for your wife. When you get home, make sure to apologize to her properly. Seeing Fu Lingsheng frown and not respond, she held her hands in front of her chest in a pleading gesture. Please, please. Fu Lingsheng looked at the small cake in front of him and couldn't help but recall the day he had stopped by the hospital where Xiao Jishu worked to pick her up. He had seen her sitting in her office eating cake. Her cheeks were puffed out, like a little hamster buried in its food. As she swallowed the cake, her eyes curved into a smile, her face radiating contentment. She was absolutely adorable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curve the corners of his lips. His hand had already unconsciously taken the cake that Jian Nuo had handed him. Jian Nuo smiled, her eyes crinkling. That's right, Lingsheng. Now my sister 1T be angry with you, and I 1T feel guilty either. Fu Lingsheng didn't respond, but his mind unconsciously flashed back to that day at the hotel when Xiao Jisun had been scolded by him and looked stunned. Although Xiao Jishu hadn't been angry at the time, he thought that he had left her alone for half a month, so it was understandable if she had some grievances. Well, this time it was his fault. He did just have to go back and comfort her. Xiao Jishuan was easy to appease as long as he apologized, she would soften her heart and let go of any anger. Thinking this, his steps outside the club unconsciously quickened. Yujingwan Villa. Xiao Zishu suddenly jolted awake from his sleep. In her dream, the suffocating fear of being buried under the snow left her gasping for breath. She gasped for breath. Suddenly, a sharp pain in her fingertips snapped her back to reality from the nightmare. It turned out that she had dug her nails into the sofa so forcefully that a piece had broken off. The broken edge was still stained with a faint trace of blood. She furrowed her brows, stood up, and walked toward the drawer where the first aid kit was kept. She took out an iodine swab to disinfect the wound, but just then, there was a sound at the door. Xiao Jishu instinctively turned around and saw Fu Lingsheng opening the door from outside, holding a cake box in his hand. As she turned her head, their eyes met suddenly. The silence between them grew awkward, but Xiao Jishu spoke first. You're back. She didn't get up to fetch slippers for Fu Lingsheng as she usually did. After greeting him, she turned her gaze back to disinfecting her fingertips. Fu Lingsheng paused for a moment but didn't say anything. Recalling Xiao Jishu's indifferent gaze earlier, an uneasy feeling welled up in his heart for no apparent reason. He unconsciously touched his nose, bent down to put on the slippers, and walked over to Xiao Jishuan. What's wrong with your fingers? He spoke, his tone showing no obvious emotion, as if he were asking casually, yet also seeming to deliberately seek a topic of conversation. I accidentally scraped it. It's nothing. After disinfecting the wound, she put away the first aid kit and stood up, only to see a small cake being handed to her. It was the one Fu Lingsheng had brought in when he entered the room. She looked up at Fu Lingsheng in confusion, her eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. Being looked at like this by Xiao Jishu, Fu Lingsheng felt a hint of unease in his eyes. Then, he spoke in a slightly awkward tone. I noticed you seemed to like cake earlier, so I brought you one when I came back. Xiao Jishuan was taken aback, clearly not expecting Fu Lingsheng to notice such a detail. In the past, Xiao Jishu would have been overjoyed, her eyes sparkling, and she would have eagerly taken it, opened it, and taken a happy bite. But at that moment, she merely glanced at the cake, her expression calm and composed, before accepting it with a smile. Thank you. Then, she casually placed the cake on the table. Chapter 010, Xiao Jishu, let us talk. Fu Lingsheng had expected Xiao Jishu to be overjoyed, but as he stared at her face for a moment, there was not a single trace of surprise in her eyes or on her face. It was so calm that there was not even a ripple. His heart sank. Seeing that Xiao Jishu had no intention of opening the cake, he couldn't help but ask again. 1T, you try some? Xiao Jishu was just about to go wash up and head back to bed when he heard Fu Lingsheng ask that, and he stopped in his tracks. Oh. She replied and reached out to open the cake box. Fu Lingsheng silently observed Xiao Jishu's expression. Though she was as obedient and docile as ever, seeing her act like a puppet on a string, doing whatever he said, made Fu Lingsheng feel inexplicably displeased. Xiao Zhishu picked up the matching spoon, cut a small piece, and was about to put it in her mouth when she noticed the yellow mango chunks inside the cake. She paused. She stared blankly at the neatly cut mango cubes. Each one was cut with meticulous care, their sizes so uniform it seemed as though they had been measured with a ruler, not a single millimeter out of place. It was clear that the cake had been made with great care and attention to detail. Xiao Zhishu even felt that if she didn't take a single bite, she would be wasting the pastry chef's effort. However, at that moment, she stared intently at the mango pieces, as if they were mocking her for not receiving even a shred of her husband's attention. The softness of the mango pieces now felt like sharp thorns, piercing her heart with a dull ache. Fu Lingsheng also noticed the unusual expression on her face. His gaze followed the direction she was looking at, and the next moment, his expression changed slightly. A flash of panic crossed his eyes. He opened his mouth but could only manage a dry explanation. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." He didn't continue, only staring at Xiao Zhishuan's face with a slightly panicked expression. Xiao Zhishuan didn't get angry or show any sign of disappointment. She simply put down the spoon. In a very casual tone, she said, "It's okay, just means I'm not lucky enough to taste it." Fu Lingsheng was about to speak when he was interrupted by Xiao Zhishu. "I have an early shift tomorrow. I'll go take a shower and get some sleep." With that, she turned and walked toward the bathroom. But as soon as she turned around, her wrist was grabbed by Fu Lingsheng. "What's wrong?" Xiao Zhishu looked up at him, her expression puzzled. Fu Lingsheng opened his mouth but couldn't find the words, so he casually made up an excuse and said, "I had too much to drink today and feel a bit unwell. Why didn't you prepare some hangover soup for me?" After saying that, he paused for a moment. He had intended to find an excuse to talk to her, but the words that came out carried an unintended tone of accusation. "I didn't mean to blame you." He opened his mouth again, trying to explain, but Xiao Zhishu seemed completely unfazed by his tone. She merely nodded faintly and replied in a calm tone, "I'm too tired from the trip. I don't feel like moving." She pointed toward the kitchen. "There's honey water in the fridge. If you're still feeling unwell, you can make some honey water to help with the hangover." Fu Lingsheng's eyes clearly showed a hint of disappointment. "Oh." He replied absent-mindedly, but his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Zhishuan's face. In the past, whenever he returned from social engagements, regardless of whether he had been drinking or not, Xiao Zhishuan would always have a bowl of hangover soup prepared for him. But tonight, from the moment he walked in until now, Xiao Zhishuan hadn't even asked a single question. Even when he mentioned that he felt unwell from drinking, Xiao Zhishuan didn't even furrow her brows. Not even to make a simple cup of honey water did she make a single move. Finally, he suppressed his unease, took some honey water from the refrigerator, and made himself a cup. Seeing that Xiao Zhishu still hadn't asked him if his head hurt or if his stomach felt uneasy, the unease in his heart grew even more suffocating. Feeling a bit resentful, he brought up the game they had played in the private room tonight. After drinking with Chuan and the others tonight, they played a game. He spoke casually while sipping his drink. It seemed like he was trying to appear unconcerned, as if he were just mentioning it offhand. Xiao Zhishu didn't really want to listen, but out of politeness, he stayed where he was, watching him and waiting for him to finish speaking. Facing the gaze that couldn't be met, Fu Lingsheng's eyes suddenly felt a bit guilty. Using the act of drinking water to hide his unease, he cleared his throat and said, "They suggested that everyone take out their phones and place them on the table, waiting for their wives to call and urge them to go home." As he spoke, he kept glancing at Xiao Zhishu. Xiao Zhishu froze. "They said I'm sure to win. Every time before, I was the first one to get a call among them, but tonight, I waited until the very end and still didn't get your call." Originally, when Fu Lingsheng said this, his tone was casual and ordinary, just making small talk. But by the end, Xiao Zhishu could detect a hint of grievance in his voice. Xiao Zhishu froze for half a second before licking his dry lips and said, "Sorry for making you lose the game." Fu Lingsheng was also taken aback. He had assumed that after saying those words, Xiao Zhishu would rush to explain herself and clarify the reasons behind her actions. Then tell him that next time, she would definitely be the first to call him, just like before. But he was disappointed. Xiao Zhishu didn't do anything. She merely offered a dry apology, one that felt overly perfunctory, as if she couldn't even be bothered to come up with an excuse. Her attitude was such that even if he didn't accept her apology, she wouldn't care. Fu Lingsheng's heart grew even more heavy. Xiao Zhishu saw that Fu Lingsheng's expression was gloomy and didn't speak again. She also had no interest in pursuing the matter further. After all, he was someone who always had everything under control, but tonight he had lost a game and lost face because of her, so he was simply upset. "If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow." She made an excuse to leave, but was stopped by Fu Lingsheng. "Xiao Zhishu." Xiao Zhishu turned to look at him. "Is there something else?" Fu Lingsheng didn't speak, but his usually calm and composed eyes were fixed intently on Xiao Zhishu's unflinching gaze. Since he had entered the room, Xiao Zhishuan had maintained this indifferent and unconcerned expression. This made Fu Lingsheng feel uneasy. The already oppressive mood in his heart seemed to be weighed down by a heavy stone, making him feel suffocated. He opened his dry lips, his voice slightly hoarse, and said, "Let's talk." Talk? Xiao Zhishu's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes now held a hint of confusion. "Alright, what do you want to talk about?" Fu Lingsheng pulled her to sit on the sofa, sitting across from her with his fingers interlaced and his elbows resting on his knees, adopting a hesitant posture. Xiao Zhishu didn't rush him, simply waiting quietly for him to speak. Chapter 011, Don't you mind at all? After a long pause, Fu Lingsheng finally spoke. "That day, I had promised to accompany you to see the aurora, but instead I left you alone in Norway. I'm truly sorry." Fu Lingsheng's apology caught Xiao Zhishu off guard. She hadn't expected someone like Fu Lingsheng, who was so accustomed to being in a position of power, to apologize to her voluntarily. It seemed that he too felt his actions had been excessive, prompting him to lower his noble head and admit his mistake to her. At that moment, should she feel honored and act surprised and grateful, forgiving him for his decisiveness that day? She gave a self-deprecating smile, realizing she didn't need to care about Fu Lingsheng's attitude. From the very beginning, Fu Lingsheng had made it clear to her. He had no intention of marrying her, their relationship was merely a contract. He wouldn't discuss feelings with her, and she was well aware of that. The 3-year contract they signed was something she had agreed to herself. So, even if he chose Jian Nuo over her time and time again, what was there for her to feel wronged about? He never had any feelings for her to begin with. Since she willingly entered the gamble, she must accept the consequences if she loses. Xiao Zhishu nodded. "Alright, it's fine. I understand. So, you don't mind at all?" When Fu Lingsheng asked this question, his eyes were fixed intently on Xiao Zhishu's eyes, trying to find the slightest hint of emotion in them. But all she gave him in response was a puzzled look, and she asked him back. "What are you worried about?" Fu Lingsheng was speechless by her counter-question. The words that were about to leave his lips were suddenly cut off, and he forced them back down his throat. Yes, what should she mind? Back then, hadn't he left her behind so confidently to go find Nuo because it was a matter of life and death? He had gone back to save someone, not to do anything to wrong Xiao Zhishu. Why would he think she would mind? In truth, when he asked that question earlier, he wasn't even sure what kind of answer he wanted to hear from Xiao Zhishuan. She cared, and he was unhappy. If she doesn't care, he seems even more unhappy. So, what was wrong with him? His gaze fell on Xiao Zhishu's expressionless eyebrows and eyes, and he felt an inexplicable unease mixed with a touch of anger for no apparent reason. And it was this very unwarranted anger that sparked a hint of calculation in his mind. "Are you really not angry?" he asked again for confirmation. Xiao Zhishu was amused by his question, but a surge of anger welled up inside him. She had already convinced herself not to dwell on that matter. Time and again, she told herself that even in such a desperate situation where she could have died, she had managed to survive, which meant that fate had been kind to her. Don't dwell on trivial people and matters. But why did he keep bringing it up, forcing her to recall that humiliating day when he had abandoned her? She met Fu Lingsheng's probing gaze head-on. "Weren't you supposed to go back to save people? Since it was a matter of life and death, how could you think I'd be angry?" Fu Lingsheng fell silent again. Fu Lingsheng, I'm not the kind of person who holds a grudge. So, you don't need to dwell on what happened that day. It's all in the past. That day, he could scold her for lying and deceiving him with a clear conscience, letting her struggle to survive in the snow and ice. Now he is asking such a meaningless question about whether she is angry or not. Fu Lingsheng. This was the first time Xiao Zhishu had ever called him by his full name. Fu Lingsheng suddenly raised his eyes, staring at Xiao Zhishu in front of him in astonishment. Facing her cold expression, Fu Lingsheng's unease grew stronger. Once again, he was speechless at her words. He opened his mouth several times but fell silent again. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a low voice. As long as you're not angry." Xiao Zhishu nodded. "There's nothing else. I'll go back to my room first." "All right." Fu Lingsheng replied in a hoarse voice. Even after Xiao Zhishuan left the living room, he remained seated in the same position. Staring at Xiao Zhishu's retreating figure, Fu Lingsheng's eyes betrayed a hint of helpless confusion. He didn't understand why the unease that had been lingering in his heart all night was caused by. Unconsciously, he recalled the words Meng Chuan had spoken to him tonight, and the unease in his heart was tinged with irritation. He stood up and walked toward the balcony, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. The nicotine suppressed his restless nerves and the unease surging in his heart. Xiao Zhishu returned to his room and quickly took a shower in the bathroom. When he came out, he saw that the phone he had left on the bedside table was buzzing with message notifications. After drying the water from her hair, she walked over and picked up the phone, finding that it was a message from Jian Nuo. "Sis, did you like the cake? I specially asked the pastry chef at the club to make it for you. Lingsheng is really something. If I hadn't told him I felt guilty, he would have refused to bring the cake back for you. Sis, don't be mad at Lingsheng. He's always put me first since we were kids, which is why he left you alone in Norway. He really didn't mean it. If you must blame someone, blame me. I don't want you two to hurt each other because of me." On the phone screen, Jian Nuo's words seemed like an apology, but the underlying provocation was something Xiao Zhishu couldn't miss. She could choose not to fall for her tricks, but she also felt that Jian Nuo's words were true. It was both a provocation and the truth. At the same time, she also figured out why Fu Lingsheng, who had always been so aloof, had suddenly broken his usual demeanor and apologized to her tonight. It turned out that Jian Nuo had begged him to apologize. It was also because he didn't want Jian Nuo to feel guilty. He truly cared about Jian Nuo, so even if it meant humbling himself in front of his wife, whom he didn't like, he was willing to do it. In fact, she had been deliberately ignoring this fact all along. Just the way Fu Lingsheng addressed her in Jian Nuo was completely different, clearly showing that their positions in his heart were worlds apart. One was called Nuo Nuo, while the other was addressed by her full name, Xiao Zhishu. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhishu couldn't help but laugh out loud. She laughed until her eyes stung with tears. You deserve it. Xiao Zhishu, you really deserve it. Her voice was hoarse, trembling with emotion. She clenched her phone tightly, unconsciously tightening her grip until her knuckles turned white. Tears fell onto the phone screen, splashing a few insignificant droplets that blurred her vision. After a moment, she calmed down and replied to Jian Nuo. We're fine, don't worry. Your health is the most important thing. After sending the message, Jian Nuo didn't respond. She didn't know if he truly believed her or if he found it uninteresting that his provocation hadn't elicited a passionate response from Xiao Zhishu. She thought again about the mango cake tonight. Fu Lingsheng had said he didn't know. Whether he didn't know she was allergic to mangoes or didn't know the cake contained mangoes. In the end, it all came down to him not caring about her, not paying attention to her. Just like their marriage on the surface, it looked glamorous and perfect, but deep down, it was a mess. Dangerous and deadly. Chapter 012, You Want to Sleep in Separate Rooms? Fu Lingsheng didn't know how long he had been standing on the balcony until the burning pain in his fingertips snapped him back to reality. The crystal ashtray in front of him was filled with cigarette butts. He extinguished the cigarette butt in the ashtray, but all that nicotine couldn't quell the restlessness and anxiety in his heart. Once the smoke had dissipated, he returned to the living room. His eyes immediately fell on the mango cake sitting on the table. He knew that Xiao Zhishuan was allergic to mangoes. Back when they first got married, he had stopped by a newly opened cake shop on his way home from work and impulsively bought a mango pancake for Xiao Zhishuan. He clearly remembered the gleam in her eyes when she looked at him then. It was as if the stars were scattered across the sky, bright and dazzling. Especially the smile hidden in her eyes. Even though she was trying to hold it back, it couldn't help but escape from her beautiful eyes. He couldn't understand how such a small dessert, costing less than $100, could make her so happy and satisfied. When she took her first bite, her expression changed noticeably. But she still finished the mango pancake with a smile on her face. But what happened next was beyond her control. Her face and hands broke out in red rashes, her breathing became rapid, and the next moment, she fainted in his arms. After arriving at the hospital, he learned that she was allergic to mangoes. Her obvious change in expression at that moment was also because she tasted the mango, yet she still ate it. At the time, he asked her, You knew you were allergic to mangoes, why did you eat it? She replied casually, I couldn't waste your kindness. Fu Lingsheng thought her upbringing wouldn't allow her to refuse someone's kindness. But he couldn't understand what kind of upbringing would make someone risk their life for it. From that day onward, he never bought her anything mango-related again, and even avoided mangoes in their daily meals. But tonight, with an apologetic heart, he brought her something that could cost her life. Fu Lingsheng recalled how Xiao Zhishu had stared in shock at the mango cake in her hands, then pretended to be nonchalant, leaving him even more at a loss. He took a step toward the master bedroom, and just as he pushed the door open a crack, he heard Xiao Zhishu's desperate cries coming from inside. Help me, Lingsheng, save me, save me. Fu Lingsheng's heart sank suddenly. He quickly pushed open the door and rushed toward Xiao Zhishuan. What's wrong, Xiao Zhishuan? He spoke softly, his voice tinged with uncontrollable tension. He saw a tear slide down the corner of Xiao Zhishuan's eye. Xiao Zhishu, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Wake up. Fu Lingsheng felt his heartache from her silent tears, but he didn't seem to notice. He continued to call out her name anxiously, afraid that his voice might be too loud and scare her. He looked at Xiao Zhishuan's furrowed brows, her face filled with intense despair and helplessness. When she called out for him to save her, there was no trace of hope in her voice, as if, in her dream, even if she called out like this, he would never come to save her. What had she dreamed of? Why was she having such a dream? Xiao Zhishu. Darkness, so dark. The coldness of the falling snow felt like a pair of icy hands choking Xiao Zhishu's neck, making it difficult for her to breathe, as if suffocation were about to take her life at any moment. She seemed to hear Fu Lingsheng's voice, both near and far. This voice wasn't the cold, impatient tone he used when scolding her. Instead, it seemed to carry a hint of concern. No, this couldn't be Fu Lingsheng's voice. She must have heard it wrong. The next moment, she jolted awake from the nightmare, sitting up abruptly on the bed. Her breathing was labored from the panic. Fu Lingsheng looked at her vacant eyes, seemingly not fully awake yet. But her body trembled violently, clearly still shaken by the nightmare. Xiao Zhishu, are you okay? His low voice carried a hint of concern and tenderness. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Zhishu's body stiffened slightly. The next moment, her previously vacant eyes gradually cleared. Seeing Fu Lingsheng's face, she froze for a moment. "Did you have a nightmare?" Fu Lingsheng spoke softly. His voice was uncharacteristically gentle, so gentle it made her feel both honored and overwhelmed. Suppressing the fear in her heart, Xiao Zhishu nodded and spoke in a hoarse voice. "I'm sorry, did I wake you up?" Fu Lingsheng detected the politeness and distance in her tone, and this distance was more pronounced than when they had been in the living room earlier. "Did you have a bad dream? Can you tell me about it?" Fu Lingsheng didn't answer but changed the subject instead. It seemed as though he was trying to use this question to dispel the uncomfortable distance between them. Xiao Zhishuan froze. Ever since she was rescued from the avalanche, she had been having nightmares for over half a month. Every time she closed her eyes, the nightmare from that day would return as if on schedule. Over and over again. The despair and fear of being on the brink of death had also repeated themselves over and over again in the past half-month. It felt like she was being tortured, as if to remind her. "It's nothing, just a dream." She got out of bed. "I'll go wash my face." "You should sleep a little longer." Xiao Zhishu went to the bathroom. The icy water stung every cell in her body, finally waking her from the nightmare. But the hands she used to steady herself on the sink were still trembling slightly. And she realized that even now, sharing the same bed with Fu Lingsheng or even just being in the same room instinctively repulsed her. After staying in the bathroom for a while, she finally emerged, moving slowly. She saw Fu Lingsheng leaning back on the sofa, his eyes closed, pinching the bridge of his nose, looking a bit upset. Hearing her movements, he lowered his hands and looked over at her. Xiao Zhishuan paused for half a second before walking to the cabinet, taking out a down comforter, and heading toward the master bedroom. "Where are you going with the blanket?" Fu Lingsheng saw her action and felt a sudden pang of anxiety, hurriedly asking. His voice betrayed a panic he hadn't even noticed himself. Xiao Zhishu stopped in her tracks, turned to look at him, and spoke calmly. "I've been having trouble sleeping lately and don't want to disturb you, so I was planning to sleep in the guest room." Upon hearing this, Fu Lingsheng's expression darkened instantly. His icy gaze fixed on Xiao Zhishu, his voice tinged with coldness. "Xiao Zhishu, you want to sleep in separate rooms?" Xiao Zhishu could hear the anger in Fu Lingsheng's tone, but she chose to ignore it. She truly didn't want to share a room with Fu Lingsheng, and she didn't even feel like arguing with him. But she forced herself to remain calm and explained. "You're always busy with work, and sleep is important for you. Sleeping in separate rooms is better for both of us." Fu Lingsheng stared intently at her, his thin lips pressed tightly into a straight line. Chapter 013, Resisting being in the same room with him. Xiao Zhishu was too calm, so calm that even when he left her alone in Norway for half a month without contacting her, she didn't once snap at him. Now, she was even considering sleeping separately to avoid disturbing his sleep. Oomph. No wonder he chose her as his wife. She is indeed low maintenance and considerate. Fu Lingsheng struggled to suppress the rage boiling in his chest, managing not to explode in front of Xiao Zhishu. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in as calm a tone as possible, reminding Xiao Zhishu. "Xiao Zhishuan, we're married." Xiao Zhishuan nodded. "Yes, I know." In just 2 more months, this marriage would come to an end. Precisely because of this, she wanted to part ways amicably with Fu Lingsheng, ensuring that this marriage, which had begun with an agreement, ended with dignity. "So, if we're married, why are we sleeping in separate rooms?" Fu Lingsheng sighed wearily, pressing his temples, and asked again with patience. Xiao Zhishu bit her lip, realizing her patience was running out, and repeated her earlier response. "I have trouble sleeping and don't want to disturb you." The same answer again. Fu Lingsheng could even hear the dismissive and casual tone in her response. He stared at Xiao Zhishu's calm expression with a heavy gaze, letting out an irritated him. He pulled at his collar in irritation, his hands tucked into his waist, pacing back and forth restlessly. Xiao Zhishu had no interest in staying to watch him walk and turned to leave with the blanket in her arms. But as she opened the door, she was blocked by Fu Lingsheng. Xiao Zhishu raised his eyes to look at him, and Fu Lingsheng's gaze was deep and intense. Having been secretly in love with him for 10 years and married for nearly 3, Xiao Zhishu could tell that Fu Lingsheng was on the brink of losing his temper. In truth, Fu Lingsheng had a bad temper, but since no one dared to provoke him, no one had ever had the misfortune of witnessing his anger. She had thought that this time she would have to endure his anger, but when she saw his intense gaze fixed on her, he managed to suppress his anger. "Xiao Zhishu, you know I don't have the energy to guess a woman's feelings. If you're angry, just say it to my face instead of acting this way and making me guess your thoughts over and over again." Xiao Zhishu stared at Fu Lingsheng, nearly laughing out loud at his words. Seeing her silence, Fu Lingsheng felt the irritation in his chest growing stronger, and the emotions he had been holding back were on the verge of erupting. "Xiao Zhishu, I don't like women who make me guess. The reason I married you in the first place was because you were obedient and easy to deal with, and you wouldn't cause me any trouble." He clenched his jaw, and the implication in his words was clear to Xiao Zhishu. He wanted to say that she was now causing him trouble, and he regretted choosing her as his wife. Xiao Zhishu used the blanket to cover herself as she pressed her hand against her chest. It doesn't hurt, just a little sore and swollen." "It's okay. There are still 2 months left. That should be enough time for her to quit. She sighed deeply and asked him. Do you want me to say I'm angry with you? Fu Lingsheng froze. Alright, I'm angry, very angry. Why did you leave me alone in Norway for half a month without even checking in? Fu Lingsheng was speechless, about to open his mouth to defend himself, but Xiao Zhishu beat him to it and said. Then what? Are you going to say that you have to go back to save someone, that it's a matter of life and death, that I shouldn't be unreasonable, that I shouldn't be unsympathetic, that I shouldn't distrust you, that I shouldn't be jealous? Fu Lingsheng fell silent, his brows furrowing involuntarily. He heard Xiao Zhishuan snort derisively, her voice tinged with a hint of mockery, as she said. See? I'm wrong for getting angry, and I'm wrong for not getting angry. So tell me, what should I do? Fu Lingsheng was completely speechless. Because he realized that Xiao Zhishuan was right. When Xiao Zhishu was angry, he was unhappy. When Xiao Zhishuan wasn't angry, he wasn't happy either. The problem was with him, not Xiao Zhishuan. Not contacting her for half a month was also his mistake, not Xiao Zhishuan's. He truly had no right to blame her. But if you're not angry, why did you want to sleep in separate rooms? Fu Lingsheng's gaze fell on the blanket Xiao Zhishu was holding in her hands. Listening closely, the low, hoarse voice carried a faint hint of grievance. Xiao Zhishuan's face remained expressionless as she patiently repeated in a flat tone. I told you, I've been having trouble sleeping lately, and it might be affecting you. I don't mind. Fu Lingsheng hurriedly objected. Xiao Zhishu fell silent and did not speak again. But Fu Lingsheng could tell that even though she said she didn't mind, her silent refusal was a way of resisting being in the same room with him. Perhaps she was saying she wasn't angry, but deep down, she was still sulking at him. Well, this time, he had indeed broken his promise first. He shouldn't have insisted on arguing with her over the details of this matter. Never mind, do as you please. He conceded first, how many days? Xiao Zhishu didn't immediately catch his meaning and blurted out, what? How many days for sleeping separately? Xiao Zhishuan fell silent once more. Fu Lingsheng suddenly becoming so easygoing left her a bit disappointed. She would rather Fu Lingsheng argue with her so she could use the excuse of a cold war to completely separate their rooms and spend the remaining 2 months apart. Sigh. Let us talk about it once I've had some rest. She made up an excuse and then hugged the blanket, walking out of the room and straight to the guest room. This time, Fu Lingsheng didn't stop her, he simply let her leave the room with the blanket. The master bedroom door was closed by Xiao Zhishu, and inside, only the bedside lamp was lit. Fu Lingsheng stood by the door, his stunned face shrouded in a look of confusion. Xiao Zhishuan went to the guest room with the blanket. Though it was called a guest room, it wasn't much different from the master bedroom. Although no one had slept there, the housekeeping staff still cleaned and changed the bedding regularly. Therefore, Xiao Zhishuan didn't need to do anything extra, she simply lay down on the bed with the blanket. Not being in the same space as Fu Lingsheng, the restlessness that had been lingering on her body gradually subsided. She lay on the bed, her eyes wide open, afraid to fall asleep. However, the physical and mental exhaustion from the past few days finally overcame her, and she drifted off into a deep sleep without realizing it. When she was awakened by a nightmare once again, the sky outside was already bright. She gasped for breath, adjusting her breathing, and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 8 o'clock. Today was her first day back after the holiday, so she hurriedly got out of bed and washed up. When she came out, dressed and ready, she saw Fu Lingsheng carrying 2 breakfasts out of the kitchen. Hearing the noise from her side, Fu Lingsheng looked over and smiled at her. Up already? Chapter 014, Fu Lingsheng panics. Xiao Zhishu paused for a moment, then nodded and greeted him, good morning. Fu Lingsheng placed the breakfast on the table and waved at her, breakfast is ready. Come and eat. Xiao Zhishu's footsteps hesitated for a moment. This was the first time since they got married that Fu Lingsheng had cooked breakfast. In the past, unless she was on night shift at the hospital, she would always get up first thing in the morning to prepare breakfast for both of them. She had always imagined that eating breakfast together every day and going to work together would prove that they were a normal couple. She had been immersed in this self-created fantasy day after day. If it weren't for that trip to Norway, if it weren't for that avalanche that nearly took her life, she might have remained trapped in that illusory dream forever. Fortunately, it's not too late now. She had come to terms with it. Besides Fu Lingsheng, she had her parents, relatives, friends, and a career she loved. She shouldn't have devoted all her energy to just one person. 2 months later, when their marital relationship ended, she had to look forward, had to adapt to life without Fu Lingsheng. A dignified parting is better than a bitter ending filled with harsh words and a messy conclusion. With that in mind, she nodded and walked over to sit down at the dining table. Thank you. Fu Lingsheng sat across from her. Hearing her speak so politely, he paused, raised his gaze, and looked at her with an ambiguous expression. She kept her head down, eating her breakfast quietly, without sharing any of the usual daily anecdotes with him as she had in the past. You. Before he could speak, the phone she had placed beside her emitted several consecutive notification sounds, interrupting him. Xiao Zhishuan picked up her phone and saw that it was from Fu Yu. Good morning, did I wake you up? I thought about it and decided I should remind you about the recurring nightmares you've been having. After the avalanche, you may be experiencing severe post-traumatic stress disorder. You should seek help from a psychologist as soon as possible to prevent the situation from worsening. If you need to talk, feel free to reach out to me. Don't be shy, we're friends, right? Fu Yan sent the messages one after another, so the notification sounds rang one after another. Xiao Zhishu couldn't help but smile at Fu Yu's verbose message. He put down his utensils and replied. Dr. Fu, it's already past midnight in Norway, isn't it? Why aren't you asleep yet? On the other end, Fu Yan's message came back almost instantly. I'm on night shift. Just finished my rounds and returned to the office. Did you eat breakfast? Have you left yet? Remember my reminder, make time to see a mental health professional. Don't push yourself too hard. Xiao Zhishu replied, and Fu Yan immediately sent several more messages. This was a habit Fu Yan had developed while Xiao Zhishu was hospitalized in Norway. He never typed out a long message in one go, but instead sent one sentence at a time, with the message notification sounds coming one after another like beans dropping, never stopping. This made Xiao Zhishu unconsciously imagine Fu Yan as a chatty monk, and then picture him shaving his head and wearing a monk's robe, unable to suppress a laugh. Thank you, Dr. Fu. I've noted it down. Fu Lingsheng sat across from her, listening to her phone ring repeatedly, unable to get a word in. Watching her lips curve upward unconsciously as she replied to the message, it was simply too irritating for Fu Lingsheng to bear. When he finally saw Xiao Zhishu and laugh out loud, Fu Lingsheng couldn't hold back anymore. Who is it? Why are they sending you so many messages this early in the morning? His casual tone carried a hint of mild irritation. Ha? Xiao Zhishu glanced up briefly, just as Fu Yu's message came back. This time, it was a voice message. Fu Lingsheng suddenly placed the utensils he was holding onto the plate with a loud clatter, startling Xiao Zhishu. His fingers trembled, accidentally tapping on the voice message Fu Yu had sent. There's an emergency patient. I'll talk to you later. Fu Yu's pleasant voice came through the phone from the other end. Alright, you go ahead. Xiao Zhishu sent a message back, then looked up again to see Fu Lingsheng with a gloomy expression and a gaze so cold it was almost frightening. Even though they had been married for years, though not exactly in love, they had always maintained a respectful distance. This was the first time Xiao Zhishu had ever seen Fu Lingsheng look so angry and cold in her presence. She recalled her earlier conversation with Fu Yu. She knew Fu Lingsheng disliked using his phone during meals, and she herself had never touched her phone during meals in order to seize the opportunity to be alone with him. She realized that her earlier actions must have disturbed him. Thinking this, Xiao Zhishu looked sheepish and put her phone aside. I'm sorry, did I disturb you while you were eating? As she spoke, she stood up, went to the kitchen, took some plastic wrap, and wrapped the sandwich Fu Lingsheng had made, saying, I'll eat while I walk. I won't disturb you anymore. Take your time. She didn't want the last 2 months of this marriage to be marred by an ugly argument, so she made an effort to get along harmoniously with Fu Lingsheng. Since she had interrupted his meal, she decided to eat in front of him. Little did she know that her gesture not only failed to ease Fu Lingsheng's expression but made it even more grim. Xiao Zhishu thought he was being petty, but she didn't bother to try to cheer him up. She grabbed her bag, ate while walking out the door. In her memory, she hadn't acted so carefree in a long time. Actually, back in college, rushing to class while eating breakfast was a common occurrence. But since marrying Fu Lingsheng, the filter of her crush on him had subconsciously made her mimic his behavior. Such behavior walking while eating was improper and unbecoming of the wife of a Fu family heir. She couldn't even remember how many self-imposed rules she had created for herself in this role. But since deciding to let go and stop liking Fu Lingsheng, all the rules related to him naturally ceased to exist. Standing in the elevator, she exhaled deeply, feeling the weight on her chest lift slightly. Fu Lingsheng sat motionless in the restaurant, staring at the empty seat across from him, his face a blank expression of confusion and helplessness. It was the first time he had seen Xiao Zhishu eating while chatting on her phone, and even more so, it was the first time in days that she had smiled genuinely. But that smile wasn't for him. She hadn't argued with him, and when she spoke to him, she was still gentle and polite. Yet he felt that Xiao Zhishu was slowly drifting away from him. This realization sent a sudden wave of panic through his heart, causing him to abruptly stand up from his chair. Before he could figure out where this panic was coming from, he found himself standing in the elevator. Chapter 015, Are you two a fake couple? As Xiao Zhishu stepped out of the building entrance, she heard hurried footsteps behind her, followed by Fu Lingsheng's panicked voice calling out to her. Xiao Zhishu. Xiao Zhishu stopped in her tracks and turned to look at him, her eyes filled with confusion. What's wrong? Fu Lingsheng sighed in relief, walked up to her, and said in a casual tone. I was just about to leave. Let me give you a ride. Xiao Zhishu paused for a moment, then shook her head without hesitation. No need. The subway is just ahead. It's rush hour now, and traffic is bad. Taking the subway will be faster. My colleague is waiting for me to switch shifts, and I can't keep them waiting too long. She came up with a perfectly reasonable excuse, leaving no room for objection, and declined Fu Lingsheng's kind offer. Though she found Fu Lingsheng's offer rather puzzling. Why would he suddenly offer to drive her to work out of the blue? After all, her hospital and the Fu group were in opposite directions. There was no point in taking the same route. Unprepared for Qiao Zhishu's direct refusal, Fu Lingsheng's expression grew slightly stern. His eyes flickered with hidden emotions. The next subway is almost here. I should go now. Qiao Zhishu's voice rang out again. She waved goodbye to Fu Lingsheng with a polite gesture and started running toward the subway entrance. Only after entering the subway station did Qiao Zhishu exhale deeply. Although she had resolved to get along with Fu Lingsheng like friends, his proximity always made her instinctively feel repelled. Her heartbeat would also accelerate uncontrollably. And this acceleration wasn't due to nervousness or shyness, but rather anxiety and panic. She knew there was something seriously wrong with her emotions, and she didn't want to avoid the issue. So, when Fu Yu urged her to see a psychologist, she didn't refuse. The hospital entrance was less than 10 meters from the subway exit. As soon as she stepped through the entrance, she heard a woman's voice behind her, Shu. It was Xin Juxin, her university roommate and close friend, who was now also her colleague in the cardiac surgery department at the affiliated hospital of Beijing Medical University. Qiao Zhishu turned around and waved at her. As soon as Xin Juxin reached her, before she could say a word, her eyes welled up with tears. Tears welled up in her eyes, startling Qiao Zhishu. What's wrong? Did Meng Chuan upset you again? Mentioning Meng Chuan, Qiao Zhishu's expression darkened and a flash of annoyance crossed her eyes. The people in Fu Lingsheng's circle were all like that, always looking down on others as if they were superior. After all, it was Meng Chuan who had pursued Xin Juxin so passionately back then. They made the entire Beijing University Medical School aware of the handsome and romantic young master of the Meng family. Some even remarked that the Meng family truly produced lovers, given Meng Chuan's devotion to Xin Juxin. Yet this so-called romantic soul had cheated on his wife with a third-rate actress less than a year after their marriage. Now, whenever Qiao Zhishu hears the word romantic, he feels embarrassed for Meng Chuan. Xin Juxin wiped away her tears and shook her head. No, it has nothing to do with him. She looked at Qiao Zhishu. I'm just worried about you. Qiao Zhishu was taken aback, then laughed. What are you feeling sorry for me about? Xin Juxin's eyes were red, as if she was about to cry again. Su, I know everything. Qiao Zhishuan seemed to have guessed what Xin Juxin was referring to. His expression froze, and he moved his lips but couldn't speak. There was an avalanche on the Svalbard Islands. I remember the hotel you were staying at was near where the avalanche happened. The 5 days you were unreachable weren't because your phone had no signal, it's because you were in an accident, weren't you? Qiao Zhishu opened his mouth to deny it, but Xin Juxin cut him off and said, Don't deny it. The place where you were staying couldn't have been unaffected by the avalanche. Besides, you finally managed to take some time off to go there. You wouldn't have just stayed in the hotel. You must have been in trouble at the time, right? As soon as Xin Juxin finished speaking, tears welled up in her eyes and she couldn't stop them from flowing. Finally, she sighed, patted Xin Juxin on the shoulder, and said, Look, I'm alive and back, aren't I? They say those who survive a great disaster are destined for good fortune. My future is full of blessings. She recalled the words the round-faced girl had said to her on the plane and used them to comfort Xin Juxin. But her words effectively confirmed Xin Juxin's suspicions. Xin Juxin cried even harder. I knew it. I knew something happened to you. Fu Lingsheng is a monster. How could he leave you there alone without a care, while he goes traveling with Jian Nuo? What does he think you are? Xin Juxin cried even harder, cursing Fu Lingsheng from head to toe. Qiao Zhishu could only nod in agreement while busily wiping away her tears. Stop crying. Everyone is watching you. I'm fine now. It's okay. Really? Qiao Zhishu wasn't good at comforting people. He could only repeat the same few words. Xin Juxin finally stopped crying, her eyes red, and looked at Qiao Zhishu angrily, asking, After all this, you're not going to forgive Fu Lingsheng, are you? Qiao Zhishu froze for a moment, then shook his head with a smile and said, Between us, there is no question of forgiveness. After all, he didn't have any obligation to accompany me on this trip. She wanted to tell Xin Juxin that there was no such close relationship between her and Fu Lingsheng, and she didn't need to waste her energy on him. But Xin Juxin heard it as her defending Fu Lingsheng, which made her furious. You're still speaking up for him? You're his wife. He has no obligation to accompany you, but he has an obligation to accompany the dead green tea, Jian Nuo? You're really driving me crazy. Xin Juxin was so angry she was stomping her feet. Qiao Zhishu hurriedly tried to calm her down. No, I'm not defending him. I'm just... What else? Don't try to make excuses for him. Xin Juxin was still fuming. Birds of a feather flock together. The people in Meng Chuan's circle aren't any good. Yes, I know all that. She should have known better. At least she saw the truth now, even if it was late. What I mean is... After much deliberation, Qiao Zhishu finally confessed to Xin Juxin that her relationship with Fu Lingsheng was that of a contractual marriage. After hearing this, Xin Juxin was speechless for a moment, unable to process what she had just heard. After a full half-minute of silence, she finally spoke, her voice trembling. So, you're fake spouses? Well, we did get married, so I guess that technically makes us a fake couple. Anyway, emotionally, it's definitely fake. The contract ends in 2 months? Shin Jushin asked again. Xiao Zhishu nodded. So, with only 2 months left, I don't want to waste any more energy on things related to Fu Lingsheng. Whether it's love or resentment, it's all a waste of time. I have to look forward, right? Chapter 016, Inviting Her to Lunch. Shin Jushin's expression finally softened. She nodded and muttered, as long as you figured it out. Alright, I haven't been to work for half a month. There's a lot of work to handle. Let us go clock in. Xiao Zhishu pulled Shin Jushin toward the cardiovascular surgery department. Once you divorce Fu Lingsheng, let your teacher pick a good one for you. Don't ever go back to that scum like Fu Lingsheng. The teacher Shin Jushin was referring to was Xiao Zhishu's mother, Professor Shen. Professor Shen was Shin Jushin's graduate advisor. Okay, I know. Next time I look for a boyfriend, I'll be more careful. After reporting back to the department, Shin Jushin and Xiao Zhishu went their separate ways to attend to their respective tasks. Since she had taken a 2-week annual leave, Xiao Zhishu, upon returning to work, immediately took on several patients awaiting surgery. The cardiac surgery department was already a busy department, and the 2 weeks she spent in Norway were the result of her using every connection she had and squeezing out every possible moment to swap shifts with her colleagues. It would be difficult to take such a long leave in the future. After a busy morning on her feet, Xiao Zhishu finally had a moment to relax and take a sip of water. Just then, her phone on the desk lit up. She picked it up casually and was surprised to see that the message was from Fu Lingsheng. I just finished a project and am near your hospital. Want to grab lunch together? This was unprecedented. It was the first time Fu Lingsheng had ever initiated a message to invite her out to eat. In the past, she hadn't been without her fantasies about such a scenario. But it had always remained just a fantasy. On one hand, she and Fu Lingsheng weren't in a normal marital relationship, so they didn't need such formalities. On the other hand, the hospital and the Fu Corporation building were in opposite directions, and their relationship wasn't close enough for him to go out of his way for a meal. Xiao Zhishu stared at the message for a moment before finally putting it down without replying. Instead, she turned to the intern beside her and said, "Call the next patient in." On Fu Lingsheng's side. After sending that message, Fu Lingsheng seemed distracted. He clutched his phone tightly, waiting for Xiao Zhishu to reply. This was the first time he had ever invited Xiao Zhishu out for lunch, and he thought she wouldn't refuse him. But after last night and this morning's series of unusual events, he felt unsure. Mr. Fu? The man sitting across from him called out to him several times before he snapped back to reality. Sorry. It's okay. Is something wrong, Mr. Fu? You don't look well. The man across from him spoke cautiously and nervously. Heaven only knew why such a minor project, which was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for the Fu Group, would warrant the company's president, Fu Lingsheng, to personally come to their office to discuss it. This was enough to terrify him, a mere project director. For a medium-sized company like theirs, getting the chance to collaborate with the Fu Group was already a tremendous honor. Who would dare to expect the Fu Group's boss to come personally to discuss matters? It's nothing. Fu Lingsheng shook his head and stood up from his seat. This project is finalized. Any further details can be discussed with the Fu Group's project department. Yes, it's an honor for us to have Mr. Fu come personally today. Please go ahead, Mr. Fu. It wasn't until they had escorted Fu Lingsheng, the company's top executive, out of the building that the project director finally exhaled in relief. The special assistant who had accompanied Fu Lingsheng, Chang Liang, was equally confused. Mr. Fu, such a busy man with major projects on his plate, why would he suddenly decide to personally handle such a minor project today? Such a project didn't even require Mr. Fu's personal involvement, not even his own assistant needed to handle it. Has Mr. Fu lost his mind? Looking at him glancing at his phone every now and then, as if waiting for someone's call, made it even more puzzling. Who was the inconsiderate person who dared to make the president wait for a call? Mr. Fu, should we head back to the office now? Chang, the assistant, finally asked. Seeing that his phone hadn't moved all morning, Fu Lingsheng's heart, which had been blocked all morning, grew even more uncomfortable. Back to the office. Once in the car, Fu Lingsheng was still shrouded in a low-pressure aura, making the driver and Chang Suju in the front seats feel restless. Through the rearview mirror, Chang Liang could see his boss unlocking his phone every so often, opening a WeChat chat window, staring at it for a while, then closing it. Then, after a minute, he unlocked his phone again, stared at WeChat, and closed it. This went on repeatedly. Who could be on WeChat that's making you so preoccupied? Chang Liang wanted to ask, but he dared not. He could only think that his boss looked cool on the outside but must be going through a lot on the inside. Every cell in his body was telling him, don't provoke him. Otherwise, Chang Liang won't be so open anymore. As the car slowly passed by the Beijing University-affiliated hospital, Fu Lingsheng suddenly spoke in a low voice, "Stop the car." The two people in the front seat were confused, but the driver pulled the car over to the side of the road. You two go back first. Yes, Mr. Fu. As Fu Lingsheng's tall, straight figure disappeared at the hospital entrance, the driver, Xiao Fu, finally asked. Liang Go, what's wrong with Mr. Fu today? He seems like he's got a lot of pent-up anger. Chang Liang was also confused. I don't know either. I just feel like the president looks like he's been dumped today. Who dares to dump our president? That's asking for trouble. Chang Liang was about to agree with Xiao Fu when he suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up. The president's wife works at this hospital. Could it be that the president had an argument with her last night? It's not impossible. I heard that the president clearly went out to play with the boss's wife half a month ago, but ended up spending half a month with that Miss Jian from the Jian family. The president's actions were unbecoming. What's wrong with the boss's wife throwing a little tantrum? As Xiao Fu finished speaking, his head was hit by Chang Liang. Brother Liang, why did you hit me? Xiao Fu, even though your name is wealthy, you're not wealthy. If the president hears you say that, do you want to keep your job? Xiao Fu scratched his head. My mom said, a man who fails his wife will never prosper. As long as I treat my wife well, I'll definitely become a real wealthy man someday. Chang Liang laughed out loud but didn't discourage him. You have ambition. When you become a wealthy man, I'll come work for you. Brother, are you abandoning our CEO? You said it yourself, those who mistreat their wives will never prosper. If the CEO mistreats our boss and we end up bankrupt, I'll have to find another job. Hehe, Liang Good, you make sense. Once I become a wealthy man, I'll take care of you. You little brat. Chapter 017, Are you afraid others will find out about our relationship? At noon, Xiao Zhishu had just finished her work when Shin Jushin pushed open the door to her clinic. Su, let us go have lunch. Shin Jushin peeked her head out from behind the door. Alright, I'm coming. Xiao Zhishu put down the medical records of the patient she had just admitted for heart surgery that day, stood up, and walked toward the door. In the hospital cafeteria. Xiao Zhishu and Shin Jushin had just bought their meals and found a seat when someone suddenly stood beside them. Both of them looked up at the same time. It was Meng Chuan. Upon seeing Meng Chuan, Shin Jushin's lips, which had just curled into a smile, suddenly tightened, and she averted her gaze, continuing to eat. Jushin, I don't agree to the divorce. Let us talk about it again. Meng Chuan stood by the dining table, seeing that Shin Jushin refused to acknowledge her, stubbornly refusing to move. He was already striking in appearance, with a delicate yet masculine demeanor. His almond-shaped eyes were slightly upturned, and paired with his silver-rimmed glasses, he had the classic look of a refined yet debauched individual. Standing at nearly 190 centimeters tall, he stood out like a sore thumb in the hospital cafeteria. Even standing there in silence, he managed to draw all the attention in the restaurant toward them. Xiao Zhishu glanced at Meng Chuan, and couldn't help but think of Fu Lingsheng. Though their appearances were of different styles, they were of the same kind. They were both the kind of men who could easily capture a woman's heart and just as easily break it. Divorce is a decision I made after careful consideration. There's nothing to discuss. If you're not here to talk about divorce, please don't show up in front of me again. Shin Jushin said coldly. Meng Chuan remained unmoved, but his expression grew stern. Shin Jushin, I've never done anything to wrong you. I divorce you. Why you listen to my explanation? His voice involuntarily rose, once again drawing the attention of those in the restaurant, which had already been occasionally falling on him. Shin Jushin's face darkened with anger. She really didn't want to be the center of attention at this hospital because of Meng Chuan. She put down her utensils, stood up from her seat, and said, Alright, let's go outside to talk. Don't disturb others here. Just as Shin Jushin stood up, she was stopped by Xiao Zhishuan. If you don't want to talk to him, then don't go. Seeing Xiao Zhishu blocking her, Meng Chuan's already irritable mood grew even more impatient. It was a shame that he had spoken up for her in front of a Shang yesterday. Xiao Zhishu, mind your own business with a Shang. Shin Jushin and I will handle this ourselves. Hearing the sarcasm and hostility in Meng Chuan's words, Shin Jushin also grew angry. She wasn't sure yet whether Xiao Zhishuan had truly given up on Fu Lingsheng. If because of her, Meng Chuan went to Fu Lingsheng and said something, it would only further strain their relationship, and Shin Jushin wouldn't be able to forgive herself. So she stepped in front of Meng Chuan and said, The matters between us should not be taken out on others. If you wish to discuss this, let us go. Jushin. Xiao Zhishuan called out to her. Seeing that Shin Jushin gave her an assuring glance, he coldly glanced at Meng Chuan and said, Let us go. After Shin Jushin and Meng Chuan left, Xiao Zhishu could only stay alone at the table to eat lunch. However, because she was worried about Shin Jushin, she ate her meal distractedly. Just as she took a few bites, she saw someone sit down across from her. She thought it was Shin Jushin returning, so she hurriedly looked up, You're back. But upon seeing the person, her expression tightened slightly, and she asked in a tone laced with surprise. Why are you here? She recalled Meng Chuan, who had just called Shin Jushin away, and said, Looking for Meng Chuan? That was the only possibility she could think of. The busy Fu De, the CEO of the company, suddenly showing up at her hospital couldn't possibly be lowering himself to come find her, his so-called wife. She pointed in the direction where Shin Jushin and the others had left and said, He should be with Zhu Xian on the connecting corridor platform. Zhu Xian doesn't want to see him. Could you please ask him to leave? Fu Lingsheng didn't say a word, he just sat there silently in front of her. The dining tables in the hospital cafeteria weren't very high, so Fu Lingsheng's long legs had nowhere to rest, making him look a bit comical. First came Meng Chuan, then Fu Lingsheng. Xiao Zhishuan's good mood from the morning was completely ruined. Moreover, as soon as she got a little closer to Fu Lingsheng, that unexplained restlessness surged up again. She picked up the lemonade by her side and drank it down quickly, trying to suppress the rising anxiety. But because she drank too quickly, she choked on the water. Her lips, collar, and sleeves were all soaked with water. She quickly put down the glass and reached for a tissue to wipe herself, but someone beat her to it. Fu Lingsheng held a tissue to her lips, as if to help her wipe her mouth. Xiao Zhishu instinctively turned her head away, avoiding Fu Lingsheng's gesture. "Thank you, I'll do it myself." She took the tissue from Fu Lingsheng's hand and wiped the water stains from her collar. Facing Fu Lingsheng's deep voice. "Are you nervous seeing me? You drank the water so quickly?" The low-pitched teasing in his voice made Xiao Zhishu detect a hint of mockery. She paused in her wiping, looking at the man across from her in confusion, unsure of what he was doing. Wasn't he here to find Meng Chuan? Why was he still here with her? Just then, several nurses from different departments walked by. When they saw Fu Lingsheng, a flash of admiration crossed their eyes. They then turned to Xiao Zhishu and teased with a smile. "Dr. Qiao, is that your boyfriend? He is so handsome. Why not introduce us?" Xiao Zhishu felt a bit awkward and instinctively glanced at Fu Lingsheng. She and Fu Lingsheng had only registered their marriage and hadn't held a wedding ceremony. Therefore, aside from a few close acquaintances, no one else knew they were married. She also knew that Fu Lingsheng didn't want others to know about their marriage. Hearing the nurse tease them, she feared Fu Lingsheng might take it out on the nurse, so she hurriedly denied it. No, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend." She denied it urgently, fearing that if she hesitated even a moment, the nurse might misunderstand their relationship. However, her behavior was interpreted by Fu Lingsheng as her desperately trying to distance herself from him. Fu Lingsheng's expression darkened involuntarily. The two nurses naturally noticed Fu Lingsheng's displeasure and realized they had misunderstood, so they quickly apologized and hurriedly left. Xiao Zhishuan didn't miss the fleeting look of displeasure in Fu Lingsheng's eyes and explained. "They were just joking. Don't take it to heart." Fu Lingsheng looked at her with a cold expression and said, "Are you afraid they'll find out about our relationship?" Chapter 018, Why Deny My Identity? Are you afraid they'll find out about our relationship? Xiao Zhishu. She didn't know why Fu Lingsheng was asking this question. For a moment, she just felt that he was being rather odd. As for the question he had asked, she didn't know how to respond appropriately. Say she wasn't afraid? Then Fu Lingsheng might think she had ulterior motives and wanted to make their relationship public. Say she was afraid? What was she afraid of? Before she could decide how to respond, Fu Lingsheng asked again. "Why did you deny my identity?" Xiao Zhishuan. Alright, she now understood that Fu Lingsheng was intentionally picking a fight. It was clearly him who proposed the secret marriage and the contractual marriage, yet now he was asking her why she denied it. Her frustration grew even stronger. She furrowed her brows and blurted out, "Aren't you my husband? Of course you're not my boyfriend." She had only intended to find an excuse to brush him off. But who knew that her response somehow pleased Fu Lingsheng? The gloomy expression on his face began to soften slightly. Even the corners of his eyes held a faint smile. "You didn't tell them I'm your husband either." She had thought the topic had been dropped, but Xiao Zhishuan noticed that Fu Lingsheng was acting strangely today. He kept talking about an insignificant topic endlessly. The restlessness in her heart was beginning to spiral out of control. Her brows furrowed deeper, but she managed to suppress the restlessness and said, "There's less than 2 months left before our marriage ends. There's no need to complicate things. If others ask later, we'll just have to give unnecessary explanations." Even though she had tried her best to control herself, Fu Lingsheng could still detect a hint of impatience in her words. Fu Lingsheng froze. The smile that had just been lingering in his eyes was now replaced by a look of astonishment. He almost forgot that there was still a 3-year contract between them, and that contract was set to expire in just 2 months. On the very day of their 3rd wedding anniversary. This nearly 3-year marriage had already become routine for him. He had grown accustomed to Xiao Zhishu's presence and to their daily interactions. This marital relationship was not as filled with rejection and aversion as he had initially imagined. On the contrary, after marriage, he found himself quite comfortable with this arrangement. This relationship had made him so comfortable that he had almost forgotten about the contract between them. But seeing Xiao Zhishu mention this matter so casually, even remembering the exact date, he couldn't help but think that she was eager to end this relationship. For some reason, Xiao Zhishu's actions made Fu Lingsheng feel uneasy. He looked at Xiao Zhishuan's calm expression and suddenly snorted, saying, "You sure remember that date well. What's the rush to divorce me?" Noticing the anger in Fu Lingsheng's tone, Xiao Zhishu paused, looking at the man across from her with confusion. She didn't understand why Fu Lingsheng was angry. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? As for why she remembered the time so clearly. Because their agreement was signed on the day they registered their marriage. The reason she remembered it so clearly was because it was their wedding anniversary. She had remembered it clearly for 1 year, 2 years, eagerly awaiting the day she could spend it with him. But Fu Lingsheng never remembered. And this time, she remembered it just as clearly, but this time it was because she wanted it to end, desperately wanted it to end. That's the truth. There are only 2 months left until the 3-year contract expires. She didn't react strongly, continuing to eat while answering Fu Lingsheng. Her demeanor was calm and casual, as if she were having an ordinary conversation with Fu Lingsheng. Fu Lingsheng bit his lip and remained silent, but the sharp aura emanating from him was so powerful that Xiao Zhisun could sense the overwhelming pressure. This pressure caused the restlessness she had managed to suppress to resurface. She thought she needed to find a psychologist soon. She didn't want to become an emotionally unstable person. "Aren't you here to see Meng Chuan?" he asked back. Xiao Zhishu saw Meng Chuan walking back with a grim expression. Clearly, his chat with Xin Zhuxin hadn't gone well. Seeing Meng Chuan like this, Xiao Zhishu felt a rare sense of schadenfreude. A cheating scumbag deserves to be divorced. Surprisingly, Fu Lingsheng didn't move. He just looked at her careless expression with a complicated expression, moved his lips, and said, "Who told you I came to find him?" Xiao Zhishu's eating motion halted again, and her eyes filled with surprise. "So you're sick?" As far as she knew, Fu Medical, under the Fu Group, was the top-tier private hospital in Beijing, boasting a national-level medical team dedicated to serving high-ranking officials and wealthy elites. Fu Lingsheng was sick, yet he didn't go to Fu Medical. Why had he come to her hospital instead? "Fu Lingsheng, don't you think about it? I came here specifically to find you?" Fu Lingsheng clenched his jaw and asked in a low voice. This time, Xiao Zhishu's expression grew even more astonished. And this astonishment, Fu Lingsheng managed to read effortlessly. So, she had considered every possibility, but never once thought that he had come specifically to find her? Xiao Zhishu's surprise lingered on her face for only a moment before she returned to her usual composure, continuing to eat the remaining lunch in front of her and casually asking him, "Did you come here for something?" Fu Lingsheng saw her expression and realized she clearly knew why he had come to find her. Hadn't she seen the message he sent her? So, he waited for so long, agonized over it for so long, and in the end, she knew nothing? Fu Lingsheng grew annoyed, grinding his teeth so hard they made a grinding sound. "I sent you a message inviting you to lunch. Didn't you see it?" Xiao Zhishu nearly choked on the food she had just put in her mouth before remembering that Fu Lingsheng had indeed sent her a message earlier that morning inviting her to lunch. On one hand, she really didn't want to be with Fu Lingsheng. On the other hand, she thought Fu Lingsheng was just acting on a whim and might have something come up at the last minute, so it was better to just pretend she hadn't seen it. After all, she had actively invited Fu Lingsheng several times before, and while he had initially agreed, he had always ended up canceling at the last minute due to other commitments. It was either work-related or something involving Jian Nuo. Even though Jian Nuo wasn't back in the country at the time, he always managed to find some time for her. It seemed that this was the difference between caring and not caring. After being stood up so many times, Xiao Zhishu gradually stopped asking him out. "Oh, sorry. I was busy with a several-hour-long surgery this morning and didn't check my phone." Suppressing the sudden pang of bitterness that had welled up in her heart, she gave Fu Lingsheng an apologetic smile. Then, pointing to her nearly empty plate, she said, "I'm almost done. I can't eat with you anymore. If you don't mind, you can have some at our cafeteria?" Chapter 019. If you think that way, there is nothing I can do. As she spoke, she handed him her work ID card, which was linked to her cafeteria meal card. "You can use my card." She had only meant it as a polite gesture. After all, as the CEO of the Fu Group, how could he possibly appreciate the food at their hospital cafeteria? She had prepared herself to be refused by Fu Lingsheng and leave, but to her surprise, Fu Lingsheng reached out and took her card, saying, "Thank you." Xiao Zhishuan? She regretted her earlier politeness. She had only thought that after Fu Lingsheng refused, she could take her ID card and leave. All the payment systems, access control systems, including the cafeteria and hospital supermarket, were integrated into a unified smart system linked to her employee ID card. Now that her ID card was in Fu Lingsheng's hands, she had no choice but to wait for him. Thinking about it, her brows furrowed involuntarily. For the first time, she realized that being too polite wasn't always a good thing. Fu Lingsheng noticed her involuntary frown and raised his eyebrows. "What? Don't want to let me use it?" Xiao Zhishu paused for a moment, then pointed at her employee ID card in Fu Lingsheng's hand and said, "Go buy whatever you want to eat. I need to get back to the ward right away, there are patients waiting." She made up an excuse to urge him on. But Fu Lingsheng held onto her meal card tightly, lowering his eyes and gazing at her with a deep expression. Xiao Zhishuan grew impatient under his gaze and was about to speak again when she heard Fu Lingsheng say, "Xiao Zhishuan, don't you want to see me?" The impatience that had just begun to rise in Xiao Zhishuan's eyes immediately turned to a blank stare. She instinctively denied it. "No. You're a surgeon. No one would schedule surgery during lunchtime. Fu Lingsheng spoke coldly, ruthlessly exposing her flimsy excuse. Xiao Zhishu's heart sank. She opened her mouth to argue, but realized she couldn't cover up this lie. Or are you trying to tell me that you specifically changed out of your surgical scrubs in the middle of surgery, went all the way to the cafeteria to eat, and then returned to the operating room to continue the surgery? The mocking words left Xiao Zhishu speechless. Before she could respond, Fu Lingsheng spoke again. Xiao Zhishu, you despise me. It wasn't a question, but a statement of fact. Fu Lingsheng's gaze grew dark as he stared intently at Xiao Zhishu's expressionless face. At that moment, Fu Lingsheng couldn't describe how he felt. Frustration, panic, anxiety, confusion, a tangled web of emotions swirled within him. Upon hearing Fu Lingsheng's final words, Xiao Zhishu's expression froze once more. The sense of being seen through and the embarrassment made Xiao Zhishu feel the familiar irritation that had been building up over the past few days. She didn't bother to find an excuse to argue and simply replied indifferently. If that is how you feel, there is nothing I can do. This generic response completely blocked all the anger that had been building up in Fu Lingsheng's chest, leaving him feeling stuck and frustrated. Oomph. Fu Lingsheng scoffed, are you even too lazy to come up with an excuse now? Xiao Zhishu moved her lips, not even bothering to argue with Fu Lingsheng. She simply said dryly. No, I really have work to do. There are many patient cases waiting for surgery piled up in the office. Looking at Xiao Zhishu, whose tone remained calm, Fu Lingsheng suddenly felt a sense of helplessness, as if he had punched a pillow. She didn't argue with him or explain herself. She didn't even bother to come up with a plausible excuse to brush him off. He even wanted to ask her if she was still angry because he had left her in Norway to go back and find Jian Nuo. But he felt that asking such a question was utterly meaningless. Xiao Zhishu's response wouldn't be any different from last night. Finally, he sighed, returned the ID card to Xiao Zhishu, and said, never mind. Since you're busy, shall we have dinner together? Fu Lingsheng relented once more, his tone tinged with caution. Xiao Zhishu really didn't want to deal with Fu Lingsheng, so he said, I have to work the night shift tonight. You should eat on your own, or... Xiao Zhishu. Fu Lingsheng's voice suddenly dropped. Seeing Xiao Zhishu and looking at him, he took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the rising anger, saying, you still need to eat even if you're working the night shift. Xiao Zhishu didn't know why Fu Lingsheng was so insistent on eating this meal with her today. In the end, she had no choice but to give in, alright. Seeing she agreed, Fu Lingsheng's expression eased slightly. Alright, I'll pick you up when you finish work. Xiao Zhishu nodded reluctantly, then I'll head back to the department first. Fu Lingsheng nodded as well. Xiao Zhishu picked up her finished plate and placed it in the dish return area before leaving without looking back. Fu Lingsheng stood there, staring at Xiao Zhishu's back, his eyes narrowing deeply. He felt that Xiao Zhishu had truly changed, and this was not a mere illusion. It's the middle of the day. Why are you at the hospital? Meng Chuan had come up beside him unnoticed, following his gaze toward where Xiao Zhishu had left, and let out a faint, ambiguous laugh. Did you finally come to your senses last night and decide to come apologize on your own? Fu Lingsheng pulled his gaze back from the distance, glanced sideways at the person beside him, and frowned sharply, saying, if you can come, why can't I? Hearing this, Meng Chuan shrugged indifferently, admitting it without hesitation, I came to apologize to my wife. What about you? Did you also come to apologize to your wife? One sentence left Fu Lingsheng speechless. As a person of higher status, his proud self-respect would never allow him to admit he was wrong in front of others. He merely brushed it off with a casual reply. I came to have lunch with my wife. Is that not acceptable? Meng Chuan chuckled, that's odd. The Fu family is in the east of the city, and the affiliated hospital is in the west. I didn't expect you to go all the way here just to eat. As he spoke, he paused for a moment, suddenly remembering something, and added. When I arrived, Xiao Zhishuan was already having lunch with Zhu Xian. What? She didn't wait for you to eat together? The malicious teasing made Fu Lingsheng furious. This Xiao Zhishuan has really gotten a big head. My wife doesn't listen to me either. Do you think these two best friends are secretly teaming up against us? Fu Lingsheng was in a bad mood at the moment, and even looking at Meng Chuan made him feel annoyed. Hearing him say that, he replied. I didn't cheat on her like you did. Why would Xiao Zhishu target me? With a cold tone, Fu Lingsheng left the hospital cafeteria in a foul mood. Meng Chuan was so angry his face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and followed after him. I didn't cheat on her. What's the point of telling me? I'm not your wife. That's right. You didn't cheat, but your behavior is worse than cheating. Who in their right mind treats another woman better than their own wife? You climbed into another woman's bed. You sure do love your wife. Fu Lingsheng. Meng Chuan was so angry he started cursing. Chapter 020, See a Psychologist. On the other side. When Xiao Zhishu returned to the surgical building, he saw Shin Jushin sitting in her office with a sullen expression. She knocked on the open door and walked in. What's wrong? Still couldn't come to an agreement with Meng Chuan? Shin Jushin shook her head. It doesn't matter. If he keeps dragging this out, I can sue him or transfer to another department. Even if we separate for 2 years, I can still file for divorce. She spoke lightly, smiling at Xiao Zhishu. It's only 2 years. I'm not in a hurry to find someone new. After all, it's not me who's in a hurry, it's the Meng family. Xiao Zhishu looked at her calm expression, but saw the bitterness hidden in her eyes, and felt uneasy. To be honest, her best friend wasn't much better off than she was. Xin Juxin married into the Meng family, but the Meng family initially opposed the marriage, disdaining her orphan background and her lack of a family background worthy of the Meng family. If it weren't for Meng Chuan's persistence and his use of every means at his disposal to oppose the Meng family, they might never have married. She had witnessed the two of them overcome their difficult relationship and finally come together. She had thought that Zhu Xian had finally found a home for the rest of her life, but who would have known? The man who had been more persistent than Zhu Xian for that relationship, Meng Chuan, was the one who first made a mistake in it. When Xin Juxin decided to divorce, the happiest people were those from the Meng family who had always looked down on her and had gone to great lengths to match Meng Chuan with the eldest daughter of the Xie family. Xiao Zhishu sat down in front of her. Have you really made up your mind to divorce? Xin Juxin nodded, then gave a self-deprecating smile. You know, I wanted to give up from the start. If it weren't for him insisting. Xiao Zhishu knew exactly what she meant. Xin Juxin, who had grown up in an orphanage, appeared sunny on the surface but was deeply insecure inside. The Meng family was never the kind of place she had ever wanted to be a part of. When the Meng family first approached her, Xin Juxin had already decided to give up on Meng Chuan. In the end, it was Meng Chuan who won her over, and she agreed to give that relationship another chance. She married into the Meng family because of Meng Chuan, but if even Meng Chuan couldn't be the reason she stayed, then this marriage truly had no meaning. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhishu couldn't help but think of her marriage to Fu Lingsheng. Her marriage was even more ridiculous. There was no love, only a contract holding it together. The advantage was that when it ended, it could be cut off cleanly, without any lingering ties. Whatever decision you make, I'll stand by you. Xiao Zhishu said. Xin Juxin replied with a smile before remembering something else and asked. I saw Fu Lingsheng there earlier. Did he come to see you? Xiao Zhishu recalled Fu Lingsheng's odd behavior today and had no interest in discussing him, so she casually replied. Maybe he's sick. I didn't ask. However, judging by Fu Lingsheng's unusual behavior today, he must be quite ill. She didn't linger any longer with Xin Juxin. Although she had used the patient as an excuse to brush off Fu Lingsheng, she was indeed very busy. After parting ways with Xin Juxin, she returned to her own clinic. Before she knew it, she had been busy all afternoon. By the time she finished the last surgery, it was exactly time to clock out. Just as she sat down to have some glucose, her phone lit up. She picked it up and glanced at it. It was from Fu Yu, reminding her again to see a psychologist. Looking at the phone, she sighed helplessly. Although she had only known Fu Yu for half a month, she felt like he was acting like an overbearing mother. She picked up her phone and replied. I'll go right now. She wasn't brushing Fu Yu off. Ever since she was hospitalized, she had already realized that something was wrong with her mental state. She wouldn't let Fu Lingsheng's indifference make her so depressed that she'd risk her own well-being. She had already scheduled an appointment with a psychologist as soon as she arrived at the hospital today. The appointment was in half an hour. She calculated the time and decided it was perfect to leave now. So she grabbed her bag and left the clinic. She had booked an appointment with a specialist. As she pushed open the door, a petite figure was standing behind the computer. Upon hearing the sound at the door, she looked up. It was a very young round face, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. Upon seeing Xiao Zhishu, her eyes widened in surprise. She had clearly recognized Xiao Zhishu, and Xiao Zhishu had also recognized her. It's you? The round-faced doctor spoke first. Dr. Nan? Xiao Zhishu asked in confusion. The expert she had scheduled to meet was named Nan Yi, a renowned psychologist in the field. She had expected an older doctor, but instead it was the young woman who had sat next to her on the plane that day. Nan Yi nodded. Yes, it's me. Please sit down. Having recognized Xiao Zhishu, she naturally knew why she was there. Although she had mentally prepared herself for seeing a psychologist, when faced with her in person, she didn't know where to begin. It's okay, let's just chat like we did on the plane that day. You can tell me anything you want. Nan Yi's voice was gentle, like a warm spring breeze enveloping her, and paired with her harmless, approachable face, it made Xiao Zhishu relax completely. Xiao Zhishuan recounted the scene of the avalanche that had occurred that day to Nan Yi. Though she remained relatively composed throughout, her voice still carried a faint tremor. For someone like Nan Yi, a psychological expert, this kind of post-traumatic stress disorder wasn't a major challenge. However, Xiao Zhishu's issue ran deeper. You mean that ever since that incident, you've been unconsciously repelled by your husband and feel irritated whenever you see him? Xiao Zhishu didn't hide anything from Nan Yi and nodded solemnly. Then she added. I know my reaction is a bit off, so... No, there is nothing wrong with that. Nan Yi interrupted her. Perhaps you haven't noticed, but when you mentioned the avalanche, your emotions didn't fluctuate much. What truly triggered your post-traumatic stress disorder is your husband, because he holds a significant place in your heart, and that is why he became the root cause of your condition. When you see him, you're reminded of the avalanche, of the fear and despair you felt when you were left behind in the snow. Nanny's words cut straight to the core, leaving Xiao Zhishu speechless for a long time. Nanny didn't rush her response but sat across from her, waiting quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Zhishu heard her own hoarse voice ask Nanny, "What should I do?" Face that root cause with a calm heart, then choose an appropriate time to distance yourself from it. Everything will improve. At first, Xiao Zhishu found Nanny's words simple and vague. She didn't know what to do. But there was one thing she believed Nanny was right about. Fu Lingsheng was the true root cause of her post-traumatic stress disorder. It was her obsession with Fu Lingsheng that had trapped her on the day of the avalanche. She chatted with Nanny for a while longer and felt that the heavy weight on her heart had indeed eased considerably. After that, Nanny prescribed some additional medications for her, and Xiao Zhishu left Nanny's office. Just as she stepped out of Dr. Nanny's office, she heard a surprised voice behind her. Jisu's sister? Chapter 021, No interest in becoming a pawn in their game. The familiar voice made Xiao Zhishu furrow her brows. Out of politeness, she turned around. Sure enough, a few meters away, Fu Lingsheng and Jian Nuo were standing side by side. Fu Lingsheng was holding a bag of medicine in his hand and was looking at her with a complicated expression. Xiao Zhishu instinctively hid the medicine in her hand behind her back. Before she could speak, Jian Nuo beat her to it, running up to her and grabbing her hand, saying, "Jisu's sister, it was all my fault that Lingsheng left you in Norway. I've felt guilty about it ever since. I was planning to formally visit you someday to apologize. Please don't blame Lingsheng." Xiao Zhishu's brows furrowed involuntarily. She knew that Jian Nuo kept bringing up that incident repeatedly was intentionally flaunting her important status in Fu Lingsheng's heart. In truth, she didn't need to keep repeating it, she already knew it all too well. Seeing that Xiao Zhishu remained calm and showed no signs of anger or sadness, Jian Nuo's expression darkened. She glanced at Fu Lingsheng and said, "I came to the hospital for a follow-up checkup today. My parents are abroad on a business trip, so I asked Lingsheng to accompany me. We're really not what you think. You don't need to follow him secretly." Great, so she said all that just to wait here for her. Did she think she was following Fu Lingsheng here? No wonder Fu Lingsheng had looked at her with such a complicated expression earlier. "Miss Jian, do you have any doctor friends?" "Huh?" Jian Nuo was taken aback and didn't catch Xiao Zhishu's random question. But she still spoke up in a pouty voice, "I wish I did, but I'm not as talented as you, Miss Xiao, to become a doctor. It's all because my body is so weak." As she spoke, her eyes began to redden again. Xiao Zhishu had no interest in watching her act, so he cut her off and said, "If you have any doctor friends, go ask them. We surgeons are very busy, we don't have time for such trivial matters." Jian Nuo froze, finally realizing what Xiao Zhishu meant. She was responding to her suspicion that she had been secretly following Fu Lingsheng. Her expression panicked and she looked to the man standing beside her, who had been silently watching Xiao Zhishu. Seeing her being confronted, Fu Lingsheng finally acted. He stepped forward and spoke to Xiao Zhishuan in a calm tone. "Xiao Zhishuan, Nuo didn't mean it that way." She was just in a hurry to explain herself and spoke without thinking. Xiao Zhishu raised his eyes, his gaze drifting toward Fu Lingsheng, and he gave a slight smile, nodding his head and saying, "All right, I understand." She said no more, picked up the medicine, and turned to leave. She had no interest in becoming a pawn in their game, but someone just wouldn't let her go. Jian Nuo saw her leaving and stepped in front of her, biting her lower lip and asked, "Jisu's sister, since you weren't here to follow Lingsheng brother, why did you come here?" Jian Nuo's face immediately showed concern as she whispered, "This is a psychological counseling center. The people here are all suffering from mental illnesses. Sister, have you also developed depression?" She emphasized the words depression with a hint of mockery on her lips. But Xiao Zhishu understood the mockery. She instinctively glanced at Fu Lingsheng before quickly looking away, casually replying, "Nothing, just jet lag and having trouble sleeping. I came to get some medicine." She casually lifted the medicine bag in her hand, glanced at her watch, and said, "You guys go ahead. I'll head back first." After speaking, she turned to leave once more. "Xiao Zhishuan." Fu Lingsheng suddenly called out to her. Xiao Zhishuan turned around, saw Fu Lingsheng staring at her intently for a few seconds, and said, "I'm going home too. Let us go together." Jian Nuo, standing nearby, heard him say this and her expression darkened, a faint trace of displeasure and shadow flickering in her eyes. But she quickly smiled and said, "Yes, Sister Zhishu, I'm done here too. I won't keep Brother Lingsheng any longer. You two go ahead. I'll take a taxi back on my own." After speaking, she pretended to walk quickly toward the hospital exit. But her lower lip was tightly bitten, her eyes reddened, and she looked utterly dejected. Fu Lingsheng furrowed his brows and stopped her. "You've never taken a taxi on your own before. How can you go back alone?" Jian Nuo looked at Fu Lingsheng with red eyes and shook her head, saying, "It's okay, Lingsheng. I need to learn to be independent. You already have Jisoo, so I can't keep relying on you. Even though this is my first time taking a taxi, I'll learn to grow up and take care of myself. You don't need to worry about me, and don't. As she spoke, she paused deliberately, biting her lower lip, and glanced at Xiao Jishu with a mix of hurt and anxiety. As if afraid that Xiao Jishu would scold her, she pretended to hide behind Fu Lingsheng and said, "Don't make Jisu's sister unhappy because of me." Xiao Jishu looked at Jian Nuo's affected manner and found her extremely annoying. Fu Lingsheng looked at Xiao Jishu with a complicated expression and spoke hesitantly. Nuo. I'm not going home." She impatiently interrupted Fu Lingsheng. "I have to go back to the hospital for my shift. We're not going the same way, you should just take Miss Jian home." She didn't want Jian Nuo to cause any more trouble and end up being her responsibility. With that, Xiao Jishu turned and walked out of the hospital without looking back. "Xiao Jishu." Fu Lingsheng called out to her in a low voice, his emotions unclear. Seeing Xiao Jishu refuse him once again, a hint of annoyance arose in his heart. This time, Xiao Jishu didn't stop. In fact, when she heard Fu Lingsheng call out to her, she quickened her pace. Watching Xiao Jishu's figure fade into the distance, Jian Nuo glanced at Fu Lingsheng beside her. Seeing his dark expression and the rising anger in his eyes, she curved her lips and glanced once more in the direction where Xiao Jishu had disappeared. "Xiao Jishuan, you can't take him away from me. Lingsheng will eventually be mine." Pulling her gaze back, she resumed her earlier dejected expression, looking nervously at Fu Lingsheng and whispering, "Brother Lingsheng, did I mess things up again and make Sister Jisun angry? It's all my fault. I'm always so clumsy and end up doing more harm than good." As she spoke, tears began to fall from Jian Nuo's eyes. Seeing Jian Nuo crying in front of him again, Fu Lingsheng, unusually, did not comfort her, and even felt a hint of impatience in his heart. But he still didn't say anything, only speaking in a faint tone, saying, "Let's go. I'll take you home first." After saying that, he didn't wait for Jian Nuo but quickly walked toward the parking spot. As if sensing the unusual tone in Fu Lingsheng's voice, Jian Nuo froze for a moment. She then hurried to catch up and got into the car behind Fu Lingsheng. Chapter 022, Did you forget our promise? Back at the hospital, Xiao Jishuan placed the medicine he had brought back in his office before heading to the cafeteria for dinner. After a casual dinner, she took a stroll on the large lawn below the surgical building. During that time, she encountered several familiar patients being supported by their family members as they also took a stroll. After chatting with them for a while and reminding them of some precautions, another hour had passed. After exiting the elevator, she had just turned the corner when she spotted the familiar figure leaning against the wall outside her office door. She was standing there with her head bowed, lost in thought. Xiao Jishu's footsteps hesitated for a few seconds before she walked up to her. Upon hearing the footsteps, Fu Lingsheng lifted her head and met Xiao Jishu's puzzled gaze. "Why are you here?" Xiao Jishu walked up, opened the office door, and stepped inside. Fu Lingsheng followed her inside with a cold expression, his deep gaze fixed on Xiao Jishu's face as he asked sternly, "Why didn't you answer the phone?" Xiao Jishu looked at him in surprise. In truth, she was also wondering why Fu Lingsheng was here. Hadn't he taken Jian Nuo home? "I called you several times and waited here for an hour." Fu Lingsheng said this with a hint of barely perceptible resentment in his tone. "Oh? Is there something urgent you need?" Xiao Jishu grew even more puzzled. She asked casually before reaching into the drawer and pulling out her phone, which she had placed there earlier, and said, "Sorry, I didn't bring my phone with me." Hearing her distant and casual apology, Fu Lingsheng suddenly fell silent. His deep gaze silently studied Xiao Jishu's expression. The anger and resentment that had built up over the past hour were now completely blocked by her indifferent attitude. After a long pause, he spoke in a low voice, "I told you this morning that I wanted to have dinner with you tonight." Xiao Jishuan. She had forgotten. Or rather, she had taken Fu Lingsheng's words seriously too many times before, only to be stood up by Jian Nuo on too many occasions. As a result, she no longer took his words seriously. So, when Fu Lingsheng said he would accompany her for dinner at noon, she casually agreed without giving it a second thought, and naturally, she didn't remember. But as it turned out, she didn't take it seriously, while Fu Lingsheng did. Now, isn't that awkward? Fu Lingsheng looked at the expression on her face and, unusually, understood what she was thinking. The anger he was holding back pressed against his chest, unable to rise or fall. He asked her coldly, "Have you eaten yet?" Xiao Jishuan paused for a moment before nodding. "So, you forgot our agreement?" Fu Lingsheng's voice grew even colder. Xiao Jishu didn't want to admit it. Instead, he defended himself. "I thought you were going to have dinner with Miss Jian, so I changed my plans at the last minute and ate on my own." Anyway, he had done this kind of thing before. Fortunately, she had forgotten about it today. But if she had remembered and he had stood her up again after making her wait all day, she would have had to go hungry. She heard Fu Lingsheng take a long, deep breath, as if he were trying to suppress the anger welling up inside him. "Since I made a promise to have dinner with you, how could I possibly break it?" Fu Lingsheng finished speaking and met Xiao Jishuan's ambiguous gaze. That gaze carried a hint of mockery, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Fu Lingsheng's expression froze, perhaps recalling how many times he had cancelled on her at the last minute because of Jian Nuo. He fell silent. He cleared his throat uncomfortably and said, I came straight here after dropping off Nuo. I didn't plan to change my mind. He seemed to be explaining himself to her. Aware of his own fault, the earlier confident questioning had lost some of its edge. Xiao Zhishu nodded, showing no interest in dwelling on the previous topic. She just wanted to get through the next 2 months in an orderly manner. However, she felt that Fu Lingsheng was acting strangely today. Usually, if he stood her up, he didn't even bother to give her a single word of explanation. But today, he had unexpectedly offered an explanation. Xiao Zhishu licked her dry lips and said, I'm sorry for wasting your time, but I've already had dinner. You should go eat on your own. She wanted to get rid of him. After the psychological counseling session with Nanny in the afternoon, her aversion toward Fu Lingsheng had eased slightly. But after spending a little more time together, her irritation resurfaced. Fu Lingsheng seemed to detect the irritation in her tone, paused for a moment, and a fleeting look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He stared at Xiao Zhishuan for a moment before speaking. Stay with me. The simple words were spoken with authority, a habitual display of dominance that made Xiao Zhishuan furrow her brows slightly. She rubbed her temples, suppressing the rising irritation, and pointed to the wall clock, saying, It's night shift now. I can't leave my post. Patients could have emergencies at any moment. Though every word Zhou Zhishu spoke was reasonable, Fu Lingsheng, rarely met with repeated refusals, couldn't suppress the anger building in his heart. Then I won't disturb Dr. Chow anymore. With that, he opened the door and walked out. The heavy slam of the door shook Xiao Zhishuan's heart. She closed her eyes, took a moment to compose herself, then exhaled deeply. She couldn't understand why Fu Lingsheng was acting so oddly today, insisting on dwelling on that meal. Since she couldn't figure it out, she didn't dwell on the meaningless issue any further. Fu Lingsheng left Xiao Zhishu's office with a grim expression. His mind was filled with the cold, distant, and impatient expression on Xiao Zhishu's face, and he felt as though something was blocking his throat. He felt miserable and oppressed, with a hint of anxiety he hadn't even noticed before. Just as he stepped out of the surgical building, his phone rang. He stopped in his tracks, assuming that Xiao Zhishuan had realized her mistake and was reaching out to apologize. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the oppressive feeling in his chest eased slightly. He took out his phone and looked at it. Before his lips could curve upward, he quickly pulled them back. His brows furrowed involuntarily, but he eventually pressed the answer button. Hello, Nuo? Fu Lingsheng brother, my brother is in trouble. He was in a car accident and has been taken to the hospital. Fu Lingsheng brother, I'm so scared. My parents aren't here. What should I do? Whoa. Jian Nuo's panicked and frightened voice came through the phone, trembling with fear. Your brother was in a car accident? Fu Lingsheng's brows furrowed even deeper as he walked toward the parking lot, trying to calm Jian Nuo down. Don't be afraid. Do you know which hospital he was taken to? I'll be right there. It's the Jingda affiliated hospital. Lingsheng, what should I do? Will my brother be okay? Jingda affiliated hospital? Isn't that the hospital where Xiao Zhishu works? Chapter 023, Does he like Xiao Zhishu? Fu Lingsheng stopped in his tracks and patiently comforted Jian Nuo, saying, Don't worry. I'm at Kyoto University affiliated hospital. Take your time. There's no need to rush. I'll handle things here at the hospital. The sobbing on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped. Lingsheng brother, how did you end up there? Are you going to see Jisu's sister? Fu Lingsheng couldn't understand why, at a time like this, Jian Nuo was concerned about such trivial matters. He didn't have the patience to explain and simply said, Don't worry about that now. I'll go check on your brother first. After finishing his sentence, he hung up the phone before Jian Nuo could say a word. At that moment, an ambulance with its emergency lights flashing sped into the hospital gates at breakneck speed. Immediately afterward, a critically injured patient, covered in blood, was carried out of the ambulance by doctors. The lead emergency doctor shouted. The patient was involved in a car accident 20 minutes ago. He suffered severe chest trauma, with significant blood pressure differences between both upper limbs. Take him for a CT scan immediately. We suspect an aortic dissection. Call the on-call cardiologist. The emergency doctor pushed the stretcher toward the emergency room, and Fu Lingsheng immediately followed. The person lying on the stretcher was none other than Jian Nuo's older brother, Jian Shi. Have we contacted the patient's family? I am. Fu Lingsheng hurried forward. Please follow me. On the other side, Xiao Zhishu had just taken the medicine Nanny had prescribed for her when the phone in the duty room rang. Dr. Qiao, an emergency patient involved in a car accident, has been brought in. They suspect an aortic dissection. Please come immediately. Alright, I'll be right there. Without time to tidy up the pills on the desk, she quickly left the duty room and ran toward the emergency building. When Xiao Zhishu arrived at the emergency room, the first person she saw was Fu Lingsheng, dressed in a sharp suit, standing at the entrance to the emergency surgery department with a deeply furrowed brow and an unusually solemn expression. Dr. Qiao has arrived. Someone called out, and Fu Lingsheng instinctively looked up, seeing that it was indeed Xiao Zhishu. His eyes lit up, and he quickly walked toward her. Do you know the patient? Before Fu Lingsheng could speak, Xiao Zhishu asked first. If it weren't for this, Fu Lingsheng, who had already left, shouldn't have been in the emergency room. Fu Lingsheng paused for a moment, nodded, and said, He's Nono's older brother. Xiao Zhishu nodded in understanding. No wonder. She didn't ask any further questions but instead walked over to examine the man who had been unconscious since the car accident and asked the doctor beside her, Has the CT scan results come back yet? It's ready. Another doctor walked over with a CT scan and handed it to Xiao Zhishu. Xiao Zhishu took it and glanced at it, his brows gradually furrowing. Type A aortic dissection. We need to perform surgery immediately. Have the operating room prepare? After saying that, Xiao Zhishu headed toward the operating room. Just a few steps later, his arm was grabbed by Fu Lingsheng, who had followed closely behind. How serious is his condition? Xiao Zhishu nodded. Very serious. The aortic rupture requires immediate surgery. Any other issues can be addressed after the operation. Her tone was firm and decisive, a stark contrast to the gentle, soft-spoken Xiao Zhishu that Fu Lingsheng was accustomed to seeing. Xiao Zhishu didn't know what Fu Lingsheng was thinking. She quietly pulled her hand away from his and hurried toward the operating room. Fu Lingsheng stood still for half a second before also hurrying after her. The emergency surgery room door closed quickly. He caught a glimpse of Xiao Zhishu changing into sterile surgical attire. Her unadorned face bore no extra expression. Before he could look twice, the operating room door was closed. Lingsheng. As Jian Nuo's choked voice rang out, she rushed into his arms the next moment. Wu Lingsheng, I'm so scared. What if something happens to my brother? Whoa! Fu Lingsheng stiffened as she clung to him. The first face that flashed through his mind was Xiao Zhishu's indifferent expression. Almost instinctively, he pushed Jian Nuo away from him. Don't worry. Shu is inside saving your brother. He'll be fine. Shu. Jian Nuo's crying stopped abruptly. This was the first time she had ever heard Lingsheng call Xiao Zhishu by such an intimate nickname. Jian Nuo's eyes darkened slightly, and a vague sense of danger flashed through her heart. Lingsheng, I'm scared. She pressed herself against Fu Lingsheng, watching him hesitate to speak. Fu Lingsheng shifted his gaze from the operating room to Jian Nuo. Don't worry, your brother is fine. But he saw Jian Nuo biting her lower lip, looking as though she wanted to speak but dared not. Fu Lingsheng furrowed his brows and asked her, What are you worried about? He rubbed his forehead in frustration, his tone tinged with subtle impatience. Jian Nuo didn't notice, only biting her lower lip and speaking in a trembling voice. I heard the emergency room doctor say that my brother's condition is critical and he could be in life-threatening danger at any moment. Jisoo is so young, she's only been a doctor for 2 years. Can she save my brother? She clutched Fu Lingsheng's sleeve tightly. Can we get another chief doctor to save my brother? For some reason, when Fu Lingsheng heard Jian Nuo speak to Xiao Zhishu in such a doubtful tone, a surge of anger welled up in his heart. Doctors at the Beijing University-affiliated hospital's cardiothoracic surgery department are all top-notch. Xiao Zhishu is also Liang Bo's favorite disciple. She's more than capable of saving your brother. Don't worry so much. Hearing the admiration and protection in Fu Lingsheng's tone toward Xiao Zhishu, Jian Nuo's heart trembled. The faint sense of danger that had initially flickered in his mind grew increasingly intense. Her gaze fixed on the operating room door, a shadow flickered in her eyes. Her knuckles turned white from clenching her fists tightly. She seemed unwilling to give up and continued. Even if Sister Jishu's medical skills are flawless, I'm afraid that she's still angry with you for leaving her alone in Norway for half a month because of me. What if she takes it out on my brother on purpose? Nuo. Fu Lingsheng interrupted Jian Nuo's words with a cold voice. Jian Nuo looked up in surprise, meeting Fu Lingsheng's icy gaze, and her heart trembled. She's not that kind of person. Fu Lingsheng's voice had clearly grown colder. In fact, Jian Nuo detected a hint of anger in his words. Jian Nuo's face was filled with shock and disbelief as she stared at Fu Lingsheng, unable to accept that he was defending Xiao Zhishu so fiercely, even going so far as to snap at her. Fu Lingsheng continued. Nuo, I've been married to Xiao Zhishu for nearly 3 years. I know what kind of person she is. You may not understand her character, but don't make malicious assumptions about her. You're not only insulting her, but also insulting me. Fu Lingsheng's words were harsh, leaving Jian Nuo completely speechless. She could clearly sense the displeasure in Fu Lingsheng's heart, which stemmed from her own malicious intentions toward Xiao Zhishu. And in the past, she had repeatedly called him away from Xiao Zhishu, yet he had never spoken to her so harshly before. Has he fallen for Xiao Zhishuan? Chapter 024, She is my wife. At this thought, Jian Nuo panicked. She couldn't accept such a possibility. She had gone to such great lengths to bind Fu Lingsheng to herself. How could she just let Xiao Zhishu and take him back so easily? Her eyes suddenly welled up with tears, and she lowered her head, whispering an apology. I'm sorry, Lingsheng, I didn't mean to speak that way about you, Sinjie. I was just so worried about my brother that I spoke without thinking. Don't say such things again. Fu Lingsheng's tone softened slightly, though the anger in his heart had not yet subsided. But since it was Jian Nuo, he was more lenient with her, though he had no intention of comforting her. After a moment of silence, Fu Lingsheng seemed lost in thought. He picked up his phone and walked out to make a call. Upon returning, he said to Jian Nuo, I called Uncle Liang. If you're worried about your brother's condition, we can go to the observation room to take a look. Jian Nuo nodded, okay, thank you, Lingsheng. Fu Lingsheng nodded, and soon, the hospital director arrived. Mr. Fu, Dr. Liang has informed me that you are requested to accompany me. Fu Lingsheng and Jian Nuo followed the man into the observation room, which was specifically designated for other doctors to observe and learn from. From here, they could clearly see the entire operating room. Fu Lingsheng immediately spotted the familiar figure in the crowd. She was wearing a green sterile surgical gown, and her soft long hair was neatly tucked under the surgical cap. That charming face, covered in layers of masks, had eyes as beautiful as stars, now hidden behind a medical magnifying glass. Though her face was completely obscured, Fu Lingsheng recognized her immediately among the crowd of doctors. Extracorporeal circulation established. Sounds echoed through the operating room one after another. Fu Lingsheng saw Xiao Zhisen standing at the operating table, holding a sharp scalpel, skillfully cutting open the patient's chest. Her expression was focused, and her movements were steady and precise. Locate the site of the endocardial tear. Backflow is occurring. Mitral valve prolapse with chordal rupture. The valve cannot close properly. Prepare for valve replacement. Xiao Zhishu's gentle yet firm voice echoed intermittently from the operating room. Even in a life or death situation, hearing her calm and composed voice brought an unusual sense of reassurance. This was the first time Fu Lingsheng had ever seen Xiao Zhishu at work. Looking at Xiao Zhishu before him, even though he couldn't see a single expression on her face, an unfamiliar flutter of emotion arose in his chest. The images from the operating room were being projected onto the screen in the observation room. Xiao Zhishu's movements were highly skilled, showing no hesitation or pause. At that moment, the sounds from the operating room continued to drift in intermittently. By his side was Chen, the head of the cardiovascular department. Seeing Fu Lingsheng staring intently at the operating room with a serious expression, he assumed he was worried about the patient's condition and said beside him, Mr. Fu, please rest assured. Although Dr. Chow is young, her surgical skills in cardiac surgery are top-notch. This surgery will go smoothly. Hearing Dr. Chen praise Dr. Xiao Zhishu so highly, Fu Lingsheng curved his lips into a smile, looking proud, and said, she's my wife. I know her medical skills. Whether he truly understood or was merely paying lip service, it was clear to the nearby Jian Nuo that Fu Lingsheng's tone betrayed his joy and admiration for Xiao Zhishu. Upon hearing Fu Lingsheng's words, Director Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. So Dr. Qiao is already married? And she is actually Mr. Fu's wife? Haha, she has always been so low-key. We've never heard that you're her husband. Chen Director laughed heartily. He had only been teasing Xiao Zhishu, but he hadn't noticed the slight chill in Fu Lingsheng's expression when he said, we've never heard her mention that you're her husband. He glanced at Director Chen, paused for 2 seconds, then spoke. She never mentioned it at all? Chen Zhuchu's smile froze, seemingly sensing the displeasure in Fu Lingsheng's tone, and hurriedly added. Well, perhaps Dr. Qiao didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, Mr. Fu, your status is different. If people found out you're her husband, she might attract unnecessary trouble. But after making the excuse, Chen Director realized his words were worse than saying nothing at all. Someone's expression grew increasingly grim. Stupid mouth. Why did you have to say that? Why did you have to say that? Director Chen mentally slapped himself several times. Oomph. All that could be heard was Fu Lingsheng's cold laugh. It seems my husband is quite embarrassing for Dr. Qiao. That sounded a bit sarcastic. Chen, the director, glanced at Fu Lingsheng's expression and didn't respond. He dared not respond. But Jian Nuo, standing beside him, detected something unusual in Fu Lingsheng's displeased words. Is Lingsheng angry because Xiao Zhishuan didn't let anyone know he's her husband? Does he really want to be Xiao Zhishuan's husband so badly that he wants everyone to know about it? Jian Nuo's expression grew visibly darker. Even the innocence and purity she usually tried to maintain in front of Fu Lingsheng were gone. She looked at the bustling sounds coming from the operating room, let out a soft hum, and said, even if Xiao Zhishu's medical skills are top-notch, there is no guarantee there won't be any complications, right? She even came back from the counseling center today saying she couldn't sleep well. She spoke with an unhappy expression. When her gaze fell on Xiao Zhishuan, it was dark and fierce, nowhere near the innocent and fragile demeanor she displayed in front of Fu Lingsheng. Fu Lingsheng looked at her, his eyes hiding a faint trace of displeasure. Jian Nuo, however, spoke up before him, her voice filled with hurt. Lingsheng, don't blame me for speaking harshly. I only have one older brother, and now he's in a life or death situation. It's only natural for me to worry, right? As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned red, and tears welled up. You saw it today. Jisu herself said she has been having trouble sleeping lately. Her sleep issues are so severe she had to see a psychologist. How can she guarantee there won't be any complications during such a high-risk surgery in the middle of the night? Fu Lingsheng fell silent upon hearing this. His gaze fell on Xiao Jishu's busy figure, and his brows furrowed slightly. Has her sleep disorder become this severe? He recalled her pale complexion when he had encountered her at the counseling center earlier today. At the time, she was carrying a large bag of medication. If it was merely insomnia, would it really be so severe that she needed to see a psychologist and be prescribed so many medications? He also recalled the nightmare Xiao Jishu had mentioned earlier. In the dream, she had been screaming for him to save her, filled with despair, heartbreak, and helplessness. After waking up from the dream, her attitude toward him had clearly grown colder. She even used that nightmare as an excuse to say she couldn't sleep well, and then she started sleeping in a separate room. So, was her recent distance and coldness toward him really just because of that nightmare? Or was Xiao Jishu hiding something else from him? Chapter 025, A Dull Pain in the Chest. At the thought of this possibility, Fu Lingsheng's brows furrowed even more tightly. His expression grew increasingly somber. But his expression only made Jian Nuo feel secretly delighted. His gaze turned triumphantly toward the people in the operating room, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. She then turned to Fu Lingsheng and said, Lingsheng, I'm not doubting Jisu. I'm genuinely worried that her condition isn't suitable for such a high-risk surgery. As she spoke, she glanced at Chen Juchu, who stood nearby with an ambiguous expression, and asked, Dr. Chen, how long will this surgery take? Well, an aortic dissection surgery can take anywhere from 4 to 8 hours, depending on the specific circumstances. It largely depends on the patient's condition and the surgeon's skill. Chen Juchu's response hit the nail on the head for Jian Nuo. She looked at Fu Lingsheng with a worried expression and said, Lingsheng, you heard that too. This surgery will take at least 4 hours, and it's late at night. If Jisu's mental state can't keep up, my brother's life will be ruined by her hands. Wah! She clung tightly to Fu Lingsheng's arm, crying and pleading. Lingsheng, can we change doctors? She glanced at Chen, the director, and said, Isn't Dr. Chen the chief surgeon of the cardiac surgery department? His medical skills must be better than Sister Jisu's. Can you ask Dr. Chen to replace Sister Jisu? Dr. Chen looked at Fu Lingsheng with a troubled expression and said, This might not be appropriate. I'm not the attending physician for the patient, and given that the patient has a ruptured aorta, the surgery must be performed with the utmost care. Changing the lead surgeon mid-procedure is a major no-no. He felt that the young girl in front of him was being unreasonable, relying on Fu Lingsheng's influence. Moreover, her words were a clear lack of trust in the hospital's doctors and an unjustified insult. He was displeased, but out of respect for Fu Lingsheng, he could only patiently explain. Miss, please rest assured. Dr. Chow has taken on this surgery. She certainly has the expertise and judgment to handle it. No. Lingsheng. Enough. Fu Lingsheng impatiently cut off Jian Nuo's words. His gaze remained fixed on the operating room, and his tone had grown impatient. You're not a doctor. Since you're here, listen to the doctors and wait here patiently for your brother to come out. Jian Nuo saw that Fu Lingsheng had no intention of replacing Xiao Jisu, and felt deeply resentful. But she knew that once Fu Lingsheng had made up his mind, he wouldn't change it. Continuing would only make him think she was being unreasonable, so she could only give up. But she still pouted, biting her lower lip, her eyes red as she said, I understand, Lingsheng. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted Jisu. Seeing her like this, Fu Lingsheng's expression softened slightly. He raised his hand to pat her shoulder in comfort and said, The surgery will take several more hours. I'll wait here. Should I have the driver take you home first? Jian Nuo, however, with a red nose, shook her head firmly. My brother is still fighting for his life. Even if I go home, I won't be able to sleep. I'll stay here and wait with Lingsheng brother. Fu Lingsheng nodded and didn't insist. The operating room staff continued to work tirelessly, without pause. If it weren't for today's incident involving Jianxi, he wouldn't have realized how intense Xiao Jishu's work was. A single surgery required standing for hours on end without eating or drinking, and as a cardiac surgeon, this was likely the norm for Xiao Jishuan. At that moment, Fu Lingsheng couldn't quite put his finger on how he felt. There was a faint, lingering pain in that hidden corner of his heart. Mr. Fu, this surgery will take a while. Why don't you and this young lady go to the restroom to rest for a bit? I'll come notify you once the surgery is finished. No, I'll stay here. Fu Lingsheng refused without hesitation. Initially, he had called Director Liang out of curiosity, wanting to see what Xiao Jishuan looked like during surgery. Now that he had seen it, even though they were separated by a great distance, he instinctively wanted to stay here with her. Even if he didn't do anything, just being there felt like he was fighting alongside her. Fu Lingsheng couldn't understand his own behavior at that moment, but deep down, he just didn't want to leave. The artificial blood vessel has been successfully anastomosed to the aortic root. Pause extracorporeal circulation. Reconstruct the aortic arch. Reconstruct the multi-branch vessels. Xiao Zhishu's voice continued to drift out from the operating room, showing no signs of fatigue. His voice remained soft yet filled with a reassuring strength. Fu Lingsheng didn't know how long he had been standing there, as if simply standing could help alleviate Xiao Zhishu's fatigue. Time ticked by second. 1 hour, 2 hours. 5 hours later. The heart has restarted. External circulation can be discontinued. Zhang, after confirming there is no bleeding at the anastomosis site, you can perform the final suturing. Got it, Dr. Qiao. As these words reached Fu Lingsheng's ears, he saw Xiao Zhishuan finally step down from the operating table, his face finally showing signs of fatigue. Mr. Fu, the surgery is complete. Once the chest wall incision is sutured, the patient will be transferred to the ICU for observation. Dr. Chen, standing nearby, quietly reminded him. Alright, thank you. He nodded, shifting his legs that had been standing for a long time, finally feeling the numbness and soreness from standing for so long. He furrowed his brows. He couldn't help but think, if he was this tired just standing still, how much more exhausted must Xiao Zhishuan be, standing there for hours performing surgery with such concentration. This thought made his chest feel tight, and he felt a slight discomfort. He turned and walked out of the observation room. Jian Nuo, who had been dozing off nearby, saw him heading out and hurried to follow. Lingsheng, where are you going? Fu Lingsheng didn't answer but quickened his pace toward the emergency operating room. When he arrived outside the operating room, the lights were still on, but Xiao Zhishu hadn't come out yet. Fu Lingsheng waited patiently for a while longer. Finally, the red light turned off. The operating room door slowly opened, and Xiao Zhishu emerged from inside. As she raised her eyes, she saw the tall, straight figure standing before her, as if he had many words to say. She looked at Fu Lingsheng, then at Jian Nuo beside him, removed the mask from her face, and said, "The surgery was successful, but the patient has not yet fully stabilized. There are still some potential complications that may arise post-surgery, so they need to be transferred to the ICU for further observation." Her voice betrayed a hint of exhaustion. Fu Lingsheng stared intently at her face, about to say something, but saw Xiao Zhishuan looking at him and continued. "There are some post-operative precautions that require the family's signature. Dr. Zhang will come out shortly to explain everything in detail. If you have any other questions, you can ask me later. I'll head back to the duty room now." With that, Xiao Zhishu turned and walked away without looking back. Chapter 026, Hurry up and leave, don't disturb my sleep. Fu Lingsheng was about to chase after her when he saw Jian Shi being pushed out of the operating room. "Brother!" Jian Nuo hurried forward, grabbing the stretcher, tears beginning to fall again. Fu Lingsheng saw her like this and knew there was nothing he could do, so he suppressed the unexplained impatience in his heart and waited nearby. "Are you the family of the patient?" "Yes, we are." Jian Nuo glanced at Fu Lingsheng and nodded quickly. Fu Lingsheng, however, hesitated for a moment before neither nodding nor denying it. Instead, he addressed the young doctor in front of him. "Please inform me of any important details." Dr. Zhang nodded, motioned Fu Lingsheng aside, and handed him some papers to sign. He then explained in detail all the possible post-surgery complications to Fu Lingsheng. "If you understand, please sign here." Fu Lingsheng took the pen, signed his name quickly, and then Jian Shi was taken to the ICU. The ICU was off limits to visitors. Fu Lingsheng turned to Jian Nuo and said, "It's late. The driver is waiting outside. Have him take you home first." "What about you, Lingsheng?" "I have other matters to attend to." Jian Nuo knew that Fu Lingsheng must be going to find Xiao Zhi-sun. Though she felt a bit reluctant, she couldn't think of any reason to keep him there, so she reluctantly gave up. "Alright, Lingsheng, I'll go first. Thank you so much for tonight. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known what to do." Fu Lingsheng twirled the ring on his ring finger, his response sounding distracted. After seeing Jian Nuo off, Fu Lingsheng didn't leave the hospital immediately. Instead, he changed direction and headed toward the surgical building. After changing out of her surgical scrubs, Xiao Zhishu returned to her office, exhausted. Lately, she had been sleeping poorly, waking up in nightmares every time. Tonight's shift had coincided with such a major surgery. After finishing the operation with sheer determination, she felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from her body. Finally making it back to her office, she collapsed into her chair, too exhausted even to open her eyes. Her head rested against the chair back, and the moment she closed her eyes, she fell asleep instantly. Fu Lingsheng arrived and saw that Xiao Zhishuan's office door was ajar. He raised his hand and knocked gently, but there was no response from inside. After hesitating for a moment, he quietly pushed the door open and stepped inside. The scene that greeted him was Xiao Zhishuan with her eyes tightly closed, resting casually against the chair. Her head rested on the thin chair back, tilted slightly, clearly not sleeping comfortably. He walked over and saw that even in her sleep, her face, covered in signs of exhaustion, still had a furrowed brow, and she was sleeping restlessly. She was murmuring something he couldn't make out. He lowered his eyes and leaned in close to her lips. Save me, save me. Fu Lingsheng, save me, I'm so scared. Fu Lingsheng, why won't you save me? I'm your wife. How could you be so cruel? Fu Lingsheng's entire body stiffened, his gaze suddenly shifting to the person still sound asleep. Her brows furrowed even deeper, her tightly closed eyes brimming with tears, and her choked, desperate questions filled the air, shaking his heart with pain. Xiu Xiu. Xiu Xiu. He leaned down and gently called her name a few times. Xiao Zhishu didn't respond. The tears that had been held back by her long eyelashes finally rolled down, landing precisely on his wrist. The warmth burned his heart, causing a dull ache. He didn't know what nightmare Xiao Zhishu had been having, or why her dreams always involved her screaming for him to save her. Was this nightmare the same as the one from that night? But why was she having the same nightmare, and why did this nightmare make her so desperate, even? He could hear the deep hatred in her voice as she called his name. At this thought, Fu Lingsheng's heart trembled violently, and the familiar panic and unease that had been building up over the past few days surged back into his chest. He bit his lip, his jaw clenched tightly. Although the office was heated, Fu Lingsheng felt a chill in his heart. He didn't wake Xiao Zhishu but instead bent down to carry her to the foldable bed nearby so she could rest. Just as he leaned down, his gaze caught sight of the medicine boxes that had not yet been put away on Xiao Zhishu's desk. Just as he reached out to take them, he heard Xiao Zhishu's surprised voice. Fu Lingsheng? Her previously dazed expression suddenly cleared, and Xiao Zhishu sat up straight, her gaze fixed on Fu Lingsheng's hand reaching toward her desk, her heart tightening. She abruptly stood up from the chair, creating a distance between herself and Fu Lingsheng, and subtly blocked his view. Are you here to ask about Jian Nuo's situation? Xiao Zhishu asked, trying to divert Fu Lingsheng's attention. Fu Lingsheng didn't respond, only staring intently at her face for a long time before shaking his head and saying, I saw you had such a long surgery and must be tired, so I came to check on you. Xiao Zhishu was taken aback for a moment before nodding in understanding and saying, I'm fine. I'll rest for a bit and be okay. Her response was somewhat dismissive, and she began to usher him out. The ICU doesn't need family members present at the moment. You can go home and rest for now and come back tomorrow. For some reason, when Fu Lingsheng heard the word family member, he felt a pang of unease and even insisted. What are you talking about? Whose family member am I? Xiao Zhishu was taken aback, wondering why Fu Lingsheng was so particular about such a trivial matter. Though he wasn't technically a family member of Jian at the moment, his actions were indistinguishable from those of a family member. If Jian weren't Jian Nuo's older brother, she thought, someone like Fu Lingsheng wouldn't have bothered to stay at the hospital for hours just to wait for the surgery to finish. He had already done everything a family member would do. Why insist on nitpicking over the title of family member? She didn't argue with Fu Lingsheng over such trivial matters, but urged him to leave. It's already past midnight. You should go home. Fu Lingsheng heard the urgency in Xiao Zhishu's tone and frowned in annoyance. Are you in such a hurry to send me away? Xiao Zhishuan fell silent. Throughout the entire day, she had found Fu Lingsheng to be rather enigmatic. But she simply didn't have the energy or patience to deal with Fu Lingsheng. I have to work the night shift, and situations like tonight's could happen at any moment. I need to rest and recharge while I have a moment to spare. I really don't have time to see you off. The underlying meaning was, get out of here and don't disturb my sleep. If Fu Lingsheng could understand human speech, he should have had the sense to leave by now. Fu Lingsheng, of course, understood what she was saying, but he didn't have the sense to leave. He just stared at Xiao Zhishuan with a heavy gaze. Then, his gaze shifted meaningfully over her shoulder, landing on the medicine boxes whose names were covered by plastic bags. Chapter 027, Where is Xiao Zhishu? Xiao Zhishu saw him staring at her without saying a word, and the irritation in her heart grew more evident. You were having a nightmare just now. Fu Lingsheng suddenly spoke. His gaze remained fixed on her face, his low voice carrying an ambiguous undertone. Xiao Zhishu's expression froze for a moment before quickly returning to normal. I haven't been sleeping well lately. I've been having all sorts of random dreams. She brushed it off casually, her tone sounding almost indifferent. But Fu Lingsheng remained silent, his eyes still fixed intently on her face. After a moment, he finally spoke. Is that really all there is to it? He suddenly took a step forward. Startled, Xiao Zhishu instinctively stepped back, but was blocked by the swivel chair behind her, causing her body to fall directly onto the chair. The next second, Fu Lingsheng suddenly bent down. A tall, dark shadow engulfed her. His long, strong arms braced themselves on either side of her chair, trapping her between them. Xiao Zhishu's brows furrowed even deeper. Fu Lingsheng, what are you doing? Her voice had clearly grown colder. The rejection in her tone caused a fleeting look of surprise to flicker in Fu Lingsheng's dark eyes. He finally realized that since she had returned from her trip, she no longer called him by his name in such an intimate manner. He stared at Xiao Zhishu's eyes in astonishment, trying to find the familiar expressions that had once been there. Unfortunately, he saw nothing. What met his gaze was Xiao Zhishuan's indifferent and distant expression. Those eyes, which once sparkled like stars when she smiled, were now cold and distant. Only a faint hint of resistance lingered within them. Fu Lingsheng's fingers, clenched around the armrest of the swivel chair, tightened unconsciously, the protruding knuckles turning slightly white. After a moment of staring, Fu Lingsheng finally averted his gaze. The hands that had been restraining Xiao Zhishu's body also withdrew. He stood up straight, looking down at the woman sitting in the swivel chair, and spoke slowly. Is it really just as simple as not getting enough sleep? As he spoke, he noticed his voice was noticeably hoarse. Xiao Zhishu's body stiffened suddenly, but she quickly nodded. What else could it be? Fu Lingsheng stared at her face without saying a word, then quickly looked away and said in a deep voice. Then get some rest. I won't disturb you anymore. All right. Xiao Zhishu replied softly, watching Fu Lingsheng leave. Fu Lingsheng turned and walked toward the door. As he opened it, his gaze flickered toward the medicine boxes on the table. Before he could get a clear look, Xiao Zhishuan discreetly slipped the boxes into a drawer while pretending to tidy the desk. Take your time. Fu Lingsheng raised his eyes to look at Xiao Zhishu once more. The indifference in Xiao Zhishu's tone caused him to furrow his brows imperceptibly. After giving Xiao Zhishu a lingering look, he opened the door and left. Only after Fu Lingsheng had left did Xiao Zhishu exhale deeply, sitting back in his chair and closing his eyes to rest. Fortunately, aside from the emergency room where she had just assisted with the resuscitation of Jianxi, no one called for her afterward. Whether it was the medicine Nanny had prescribed or the fact that she had been standing for nearly 6 hours straight tonight, Xiao Zhishuan slept deeply and, unusually, did not have any nightmares. Since she had worked the night shift the previous night, Xiao Zhishuan had the next day off. After handing over her duties to her colleagues, she left the hospital. As she walked toward the subway entrance, she heard several faint whimpers coming from a trash bin near the entrance. The sounds were weak and faint, causing her heart to tighten uncontrollably. Xiao Zhishu instinctively moved closer to the trash can. At first glance, she saw a small, light golden puppy struggling to climb out of the filthy trash bin. Its mouth struggled to emit weak, helpless whimpers, as if desperately pleading for help from the passing crowd. But that relentless will to survive reminded Xiao Zhishu of himself on that day, trapped under the snow with no one to help. In the winter of Beijing, the biting cold cut through the bone. Xiao Zhishu didn't hesitate. He took off the scarf around his neck and pulled the puppy out of the trash can. The puppy was wrapped in the scarf, and the residual warmth from Xiao Zhishu's body enveloped it, making it feel much more comfortable. Its whimpers grew softer. She didn't linger, holding the puppy tightly as she hurried toward the nearest pet hospital. After giving the puppy a quick examination, the veterinarian told Xiao Zhishu. It's a golden retriever puppy, just a few days old, probably around 2 weeks. It's caught a cold, but it doesn't seem too serious. We'll wait for the blood test results before deciding what to do next. Half an hour later, the blood test results came back. The test for canine distemper came back positive. It needs to be hospitalized for treatment. Xiao Zhishuan didn't hesitate, paid the fees, and arranged for the puppy to be admitted before leaving the veterinary clinic. As she stepped out of the pet hospital, Xiao Zhishu couldn't stop thinking about the little puppy. Actually, when she first married Fu Lingsheng, she had found an abandoned puppy in the neighborhood. She had originally wanted to adopt it, but Fu Lingsheng frowned and looked visibly opposed. He told her he didn't like the fur and smell of small animals in the house. Though she felt disappointed and regretful, she could only find a loving home for the stray puppy. On one hand, the wedding apartment was purchased with Fu Lingsheng's money, so she couldn't bring the puppy home without his consent. On the other hand, at that time, she placed everything related to Fu Lingsheng above everything else. Since he didn't like it, she naturally wouldn't keep it either. Now that she had found that little puppy, she felt it was fate. She then thought about how she and Fu Lingsheng were going to divorce soon anyway. She could take advantage of the puppy's hospital stay to rent an apartment, and once it was discharged, she could bring it home to live with her. Thinking this, her mood brightened again. Surgery building ICU ward floor. Fu Lingsheng listened to the doctor's update on Jianxi's condition, but his mind was elsewhere. The patient's condition is now stable. If there are no complications, she will be transferred to a general ward tomorrow morning. Additionally, the patient underwent an aortic dissection surgery. Post-operative care must be handled with the utmost care. Even the slightest negligence could lead to life-threatening complications. Here are the key points for post-operative care. Please review them carefully and sign here. Fu Lingsheng murmured a response, signed the form, and then casually asked, "Where is Xiao Zhishu?" Chapter 028, She seems to be pouting at me. The doctor across from him paused before replying. Dr. Qiao is in charge of the surgical procedure. The ICU is responsible for monitoring here. If the family has any further questions regarding the surgery, they can consult Dr. Qiao in his office. Glancing at his watch, he added. However, Dr. Qiao worked the night shift last night and is on leave today. She should have already handed over her duties and gone home by now. The doctor finished speaking and was quickly called away by a nurse who had come to find him. Fu Lingsheng remained standing in place, his expression looking rather unsettled. This morning, he had deliberately left late, but after waiting for a long time, he still hadn't seen Xiao Zhishu in return. Using the excuse of coming to the hospital to visit Jianxi, he had come to find Xiao Zhishuan, but the one who greeted him was a doctor from the ICU ward. From start to finish, Xiao Zhishuan never appeared before him. He had assumed she was still busy at the hospital, but the doctor here told him that Xiao Zhishuan had already left after the morning shift change. Fu Lingsheng pressed his thin lips together, and a faint chill emanated from his body. Brother Lingsheng, since the ICU isn't sister Shisun's responsibility, let us not disturb her. Jian Nuo felt uneasy when she heard Fu Lingsheng mention Xiao Zhishu earlier. The sense of crisis from a few days ago, when she felt like Fu Lingsheng might be taken away by Xiao Zhishu at any moment, returned. She was afraid that after all the effort she had put in, Lingsheng's heart would still end up with Xiao Zhishu. Fu Lingsheng didn't know what he was thinking. Hearing her say that, he only responded with a heavy There's nothing for me here. I'll head back to the company first. Have the driver take you home. If there's any news from the hospital, we'll contact you. Fu Lingsheng spoke as he walked toward the elevator. Standing inside the elevator, he fidgeted with his tie, feeling a strange heaviness in his chest. When pressing the floor buttons, his fingers lingered on the second floor button for several seconds before finally pressing the first floor button. Jian Nuo naturally noticed his earlier action. The second floor, she remembered that Xiao Zhishu's clinic was on the second floor. So, Lingsheng was still subconsciously trying to find Xiao Zhishu? Why? He had never been so preoccupied with Xiao Zhishuan before. What's wrong with Lingsheng? Jian Nuo quietly studied Fu Lingsheng's profile, feeling increasingly uneasy. Upon arriving at the hospital parking lot, Fu Lingsheng asked Jian Nuo to take him home. Lingsheng, what about you? I have work at the office. With those words, Fu Lingsheng walked straight out of the hospital. Lingsheng! Lingsheng! Jian Nuo called out to Fu Lingsheng's retreating figure with unwavering determination. Miss Jian, please get in the car. The president even took a taxi back to the company just to let you have his car. The wealthy driver couldn't help but urge him. He didn't think much of this Miss Jian. He knew the president was married, yet she still kept clinging to him. She had her own driver at home. Coming to the hospital to visit a patient and making him detour to pick her up from the Jian household, how shameless. Don't think he can't see that Miss Jian is trying to break up the president's family. His sharp eyes were like a mirror that exposed her true nature. She was nothing but a manipulative schemer. The wealthy man sneered inwardly. Jian Nuo heard the contempt in the wealthy man's tone and glared at him fiercely. In front of Fu Lingsheng, she acted gentle and innocent, but once he was gone, she had no intention of continuing the charade. Who do you think you are? A mere driver dares to look down on me? Do you think I want to have Lingsheng fire you? The wealthy man was displeased, but he was still intimidated by Jian Nuo's words. As the driver for the president of the Fu Group, his salary was several times higher than others. He didn't want to lose this job so easily. Sigh. What kind of taste does the president have? How could he not see that she's just a manipulative woman? Xiao Fu was bitter inside, but he couldn't say anything. Fu Group. President, this is the new proposal submitted by the project department. Please take a look. Fu Lingsheng took it but didn't look at it, instead casually setting it aside. His usually cold eyes now carried a hint of scrutiny, fixated on his assistant, Chang Liang, who was standing before him. Chang Liang felt uneasy under Fu Lingsheng's gaze. He glanced down at his outfit but couldn't find anything wrong with it. Why was the president looking at him like that? Mr. Fu? Chang Liang swallowed nervously and spoke cautiously. Fu Lingsheng withdrew his gaze and spoke casually. When you argue with your wife, how do you comfort her? Ha? That's it? He knew the CEO had been distracted with his phone yesterday. He must have argued with his wife. And here he was, caught off guard. Chang Liang tilted his head, paused for a moment, then shook his head. Mr. Fu, I never argue with my wife. Fu Lingsheng. He glared at Chang Liang with a cold expression, his voice equally icy. Do you need me to give you an award? Oh really? Angry and embarrassed? He cleared his throat and said seriously. Mr. President, it's like this. My wife has a very good temper and is very gentle. Occasionally, I might upset her, but I always apologize and make amends, and she forgives me quickly. He paused for a moment, then added, of course, I never make principled mistakes. Those are unforgivable. Unlike you, who's always hanging out with that woman surnamed Jian. Chang Liang added boldly, fearless of the consequences. He added it in his mind because he dared not say it out loud. Of course, it was because he was afraid of death. Fu Lingsheng fell silent. His wife had a good temper and was very gentle. Even if he did something wrong, he didn't need to apologize first. She could comfort herself. Of course, he hadn't made any principled mistakes. But why, this time, did he feel that Xiao Zhishuan was growing increasingly distant toward him? Chang Liang saw his boss looking grim and not saying a word, and thought about just slipping away, but considering his $1 million annual salary, he kindly asked. Mr. Fu, did you have an argument with your wife? Fu Lingsheng instinctively denied it. No. Oh, well, nothing to talk about then. Chang Liang rolled his eyes inwardly. Just as he was about to find an excuse to leave, he heard Fu Lingsheng furrowing his brows, hesitating to speak. She seems to be sulking at me. He spoke hesitantly. After all, Xiao Zhishu hadn't shown any signs of being upset with him on the surface, and she was still as gentle as before. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Seeing his boss in this state, Chang Liang lowered his eyes in deep thought. The president looks like he might still be salvageable. With that thought, he spoke up. Mr. President, girls need to be comforted. Since the lady is upset with you, why not try to comfort her? Coax? Are you kidding me? He didn't have time to coax a woman. But the words of refusal were on the tip of his tongue, so he changed his tone. How do you comfort her? Send flowers, a bag, or jewelry. That's a surefire way to win her over. Chang Liang was about to say that, but then he thought of something else and asked Fu Lingsheng. Mr. Fu, is the lady allergic to flowers? Chapter 029. When the wife is gone, he'll have his tears. Fu Lingsheng froze, blurting out, I don't know. As soon as the words left his mouth, he met Chang Liang's expression, which was hard to describe. He opened his mouth, then remembered Xiao Zhishuan's distant expression, touched his nose, and felt a strange sense of guilt. He suddenly remembered the flowers Xiao Zhishuan had planted on the garden terrace and realized. No, she is not allergic. Chang Liang continued. Then you should buy your wife a bouquet of flowers she likes, find a restaurant she enjoys, arrange a candlelit dinner, pick out a piece of jewelry she'd love, and spoil her rotten. She'll be happy in no time. Fu Lingsheng had never done anything like this before. Just hearing it made him furrow his brows. Chang Liang saw his expression and knew that the CEO was allergic to romance. Is that all? Chang Liang nodded. Of course it will work. Actually, the gifts aren't important. What matters is your sincerity in spoiling your wife. Once she feels your sincerity, everything else is secondary. Sincerity? Fu Lingsheng thought about how he had actively invited Xiao Zhishu to dinner multiple times over the past 2 days, only to be stood up each time. Wasn't he sincere enough? Thinking about it, Fu Lingsheng felt a little hurt inside. Enough. Go out. Fu Lingsheng waved his hand impatiently at Chang Liang. Well, seeing the president like this, it was clear he hadn't taken his words to heart. Kind words can't persuade a stubborn fool. Just wait until his wife is gone, then he'll have someone to cry to, hee hee. Chang Liang hummed a tune to himself, bowing respectfully as he exited the CEO's office. Xiao Zhishuan returned home in the afternoon. She took a shower, changed into some comfortable clothes, took the medicine Nanny had prescribed for her, and then went to take a nap. Perhaps the medicine was taking effect. She slept soundly that nap. When she woke up, the sun had already set outside the window. In winter, nights came early. Xiao Zhishu glanced at the wall clock and saw that it was almost 5 in the afternoon. She went to the bathroom to freshen up, then came out. The phone on the bedside table began to buzz with several message notifications. She walked over to pick it up and saw that it was from Fu Lingsheng. Where are you? Are you free tonight? Xiao Zhishu looked puzzled. Just as she was about to tell him she was at home, another message came through from Fu Lingsheng. There is something I need to ask you about Jian Shi. Xiao Zhishu paused with the phone in her hand. She thought to herself, as expected, Fu Lingsheng only messages her when it's about Jian Nuo. Out of professional duty as a doctor, she replied anyway. I'm at home. If there's anything you need regarding Jian Shi's condition, I can check with the ICU for you. It shouldn't be anything serious. As soon as she sent the message, Fu Lingsheng replied quickly. I've booked a restaurant. I'll pick you up and we can talk over dinner. This was the first time Fu Lingsheng had ever replied to her so quickly. Xiao Zhishu gave a self-deprecating smile. It was rare for the CEO to respond so quickly, and she owed it all to Jian Nuo. Xiao Zhishu replied with a simple hum and put her phone aside. Thinking about her need to find an apartment, she opened her computer browser and logged into the real estate listing website. On the other side, Fu Lingsheng saw the hum from Xiao Zhishu and his expression grew complicated. On one hand, she had accepted his invitation, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But seeing that she had only replied with a simple hum and hadn't added anything else, he felt a bit uneasy. Scrolling up, he noticed that Xiao Zhishu had actually written quite a bit, as if she were actively trying to find topics to talk about with him. On the other hand, he either didn't respond at all or replied with a got it, or I'm busy, etc. But now, everything seemed to have flipped. He even mocked himself, thinking that if he hadn't used Jian Shi as an excuse, Xiao Zhishu might not have agreed to go out to eat with him in the first place. He didn't even know how he had ended up being so cautious. He gave a wry smile. Well, let her stay in Norway for half a month. Even if there was a reason, he had indeed been a bit too harsh. He did just have to try to cheer her up. Xiao Zhishuan has a good temperament, she should be easy to console. At that moment, Xiao Zhishuan had searched online for a while but couldn't find a suitable place to rent, so she temporarily gave up. She rubbed her sore eyes, closed the webpage, and stepped out of the room. Just then, the sound of the door lock coming from the password lock caught her attention. Xiao Zhishu looked up and saw Fu Lingsheng pushing the door open. Their eyes locked. At that moment, Xiao Zhishu had already changed out of the hospital attire she had been wearing earlier, a shirt and trousers, and into a beige-colored knitted suit. Her long hair, now dry, was casually tied back at the nape of her neck with a hairpin. 2 strands of hair fell loosely on either side of her cheeks, exuding a lazy, carefree charm with a touch of intellectual elegance. This was the scene that Fu Lingsheng saw. The fading sunlight of the setting sun filtered through the window, casting a soft glow on Xiao Zhishu's profile. She seemed to be glowing, like a fairy from a painting had come to stand before him. This was the first time Fu Lingsheng had ever looked at Xiao Zhishu so closely. He knew Xiao Zhishu was a great beauty, even though the Fu group frequently had celebrity endorsers coming and going, among whom there were no shortage of stunning women, yet none had caught Fu Lingsheng's eye. Compared to Xiao Zhishu, those others always seemed to lack something that could capture his attention. When Xiao Zhishu looked at him, Fu Lingsheng's heart skipped a beat. A sense of being caught off guard made him feel uneasy, and his face grew slightly red. Cough. He covered his mouth and cleared his throat, saying, "I've made a reservation at a restaurant. Let's go out for dinner." Xiao Zhishu nodded, picked up the camel-colored wool coat hanging on the rack, and draped it over her shoulders. "Let's go." The elevator took them straight to the garage. Just as Xiao Zhishu was about to open the back door, he saw Fu Lingsheng open the passenger side door first. Seeing Xiao Zhishu's movement, Fu Lingsheng's expression grew slightly tense. His thin lips tightened slightly, but he still said, "No need for a driver today. I'll drive." Xiao Zhishu nodded, feeling awkward about treating Fu Lingsheng like a driver, and walked around to the passenger seat, sitting down. Fu Lingsheng closed the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Xiao Zhishu's gaze instinctively glanced at him. Fu Lingsheng's appearance was absolutely outstanding. Whether it was his front or side profile, there was not a single flaw to be found. Even just a glance was a pleasure to behold. His forearms were muscular and well-defined, with smooth, defined lines. The knuckles of his fingers resting on the steering wheel were clearly defined, the hands of a pianist, absolutely beautiful. It was amusing to think that after nearly 3 years of marriage, this was the first time she had ever sat in the passenger seat of Fu Lingsheng's car. It was also the first time she had admired Fu Lingsheng's beauty from this angle. Chapter 030, Clearly a Date. Xiao Zhishu quietly withdrew her gaze, turned her head, and looked out the window at the bustling traffic. Inside the car, only the voice of the radio host broke the awkward silence. Fu Lingsheng glanced at her, trying to find something to say. "I've booked a French restaurant. Do you like French food?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhishu turned her gaze back from the window and casually replied, "Sure, I'm not picky." Just then, her phone buzzed. Xiao Zhishu was just worrying about how to handle this awkward situation of being alone with Fu Lingsheng, and this message came as a lifesaver. She sighed in relief. She took out her phone and opened it to find another message from Fu Yu asking how she was doing. "Have you seen the doctor yet? What did the doctor say?" Xiao Zhishu opened the message and replied, "I've seen the doctor. They scheduled an appointment with a specialist who prescribed some medication. It's working while I didn't have any nightmares last night." As soon as she sent the message, Fu Yu's reply came back. "That's good news. Still need to rest more and not overwork yourself. You should also follow up with the psychologist regularly for regular checkups to ensure complete recovery. Also, no matter what happens, don't let yourself be wronged." Xiao Zhishu noticed that Fu Yu had a habit of breaking a single sentence into several segments, sending them one after another very quickly. Her phone kept buzzing non-stop. Fu Lingsheng glanced at her, seeing her holding her phone just like she had the previous morning, typing away intently with the other person, not even glancing up at him once. As if he were simply a driver. "Xiao Zhishu." Fu Lingsheng couldn't take it anymore and called out to her. Xiao Zhishu finally lifted her head from her phone and met his displeased gaze. "Who is this person? Why are they talking so much?" Xiao Zhishu looked apologetic, slightly pursing his lips, and said, "A friend. He had something to ask me. Did I disturb you?" Before Fu Lingsheng could respond, she pointed to a parking spot ahead and said, "Drive over there and drop me off. Send me the restaurant's location and I'll take a taxi over." Fu Lingsheng's expression darkened visibly. Xiao Zhishu, seeing this, thought for a moment and added, "Actually, if you need to ask about Jianxi, you can just ask him when you get home. There's no need to book a restaurant specifically for this. I'll have my colleague from the ICU send me a copy of his data later, and I'm hungry. Let us eat first and talk later." Fu Lingsheng interrupted Xiao Zhishu with a dark expression. Seeing this, Xiao Zhishu didn't insist further and didn't bother to check if Fu Lingsheng was still upset. He simply turned off the notification sound and continued chatting with Fu Yu. Fu Yu still sent the same sentence in several separate messages. Although Xiao Zhishu had turned off the notification sounds, the silent beeps of incoming messages could still be heard when the chat window was open. These sounds reached Fu Lingsheng's ears, making him want to curse out loud several times. His hands, resting on the steering wheel, tightened unconsciously, and the veins on the back of his hands began to bulge. "We've been married for so long, and I didn't even know you had such a talkative friend?" Xiao Zhishu paused for a moment before casually responding. Everyone has their own circle of friends, and not every friend needs to know each other. A simple sentence severed their relationship abruptly. Though Xiao Zhishu's words seemed harmless, Fu Lingsheng felt an uneasy pang in his heart. He looked deeply at Xiao Zhishu but ultimately said nothing, stepping on the gas and heading toward the pre-arranged restaurant. France is renowned worldwide for its romance, and this French restaurant was no exception. As soon as they entered, Xiao Zhishu was enveloped by the French romantic decor. This was the perfect place for couples to dine. If it had been in the past, Fu Lingsheng would have taken her here voluntarily, and she would have been overjoyed, perhaps even happy for days on end. But now, watching the French waiter in his tailcoat converse with Fu Lingsheng in fluent French, Xiao Zhishu stood by indifferently, feeling utterly disinterested. The waiter led them to the private room Fu Lingsheng had reserved. It was a French-style vintage private room. The color scheme was soft, with warm beige tones as the main color. Accents of other colors added a touch of romance and warmth. In the center of the private room stood a double dining table. The vintage and romantic furnishings, along with the expensive and tasteful decorative paintings, all exuded luxury and romance. This isn't a place to eat, it's more like a date spot. Xiao Zhishu, however, looked listless as he picked up the French language menu and glanced at it. I can't read it. She put the menu down and said to Fu Ling. I can't read the menu. You order whatever you like. Fu Lingsheng lifted his gaze from the menu and looked at her. The warm light reflected off his dark pupils, as if they were adorned with a halo. This softened the sharp aura around him, making it more gentle. He raised an eyebrow slightly, and the corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. He spoke to the waiter in French. Soon, the waiter returned with the menu and withdrew gracefully. This was the first time Xiao Zhishu had gone out to eat alone with Fu Lingsheng. During her previous vacation, she had actually initiated plans to dine with Fu Lingsheng on multiple occasions. But every time, whether by coincidence or design, Fu Lingsheng would either cancel at the last minute or be called away during the meal due to various reasons involving Jian Nuo. She even began to suspect that Jian Nuo had installed a tracking device on Fu Lingsheng, as it was always so convenient for them to bump into each other every time they were about to have dinner together. Now, sitting across from Fu Lingsheng in such a romantic private room, Xiao Zhishu couldn't muster a single ounce of interest. She even secretly hoped that Jian Nuo would call again and have Fu Lingsheng called away. Just then, the private room door opened again. The same waiter entered, holding a bouquet of blue roses, with an elegant smile on his lips. He handed the bouquet to Xiao Zhishu. Xiao Zhishu took it in shock, still unable to process what was happening. The violinist following the waiter stepped aside and began playing elegant music. Xiao Zhishu had no idea why Fu Lingsheng had suddenly pulled out these elaborate gestures, but they definitely didn't suit him. She couldn't associate the word romantic with someone as serious and overly rational as Fu Lingsheng. She placed the bouquet of blue roses aside and looked at Fu Lingsheng. Seeing her looking at him with a complicated expression, Fu Lingsheng glanced at the bouquet of blue roses and asked, "Don't you like it?" Chapter 031, You don't have to do this. Xiao Zhishu shook her head. I like it. It's pretty. Thank you. Her response was indifferent, polite, yet overly distant. This was not what Fu Lingsheng had imagined. He had thought that Xiao Zhishuan would be thrilled when she received the flowers. Immediately afterward, Fu Lingsheng took out a small box from the inner pocket of his suit and handed it to her. Open it and see if you like it. Xiao Zhishu obediently opened the box, revealing a stunningly cut blue sapphire ring inside. The interior of the gemstone is composed of layers of natural ice-cracked fine lines, as if glaciers had been crushed and embedded within. As the light shifts direction, the glacier transforms into starlight, flowing through the gemstone. Xiao Zhishu had seen the rough stone of this ring setting in an auction magazine while flying, out of boredom. It was extremely valuable. The starting bid was already in the 8-digit range. And now, this priceless gemstone was placed before her by Fu Lingsheng. It must be said that Fu Lingsheng had always been generous toward her in this regard, never holding back even the slightest bit. Xiao Zhishu pushed the ring box back. This is too valuable. Please take it back. Fu Lingsheng furrowed his brows. Having his gift refused clearly upset him. He looked at Xiao Zhishu, his gaze growing much colder. You're my wife. Giving you something valuable is only natural. Isn't that right? Xiao Zhishu could hear the anger in Fu Lingsheng's tone. What he said was true. But the problem was, she was only his wife in name. She didn't have the confidence to accept something so valuable. She stubbornly refused to accept it. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, Fu Lingsheng suddenly grabbed her hand, his gaze fixed on her left ring finger. Where's your wedding ring? Xiao Zhishu froze and followed his gaze to her already empty ring finger. After returning from Norway that evening, she had already taken off the wedding ring while washing up. She made up an excuse and replied, "Surgeons aren't allowed to wear jewelry, so I took it off." Fu Lingsheng was aware of this. But he also knew that every time Xiao Zhishu took off her wedding ring, she would keep it safely and put it back on when there were no surgeries. She had never forgotten it once. But now, her ring finger was empty. And she had dismissed him with the most reasonable excuse. Fu Lingsheng's heart suddenly twisted in pain. As if unable to accept Xiao Zhishu's attitude toward the wedding ring, he coldly said, "It's not time for surgery." At his sudden insistence, Xiao Zhishu frowned impatiently. Taking it on and off is too much trouble, and it's easy to lose. I put it in the bedroom drawer. Fu Lingsheng's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly fell silent. The coldness in his eyes seemed ready to spill over as he stared at Xiao Zhishu's indifferent expression, his voice hoarse. You never used to mind the trouble. Xiao Zhishu didn't understand why Fu Lingsheng was fixated on such a trivial matter, and the irritation in her heart began to rise again. That was then. Now I find it troublesome. Is that not acceptable? The irritation and impatience in her tone caused a look of unmistakable shock and confusion to flash across Fu Lingsheng's face. Xiao Zhishu knew what he was stunned by. After all, the Xiao Zhishu of the past had never spoken to him with such impatience. She had always been gentle and composed in his presence, speaking in a soft, delicate voice. Especially when she spoke to him, she always had a smile on her face. How could she now, after just a few words, show such obvious impatience? Perhaps because he had never been rebuked like this before, Fu Lingsheng's expression was grim. His jaw was clenched tightly, clearly struggling to control himself. His lips, which had always seemed cold and indifferent, were now pressed tightly together, making him appear even more unapproachable. Just as Xiao Zhishu thought Fu Lingsheng would storm off in a huff, he forced himself to hold back. If you're uncomfortable wearing it, then don't. His tone softened. It sounded muffled, tinged with the hurt that had been building up from Xiao Zhishu's coldness. Xiao Zhishu merely murmured a soft hum and said nothing more. Just then, the door to the private room was gently pushed open. A waiter dressed in a tailcoat entered with a smile, pushing a cart laden with food amidst the elegant strains of a violin. After carefully placing the food on the table, he said in French, "Please enjoy your meal," and then gracefully stepped back out. Xiao Zhishu wasn't very accustomed to Western cuisine, but out of respect for not wasting food, she forced herself to take a couple of bites. Across the table, Fu Lingsheng's voice rang out again. "Does this meal suit your taste?" When he asked this, his tone even carried a hint of caution. Ugh! Xiao Zhishu's irritation began to surface again. She put down her utensils and looked at Fu Lingsheng's suddenly gentle expression, saying, "Actually, you don't need to be like this." As she spoke, Fu Lingsheng's movements paused, and the hand holding the utensils tightened slightly. "If you want to know about Jian Xia's condition, there is no need to invite me to dinner or give gifts. Taking care of patients and their families is our duty as doctors. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly." Fu Lingsheng froze for a moment. He suddenly remembered that he had invited Xiao Zhishu out to dinner earlier, using Jian Xi as an excuse. Hearing her say this now, he was instantly speechless, not knowing how to respond. Finally, he sighed and put down his utensils. His deep eyes fixed on her face, looking serious. "Can't you really tell that I'm apologizing to you?" Xiao Zhishu froze. "Apologize?" She was confused, looking at Fu Lingsheng with a mix of doubt and bewilderment. Fu Lingsheng bit his lip, the words of apology on the tip of his tongue, but he found it difficult to speak. "Over the past few days, I've given it some serious thought. I did indeed do many things that disappointed you because of Jian Nuo. I invited you here today specifically to formally apologize to you." Xiao Zhishu fell silent. She looked at Fu Lingsheng, and Fu Lingsheng was also looking at her. Fu Lingsheng's eyes, which were easy to become obsessed with, were now looking at her cautiously. Xiao Zhishu tried to feel something. She realized that when she heard Fu Lingsheng apologize so earnestly, her heart remained completely still. No bitterness or anger, no sense of injustice or sadness. Nor did she feel any joy or surprise at Fu Lingsheng's apology. She was as calm as if she had no emotions at all. The past is the past. Since you've apologized to me, I accept it. Let us not bring up what happened before anymore. Her tone remained flat, and there was not a single hint of emotion in her voice. But Fu Lingsheng could sense some resentment and rejection in her otherwise unruffled tone. Chapter 032, Love and Hate Have the Same Cause. He felt that she didn't like him constantly bringing up the past. Fu Lingsheng pressed his thin lips together, paused for a few seconds, then gave her a faint smile. "All right, let's not talk about the past. Since you've accepted my apology, please accept the gift I'm giving you as a token of my apology, okay?" The words "all right" were spoken with a rising inflection, carrying an unconscious hint of indulgence and flattery. Xiao Zhishu didn't want to argue with him over such a trivial matter, so she nodded and took the box containing the ring. She casually placed it into her bag. Throughout the meal, Fu Lingsheng tried to find topics to ease the silent tension between him and Xiao Zhishu. Xiao Zhishu responded half-heartedly. Fu Lingsheng wasn't very good at finding topics to talk about, and after a while, he fell silent again. "Last night, while you were performing surgery on Jian Xi, I was watching from the observation room." Fu Lingsheng tried to change the subject again. Xiao Zhishu paused in her eating. Her first thought was that Fu Lingsheng didn't trust her medical skills, which was why he had been watching her. Thinking this, she blurted out the question without thinking. "What? Are you worried that I'll mess things up?" she asked casually, sounding more like she was joking. But the faint trace of sarcasm in her eyes made Fu Lingsheng suddenly feel uneasy. He hurriedly explained. "No, I don't doubt you." His speech was unusually fast, as if he feared Xiao Zhishu might misinterpret his words. Xiao Zhishu curved her lips into a smile. "I was just joking with you." Although Xiao Zhixuan said that, Fu Lingsheng couldn't help but explain eagerly. I was just curious about what you do at work, so I wanted to come take a look. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with an unusual light as he looked at Xiao Zhixuan. Hearing this, Xiao Zhixu furrowed his brows in confusion and looked at him. Then, he tugged at the corner of his lips and said, Mr. Fu has some unusual tastes. Looking at Fu Lingsheng, Xiao Zhixu suddenly thought of a word. Love and hate stem from the same source. In the past, when Fu Lingsheng took the initiative to show concern for her work, she would have been overjoyed. But now, when he did the same thing, she only felt annoyed, even thinking he was looking for trouble. She didn't even bother to respond. But Fu Lingsheng either couldn't tell she was being dismissive or simply had nothing else to say. Hearing her words, he replied earnestly. This isn't about liking or disliking. You're my wife, it's only natural for me to care about your work. You're my wife. She heard that phrase twice already during this meal. She felt a bit annoyed. Though she didn't know why Fu Lingsheng suddenly brought up their marital relationship to try to get closer to her, it certainly wasn't because he liked her. She had no interest in continuing the topic and simply ignored him, focusing instead on eating her meal. Finally, the dinner that had left her with no appetite was finished. Xiao Zhixu picked up the hot towel nearby and wiped her lips. Her phone lit up at that moment. It was a message from her hospital colleague regarding the vital signs monitoring data of Jianxi. She opened Fu Lingsheng's WeChat and sent the data to him. When his phone buzzed once, Fu Lingsheng casually glanced at the screen, which showed Xiao Zhixu's name. His eyes lit up unconsciously. Is there something you can't say in person? Fu Lingsheng suppressed the slight curve of his lips, but stopped mid-sentence. He saw a PDF file named Jianxi on his phone. This is an analysis of Jianxi's current condition sent by the ICU team. His condition is currently stable, and if the subsequent care is carried out according to regulations, it should not have any long-term impact on his future life. The faint smile that had just begun to form on Fu Lingsheng's lips faded away. He didn't even feel like opening WeChat. He tossed the phone aside, as if venting his anger with a bit of force. It's no wonder you're so concerned. Fu Lingsheng tugged at the corner of his mouth, his tone tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Xiao Zhixu didn't seem to mind and nodded in agreement. Yes, it's what a doctor should do. After all, I saved Jianxi, so I have to give the family a detailed explanation. Fu Lingsheng was so angered by her words that his breathing halted abruptly. Damn it! He hadn't realized before how infuriating this woman, Xiao Zhixu, could be. As if determined to prove a point, he gritted his teeth and retorted. I've already said I'm not Jianxi's family. Isn't that inevitable? The brother of a family member is also a family member. Xiao Zhixu nodded dismissively, same thing. Xiao Zhixu. Fu Lingsheng was furious, his voice rising several notches. The violinist in the room, who was deeply immersed in his emotions while playing the violin, was startled and played the wrong note. However, Xiao Zhixu stood up from his seat with his bag in hand, paying no heed to the anger lurking in Fu Lingsheng's words. His gaze turned toward the window. A dark, ominous cloud was looming on the horizon, interrupted by the occasional rumble of distant thunder. It's about to rain. We should head back early. If it rains heavily, we'll get stuck in traffic. Fu Lingsheng looked at Xiao Zhixu's expression, which showed no emotion whatsoever, and suddenly felt a sense of helplessness, as if he were getting angry for no reason. Though his heart felt heavy, he still nodded heavily and called someone over to settle the bill. As he pushed open the restaurant doors, the cold air hit him like a slap, causing Xiao Zhixuan to shiver involuntarily. Fu Lingsheng noticed. He casually took off his coat and draped it over her. The warmth from Fu Lingsheng's body instantly enveloped her entire body. Xiao Zhixu froze, about to say it wasn't necessary, when Fu Lingsheng's phone in his coat pocket suddenly rang. Lingsheng, answer the phone. It's Jian Nuo calling. It was Jian Nuo's voice. She didn't expect Fu Lingsheng to have recorded it as his phone ringtone. Xiao Zhixu raised an eyebrow. Fu Lingsheng had always given off an image of being cold, serious, and proper, but this was the first time he had noticed that this person could also be playful. But then again, it made sense. After all, it was Jian Nuo. When Fu Lingsheng heard the ringtone, he paused for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly darted toward Xiao Zhixu's face. But he saw Xiao Zhixu standing beside him, expression unchanged. Seeing him stare, she even spoke up to remind him. Aren't you going to answer the call? Miss Jian might have something urgent to discuss with you. She pointed to the taxi stand ahead. You go ahead. I'll take a taxi back. As she spoke, she began to take off the jacket Fu Lingsheng had draped over her shoulders, but her wrist was suddenly grabbed by Fu Lingsheng. It's about to rain heavily. Let me drive you back. He spoke urgently, but still picked up his phone and pressed the answer button. Lingsheng, it's thundering and lightning. I'm so scared. What should I do? Help me. Lingsheng, help me. Jian Nuo's voice became shrill, as if she had been greatly startled. Xiao Zhixu glanced at Fu Lingsheng's face. Sure enough, Fu Lingsheng's expression changed abruptly. Nuo, don't be afraid. I'll be right over. Chapter 033, Mr. Fu, stop messing around. Fu Lingsheng took the phone and walked to the side. He lowered his voice into the phone, trying to calm the panicked Jian Nuo on the other end. Where's the maid at home? Find a maid to stay with you. I'll be right over. No. I don't want a stranger to stay with me. I want Lingsheng brother. Bang. On the other end of the line, the sound of shattered glass echoed, accompanied by Jian Nuo's screams. Lingsheng, is Nuo going to die? Just let Nuo die. Nuo doesn't want to trouble you anymore. Jian Nuo's voice, which had started out sharp and out of control, gradually turned into a lifeless whisper. Fu Lingsheng's face turned pale. Nuo, don't do anything reckless. I'm coming right over. Wait for me. He turned to look at Xiao Zhishuan. Jian Nuo is having a depression episode. Before he could finish, he realized that no one was beside him anymore. Only his own light gray coat, which had been draped over Xiao Zhishu just moments ago, now lay on the rack by the door. It lay there alone, as if mocking him. A sudden wave of panic and helplessness surged through his heart. He looked up and saw Xiao Zhishuan getting into a taxi parked by the roadside. Fu Lingsheng couldn't quite put his finger on what he was feeling at that moment. A strange, dull pain suddenly surged in his heart, causing him to lose his focus for a moment. Brother Lingsheng! Jian Nuo's sobs came through the phone, snapping Fu Lingsheng out of his daze. A hint of impatience and irritation flashed across his brow. He pinched the bridge of his nose and picked up the phone, speaking in a low voice. I'm on my way. Shortly after the taxi pulled away from the French restaurant, Xiao Zhishuan's phone rang. It was Fu Lingsheng calling. She hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Faintly, she could hear heavy breathing. It sounded like Fu Lingsheng was struggling to suppress his rising anger. Just as Xiao Zhishuan was growing impatient, Fu Lingsheng's hoarse voice finally came through the phone. Why did you leave without waiting for me? Didn't I say I'd take you home? Xiao Zhishuan's hand holding the phone tightened slightly. After a moment, she spoke calmly. Miss Jian's matter is urgent. Don't delay because of me. Taking a taxi is just as good. After Xiao Zhishu finished speaking, the other end of the phone fell into silence once more. Only Fu Lingsheng's heavy breathing, caused by suppressing his anger, could be heard. Xiao Zhishu furrowed his brows, unsure why Fu Lingsheng was so angry. Had she just left without even saying goodbye? But if she insisted on him sending her back, and something happened to Jian Nuo while he hesitated, wouldn't it be her fault? By leaving like this, she wasn't putting him in a difficult position. Wasn't that considerate enough? If there's nothing else, I'll go first. Xiao Zhishu. Fu Lingsheng called out to her, his voice tinged with a hint of gritted teeth. Followed by a cold laugh. You're so generous, pushing your own husband toward another woman? Xiao Zhishuan. Was Fu Lingsheng looking for a fight? Was she the one pushing him toward another woman? Could it be that she doesn't want to, and he can't keep her? Wouldn't he scold her for lacking empathy, being immature, and making a scene? Xiao Zhishu grew increasingly furious, and eventually, she was so enraged by Fu Lingsheng that she burst into laughter. Mr. Fu, stop this. Rain, unnoticed, had begun to fall from the dark, overcast sky. The windshield wipers on the Cullinan's windshield were moving back and forth rapidly. Xiao Zhishu's words, Mr. Fu, stop fooling around, left Fu Lingsheng speechless. He could hear the sarcasm in Xiao Zhishuan's stop fooling around. He also knew he shouldn't have questioned Xiao Zhishuan like that. He had gone to see Jian Nuo on his own. Xiao Zhishu couldn't stop him. If she had stopped him, he would have blamed her. But even though he knew it clearly in his heart, he still confronted Xiao Zhishu with such confidence. It seemed that only by doing so could the unease in his heart, the feeling that he might lose something at any moment, be slightly calmed. Fu Lingsheng opened his mouth, his hoarse voice tinged with confusion. I originally wanted you to come with me. He could almost picture the expression on Xiao Zhishuan's face after he said those words. A low laugh came from Xiao Zhishuan's side. Better not. If Jian Nuo saw her appearing with Fu Lingsheng, her depression might worsen. She couldn't bear that responsibility. Xiao. If there's nothing else, let's hang up. Before he could speak, Xiao Zhishuan had already hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone, Fu Lingsheng's heart felt as though a piece of it had been torn away. The confusion in his heart grew even deeper at that moment. The cold rain outside seemed to seep through the window. It poured in through the gaping wound in his chest, filling his already aching heart to the brim. Cold and aching. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Zhishu looked out the window at the rain-blurred streets and neon lights, still affected by Fu Lingsheng's words. Generous? Did she want to be generous? Who would want to watch the person they secretly loved for 10 years choose another woman every time? She had always been chosen, always been abandoned. She was afraid of being abandoned. Yet she can only forgive him and understand him every time. Because she knows that from the moment she signed the marriage contract proposed by Fu Lingsheng, she had no right to be petty. It was the inevitable outcome of her own infatuation. When she signed the agreement, she had gambled away her 10 years of unrequited love. Now that she had lost, she had to accept the consequences. She roughly rubbed her face, watching the rain slowly trickle down the window, and whispered softly. Fu Lingsheng, not everyone has the right to be jealous. The rain grew heavier and the wind joined in, whipping the rain against the glass window. "Driver, could you please take me to Fubao Pet Hospital?" When Xiao Zhishuan arrived at the pet hospital, the vet had just given the puppy a shot and it was lying in the hospital cage. Its eyes were slightly closed, looking weak and pitiful. "Dashuai's treatment is going well, he should be able to go home in a few days." Dashuai was the name Xiao Zhishu had given the puppy. Hearing the attending veterinarian say this, Xiao Zhishu's heart eased slightly. She stood beside the hospital cage, gently stroking the puppy's head and speaking to it softly. "General, you must listen to the doctor and be a good boy. Once you're better, your sister will take you home." The puppy seemed to understand Xiao Zhishu's words and let out a few soft whimpers, as if responding to her. This sound was much stronger than when she first saw it. The whimpering continued to echo in her ears, melting Xiao Zhishu's heart completely. After spending an hour at the hospital with Big Boss, she finally left. The rain outside showed no signs of letting up. Xiao Zhishu hailed a taxi and returned to Yujing Bay, arriving after 10 o'clock. When she opened the door and saw the bright lights in the living room, she paused for a moment. "You're back?" Fu Lingsheng's deep voice came from the direction of the sofa. Chapter 034, Is he really not worth her trust? Xiao Zhishu's footsteps halted. Her gaze suddenly darted toward the sofa. She saw Fu Lingsheng sitting on the sofa, already changed into a light gray loungewear. He seemed to be waiting for her. Xiao Zhishu couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes. How did Fu Lingsheng get back so quickly? "What? Surprised to see me at home?" Fu Lingsheng noticed the unhidden astonishment on her face and asked in a displeased tone. Xiao Zhishu snapped out of her surprise and said, "Aren't you supposed to be with Miss Jian at this time?" She asked casually, taking the slippers from the shoe rack and putting them on as she walked inside. The rain outside showed no signs of letting up. On her way back, she could still hear occasional claps of thunder. She truly believed that Fu Lingsheng would stay at the Jian household to accompany Jian Nuo. It was still thundering outside. Could he really feel at ease leaving Jian Nuo alone at home? Xiao Zhishu's words choked Fu Lingsheng, causing his expression to suddenly darken. However, Xiao Zhishu didn't look at him. After saying that, she walked toward the guest bedroom. Since she and Fu Lingsheng had started sleeping in separate rooms, Xiao Zhishu had gradually moved all her clothes from the master bedroom closet to the guest bedroom. Just as she pushed open the door to the guest bedroom, she heard Fu Lingsheng's cold voice calling her. "Xiao Zhishu." She turned around and saw that Fu Lingsheng had somehow appeared behind her. His deep gaze was filled with an unmistakable mix of emotions. "What's wrong?" Xiao Zhishu asked, stopping her movement to open the door. Fu Lingsheng stared at her intently, as if he had a lot to say. But for a moment, he didn't know where to begin. The next moment, he pinched the bridge of his nose, his tone tinged with irritation as he asked. "In your mind, am I so inconsiderate that I'd go spend the night with another woman?" "What?" Xiao Zhishu looked utterly bewildered. He had already spent time alone with Jian Nuo on multiple occasions. Why was he suddenly acting so virtuous now? Her confusion and shock didn't seem fake. Fu Lingsheng noticed it. In her heart, that was exactly what she was thinking. Was he really not worth her trust? Fu Lingsheng couldn't put into words what he was feeling at that moment. He just looked at Xiao Zhishuan's speechless expression and felt a lump in his throat again. The next moment, Xiao Zhishuan had already put away that stunned expression and returned to her usual calm demeanor, saying, "I saw it was raining so hard outside and thought you wouldn't come back." She gave a casual explanation, then added, "There is nothing else. I'll go inside to change first." Fu Lingsheng glanced at Xiao Zhishuan's hair, which was slightly damp from the rain, clenched his jaw, and ultimately didn't insist. Xiao Zhishu returned to the guest bedroom to change into some loungewear, then went to the bathroom to dry her wet hair before returning to the living room. Fu Lingsheng was still sitting on the sofa, his face solemn and silent. His expression was blank, as if lost in thought. Hearing her movements, he turned to look at her, opened his mouth, but only managed to explain. Nono's depression flared up again. I just went over to help her take her medicine. She is asleep now, so I came back. Such matters were something he had never bothered to explain before. But whether it was because Meng Chuan's words had reminded him that day, or because he felt guilty for leaving Xiao Zhishuan in Norway without a word, he explained himself to Xiao Zhishuan for the first time. Xiao Zhishuan paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, I understand. Xiao Zhishuan's indifferent reaction was not what Fu Lingsheng had hoped for. The more she acted like this, the deeper the unfamiliar panic grew within him. He didn't know what was wrong with him, only that this unclear emotion made him feel very uncomfortable. There was also a profound sense of helplessness. As Xiao Zhishu pushed open the door to the guest bedroom once more, he grabbed her wrist. The force was too strong, causing Xiao Zhishu to wince in pain. Xiao Zhishu, you shouldn't react like this. His tone was tinged with anger, and there was a slight tremor in his voice that even he couldn't easily detect. Xiao Zhishu grew impatient, and her anger flared up. She looked at Fu Lingsheng and retorted. Then what do you think I should have done? Throw a tantrum and argue with you? Or show no empathy and tell you not to bother with Miss Jian? Alright, I'll tell you now, from now on, you're not allowed to get involved in anything related to Jian Nuo. Don't answer her calls either. Is that clear? Fu Lingsheng fell silent. Xiao Zhishu sneered and smiled. The mockery in his eyes made Fu Lingsheng unconsciously avert his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. See? I'm making this request and you're already unhappy. She pulled her hand away from Fu Lingsheng's grasp. The smile in her eyes grew even more intense, making Fu Lingsheng feel even more uncomfortable. You want me to be obedient and reasonable, yet you also want me to argue with you. Isn't that contradictory? Xiao Zhishu stared straight at Fu Lingsheng, reached out to tidy his collar, and said, At least we were once husband and wife. For the sake of our teacher, please don't be so difficult with me. The teacher she referred to was Director Liang. Their matchmaker was also a longtime family friend of the Fu family. She maintained her usual detached composure, but every word she spoke sent waves of anxiety through Fu Lingsheng's heart. He opened his mouth but found himself unable to speak. He lowered his eyes, his gaze deliberately avoiding hers. After a moment, he finally murmured an apology. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be difficult. Just what? Xiao Zhishu's gaze grew increasingly puzzled. I just feel like things between us aren't the same as they used to be. As he spoke, his tone and expression were filled with an unprecedented sense of confusion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhishu paused for a moment before smiling. Haven't we always been like this? What's different? Fu Lingsheng instinctively opened his mouth to speak, but the words died on his lips. If he were to point out any differences, he would realize that there was indeed nothing different between them. They still treated each other with respect, each minding their own business. Everything was proceeding exactly as outlined in the signed agreement. What was there to be different? But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. A muffled thunderclap echoed through the air, breaking the oppressive silence between them. And Fu Lingsheng's phone rang shortly after. Lingsheng, answer the phone. It's Jian Nuo calling. For some reason, Xiao Zhishuan felt an urge to laugh at that moment. She bit her lip hard to suppress the corners of her mouth from curling upward. In contrast, when Fu Lingsheng heard the ringtone, his brows instinctively furrowed. Answer the phone quickly. The thunder just now was pretty scary. Miss Jian might have been startled. Xiao Zhishu spoke up, offering a kind reminder before pushing open the door to the guest bedroom. The moment the door closed, Fu Lingsheng suddenly looked up at her. But his gaze was cut off the next second, blocked by the door. Chapter 035, Cooking Ginger Soup for Her. Jian Nuo's phone was still ringing loudly. But the more Fu Lingsheng heard it, the more irritated he felt. This time, he simply silenced his phone and did not answer Jian Nuo's call. Xiao Zhishu returned to her room, checked some property information on her computer for a while, and then prepared to wash up and go to bed. The bedroom door was knocked on. Footsteps paused briefly at the bathroom door, and she glanced toward the bedroom door in surprise. The door was knocked again. She walked over and opened the door. Fu Lingsheng was standing at the door, still wearing his dark gray pajamas. She blurted out, "Why are you still here?" Before she could finish, Fu Lingsheng's expression turned cold. "Where do you think I should be?" Xiao Zhishu recalled the thunderclap and the call from Jian Nuo. She had assumed that Fu Lingsheng was already on his way to the Jian family's residence at this hour. If she had to say, he shouldn't have come back tonight. It would have saved all this back and forth trouble, and Jian Nuo wouldn't be sleeping so restlessly. However, Xiao Zhishu didn't say any of this to Fu Lingsheng's face. But Fu Lingsheng could read her thoughts just from her expression. He was once again so angry he laughed. In the end, he only took a deep breath and forced himself to swallow his anger. "I saw your hair was wet from the rain when you came back. It's easy to catch a cold this time of year. I made some ginger tea for you. Go drink some." Xiao Zhishu was even more surprised. It wasn't just that Fu Lingsheng, a young master who had never done any household chores, knew how to make ginger tea. It was that he had made it for her. This was so unlike the cold and indifferent man he knew. Seeing her standing there, Fu Lingsheng urged her again. "Hurry up and drink it. It won't work if it gets cold." Xiao Zhishu snapped back to reality, hiding her surprise, and nodded. "All right, thank you." She walked over to the dining table, where the bowl of freshly brewed ginger soup was still steaming. Xiao Zhishu sat down, picked up the ginger soup, and sipped it slowly. Then he heard Fu Lingsheng ask in a casual tone, "Where did you go earlier? How did you get so wet in the rain?" Xiao Zhishu paused in her movements. Her hair had gotten wet when she left the pet store and got into the car. Although it was only a few steps from where she got into the car, the rain was so heavy that her hair was still drenched. She didn't plan to explain it. Knowing that Fu Lingsheng didn't like cats or dogs, she naturally didn't want to tell him about his shui and casually brushed it off with, "I thought it was still early when I came back, so I just went for a walk around the neighborhood." Fu Lingsheng didn't suspect anything and nodded. The spacious living room fell silent once more. Xiao Zhishuan really wasn't used to being in the same space as Fu Lingsheng in such silence, and felt extremely awkward. She didn't even bother to wait for the ginger soup to cool down, drinking it all in one go. She stood up from the dining table and said to Fu Lingsheng, "Thank you for the ginger soup. It's getting late, so I'll go back to my room to sleep. Fu Lingsheng wanted to say something, but Xiao Zhishu didn't even look at him. She quickly walked toward the guest bedroom and closed the door. Only when she was separated from him by the door did she finally exhale deeply. This Fu Lingsheng is getting stranger and stranger. She furrowed her brows, then relaxed them. Just as she laid down on the bed, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Xiao Zhishu was both surprised and speechless, but she answered anyway. Hello? Miss Jian. On the other end of the line, Jian Nuo's accusatory voice rang out. Did you tell Lingsheng not to answer my call? Xiao Zhishu? You must have said something to Lingsheng, that's why he didn't answer my call. Jian Nuo's voice was sharp, unlike her usual soft and innocent demeanor when she was in front of her. Perhaps Fu Lingsheng's rare failure to answer her call tonight had shaken her, and she no longer bothered to pretend. Miss Jian, if Fu Lingsheng isn't answering your calls, you should be questioning him, not me. She spoke calmly. Lingsheng would never ignore my calls. If it weren't for you, how could he treat me like this? Jian Nuo demanded with righteous indignation, causing Xiao Zhishu to suppress a laugh. Miss Jian, haven't you always said that in Fu Lingsheng's heart, you're more important than me? How could he ignore you just because of a few words from me? Her counter-question left Jian Nuo speechless. After all, she had always prided herself on being Fu Lingsheng's favorite, constantly flaunting her superiority in front of Xiao Zhishu. How could she admit that Xiao Zhishu had bested her? Where has Miss Jian's confidence gone? Xiao Zhishu laughed lightly, infuriating Jian Nuo so much she stomped her feet. But she was rendered speechless by Xiao Zhishu's casual counter-question. Moreover, she detected a hint of mockery in Xiao Zhishu's casual tone. Xiao Zhishu, don't get too cocky. Lingsheng will always choose me. Jian Nuo's teeth-gritting voice came through the phone. Though the words were spoken with conviction, Xiao Zhishu could still hear the weakness in her voice. You're not calling me sister anymore? Xiao Zhishu asked with a smile, his tone sounding like he was teasing a dog. Jian Nuo was completely speechless by Xiao Zhishu's words. You're not wrong to call me that. In ancient times, you'd be considered Fu Lingsheng's concubine, and as his wife, I should be honored for you to call me sister. Though. She paused deliberately, her tone tinged with a hint of flirtation. Though, I'm younger than you. You. As soon as Xiao Zhishuan finished speaking, Jian Nuo on the other end of the phone screamed in anger. Xiao Zhishuan, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you think I'll tell Lingsheng? Go ahead, I'll wait for your good news. You. Before Jian Nuo could finish her sentence, Xiao Zhishu had already hung up the phone. The part about waiting for Jian Nuo's good news wasn't a lie. She truly wanted Jian Nuo to go tell Fu Lingsheng. It would be best if Fu Lingsheng ended the agreement 2 months early, so she wouldn't have to bother dealing with him anymore. At the Jian family's side, Jian Nuo was hung up on by Xiao Zhishu, her eyes filled with anger and shock. Xiao Zhishuan had never dared to provoke her like this before. She knew that if Xiao Zhishu dared to speak harshly to her, Lingsheng would definitely get angry. Therefore, she repeatedly called Lingsheng away from her side, but Xiao Zhishu dared not utter a word. Xiao Zhishu's unusual behavior tonight must be because Lingsheng didn't answer her call, giving Xiao Zhishu the false impression that he was interested in her. Xiao Zhishu, how dare you? How dare you? Jian Nuo was so angry that she threw her phone hard against the wall. In an instant, the phone screen shattered into a spiderweb. Chapter 036, Jian Nuo says you called her names. Xiao Zhishu has been waiting for Fu Lingsheng to confront her. She planned to use that as an excuse to end the marriage early. But she waited until the next day, and Fu Lingsheng never mentioned a word about what she had said to Jian Nuo the night before. When she finished getting dressed and stepped out of the room, she even saw Fu Lingsheng preparing breakfast just like he had the day before. Come have breakfast. At that moment, Fu Lingsheng was holding 2 cups of hot milk and called out to her. His usually stern face showed no sign of anger. Did Jian Nuo not report her? That didn't seem like something Jian Nuo would do. Xiao Zhishu sat down at the table in a daze, picked up her breakfast, and began eating absent-mindedly. Last night, Jian Nuo said you scolded her. Fu Lingsheng suddenly spoke up, his tone sounding casual. There was no accusation, no anger, it sounded more like casual chatter. Xiao Zhishu paused in eating his breakfast. He thought to himself, of course. She gave Jian Nuo the opportunity to report me, so how could she not? But why isn't Fu Lingsheng angry? Or is it that? Is this the calm before the storm? Xiao Zhishu lifted his eyelids to look at Fu Lingsheng, his eyes silently appraising him. I did scold her. Xiao Zhishu bit into her sandwich and admitted it with a satisfied grin. But her expression remained guarded, ready to defend herself at any moment. But Fu Lingsheng merely nodded. As if he had merely mentioned it offhandedly. Hearing her admit it so readily, he even smiled. That's rare. It's the first time I've seen you get angry. Xiao Zhishu paused for a moment, not responding. He continued eating his breakfast while Fu Lingsheng, unusually talkative, spoke up. Why did you scold her? Fu Lingsheng's tone remained calm and casual. Xiao Zhishu stopped eating and replied casually. She was disturbing me. She didn't bother to defend herself further, not even bothering to come up with a better excuse. It seemed as though she wasn't the least bit concerned that Fu Lingsheng would scold her. He recalled what Jian Nuo had said on the phone. She said that Xiao Zhishu had never scolded her before, but tonight he dared to use such harsh words to humiliate her because he was relying on the fact that he had fallen for her, so he felt emboldened. Was that really the case? Fu Lingsheng scrutinized Xiao Zhishu's expression with a piercing gaze, feeling a touch of absurd anticipation in his heart. He hoped that what Jian Nuo had said was true, that Xiao Zhishu was jealous. So, you called her my mistress? Fu Lingsheng asked again, his lips curling into a faint smile. Xiao Zhishu didn't notice, but from his tone, he could hear a hint of pleasure. Just thinking of Jian Nuo as his mistress made him this happy? If she were to give up her position as his wife for Jian Nuo, would Fu Lingsheng have to kneel down and kowtow to her? Xiao Zhishu put down the sandwich he had been eating. Staring into Fu Lingsheng's deep eyes, she said, "Are you asking me to apologize to her?" She didn't know how Jian Nuo had embellished the story when she told Fu Lingsheng, but it certainly wasn't anything good. No, Seeing Xiao Zhishu's calm expression, Fu Lingsheng suddenly panicked and instinctively tried to deny it, but Xiao Zhishu was faster. "I want to apologize." She picked up a half-eaten sandwich, finished the last sip of milk, and put the utensils away in the kitchen. She then tossed the remaining sandwich into the garbage disposal. "I'm full. You can eat slowly." Xiao Zhishu emerged from the kitchen and walked to the entrance to change her shoes. Fu Lingsheng walked up to her, looking at her with a complex and helpless expression, and said, "Are you angry?" Xiao Zhishu. "No." After changing her shoes, she picked up her bag and prepared to leave, but her arm was suddenly pulled by Fu Lingsheng. She turned to look at him. "Is there something else?" "Wait for me." Xiao Zhishu? "I'll walk you." "No." Xiao Zhishu was about to refuse, but was interrupted by Fu Lingsheng. "I'm going to the hospital too." "It's on my way." Xiao Zhishu remembered that Jian should be transferred out of the ICU today, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right, thanks for your trouble." Hearing her distant and polite tone, Fu Lingsheng glanced at her deeply before withdrawing his gaze. Standing side by side with Xiao Zhishu, he watched the elevator doors for a moment before speaking in a faint voice. "You don't need to be so formal with me. I should be." Xiao Zhishu replied silently in her mind, but did not speak aloud. As the elevator doors opened, Xiao Zhishu stepped inside first, followed closely by Fu Lingsheng. Just as he pressed the button for the underground garage, Fu Lingsheng's phone rang. Fu Lingsheng took it out and glanced at it. Upon seeing the caller ID, he felt a pang of unease and glanced at Xiao Zhishu. He frowned and answered, "Hello? Nuo." Xiao Zhishu seemed to have a conditioned reflex to that name. The moment he heard Nuo, his eyebrows twitched. But when had Fu Lingsheng changed the ringtone for Jian Nuo's dedicated phone to the default one? She hadn't even considered that it might be Jian Nuo calling. "Lingsheng, the doctor said you can be transferred out of the ICU today. I want to go to the hospital to see you. Can you come pick me up?" Fu Lingsheng had actually put it on speakerphone. Xiao Zhishu was a bit surprised. The elevator was cramped, and she could hear Jian Nuo's voice clearly. Fu Lingsheng glanced at Xiao Zhishu intentionally or unintentionally and said to the person on the phone, "I'll have the driver pick you up." There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by the sound of sobbing. "Lingsheng, you always came to pick me up yourself before. Why? Did Zishu's sister get angry with you?" "It's all my fault for being useless and causing Zishu's sister to argue with you." Xiao Zhishu. She had once again taken the blame for everything. Nuo. Fu Lingsheng interrupted her with a calm voice. He glanced at Xiao Zhishu. The usually cold and indifferent face now showed a hint of confusion. He turned off the speakerphone and spoke to Jian Nuo on the other end of the call with a hint of irritation in his voice. "It has nothing to do with your sister-in-law. I have something to attend to here. The driver will be there to pick you up shortly. Lingsheng brother." Before Jian Nuo could finish speaking, Fu Lingsheng hung up the phone. "Sigh, why bother?" Xiao Zhishu sighed inwardly and pressed the button for the first floor. Fu Lingsheng saw this and furrowed his brows at her. "Why are you pressing the first floor button? You should go answer Miss Jian's call. I'll take the subway over there." Just then, the elevator arrived at the first floor. As Xiao Zhishu was about to step out, her arm was suddenly grabbed tightly by Fu Lingsheng, who refused to let go. "Xiao Zhishu, do you really have to do this?" Fu Lingsheng's tone carried a hint of anger. Xiao Zhishu glanced at his arm being held by Fu Lingsheng, sighed helplessly, and said, "You heard it too. Miss Jian has a misunderstanding about me. Her health is more important. Don't let anything happen to her because of me." Chapter 037, Unjustified Accusations. She really didn't want Fu Lingsheng to take out his anger on her because of Jian Nuo's condition. Fu Lingsheng's face darkened. He had understood the unspoken meaning behind Xiao Zhishu's words. "I'll take you to the hospital." He refused to let go, clinging to her with an inexplicable stubbornness. Just then, someone was about to enter the elevator. The glances that fell on Xiao Zhishu and Fu Lingsheng were tinged with curiosity. Seeing that Fu Lingsheng had no intention of letting go, Xiao Zhishuan's brows furrowed even more tightly. She didn't want to waste anyone else's time or make a fool of herself in front of others, so she reluctantly returned to the elevator. When she arrived at the underground garage with Fu Lingsheng, it was the same Cullinan she had driven yesterday. Fu Lingsheng didn't drive much himself most of the time, his driver would pick him up. And she had even fewer opportunities to sit in the passenger seat next to him. Yet in the past 2 days, she had the honor of sitting in the passenger seat of the CEO's car twice. Xiao Zhishu thought to herself with a self-deprecating smile. The ride was silent. Fu Lingsheng drove in silence, as if holding his breath. Only his hands gripping the steering wheel were slightly tense. Since Fu Lingsheng wasn't speaking, Xiao Zhishu was happy to keep the peace and didn't initiate the conversation either. When the car pulled into the parking lot of Beijing University-affiliated hospital, they happened to come across Jian Nuo getting out of a car driven by a chauffeur. She recognized Fu Lingsheng's car at first glance. Lingsheng brother. She walked quickly toward Fu Lingsheng with a delighted expression. But when she saw Xiao Zhishu getting out of the passenger seat, her expression changed completely. The joyful smile that had just been on her face vanished instantly. She couldn't believe that Fu Lingsheng had come to the hospital with Xiao Zhishu. The look she gave Xiao Zhishuan was poisonous, cold, and filled with hatred. That look was as if Xiao Zhishuan had stolen her husband. Lingsheng, you said you had something to do, was it to bring her to the hospital? Her expression was agitated, and her eyes welled up with tears. She had completely forgotten to put on her usual innocent and harmless act in front of Fu Lingsheng, instead pointing at Xiao Zhishuan and confronting him. The tone of her accusation carried intense hostility toward Xiao Zhishuan, which Fu Lingsheng could hear clearly. He immediately frowned. Is there a problem? His icy voice made Jian Nuo's expression freeze. She immediately realized her reaction had been inappropriate and quickly changed her expression. Tears welled up in her eyes and began to fall. I'm sorry, Lingsheng, I didn't mean to question you. I just feel so insecure. I. The next moment, she closed her eyes and fainted into Fu Lingsheng's arms. Nuo. Fu Lingsheng's voice immediately grew tense, all traces of his earlier impatience and coldness gone. Xiao Zhishu stood by, watching without moving. Fu Lingsheng was so worried he didn't notice. But she was a doctor. The moment Jian Nuo fainted, she could tell she was faking it. However, she didn't remind Fu Lingsheng. She knew that if she did, she would be met with Fu Lingsheng's blame. He would blame her for being petty and immature, for having a malicious mind and making unfounded assumptions about his no. She simply said nothing and turned to leave. Who knew that even though she had been so considerate, Fu Lingsheng had no intention of letting her leave so easily. Xiao Zhishu. She had only taken a few steps when she heard Fu Lingsheng's icy voice call out to her. She turned around to see Fu Lingsheng holding unconscious Jian Nuo horizontally, glaring at her with a sharp and accusatory expression. Didn't you see that Nuo fainted? You were just going to leave like that? Is that what you call a doctor's compassion? Xiao Zhishu looked into Fu Lingsheng's cold eyes and felt a slight pang of pain in her heart. It felt like being suddenly pricked by a needle. She had thought that when facing Fu Lingsheng, she could remain calm and composed, but he could no longer stir any emotion within her. But in this moment, hearing his unwarranted accusations, the pain pierced her heart, leaving it covered in countless sharp thorns. She couldn't help but feel relieved that she hadn't exposed Jian Nuo earlier. Otherwise, Fu Lingsheng's words would have been even harsher and more cutting. She took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in her voice, and pointed to the building in front of them, saying, "The building in front of you is the emergency room. The time you've spent here accusing me could have been used to take her inside to see a doctor." Her gaze toward him showed no emotion. Not even the harsh words Fu Lingsheng had just hurled at her elicited a response. Her gaze was calm to the point of being unsettling. That feeling made Fu Lingsheng feel as though Xiao Zhishuan had grown even farther away from him. His heart trembled. He suddenly realized how unreasonable and childish his words had been. He knew that every time he encountered Jian Nuo's illness, he always overreacted. Even though he knew that Xiao Zhishuan hadn't done anything wrong just now. Su, I just. Go inside. Xiao Zhishu interrupted him with a calm expression, turned around without looking back, and walked toward the surgical building. Fu Lingsheng watched Xiao Zhishu's back, bit his lip, and still carried Jian Nuo toward the emergency building. But before he could call the doctor, Jian Nuo woke up. Lingsheng brother. She opened her eyes in confusion. What happened to me just now? Seeing Jian Nuo awake, Fu Lingsheng sighed in relief, set her down, and helped her sit on a nearby chair. You suddenly fainted just now. Fu Lingsheng pinched the bridge of his nose, his expression filled with exhaustion and helplessness. His mind was filled with the cold gaze of Xiao Zhishu as he left, leaving a heavy, oppressive feeling in his heart. Maybe it's the symptoms of my physical manifestation appearing again. She angrily hit her head and looked at him apologetically. It must be because I got too emotional earlier, triggering symptoms of depression. I'm so useless I've worried you again, Lingsheng. She bit her lower lip, looking so guilty she could die. Fu Lingsheng knew that depression could often lead to fainting. That was also why he had been so tense when Jian Nuo fainted earlier. He was worried that her depression had flared up again. Jian Nuo's illness was caused by him, so he couldn't just ignore her. But the self who had willingly been driven by Jian Nuo time and again now felt a growing sense of irritation and fatigue. He no longer had the heart to comfort her. Seeing that she had said all this, Fu Lingsheng didn't comfort her like he used to, making her feel at ease. Her heart sank, and she suddenly thought of Xiao Zhishu. That must be up to something lately, causing Lingsheng to lose his patience with her. Lingsheng, I'm fine now. Let us go see my brother. Jian Nuo spoke again. Fu Lingsheng gave a heavy hum and walked ahead toward the surgical building. Even he didn't realize that his footsteps were unconsciously speeding up. Chapter 038, I shouldn't have snapped at you. Jian Shi was successfully transferred out of the ICU and into the best VIP ward in the inpatient department. After settling in, Jian Nuo stayed by Jian Shi's side in the ward, waiting for him to wake up. Fu Lingsheng didn't linger in the ward. He went to the surgical building, where Xiao Zhishu was working. Outside the clinic, Fu Lingsheng raised his hand several times to knock on the door but hesitated and stopped. Thinking back to how he had unjustly confronted Xiao Zhishu earlier, a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand again, ready to knock. Are you looking for Dr. Qiao? A voice interrupted Fu Lingsheng's action of knocking on the door. He glanced sideways and saw a nurse, whose gaze carried a hint of scrutiny. Fu Lingsheng nodded distantly. Yes, where is she? Dr. Qiao went to the inpatient ward to make rounds. She went to make rounds? He just came back from the inpatient ward, so why didn't I see her? Thinking this to himself, he changed direction and headed toward the inpatient building. Inpatient building. Blood pressure is well controlled today, but the heart rate is still a bit fast. We'll monitor it further. The wound isn't swollen, and the surgical incision is healing well. Thank you, Dr. Qiao. After leaving the ward, Xiao Zhishu entered the elevator, intending to head to the VIP ward on a higher floor. As the elevator doors opened, he bumped into Fu Lingsheng, who was already inside waiting to go up. Xiao Zhishu paused briefly before nodding slightly in his direction as a greeting. He stepped into the elevator with a calm demeanor. At that moment, there were few people in the elevator. Fu Lingsheng looked at Xiao Zhishu, who was staring at the elevator floor without saying a word, his thin lips tightly pursed. Just as the elevator doors opened and Xiao Zhishu was about to step out, Fu Lingsheng called out to her. She's soon. Xiao Zhishu stopped and turned to look at Fu Lingsheng following behind her. This was the first time she had ever heard Fu Lingsheng call her by her first name without using her surname. Xiao Zhishu didn't feel the excitement she had imagined before, but instead felt a touch of curiosity. Fu Lingsheng felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. Seeing him fidget and touch his nose, he looked at her and whispered. I'm sorry about what happened in the parking lot earlier. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Xiao Zhishu paused for a moment before nodding. Alright, I accept your apology. I need to check on the rooms. There's nothing else, so I'll be going now. Fu Lingsheng wasn't satisfied with Xiao Zhishu's response. Even though Xiao Zhishu had easily accepted his apology, he followed her, continuing to explain on his own. I was worried she might have a depressive episode and do something reckless, so I overreacted a bit. He watched Xiao Zhishu carefully. Xiao Zhishu, upon hearing this, nodded naturally and replied in a very casual tone. Hospitals are places where family members often panic out of concern. I've seen it happen many times, so I understand. Hearing the word family member come out of Xiao Zhishu's mouth once again, Fu Lingsheng was once again infuriated by her. I told you, I'm not her family. Xiao Zhishu didn't understand why Fu Lingsheng was so fixated on the title. She had done everything a family member would do, yet he refused to acknowledge her as such. Oh, right. Regardless, his current public status was still that of a married man. One must maintain appearances, after all. The Fu family is a prominent household. One must conduct oneself appropriately in public. Alright, I'll remember. Xiao Zhishu nodded obediently and continued toward the ward. But Fu Lingsheng seemed to have a hint of reluctance, as if he wanted Xiao Zhishu to believe him, and continued to emphasize in her ear. Nono's illness is my fault. I can't just walk away. Finally, Xiao Zhishu grew impatient and stopped in her tracks. She raised her eyes to meet Fu Lingsheng's anxious expression. The impatience and coldness in her eyes stopped Fu Lingsheng's hurried explanations from reaching his throat. Then, under Fu Lingsheng's nervous and guilty gaze, she spoke slowly and deliberately. I said, no. That cold gaze felt like a sharp blade suddenly piercing Fu Lingsheng's heart. The pain was so intense that all sound was choked in his throat. I need to go check on Jian Shi in the ward. Do you want to come with me? Xiao Zhishu abruptly changed the subject. He completely ignored Fu Lingsheng's sudden change in expression. Fu Lingsheng bit his thin lips and finally nodded. Upon arriving at the ward, Xiao Zhishu knocked on the door. The door opened, and Jian Nuo's face came into view. Upon seeing her, Jian Nuo's expression immediately darkened. But upon seeing Fu Lingsheng standing behind Xiao Zhishu, she quickly regained her smile. Jisu's sister, Lingsheng brother, you're here. Suppressing her anger and disgust toward Xiao Zhishu, Jian Nuo put on her previous innocent and harmless expression, allowing Xiao Zhishu and Fu Lingsheng to enter the ward. At that moment, Jianxi had already woken up, but she was still weak. "Brother Ling." Jianxi greeted Fu Lingsheng, then turned to look at Xiao Zhishu and softly called out, "Sister-in-law." Xiao Zhishu's expression froze for a moment as he looked at the medical records, but he didn't respond to the way he was addressed. Instead, he asked, "How do you feel?" "I'm okay, just a bit tired." Xiao Zhishu nodded. "You just came out of the intensive care unit. It's normal to feel weak. You need to rest and recover slowly." As she spoke, she quickly jotted something down in the medical file. "Do you feel any palpitations or shortness of breath?" Jianxi shook her head. "The wound feels a bit sore." Xiao Zhishu nodded. "Is it very painful?" "It's manageable." "All right." She put down the medical record. "Please have the family come over to undress the patients so I can examine them." At that moment, the ward was empty except for Jian Nuo and Fu Lingsheng. Fu Lingsheng seemed to have an adverse reaction to the word family members. As soon as he heard Xiao Zhishu mention family members, his eyebrows twitched. He leaned against the door, not moving. However, Jian Nuo instinctively looked at Fu Lingsheng, as if waiting for him to go and undress Jianxi. Thus, neither of the two in the ward moved. Xiao Zhishuan, seeing that neither of them was moving, furrowed his brows slightly and reached out to undress Jianxi himself. Jianxi felt a bit embarrassed. "Sister-in-law, let me do it myself." Xiao Zhishu lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. "You've just woken up, don't move around." As she spoke, her hands already began to undo the buttons of Jianxi's clothes. But the next moment, she was stopped by a hand with prominent knuckles. She glanced sideways and saw Fu Lingsheng had already come to the bedside, his expression stern, but his hands had already undone Jianxi's collar. "Thank you, Brother Ling." Jianxi murmured his thanks, glancing at Fu Lingsheng's darkening face, too afraid to meet his gaze. Xiao Zhishuan didn't notice Fu Lingsheng's expression. He picked up the stethoscope and examined Jianxi carefully. After a moment, she set down the stethoscope and said, "The surgical wound is slightly red and swollen, which is normal and will gradually subside. There's no need to worry too much." Chapter 039, I won't give up on Lingsheng brother. She picked up the data recorded by the nurse earlier and glanced at it before continuing. Blood pressure is normal, and heart rate is also normal. If his condition remains stable, we can try having him sit up for a while tomorrow. Xiao Zhishu finished speaking and then looked at Fu Lingsheng and Jian Nuo, saying, "The patient is still in the critical recovery phase. Postoperative care is crucial for the patient's recovery. The family will need to take extra care." The latter part of Xiao Zhishuan's words were directed at Jian Nuo. However, upon hearing the word family members, Fu Lingsheng felt irritated. He couldn't stop thinking about how indifferent Xiao Zhishu had been toward him, and his mind wandered. Naturally, he didn't respond to Xiao Zhishu's instructions. Meanwhile, Jian Nuo's attention was entirely focused on Fu Lingsheng. She paid little attention to her own brother's medical advice. Every time she noticed Fu Lingsheng's gaze involuntarily drifting toward Xiao Zhishu, Jian Nuo's expression darkened uncontrollably. Xiao Zhishuan's voice was like a stinking insect in a gutter to her, utterly repulsive. She had no interest in listening to what she had to say. Seeing the two of them remain silent once again, Xiao Zhishuan's expression also grew cold. His voice rose slightly. "Family members." Fu Lingsheng sighed helplessly, pressed his temples, and saw Xiao Zhishuan looking at Jian Nuo. He said, "Did you make sure to note down the doctor's instructions clearly?" Jian Nuo, distracted, withdrew her gaze and shot Xiao Zhishuan another venomous look. "I remembered." Jian Nuo reluctantly replied. Xiao Zhishuan didn't say anything else, only telling Jianxi to rest well before leaving the ward. Fu Lingsheng instinctively tried to follow, but was quickly pulled back by Jian Nuo, who whispered, "Lingsheng brother. What's wrong?" Fu Lingsheng stopped in his tracks. Seeing Jian Nuo biting her lip, hesitating to speak. "Just say what you need to say." Fu Lingsheng spoke patiently. Jian Nuo detected the impatience in Fu Lingsheng's tone, and her heart sank. She once again harbored resentment toward Xiao Zhishu. What kind of tricks did that woman use to make Brother Lingsheng take an interest in her? "I want to transfer my brother to Asian. The service and privacy there are better, and he'll recover faster." The Asian she mentioned was the Asian Advanced Medical Center under the Fu family's medical group. Unlike public hospitals, Asian's private hospital offered superior service, privacy, and security. Especially the doctors hired by Fu's medical group are all top-notch professionals from around the world, experts in their respective fields. Their clients are primarily wealthy and influential families. Beyond their medical expertise, private hospitals offer a more personalized service experience. Jian Nuo wanted to transfer her brother to Asian, which was understandable, but when Fu Lingsheng heard her request, he rejected it. "Is it not good here? Your brother has just been out of danger. It's not suitable to move him around carelessly. The doctors at the affiliated hospital are no less skilled than those at Asian. You don't need to worry." Although Fu Lingsheng's words were meant to consider Jianxi's well-being, and his tone was meant to comfort her. But to Jian Nuo, it sounded more like he was trying to justify his own presence there. Once this thought took root, it spread like a malignant vine, growing wildly in her heart. But the affiliated hospital is a public hospital after all, not as quiet as Asian. There are so many people coming and going here, I'm afraid it will affect my brother's recovery. Jian Nuo insisted. She didn't want Lingsheng to come to the hospital again to look for Qiao Zhishuan. That man was too cunning. But Fu Lingsheng seemed as resolute as ever. Despite having always granted her every request before, he once again refused her suggestion. This is a VIP ward on a high floor. Your brother is the only one here, no one will disturb him. Jian Nuo remained unconvinced, but... Nuo. This time, it was Jianxi who spoke up, cutting off Jian Nuo's words. He looked at his innocent younger sister with a hint of exasperation. How hadn't she noticed that Shanggu was already growing impatient? If it weren't for her, he would have already turned cold. How could she still be so naive and not notice anything? The affiliated hospital is quite good. My sister-in-law is still my attending physician, so it's better for me to recover here. If anything comes up, she can take care of me. After finishing her long speech, she felt a bit tired. Don't trouble Shanggu. He has a lot of work to do. Jian Nuo looked at the coldness in Fu Lingsheng's eyes. Though she still felt resentful, she forced herself to hold back. All right then. Fu Lingsheng glanced at his watch and said to Jianxi, I need to go to the company. Rest well. All right, thank you, Shanggu. You've been a great help this time. Fu Lingsheng nodded and turned to Jian Nuo. I'll leave the driver with you. Just let him know when you're ready to go. All right. Fu Lingsheng didn't say anything else. He opened the ward door and walked out. Watching Fu Lingsheng leave, Jian Nuo walked over to a nearby chair and sat down, looking dejected. Jianxi looked at her younger sister's dejected expression and sighed, saying, What's wrong? Jian Nuo looked at Jianxi, and the next moment, tears streamed down her cheeks. Jianxi panicked, struggling to sit up from the bed, but as soon as she moved, the wound on her body tore open, causing intense pain. Besides the emergency heart surgery, the car accident had also fractured both his legs, leaving him unable to move. Nuo, don't cry. Tell your brother what happened. Jian Nuo looked at Jianxi with red eyes, choking out. Brother, tell me, did Lingsheng fall in love with Qiao Zhishuan? Jianxi froze, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Sister-in-law is Shang Ji's wife. Isn't it normal for Shanggu to love her? Jian Nuo was stumped by Jianxi's counter-question, but the resentment in her eyes grew even stronger. Brother, how can you take Qiao Zhishua's side? Jian Nuo's face was filled with anger, and the gaze she fixed on Jianxi carried a hint of ferocity, causing Jianxi to freeze for a moment. All along, the person Shanggu cared about most was me. If it weren't for Qiao Zhishu meddling, the current Mrs. Fu wouldn't be her. She took advantage of my absence from the country to sneak in. By the time Jian Nuo finished speaking, the hatred in her eyes was so intense that it startled Jianxi. He fell silent, staring at his sister's expression without uttering a word. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought over his sister's words. If Shanggu really wanted to marry Nuo, how could Qiao Zhishu have had the chance? How could she not understand that? But he dared not say this in front of his sister, fearing it might trigger her depression and lead to self-harm, which would be troublesome. Brother is a bit tired and wants to rest. You should go home too. There's a caregiver here, so don't worry about me. Jian Nuo nodded with tear-filled eyes. Brother, rest well. I'll go home first. Jianxi nodded weakly. As she reached the door, Jian Nuo suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Jianxi, saying, Brother, I want to give up on Lingsheng. Will you help me? Chapter 040, it seems like the lady wasn't appeased. Jianxi had just closed his eyes to rest when he heard Jian Nuo's words, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide. His lifeless eyes filled with astonishment. Help you? Jian Nuo nodded. How can I help you? Jian Nuo bit her lip, stared at Jianxi's pale face for a few seconds, then spoke firmly. Brother, you must be able to help me. After saying that, Jian Nuo opened the hospital room door and walked out. Jianxi was left alone, lying on the bed with a puzzled expression. Recalling the expression on Jian Nuo's face as she left, a fleeting look of unease crossed Jianxi's face. After leaving Jianxi's hospital room, Fu Lingsheng headed to the surgical building where Qiao Zhishu was working. He had specifically inquired that Qiao Zhishuan had no surgeries scheduled for the morning and was instead seeing patients in the outpatient clinic. When he arrived, there was still a crowd of patients waiting outside Qiao Zhishuan's office to be seen. After a moment of hesitation, he turned and left. He felt that he had been focusing too much on Qiao Zhishuan in recent days, which was somewhat out of character for him. But whenever he thought about the cold look in Qiao Zhishuan's eyes when he looked at him, the confidence he had felt before, as if he could handle everything with ease, suddenly vanished. It felt as though something was slipping out of his grasp, beyond his control. It left him flustered and at a loss. He knew something was wrong, and he shouldn't be feeling this way. All his energy had always been focused on the Fu family, so busy that he wished he could split every second into countless fragments. Back then, hadn't he married Qiao Zhishu precisely because she was low maintenance and wouldn't cause him any trouble? Yet in recent days he had been pouring too much of his energy into Qiao Zhishuan. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? It must have been those words Meng Chuan said that day that had affected him, causing him to act so out of character. He couldn't go on like this. Fu Lingsheng thought to himself. So he turned around and left the surgical building without looking back, his steps growing firm. Fu Group. After the morning executive meeting, taking advantage of the break on the way back, Chang Liang lowered his voice and leaned close to Fu Lingsheng's ear, asking, Mr. Fu, was the lady satisfied with your performance yesterday? Chang, the confident assistant, looked at his boss with eager anticipation. He hoped that by successfully helping the president appease the missus, he would be promoted, receive a raise, marry a wealthy beauty, and achieve the pinnacle of life. However, Fu Lingsheng stopped in his tracks, and the look in his eyes grew colder. Is the salary Fu Corporation pays you meant for you to handle such trivial matters? Chang Liang? Oh, it seems he didn't manage to appease her. Look at that sour face. From now on, any matters unrelated to the company are strictly off limits at the office. Got it, President. Chang Liang obediently covered his mouth. Fu Lingsheng took a few steps before stopping and looking at Chang Liang, who was pretending to be a timid little bird. Those cold eyes, emanating a dangerous aura, froze Chang Liang in his tracks, too scared to move a muscle. If you think you're bored, there's a new project in Central Africa that you can take charge of. Chang Liang was so scared he waved his hands frantically. No, Mr. President, you know I'm very busy. My schedule is the same as yours. Why do CEOs always send their assistants to Africa? If all the assistants are sent to Africa, the place will be developed by then, right? Chang Liang rolled his eyes in his mind, but on the surface, he almost knelt down in front of his boss. Fu Lingsheng gave Chang Liang a cold, warning glance before returning to his own office. It was nearing the end of the year, and many ongoing projects were piling up, making the entire Fu Corporation bustling with activity. As the CEO, Fu Lingsheng was even busier. That day, he stopped looking at the documents in his hands. As if deliberately avoiding thoughts of Qiao Zhishuan, he had scheduled his work even more tightly. It seemed to be working, as he had no spare time throughout the day to pay attention to anything related to Qiao Zhishuan. By the time it was time to leave work, it had started raining again outside. Compared to yesterday's downpour, today's rain was much lighter. In winter, Beijing was either snowing or raining, and when it was a mix of both, the temperature dropped sharply by several degrees. Mr. Fu, are we heading straight home? Fu Lingsheng pressed his temples, which were aching from the day's work, and paused for a moment when he heard Xiao Fu ask. His gaze fell on the steady stream of rain outside, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally said, To the affiliated hospital. Yes. Jingda Affiliated Hospital. Today was not his night shift, so Qiao Zhishuan, as usual, finished seeing the remaining outpatient patients, packed up his things, and left work. Su, it's raining outside. Did you bring an umbrella? Shen Zhuxin saw her heading out and asked worriedly. It's okay, it's just a short walk. I've called a car. Shen Zhuxin called her back, handed her own umbrella, and said. It's the peak flu season. Don't catch a cold. I'm on the night shift tonight and won't need the umbrella. You take it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhishu didn't refuse and took Shen Zhuxin's umbrella. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you were looking for a place to live. My friend S brother has an apartment available near the hospital. His family is moving to M country, and I mentioned to her that you were looking for a place. Would you like to take a look? Xiao Zhishuan's eyes lit up. Sure, let's schedule a time when it's convenient for you. I'll go take a look. By the way, the pet hospital told me that Big Shuai is recovering well and should be able to be discharged in a few more days. Shen Zhuxin had heard Xiao Zhishu mention the little puppy she had saved that day. She also knew that Xiao Zhishu wanted to adopt Dashi and was planning to rent another place to move out. I'll schedule a time with her tomorrow. All right. Xiao Zhishu nodded. After bidding farewell to Shen Zhuxin, she left the hospital. The ride-hailing car she had called earlier was already waiting at the hospital entrance. Driver, take me to Fubao Pet Hospital. The car slowly pulled away from the Beijing University-affiliated hospital, just as a black Bentley was pulling into the hospital gates. The rain was growing heavier. Fu Lingsheng sat in the car, staring at the WeChat chat window with Qiao Zhishuan that he had opened on his phone. The message he had sent her a few minutes ago still sat there alone. It's raining. I'll come pick you up. At that moment, the message he had sent seemed to have fallen into a bottomless pit, receiving no response whatsoever. Fu Lingsheng felt a surge of anger building up inside him, with no outlet. Xiao Zhishu, you really are something. He ground out between clenched teeth. In the driver's seat, Xiao Fu glanced at his boss through the rearview mirror. The president is so scary. The tall and imposing Xiao Fu instinctively shrunk his nose. Don't wait anymore, let's go back. Yes. Xiao Fu was about to start the car when he heard Fu Ling's voice again. Wait. Xiao Fu turned around and saw Fu Lingsheng holding out his hand. Give me the umbrella. Chapter 041, she smelled like a man's cologne. Yes, Mr. Fu. Xiao Fu replied and quickly reached into the front armrest storage compartment, taking out a car umbrella and handing it to Fu Lingsheng. Fu Lingsheng got out of the car, walked toward the surgical building while dialing Xiao Zhishu's phone. But even after the call automatically disconnected, Xiao Zhishuan didn't answer. Fu Lingsheng's expression grew increasingly grim. The falling rain hit the ground, creating one bubble after another, soaking his pant legs. Reason told him he should turn around and leave immediately. He couldn't let Xiao Zhishuan lead him around by the nose, but his feet seemed to have a mind of their own, heading straight for the surgical building. "Mr. Fu?" A voice filled with confusion rang out. Fu Lingsheng looked up and saw Shin Zhuxin. Fu Lingsheng nodded at her in greeting. Due to Fu Lingsheng's indifference toward Xiao Zhishuan, Shin Zhuxin didn't hold him in high regard. "Are you here to visit a friend, Mr. Fu? This is the surgical building, not the inpatient ward." Shin Zhuxin's tone was cold, and Fu Lingsheng noticed it. His wife's best friend didn't think much of him. Fu Lingsheng didn't care and simply said, "Where's Xiao Zhishu? I'm here to pick her up after work." Shin Zhuxin paused, then suddenly snorted and laughed out loud. "Mr. Fu is late. Xiu left the hospital 10 minutes ago." Upon hearing this, Fu Lingsheng fell silent, his expression growing somber. After a moment of contemplation, he heard Fu Lingsheng say, "Thank you." After speaking, he turned around, held up his umbrella, and left. At that moment, Xiao Fu, who was still waiting in the car, noticed that his boss's expression was even more grim than before he got out of the car. He dared not stay in the car for another second. He braved the rain to get out of the car and open the door for his boss, then returned to the driver's seat, starting the car while enduring his boss's menacing glare. "Mr. President, should we go straight home now?" Xiao Fu turned the steering wheel and slowly drove out of the hospital gates. Despite the heater running, Xiao Fu felt a chill enveloping him inside the car, causing his foot on the accelerator to tremble slightly. If he wasn't careful, a sudden jerk could send the car flying. The president must have been upset by the wife again, right? The rain outside continued to fall harder and harder. Xiao Fu watched the rain sliding down the windshield. He occasionally glanced at his boss's expression through the rearview mirror, his thoughts beginning to wander. Today's rain is just as heavy as the day Yiping asked her father for money. Neither of them had a good day. Yiping was beaten by her father, and the CEO was ignored by his wife. Ha ha. At that moment, Xiao Zhishuan was at the hospital accompanying the big boss while he received an 4 drip. After several days of treatment, the big boss's condition had improved significantly. After the drip was finished, she fed the general some canned food suitable for hospitalized pets, then went to the attending physician's office to inquire further about the general's condition. As she stepped through the door of the office, she saw Dr. Wang, who had seemed relatively composed earlier, humming a tune while spraying perfume into the air. As Xiao Zhishu entered, the perfume happened to drift onto her. It was the familiar scent of patchouli. A steady, smooth woody fragrance, a scent often used by Fu Lingsheng. I'm sorry. Dr. Wang, seeing this, hurriedly apologized to Xiao Zhishu and returned to his usual serious demeanor. "Miss Xiao, I'm sorry. I accidentally sprayed perfume on you just now." Dr. Wang gave a sheepish smile and apologized again. "It's okay." She noticed a gift bag from a certain luxury brand and a bouquet of roses on Dr. Wang's desk and immediately understood. He must have dressed up for a date. Look, when a man has feelings for you, he can't help but hum a little tune just thinking about seeing you. Xiao Zhishu couldn't tell if she was envious of Dr. Wang's girlfriend or lamenting her own unrequited love. She didn't keep Dr. Wang waiting for long, asked him a couple of questions, then glanced at the sleeping De Shui before leaving to hail a taxi back to Yujing Bay. When she opened her phone, she noticed there were WeChat messages and missed calls. She unlocked it and saw that it was from Fu Lingsheng, sent an hour ago. Fu Lingsheng was coming to the hospital to pick her up? She glanced at the time. The message had been sent just a few minutes after she had called for a ride. Her phone had been set to silent while she was examining patients, and she had forgotten to turn it back on after work. Therefore, she hadn't answered either the WeChat message or the call from Fu Lingsheng. She thought it wouldn't make much difference to respond now. Xiao Zhishuan called a car and then put her phone back in her bag. She returned to Yujing Bay. When she opened the door, the house was pitch black. Had Fu Lingsheng not returned yet? That was the first thought that crossed Xiao Zhishu's mind. He reached out to turn on the light, and in the darkness, a slightly hoarse voice came from somewhere. "You're back?" Xiao Zhishu was startled. At the same time, the light in the entranceway came on. Seeing Fu Lingsheng sitting expressionlessly on the living room sofa, staring at him with a displeased expression. "Why didn't you turn on the light?" Xiao Zhishu had been startled earlier and his face was still pale. "Didn't you see the message I sent you?" Xiao Zhishu thought of the WeChat message Fu Lingsheng had sent her and replied. "Sorry, my phone was on silent mode." Fu Lingsheng fell silent instantly. He realized that although Xiao Zhishu seemed easygoing and approachable, but in reality, even a casual remark from her could leave you speechless in an instant. If you dared to argue back, it would only make you seem unreasonable. Fu Lingsheng suddenly stood up from the sofa and walked toward Xiao Zhishu in large strides. It seemed as though he was carrying a night's worth of pent-up anger. Even his footsteps carried a hint of rage. "You." Fu Lingsheng was about to speak when a familiar scent of men's cologne wafted to his nostrils. The scent of patchouli. All the words on Fu Lingsheng's lips were stuck in his throat. Such an intense scent couldn't have lingered this long if it had merely been caught in the air from a passing glance. Clearly, the man wearing patchouli had been very close to her. So close that even the scent lingering on her was still lingering. At that moment, Fu Lingsheng couldn't describe her own emotions. There was only an uncontrollable surge of anger and familiar panic rising within him. His expression changed several times, but Xiao Zhishuan didn't understand and didn't ask. After changing into her slippers, she was about to walk inside, but Fu Lingsheng grabbed her arm. His grip was firm, yet it felt as though he was struggling to control the emotions churning within him. His gaze was intense as he stared at Xiao Zhishuan's face. Xin Zhuxin said you had already finished work. Where have you been for over an hour? Xiao Zhishuan was taken aback. She hadn't expected Fu Lingsheng to actually go to the affiliated hospital to pick her up and run into Zhu Xin. She had assumed he hadn't received her call and wouldn't bother with her anymore. Let alone going out of his way to cross the city to pick her up from work at the affiliated hospital. Chapter 042, Whose men's perfume is on her? The questioning tone in Fu Lingsheng's voice also made Xiao Zhishu furrow her brows. He was being a bit too nosy. When he went out to accompany Jian Nuo, she never once questioned him. Why does he act like she is cheating on him just because she didn't come home on time after work? She never expected that the esteemed CEO of the Fu Corporation would be so hypocritical. Fu Lingsheng stared at Xiao Zhisu, not missing the fleeting displeasure and resistance in her eyes. She actually finds him annoying? Fu Lingsheng couldn't believe his eyes, staring at Xiao Zhishu in shock. How could she look at him with such a resistant expression? It wasn't like this before. Her gaze toward him had always carried a hint of unspeakable affection. But she could always convey everything through her eyes. Looking at Xiao Zhishuan before him now. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see even a trace of her former self in her eyes. This realization made Fu Lingsheng unconsciously tighten his grip. The pain made Xiao Zhishuan unable to suppress a pained cry. You're hurting me. Xiao Zhishu frowned at him, reminding him calmly. Neither warm nor cold, neither angry nor indifferent. But her attitude stabbed Fu Lingsheng deeply. The scent of patchouli wafting to his nostrils seemed poisonous, stinging the darkened nerves between his brows. His eyes turned bloodshot as he stubbornly demanded an answer. Where did you go? Xiao Zhishu tried to use yesterday's excuse to brush off Fu Lingsheng, but he beat her to it and said, Don't tell me you went shopping at the nearby mall again. One sentence completely shut down Xiao Zhishuan's already half-hearted excuse. She shrugged and said, If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. After dropping that classic line, Xiao Zhishu turned and walked inside. Another silent blow landed squarely on Fu Lingsheng's chest. He stubbornly refused to let go, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Zhishuan, his eyes seeming to grow even redder. You can't even bother to come up with a decent excuse to deal with me? Hearing this, Xiao Zhishu stopped in his tracks and glanced sideways at the man beside him, who seemed unusually strange. She couldn't even begin to understand what Fu Lingsheng was so fixated on. Mr. Fu, what exactly are you trying to say? Fu Lingsheng paused. He wanted to ask her whose men's cologne she was wearing. He could have asked her directly. But the words stuck in his throat, as if he were lying to himself, and he couldn't bring himself to speak. Just as Xiao Zhishuan grew impatient, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. You've always called me by my name before. Why did you suddenly change the way you address me? His question made Xiao Zhishuan furrow her brows. Is that what you wanted to ask? Fu Lingsheng instinctively wanted to deny it, but in the end, he fell silent. Only to hear Xiao Zhishu say, It's just a name. Why bother with such trivial matters? But Fu Lingsheng wasn't giving up. His face was filled with an unprecedented stubbornness. It was as if the person who had been telling himself all day not to waste too much time on Xiao Zhishu was not him at all. If it's just a name, then change it back and call me as you did before. At that moment, Xiao Zhishuan realized that something was off with Fu Lingsheng. He was always a calm and composed person, even when facing Jian Nuo, he rarely showed such raw emotions. But now, the stubbornness in his eyes, tinged with a crimson hue, left Xiao Zhishuan both puzzled and astonished. Xiao Zhishu, we are still husband and wife. Fu Lingsheng stated firmly. His crimson eyes seemed even more intense at that moment. His expression made it seem as though she had betrayed him. If this marriage weren't bound by a contractual agreement, Xiao Zhishu might have genuinely doubted him. But now, looking at Fu Lingsheng and thinking about the less than 2 months remaining. Alright, I understand. She nodded in agreement. But she realized that without the lingering affection she once felt for him, she couldn't bring herself to call him Lingsheng in an intimate way anymore. Fu Lingsheng's expression softened slightly. But the lingering scent of patchouli on her body continued to stimulate his nerves. He rubbed his temples, suppressing the rising anger and the underlying unease. Then say it once for me to hear. Xiao Zhishu's impatience began to show, and she didn't want to beat around the bush. She asked him, Do you have something against me? Fu Lingsheng was taken aback by Xiao Zhishu's direct question. He blurted out, What? If you don't like me, just say it directly. There is no need to pick a fight. Xiao Zhishu continued. This time, Fu Lingsheng understood her meaning. His dark gaze fixed on Xiao Zhishu for a long moment before he suddenly smiled. Making me call you by your name was just looking for trouble? Noticing Fu Lingsheng's anger, Xiao Zhishu fell silent. She didn't want to argue over trivial matters, so she suppressed the rising irritation in her heart and said, I just felt it was a bit awkward to call you by your name like that. She pressed her temples, her expression weary. Trying to appear more submissive in front of Fu Lingsheng, she looked at him and said, I'm uncomfortable from getting caught in the rain. Can I go inside to take a shower first? Though her heart still felt as though it were weighed down by a stone, Fu Lingsheng still released her. He shifted his body slightly to make way for Xiao Zhishuan. Xiao Zhishuan walked around him and went straight to the guest bedroom where she was staying. She took a bathrobe and stepped into the bathroom, taking a hot shower. Putting on the bathrobe, she stepped out of the bathroom while drying her hair, only to be startled by the man sitting on the sofa in the guest bedroom, flipping through a medical journal. The motion of drying her hair stopped. How did you get in here? Fu Lingsheng casually put down the magazine. You didn't lock the door. Xiao Zhishu. I mean, do you need something in my room? Fu Lingsheng leaned against the sofa, his gaze quietly resting on her body wrapped in the bathrobe. The bathrobe was a bit loose, with the collar hanging low, revealing hints of skin. In the quiet room, it added an inexplicable touch of sensuality and ambiguity. Fu Lingsheng's pupils contracted, and his gaze grew deeper. Xiao Zhishu suddenly realized something and hurriedly pulled the collar of her bathrobe tighter. But just then, Fu Lingsheng stood up from the sofa and walked toward her in long strides. Xiao Zhishu wasn't short. At 170 centimeters tall, she felt overwhelmed and unable to breathe when standing before the 190 centimeters tall Fu Lingsheng. She instinctively took a step back, but her back collided with the bathroom door behind her. The bathroom door wasn't fully closed, and as she leaned against it, it swung open. Her entire body fell backward into the bathroom. Her face turned pale, and she grabbed onto something nearby, trying to steady herself. A loud click sounded. Like the sound of a belt buckle being undone. Chapter 043, Could she resist the temptation? Xiao Zhishu felt her body as center of gravity still dropping downward. Suddenly, her waist tightened. A powerful force wrapped around her waist and pulled her up. The next moment, she was pulled into a warm, fiery embrace. Still shaken, Xiao Zhishu leaned against Fu Lingsheng's chest, gasping for breath. The unknown hard object she had been clutching earlier was still tightly in her grasp. It wasn't until a low chuckle echoed above her head that Xiao Zhishu snapped back to reality from her earlier fright. She realized she was being held in Fu Lingsheng's arms. The already loose collar of her bathrobe had slipped down due to her earlier movements, exposing her fair, rounded shoulders and delicate collarbone. And her hands were tightly clutching Fu Lingsheng's belt buckle. The belt buckle, which had been tightly fastened, was now loose. The click she had heard earlier must have come from there. Their intimate stance, combined with her action of unfastening the belt, though unintended, added a touch of deliberate ambiguity. She startled. The metal buckle in her hand felt as though it had been heated, burning her so much that Xiao Zhishu instinctively tried to pull her hand back. But the next second, the man's broad palm covered her hand, pressing it back onto the metal buckle. A low laugh vibrated through his chest and emerged from Fu Lingsheng's mouth. The belt buckle is already undone. Are you sure you don't want to take it further? Due to their close stance, the two were very close to each other. Xiao Zhishu could even hear the steady, powerful beats of Fu Lingsheng's heartbeat emanating from his chest. She felt her own heartbeat begin to race wildly, following Fu Lingsheng's rhythm. She had thought she had long since grown indifferent to Fu Lingsheng, but she never expected that such a simple gesture from him could still disrupt her composure. She forced herself to remain calm and pulled her hand out of Fu Lingsheng's grasp, but he didn't let go as she had hoped. Fu Lingsheng, let go. She looked up, and he looked down. In that very moment, their eyes met and locked. Fu Lingsheng could feel his heartbeat lose its rhythm, becoming chaotic. The playful and teasing smile from earlier slowly faded away. He had always known that Xiao Zhishuan's eyes were beautiful, like twinkling stars. Looking at her so closely, he saw himself reflected in her eyes. A version of himself that was almost lost in the moment. He could feel his heart racing wildly, pulling him toward Xiao Zhishuan with reckless abandon. This mix of uncontrollable yet cautious emotions made him feel tense and unfamiliar. Yet it also carried a hint of inexplicable anticipation. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed a few times, and he leaned in closer. He pressed Xiao Zhishu against the smooth marble wall of the bathroom. The hands wrapped around Xiao Zhishuan's waist slowly rose, landing on her exposed shoulder. The tips of his fingers, calloused from work, touched her fair, smooth skin, sending shivers down her spine. Su. Fu Lingsheng's voice was tinged with desire. He lowered his head slowly, attempting to chase after those soft, pink lips. Just as his lips touched hers, he heard Xiao Zhishu panic and call out his name. Fu Lingsheng. Her hands braced against his approaching, muscular chest, her voice trembling slightly. Fu Lingsheng paused, his deep, enigmatic eyes momentarily clearing. He looked at her as she spoke slowly. There's no such clause. Fu Lingsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his gaze. What? Xiao Zhixuan closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and reminded him. There's no such clause in our marriage contract. Fu Lingsheng's confused expression froze for 2 seconds before giving way to understanding. After the realization, a hint of anger began to simmer beneath the surface. Xiao Zhixuan, we are legally married. He suppressed the burning heat rising in his lower abdomen, gritting his teeth and reminding her patiently. He didn't know if he was angry at Xiao Zhixu for stringing him along at this critical moment or at her for bringing up that so-called marriage contract at such a time. Xiao Zhixuan lowered her eyes, her fingertips digging into the palm of her hand, forcing herself not to lose control in this strange atmosphere. She pressed her lips together and replied softly. It's just a formality. Legally recognized. But it was merely a facade for others to see. Almost mustering all her courage, she raised her eyes once more. She stared directly into Fu Lingsheng's deep, anger-filled eyes, reminding him once more. You forgot? We already signed an agreement each to their own, just a nominal arrangement, a fake marriage. Xiao Zhixu's words poured down on Fu Lingsheng like a bucket of icy water. It also extinguished the heat that had been building up inside him, leaving him feeling completely chilled to the bone. He stared intently at Xiao Zhixuan for a moment, then slowly released her, lowering his gaze and murmuring softly. I'm sorry. Xiao Zhixu nodded slightly, suppressing the bitterness in her eyes, and walked past Fu Lingsheng out of the bathroom. She hurried to the changing room and closed the door. Once Fu Lingsheng was out of sight, she collapsed onto the leather sofa in the changing room. Back then, the marriage agreement she signed with Fu Lingsheng was straightforward. On the surface, they were a normal married couple, with both parties obligated to assist each other in dealing with family elders and social obligations. Privately, they did not interfere in each other's personal affairs and made every effort to give each other personal space. Upon the expiration of the agreement, the male party would provide the female party with appropriate divorce compensation. Neither party could refuse to terminate the agreement for any reason. Neither party was permitted to engage in any actions beyond the scope of the agreement, especially those that might cause the other party discomfort. In essence, the two are simply colleagues living under the same roof. Over the past 3 years, Fu Lingsheng has remained calm and restrained. As he has stated, he has always treated her with the respect and dignity befitting the young mistress of the Fu family in the presence of all his relatives. He has never engaged in any behavior that she might consider excessive or inappropriate. He has never interfered in her personal relationships. Similarly, he naturally wouldn't allow her to do anything that repulsed or disgusted him. But facing a man she had secretly loved for 10 years. He suddenly became her husband, and to her, it was like a gift from heaven. How could she not be tempted? So she cautiously tested the waters. Testing the boundaries of his so-called crossing the line behavior. She began to call him Lingsheng in an affectionate manner. When they moved into the new house, she pretended not to know and slept in the master bedroom. Like a wife in any ordinary household, she personally prepared breakfast for her beloved husband. When he returned late from social engagements, she left a lamp on for him and warmed a cup of tea to help him sober up. Every day, she found different topics to share with him, even if he didn't respond. She deluded herself into immersing herself in the marital world she had created for herself. Dreaming of a normal married life. Chapter 044, she was always the one who was abandoned. Yet Fu Lingsheng never once objected to her cautious behavior. She thought Fu Lingsheng was indulging her. After all, he even allowed her into the master bedroom, such a private place, didn't he? But it wasn't he until she learned of Jian Nuo's existence. Seeing herself being abandoned by Fu Lingsheng time and again because of Jian Nuo, she gradually came to realize. The stories she had made up were just stories after all. She had thought his self-restraint and discipline were the noble way of honoring an agreement. But the truth was, he simply didn't bother with her. How ironic. Today, Fu Lingsheng lost control. He almost kissed her. Even worse, he almost crossed the line. Something that had only ever appeared in her dreams was about to happen. But she still stopped him. She had finally managed to break free from a decade of unrequited love and was now able to view Fu Lingsheng as an outsider. She dared not, nor did she want to be dragged back into that quagmire he had abandoned her in, never to emerge. She also knew that Fu Lingsheng's initial actions were merely a whim sparked by the moment, unrelated to anything else. But her heart ached deeply, a sharp, stinging pain. She sat in the changing room for a long time before slowly calming down, changing her clothes, and stepping out. Perhaps because of the awkwardness of what had happened earlier, Xiao Zhixuan didn't go out again. She simply walked to the door and locked the bedroom door from the inside. The next day, Xiao Zhixuan, as usual, finished her morning routine, changed into her clothes, and emerged from the guest bedroom. Unlike the previous days, the living room was unusually quiet. There was no sign of Fu Lingsheng. She had assumed that Fu Lingsheng had already gone to the office, and she exhaled deeply in relief. Originally, she had been thinking about how to face Fu Lingsheng after yesterday's awkward situation without feeling awkward herself. Now that he had left early in the morning, it actually made things easier for her. As she thought this, she walked to the entrance and was just about to change her shoes when the door to the master bedroom opened. Fu Lingsheng emerged from inside wearing a light gray loungewear set, his cheeks flushed with an unusual redness. He occasionally coughed a few times. Xiao Zhishu looked at him, furrowing her brows and asked, "Are you sick?" "Maybe cough." He covered his mouth, coughing even harder. The already abnormal flush on his face grew even more crimson from the violent coughing. Xiao Zhishu stood motionless at the door, hesitating for a moment before finally unable to bear it any longer. She walked over to the cabinet where the first aid kit was kept and took out a fever-reducing pill. He poured him a cup of warm water, handed it to him, and said, "It looks like you have a fever. Take the fever-reducing medicine first." Fu Lingsheng took the cup and the pill, swallowing them in one go. He raised his eyes to look deeply at Xiao Zhishu and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Thank you. With the flu going around, you should really go to the hospital. If you wait too long, it could lead to a lung infection." Xiao Zhishuan kindly reminded him. Fu Lingsheng nodded and coughed a few more times. Xiao Zhishuan stood there for a few seconds, and the two remained silent. "Take care of yourself. I'll head to work first." Xiao Zhishu spoke first. After saying that, she continued to get ready to put on her shoes and head out. From behind her, Fu Lingsheng's voice, hoarse from the fever, called out, "I'm like this, and you won't even take a day off to stay and take care of me, your sick patient?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhishu instinctively turned around to look at Fu Lingsheng. Their eyes met, and she saw the sorrow in his eyes. Xiao Zhishu stood at the door, motionless. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, "Wait a moment, I'll make a call." Fu Lingsheng's eyes flickered with a faint glow. He then cleared his throat twice, nodded, stood up, and said to Xiao Zhishu, "I feel a bit dizzy. I'll go back to my room first." "All right." Before entering the room, Fu Lingsheng glanced back at Xiao Zhishuan. Back in his room, Fu Lingsheng called Chang Liang. "Cancel today's meeting. I won't be coming to the office today. If there's anything important, call me." "Got it, President." There was a pause on the other end of the line before the voice continued. "President, your voice sounds off. Are you feeling unwell?" He suppressed a cough and replied. "Then please rest well, President. I'll handle things at the company." Fu Lingsheng replied, then remembered something and instructed. "Don't call me for no reason. Handle it yourself if you can." "Yes, Mr. Fu, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Fu Lingsheng touched his still warm forehead and sat down on the sofa. Unconsciously, he recalled the scene from last night in Xiao Zhishuan's room, feeling a surge of heat in his chest. He knew he wasn't a man driven by desire, but when he had held Xiao Zhishuan so closely last night, he realized he had completely lost control. If it weren't for Xiao Zhishuan's rational and clear-headed gaze reminding him, he didn't know how far he would have gone. But Xiao Zhishuan's gaze was too calm, so calm that he dared not meet her eyes and fled in embarrassment. Back in the master bedroom, looking at the bed where Xiao Zhishuan had once lain, the heat in his lower abdomen, which had been impossible to suppress, began to surge again. It wasn't until he took a cold shower in the bathroom for an hour and then stood in the cold wind on the balcony for another half hour that he managed to suppress the heat. The result of all this was that he ended up with a fever. He thought back to his nearly 3-year marriage with Xiao Zhishuan. He began to doubt himself. Having shared a bed with Xiao Zhishu for 3 years, how had he managed to resist touching her? Was he incapable? Fu Lingsheng was startled by his own thoughts and couldn't help but cough violently. Cough. This time, he was quite ill. It was truly a case of reaping what he had sown. The last time he had a cold and fever was last year. He had contracted acute pneumonia and developed a high fever, prompting Xiao Zhishuan to take a day off work to care for him at home. Not only did she take meticulous care of him, but she also stayed with him all day. Looking back now, he realized he had always taken Xiao Zhishu's kindness for granted. But today, he won tea. No matter what, Xiao Zhishu still cares about him. Even if she harbors some resentment toward him, she still can't bear to see him sick and is willing to take a day off work to stay home and care for him. Thinking of Xiao Zhishuan currently calling the hospital to take a day off, Fu Lingsheng's lips curled into a smile. Even the discomfort he felt seemed to ease considerably. In the living room, after Fu Lingsheng returned to his room, Xiao Zhishu pulled up the brightly lit number on her phone and dialed it. The call was answered quickly, and a cheerful, flattering voice came through. "Madam, hello, did you call me?" She wasn't the first time she'd heard Chang Liang address him as madam. In the past, when she heard Chang Liang call her that and Fu Lingsheng didn't correct him, she would secretly feel delighted. She felt as though she was a little closer to Fu Lingsheng. But now, hearing him call her that, she only felt awkward and uncomfortable. However, at that moment, she didn't bother to correct him. She simply said, "Assistant Chang, Fu Lingsheng has a fever and is sick." Yes, madam. The president just called to tell me." Xiao Zhishu was taken aback. Fu Lingsheng told him? "Oh, that is convenient. He is alone at home right now. If it's possible, could you please come to Yujing Bay to check on him for a bit, or find someone else to take care of him?" Chapter 045, Let Miss Jian take care of you. On the other end of the phone, there was a moment of silence before a confused "oh" was heard. Immediately afterward, a clear yet slightly hesitant voice came through. Madam, are you asking me to take care of the president? Xiao Zhishu heard the hesitation in the voice and asked. Is it inconvenient? The bright voice stammered. Madam, the company has several major projects that need the president's attention right now. Since the president is ill, I have to oversee them personally. I really can't spare the time, madam. I see. Xiao Zhishu murmured under her breath. Although she had never worked in a large corporation, she knew that Chang Liang was telling the truth. Especially now that the year-end was approaching, it was a particularly busy time. As Fu Lingsheng's senior assistant, it was only natural that he couldn't spare the time at such a critical moment. Madam, please take care of the president. You know he can't manage his own life outside of work, and now that he is sick, he must be in a terrible state. Xiao Zhishu. She could tell that Chang Liang's voice was choked up. How old is Fu Lingsheng? Even with a high fever, he shouldn't be so miserable that his assistant is crying, right? It's tough being an employee. Xiao Zhishu didn't press Chang Liang further. Alright, Chang, you go ahead and get back to work. Alright, ma'am, thank you for your help, ma'am. Chang Liang finished speaking and hung up the phone with a loud click. The speed at which he hung up was as if he was afraid he had been too slow, and the lady might change her mind and call him to take care of the president. Assistant Chang, whose call was that? You looked so scared. Yao Lin, the chief secretary of the president's office, saw Chang Liang's like he'd just escaped a disaster expression and couldn't help but tease him. The lady. Chang Liang replied casually. Your wife? Yao Lin covered her mouth and laughed. Mr. Chang, so you're really afraid of your wife, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Chang Liang shot her a sideways glance. What nonsense are you talking about? I was referring to our CEO's wife. This left Secretary Yao even more shocked. Who are you talking about? The president's wife. The president is married? Yao Lin couldn't control her voice and exclaimed aloud. The other secretaries in the president's office heard it as well and turned their heads, all looking toward the open space. In unison, the president is married? Chang Liang was startled by the scene and belatedly realized. You didn't know? The secretaries nodded vigorously. Then keep your eyes open from now on. The wife has never been to our company before, so be sure to greet her warmly when you see her, understand? The secretaries nodded immediately. Got it, Assistant Chang. Mr. Chang, what does the lady look like? Someone who can match our CEO must be the most beautiful girl around. Chang Liang thought of Xiao Zhishuan's face and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The lady and the president are truly a perfect match, made for each other. Mr. Chang, that's too vague. There are so many beautiful girls, what if we get it wrong? Someone protested. Chang Liang thought about it and realized they were right, so he added. The CEO is such a cold person. Anyone who can get close to him and act so intimately with him must be the CEO's wife, right? Look at you all, so stupid. How did you even get into the CEO's office? One president is already enough to worry about, let alone this entire group. Chang Liang suddenly realized he was just an overprotective mother, destined to worry. Alright, get back to work. When the president's wife comes to the company, you'll definitely have a chance to meet her. The secretaries obediently went back to their work. Only the senior secretary, Yao Lin, continued teasing Chang Liang. Mr. Chang, what did the lady say on the phone just now? She scared you so much. Chang Liang shot her a disapproving glance but said nothing more, leaving only one sentence. You don't understand. Get back to work and stop prying. After dismissing Secretary Yao, Chang Liang returned to his own office. Thinking back to Xiao Zhishu's call, he couldn't help but pat his chest in relief. After all, he was the president's senior assistant. What was the difference between him and a worm in someone's stomach? The president's call had made it clear, he wanted to spend time alone with his wife and didn't want anyone to disturb them. If he went to take care of the president like an idiot, the president might really send him to Africa. By then, the progress in Africa would have his share of the credit. Chang Liang thought about it more and more and realized how smart he was for hanging up the phone so quickly. He. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhishuan, looking at the call that Chang Liang had hung up on, muttered under his breath. Why hang up so quickly? It seems that Fu Lingsheng is indeed a difficult person to deal with. Just hearing that he needed to take care of him, even Chang, who was usually so patient, ran off faster than a thief. Xiao Zhishuan muttered to himself, then walked over and knocked on the master bedroom door. The door was only slightly ajar. As soon as she knocked once, Fu Lingsheng's coughing voice came through. Come in. Xiao Zhishu didn't go in. She only pushed the door open slightly, standing at the doorway, and said to Fu Lingsheng, who was sitting on the sofa. I called Assistant Chang, but he is busy and can't come over. Fu Lingsheng's lips, which had been slightly curved into a smile, tightened slightly. Why did you call him? You're not alone at home and can't take care of yourself, right? I thought Changta, as your personal assistant, could take care of you. Xiao Zhishu replied honestly. She didn't pay attention to Fu Lingsheng's sudden displeased expression and continued. But Changta has a lot on his plate and can't spare the time. Why don't you call one of your friends over, or? She hesitated for a moment before continuing. Or, should I call Miss Jian and ask her to come over to keep you company? Fu Lingsheng's expression darkened completely upon hearing Xiao Zhishu's words, turning into a gloomy expression. Xiao Zhishuan, are you deliberately trying to make me angry? Hearing this, Xiao Zhishu looked puzzled. What? Out of the blue, what had she done to provoke him? Are sick people always so unreasonable? Seeing Xiao Zhishu's expression, Fu Lingsheng knew she truly didn't understand what he was saying. That helpless feeling of punching a pillow returned. You keep bringing up no. Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? What? Xiao Zhishu looked even more confused. Heaven knows she was just giving sincere advice. They say that when you're sick, having someone who cares about you by your side can help you recover faster. Why did he think she was intentionally trying to make him angry when she had voluntarily offered to let Jian Nuo come to their wedding room to accompany him? Xiao Zhishu didn't understand and could only furrow her brows tightly. Chapter 046, You're not a child anymore. But then, she had a sudden realization. She looked up at him and asked, Are you worried about tiring Miss Jian? Fu Lingsheng's breathing grew heavier, a sign that his anger was intensifying. But Xiao Zhishuan misinterpreted his meaning. She thought she had guessed correctly. So, he explained to him seriously. I asked Miss Jian to come over, not to take care of you, but to keep you company. As for drinking water or taking medicine, you should be able to handle that yourself. After all, you can't be a baby who needs someone to hold your hand and take care of you. Xiao Zhishu lowered his eyelids slightly, not noticing Fu Lingsheng's increasingly somber expression. Having someone you like around can improve your mood, and a good mood is beneficial for recovery. It's good for both your condition and Miss Jian's depression. Xiao Zhishu continued speaking to himself. Finally, he was interrupted by Fu Lingsheng's cold laugh, laced with anger. You really do think of me. Xiao Zhishu nodded in agreement, pressing her lips together and smiling slightly. I also hope you recover quickly. Fu Lingsheng stared intently at Xiao Zhishu's unflinching face, a surge of pent-up emotion building up in his chest. Does a good mood really help with recovery? So, by making him this angry, was she hoping he'd die soon so she could be a widow? He didn't want to fulfill her wish. So, he took a deep breath and forced the pent-up anger back down. He tried to soften his tone and said, I've told you before, my relationship with Jian Nuo isn't what you think it is. Xiao Zhishu didn't want to argue with Fu Lingsheng about this anymore. Upon hearing this, he readily agreed and nodded. Let us just consider it mutual support between good friends. After speaking, she glanced at her watch. If I don't leave now, I'll be late for work. You can call Miss Jian yourself if you want. Then, she waved goodbye to Fu Lingsheng. See you later. Just as she turned around, her wrist was quickly grabbed by Fu Lingsheng. The scorching heat from his palm made Xiao Zhishu instinctively try to pull her hand away. What about you? Fu Lingsheng asked her in a hoarse voice. His eyes, reddened from a high fever, were filled with bloodshot veins staining the corners of his narrow eyes. What? Xiao Zhishu paused, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Why didn't you stay home with me? Fu Lingsheng's bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Xiao Zhishuan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhishu furrowed his brows. I have to go to work. You can take a day off. Fu Lingsheng spoke with conviction, but he noticed that Xiao Zhishuan's brows furrowed even more. Before she could speak, Fu Lingsheng continued. Last year when I had a cold and fever, you stayed home with me all day. Why can't you do the same today? His hoarse voice carried a hint of the weakness and grievance that came with illness. But to Xiao Zhishuan, his words sounded overly sentimental and unreasonable. When he mentioned the fever from last year, Xiao Zhishu felt both amused and angry. She laughed at her own self-importance and felt angry at her love-struck state. That day, she had specifically taken a day off from work because she was worried about Fu Lingsheng being home alone. She had asked a colleague to cover for her, leaving her indebted to them. But in the end, Fu Lingsheng said, You don't need to treat me like a child, I can take care of myself. She knew that all she had done meant nothing to Fu Lingsheng. In the end, she had only moved herself. So this time, she refused to oblige. He, however, asked her why she didn't take a day off to accompany him like she did last year. Xiao Zhishu was so angry she laughed. She stared into Fu Lingsheng's resentful eyes and said, You're not a child anymore. It's just a cold and a fever. You can take care of yourself. Her words left Fu Lingsheng speechless. In fact, he suddenly felt like he had heard those words before. The next moment, he seemed to remember. His face, which had been flushed red, suddenly turned deathly pale. He remembered. It was from last year, when Xiao Zhishuan had taken a day off to stay home and take care of him, and he had said those words to her. Though, his intention had been to avoid causing her trouble. He didn't want her to neglect her own affairs or owe her colleagues a favor because of him. But those words, heard now, were easily interpreted as him resenting Xiao Zhishu for meddling in his affairs. He felt a pang of anxiety and opened his mouth to explain. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he didn't know where to begin. Xiao Zhishu didn't know what he was thinking, so she glanced at her watch again and said, I have several surgeries scheduled today, and the patients are waiting for me. I can't afford to be late. I need to leave immediately. She pulled her hand away from Fu Lingsheng and turned to leave quickly. This time, Fu Lingsheng didn't stop her. He simply watched as she closed the door, his expression growing somber. He realized once again that Xiao Zhishu was, in an intangible way, slowly pulling away from him. Was it because the marriage contract was about to expire that she was acting this way? But that contract had been drafted by him. Why did he now find himself unwilling to end it? Even the terms of the contract were beginning to evoke a sense of rejection and resistance within him. Xiao Zhishu had no idea what Fu Lingsheng was thinking. She quickly left the house, entered the elevator, and her brows slowly relaxed. Recalling Fu Lingsheng's odd behavior over the past few days, as well as the nearly out-of-control scene between them yesterday, she grew even more determined to move out as soon as possible. She couldn't continue living under the same roof as Fu Lingsheng. She knew her own resolve and was well aware of the attraction Fu Lingsheng held for her. She feared that all her efforts would be in vain if Fu Lingsheng tried to compensate her in his self-righteous way. Stepping out of the elevator, she hurried straight to the subway, not wanting to linger for a moment. Upon arriving at the hospital, she went to make her rounds as usual. When she arrived at Jian Shi's ward, Jian Nuo was not there. Jian Shi was having breakfast under the care of a nurse. Upon seeing Xiao Zhishu enter, he smiled and greeted her. Sister-in-law. Xiao Zhishu nodded slightly, walked over to him, and listened to his chest through the hospital gown with a stethoscope. You're doing well. Does the wound still hurt? Jian Shi shook his head, no pain. Xiao Zhishu nodded again and quickly jotted something down in the medical record folder. Finally, after giving Jian Shi the same instructions as yesterday, she carefully briefed the nurse and was about to leave. Just as she was about to open the door, Jian Shi called out to her. Sister-in-law. Xiao Zhishu stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Jian Shi. Seeing that Jian Shi was biting her still pale lips, hesitating for a moment, she said. Nono has always been in poor health since she was a child and was spoiled by my parents. If there is anything she has done to upset you, please forgive her. Chapter 047, Be sensible and divorce Lingsheng brother sooner. Xiao Zhishu paused for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. It's okay. Her marriage to Fu Lingsheng wouldn't have been much better even without Jian Shi. She didn't need to waste her energy on this. Get some rest. With that, Xiao Zhishu left the ward. Just as she took a few steps out, she collided head-on with Jian Nuo, who was coming around the corner. Seeing her, a flash of hostility flickered in Jian Nuo's eyes. Her gaze instinctively shifted away from Xiao Zhishu's shoulder and toward the person behind her. Xiao Zhishu knew what she was looking at and smiled. Don't worry, Fu Lingsheng isn't here. Caught off guard by Xiao Zhishu's remark, Jian Nuo's expression changed. She glared at Xiao Zhishu before walking around her toward Jian Shi's hospital room. As she passed by Xiao Zhishu, she stopped, lowered her voice, and warned. If you dare to compete with me for Lingsheng's affection, I won't let you off easily. Hearing this, Xiao Zhishu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jian Nuo furrowed her brows angrily and glared at her. What are you laughing at? Don't worry, I'm not competing with you. She had intended to tell Jian Nuo about Fu Lingsheng's fever and ask her to go accompany him. But she remembered how Fu Lingsheng had suddenly become angry when she had suggested that Jian Nuo go instead, so she kept her words to herself. At first, she didn't understand. She was so considerate and had voluntarily offered to let Jian Nuo go, so why would he get angry? But now she understood. Besides not wanting to tire Jian Nuo, he probably also wanted to protect her reputation. Regardless of whether they were a fake couple or not, at least in the eyes of everyone who knew the truth, she was still Fu Lingsheng's wife. Jian Nuo just went to their wedding room to accompany Fu Lingsheng. A man and a woman alone in a room, if anyone found out, it wouldn't be good for Jian Nuo's reputation. If she were to act on her own initiative and let Jian Nuo go now, Fu Lingsheng might interpret it as her intentionally trying to tarnish Jian Nuo's reputation. So she swallowed the words that were already on the tip of her tongue. Xiao Zhishu didn't linger to chat with Jian Nuo any further and started walking toward the elevator. Little did she know, as soon as she entered the elevator, Jian Nuo followed her inside. Don't think that Lingsheng personally drove you to the hospital yesterday because he likes you. He only did it because he was worried about my brother's condition and wanted to get you to the hospital sooner. Xiao Zhishu didn't look at her and merely replied casually. Jian Nuo was displeased with her indifferent attitude and snorted coldly before continuing. But I'm warning you, if you don't cure my brother, I won't let Lingsheng let you off the hook. Xiao Zhishu glanced at her lazily. Whatever makes you happy. You. Jian Nuo was completely taken aback by Xiao Zhishu's indifferent attitude. Don't think I won't dare. As she said this, she glanced up and down at Xiao Zhishu's calm demeanor, then suddenly burst into laughter. You don't need to pretend you don't care. Deep down, you're jealous, aren't you? You're jealous that Lingsheng treats me well. We've been childhood sweethearts. If it weren't for me going abroad for medical treatment back then, you wouldn't have had the chance to marry into the Fu family. Xiao Zhishu ungraciously responded with a single word. Jian Nuo saw that no matter what she said, Xiao Zhishu wouldn't take the bait. She saw no trace of anger or jealousy, which only made her more resentful. Before I went abroad for medical treatment, Lingsheng told me he'd wait for me to return and marry me. If it weren't for Mr. Fu insisting on rushing him into marriage, the Fu family's young mistress wouldn't have been you. As Jian Nuo finished speaking, the elevator arrived at the first floor. I know. Speaking calmly, Xiao Zhishu stepped out of the elevator. Jian Nuo didn't expect that even after saying all that, Xiao Zhishu could remain so composed. She was instantly filled with anger. Did you hear me? If you know what's good for you, divorce Lingsheng sooner. She chased after Xiao Zhishu and shouted loudly. At that moment, the hospital building was bustling with family members visiting patients. Jian Nuo's shout immediately drew the attention of the family members waiting for the elevator to go upstairs. Jian Nuo's words contained too much information, and many people could sense something from her hostile attitude and words toward Xiao Zhishu. Wow, the scene where the mistress challenges the wife in a novel is actually happening in real life. This is so shameless. The mistress has the nerve to confront the wife and demand she divorce him. I've never seen anything like this before. Exactly. Would someone with any self-respect go and be someone else's mistress? These days, mistresses and illegitimate children are everyone's enemy. When these patients' family members discussed the matter, they didn't shy away from mentioning Jian Nuo. Seeing the disdainful yet scrutinizing glances, Jian Nuo's face turned pale in an instant. She shouted at the crowd, pointing and whispering about her. What do you know? Do you think my business needs your meddling? Mind your own business. Hey! You little mistress, dare you talk back? The self-righteous individuals immediately objected. Oh. Getting angry and embarrassed? You thought you forced the original wife to divorce so you're ready to lose face? Young lady, life is short, only 30,000 days. Why choose to be a mistress? Jian Nuo was being berated by everyone, one after another. Having always been protected by her parents and Fu Lingsheng, she had never seen such a scene before, and her face turned pale with anger. Unable to argue with them, she turned her anger toward Xiao Zhishuan, who was standing nearby and had nothing to do with the matter. Are you just going to stand there and let them humiliate me? Xiao Zhishu shrugged and smiled at her. Should I close my eyes? Put. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jian Nuo was so angry her face turned ashen, clutching her chest as if she might faint from the rage. Seeing her expression, the others feared trouble and, coincidentally, the elevator they were waiting for arrived at the first floor. Someone called out. The elevator is here. Let us not waste time here. Let us go up. Alright, let us go. Once the group had entered the elevator, only Xiao Zhishuan and Jian Nuo, whose face alternated between pale and red with anger, remained. She trembled as she pointed at Xiao Zhishu and said, I will definitely file a complaint against you. Go ahead. You, just wait and see. With those words, Jian Nuo stormed off angrily. Looking at her, it seemed as though she had completely forgotten that she had come to the hospital to visit Jianxi. As she watched Jian Nuo's receding figure grow distant, Xiao Zhishu's smile slowly faded from the corners of her mouth. She recalled Jian Nuo's words about Fu Lingsheng promising to wait for her and marry her when she returned. Now, she finally understood why Fu Lingsheng, who clearly cared so much about Jian Nuo, had agreed to marry her. Jian Nuo was abroad receiving treatment, and he needed to marry a woman to appease his father while also securing Jian Nuo's position as Mrs. Fu. Therefore, he needed someone with a good temperament, obedient, and low maintenance. This way, once the time came, she would be easy to dismiss. Rather than clinging on stubbornly and refusing to let go. Realizing this, Xiao Zhishu took a deep breath. The dull ache in his heart seemed to fade a little. Fu Lingsheng really went to great lengths. Xiao Zhishu looked up at the sky and murmured softly. Chapter 048, It's Not What You See. Dark, ominous clouds gathered on the horizon, forming a dense mass that looked ready to burst into rain at any moment. No wonder the air felt so oppressive, stirring a sense of irritation. Xiao Zhishu sighed softly to himself. Before the rain began to fall, she hurried toward the surgical building. Today, she had only 2 surgeries scheduled, but both were major procedures. By the time the surgeries were finished, it would be exactly time to clock out. Shushu, I've made plans with a friend to look at an apartment after work. Let us change and head over right away. Xiao Zhishu nodded, alright. After changing into her clothes and exiting the surgical building, Xiao Zhishu made her way to the security office. Yujing Bay. Fu Lingsheng felt like he was sick. It wasn't just a cold or fever, his heart was sick too. Thinking about the distant expression on Xiao Zhishu's face when he faced him, he felt his heart race. Realizing that Xiao Zhishuan no longer cared about him as she once did, his heart ached. He had never felt such a sense of helplessness and unease before. Maybe, perhaps, he really was sick. Cough, cough. He had been coughing all morning, as if his lungs were about to explode at any moment. After taking some fever-reducing medicine in the morning, it seemed to be flaring up again now. But he couldn't spare the thought, only feeling a hollow emptiness in his chest, with cold wind whistling in. It made him feel both cold and aching. He had been staring at his phone all day. From the moment Xiao Zhishuan left without looking back this morning until now, just before the end of the workday. Xiao Zhishu and Han Ti even called him once to ask if his fever had gone down, if he'd taken the medicine, or if he felt any better. Not even a single punctuation mark has been sent to him. What's even more ridiculous is that he's acting like a little kid, holding his phone and waiting for something. Fu Lingsheng, when did he start wasting his time waiting for a meaningless greeting? The more he thought about it, the funnier it seemed, but the chill rushing into his chest made his heart ache even more. Just then, the doorbell rang. His eyes lit up suddenly. The sour, aching sensation in his chest dissipated significantly. He didn't even realize that his steps had unconsciously quickened as he went to open the door, and even the corners of his mouth had curled upward without him noticing. How did I forget the password? He opened the door with a light-hearted tone. But when he saw who was standing outside the door, he froze for a moment. No, what are you doing here? Fu Lingsheng's previously light-hearted heart suddenly sank. The corners of his mouth, which had just curled upward, also dropped. The next moment, Jian Nuo burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. Fu Lingsheng stiffened and pushed Jian Nuo away forcefully. This instinctive action caused Jian Nuo's expression to freeze instantly. In the past, although Lingsheng had never allowed her to make overly intimate gestures toward him, he had never pushed her away so urgently. She even caught a fleeting glimpse of panic in his eyes. He looked as though he was afraid someone might see and misunderstand. Jian Nuo stared at Fu Lingsheng, her lower lip bitten until it turned white. Nuo, what did you need me for? Fu Lingsheng spoke, turning around and sitting back down on the sofa. Jian Nuo suppressed the hatred in her heart and looked at Fu Lingsheng, tears falling down her cheeks. Lingsheng, Sister Zhishu has misunderstood me so deeply. I don't know what to do, so I had to come find you. Upon hearing her mention Xiao Zhishu, Fu Lingsheng's attention was immediately drawn to her. What's wrong with her? Fu Lingsheng asked in a hoarse voice. Jian Nuo sniffled, her voice still trembling. This morning I went to the hospital to visit my brother and ran into her. She was in a crowded area of the hospital and called me a homewrecker, saying I ruined your family. Jian Nuo spoke, tears of sorrow falling down her cheeks. Those people heard and joined in with Jisu's sister, shouting at me with horrible words. Jian Nuo cried as she spoke, glancing discreetly at Fu Lingsheng's expression. Seeing his expression darken, Jian Nuo felt even more triumphant. She continued to pour out her heart to him. I know Sister Jisu misunderstands me. It might be because I've become too dependent on you, Brother Lingsheng, which made Sister Jisu unhappy. But I really didn't mean it. I never intended to be a homewrecker and ruin your relationship. She walked over to Fu Lingsheng and knelt down beside him. Her hand rested on Fu Lingsheng's thigh, but he instinctively pulled away. Jian Nuo's eyes darkened, and she continued crying. Lingsheng, is it because Nuo is too useless? Fu Lingsheng lowered his eyelids and remained silent. Jian Nuo didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing how badly she was crying, Fu Lingsheng made no move to comfort her. She cried until she felt a bit disheartened. She wiped away her tears reluctantly, and her sobs grew fainter. Lingsheng. Since she misunderstood, it means there were indeed some inappropriate actions between us. Fu Lingsheng suddenly spoke up. One sentence left Jian Nuo speechless. The disbelief in her eyes grew even more evident. Lingsheng, older brother. Nuo, you will eventually get married. You shouldn't always come to me for everything. Otherwise, not only will your sister-in-law misunderstand, but your future husband will too. Fu Lingsheng spoke calmly, of course, if you need any help, just contact Shangliang. He will take care of it for you. The shock in Jian Nuo's eyes grew deeper, and the emotions churning beneath her eyes seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Lingsheng, do you also find Nono annoying? Are you abandoning Nono too? Jian Nuo's face turned pale, and her voice began to grow sharp. Her emotions spiraled out of control. She shook her head and muttered to herself. I knew I deserved to die. I shouldn't have been born into this world. I'm just a worthless tear that no one wants. I deserve to die, I deserve to die. She alternated between violently shaking her head and cradling her head while crouching on the ground. Fu Lingsheng noticed something was wrong and rushed over to support her. Nuo, calm down, Nuo. But Jian Nuo seemed to be lost in her own world, repeating the same words over and over. I deserve to die. I shouldn't be alive. My existence is just a burden on others. I caused my sister-in-law to argue with Lingsheng. I ruined Lingsheng's family. I'm a worthless mistress. Yes, mistresses deserve to die. Mistresses deserve to die. Her eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly, she noticed the fruit knife on the fruit plate on the coffee table. She quickly reached out and grabbed it. Mistresses deserve to die. Mistresses deserve to die. Her eyes were filled with cruelty and malice. The sharp fruit knife was about to slide down toward her wrist. No. Fu Lingsheng shouted in alarm, grabbing the knife blade with his hand. In an instant, the vivid, blood-red color instantly stained the blade. Blood dripped down the blade, drop by drop. Jian Nuo, however, seemed to snap out of it at that moment. Ah! She screamed, dropping the fruit knife from her hands onto the ground. Lingsheng, are you okay? She rushed over to Fu Lingsheng and reached out to grab his hand. But he dodged her just in time. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Lingsheng, I lost control just now, didn't I? Did I hurt you? Let me see, please. Jian Nuo was so upset she started crying. Her hands tightly gripped Fu Lingsheng's hands, causing him to wince in pain. Just as he was about to step away, the sound of a password lock unlocking echoed, and Xiao Zhishuan pushed the door open and walked in. What she saw was this scene. Jian Nuo knelt on both knees beside Fu Lingsheng's feet, her hands clasped tightly with his. The two were very close to each other. From Xiao Zhishu's perspective, their heads were pressed against each other, their posture intimate and suggestive. Fu Lingsheng suddenly looked up, and the moment his gaze met Xiao Zhishu's, he knew she had misunderstood. Almost instinctively, he moved. He forcefully pushed Jian Nuo away from him. He quickly stood up from the sofa and walked toward Xiao Zhishu in quick steps. It's not what you saw. Before Xiao Zhishu could speak, he was already frantically explaining. Chapter 049, leaning against her. Fearing that Xiao Zhishu wouldn't believe him, Xiao Zhishu remained expressionless, but when he noticed the bloodstain on the off-white cashmere rug by the sofa, his brows furrowed slightly. Who's injured? Before she could finish, Fu Lingsheng immediately held his hand out to her and whispered. Me. As if afraid she couldn't see clearly, he pushed his hand forward again, like a student who had done something wrong, and whispered. I'm the one who's injured. Xiao Zhishu glanced at the palm of his hand. It's a bit deep. You should tend to it right away. Xiao Zhishu spoke calmly, showing no sign of panic. Fu Lingsheng watched her walk steadily to fetch the first aid kit, then gestured for him to sit down before beginning to tend to his wound. She treated him as if he were an ordinary patient with no connection to her. Professional and methodical, there was no sign of the concern or anxiety one would expect from a wife. The wound is deep, but fortunately it didn't hit an artery. However, the depth of the cut may have damaged the surrounding nerve tissue. We don't have any suturing equipment at home, so we need to go to the hospital immediately. Xiao Zhishu gave Fu Lingsheng a quick bandage and looked at him, saying this. Fu Lingsheng was unusually obedient this time. Upon hearing this, he nodded in agreement. There is no time to change clothes. Should I grab a jacket for you to wear? Xiao Zhishu asked Fu Lingsheng for his opinion. Fu Lingsheng nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll do as you say. The tone of his voice, without him even noticing, was uncharacteristically soft. Jian Nuo, standing nearby, watched him in silence, his expression growing darker by the second. Xiao Zhishu quickly fetched a warm-down jacket from the master bedroom closet and helped Fu Lingsheng put it on. She picked up the keys to the Cullinan car from the entrance and said to Fu Lingsheng. Let's not wait for your driver. I'll drive. Fu Lingsheng nodded again, alright. A faint smile even curled the corners of his lips. It was as if the person whose hands were bleeding profusely wasn't him at all. Lingsheng, I'll go with you. Jian Nuo hurriedly followed behind, glaring fiercely at Xiao Zhishuan from an angle where Fu Lingsheng couldn't see. Xiao Zhishu didn't care whether Jian Nuo followed or not. After putting on the shoes he had just taken off, he pressed the elevator button. But he heard Fu Lingsheng say to Jian Nuo. Nuo, you've been scared. Stay here and rest for a while. I'll have the driver send you home. Jian Nuo's expression froze suddenly. Lingsheng brother. Fu Lingsheng didn't know if he was delirious from the high fever or if it was due to blood loss. His face was deathly pale, and he didn't pay much attention to Jian Nuo. Xiao Zhishu stood by silently. It seemed as though she was just an indifferent driver, waiting to take the boss to the hospital. As for other matters unrelated to her, there was no need for her to meddle. The elevator arrived. Xiao Zhishu stepped into the elevator first. Fu Lingsheng followed her inside but stopped Jian Nuo, who was also about to step in. Nuo, be a good girl. Fu Lingsheng frowned at Jian Nuo, his lips pale as if devoid of blood. Jian Nuo feared she had truly angered Fu Lingsheng and did not insist further. She turned to look at Xiao Zhishu and said, Jisu's sister, please take care of Lingsheng brother. Before Xiao Zhishu could respond, the elevator doors closed just in time. Jian Nuo stood outside the door, her previously pitiful expression quickly turning into a cold, ruthless glare. Xiao Zhishu you. Xiao Zhishu stood quietly inside the elevator, uninterested in how Fu Lingsheng had been injured. Suddenly, a massive figure pressed against her. Xiao Zhishu instinctively reached out to steady him. Glancing sideways, she saw Fu Lingsheng struggling to keep his eyelids open, looking as though he might faint at any moment. I feel like my body is floating. Fu Lingsheng spoke to her, his voice weak and trembling. Because they were so close, the warm breath from his mouth swirled around Xiao Zhishu's ears. Out of concern for his well-being, Xiao Zhishu reached out and gripped him more tightly. But Fu Lingsheng was so tall, swaying back and forth, and Xiao Zhishu could barely hold him up with just one arm. The elevator reached the basement level, and she helped Fu Lingsheng step out. Suddenly, she felt her shoulders sink heavily as Fu Lingsheng's entire body leaned against her. Fu Lingsheng. She clenched her teeth, suppressing her anger, and called out to him. Sorry, my legs are weak, I couldn't stand steady. This time, Fu Lingsheng leaned almost entirely against her shoulder, his face even closer to her ear. His breath, hot from a high fever, burned her earlobe, making it flush slightly. Fu Lingsheng had the build of a standard male model. At 190 centimeters tall and 75 kilograms, he was too heavy for her to support with just one hand. In the end, she had no choice but to wrap both arms around his waist from behind and hold onto his back to barely support him. From the outside, this position looked more like the two of them were hugging each other. Fu Lingsheng kept his eyes closed, his chin resting on Xiao Zhishu's shoulder, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The parking spot was not far from the elevator entrance, and they reached it after just a few steps. Xiao Zhishu exhaled deeply, one hand supporting Fu Lingsheng while the other opened the car door. "Get in first." Fu Lingsheng didn't respond, as if he had lost consciousness. Xiao Zhishu's heart sank suddenly. "Fu Lingsheng?" She called out again, her voice tinged with urgency. He slowly opened his eyelids, as if struggling to awaken from a deep sleep. "Hurry up and get in the car. The wound has become infected and inflamed. You're running a high fever. We can't delay any longer." Xiao Zhishu frowned and urged him. "All right." Fu Lingsheng obediently got into the car. Gone was the usual sharpness and seriousness he displayed toward others. At that moment, he resembled a well-behaved child. Whatever Xiao Zhishu told him to do, he did. Perhaps due to his weakness, he leaned against the seat and remained motionless once he was inside the car. As soon as Xiao Zhishu started the car, the seatbelt reminder beeped. She glanced over and saw Fu Lingsheng with his eyes closed, leaning against the seat, breathing in and out. The hand she had briefly tended to was still bleeding, staining the white gauze red. Xiao Zhishu furrowed her brows, unbuckled her own seatbelt, then leaned over Fu Lingsheng's lap and reached for his seatbelt on his side. The Cullinan was spacious, but at that moment, it felt strangely cramped. Xiao Zhishu propped one arm on Fu Lingsheng's thigh, covered by the fabric of his pajamas, and used the other arm to pull the seatbelt. Her forearm brushed against Fu Lingsheng's waist and abdomen. The thin fabric beneath carried the intense heat of his body, like an electric current surging through her arm, burning her fingertips numb. She instinctively curled her fingers slightly. The seatbelt buckle she was holding felt like it was emitting scorching heat. Fu Lingsheng remained motionless, his eyes slightly open, fixated on Xiao Zhishun's face close to his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Xiao Zhishu lowered her eyes, her expression calm as she pulled the seatbelt toward her. Click! The sound of the seatbelt buckle clicking into place echoed. Fu Lingsheng snapped back to reality. Acknowledging the strange emotion that had flashed through his heart, a hint of unease flickered in his eyes. Xiao Zhishu straightened his body, not looking at Fu Lingsheng, and started the car, pressing the accelerator. The Cullinan sped out of the luxurious garage with its starlit roof. At that moment, it was rush hour, and the roads were heavily congested. Yet Fu Lingsheng noticed something odd. The car stopped once along the way. The massive Cullinan seemed to glide effortlessly through the empty streets. It somehow managed to find its place on the crowded road. Fu Lingsheng leaned back lazily in his seat, watching Xiao Zhishu drive with a serious expression, without uttering a word. He said nothing, his expression focused. Her eyelashes were long, and when her eyelids drooped, a shadow spread beneath her eyes. When she blinked, her eyelashes fluttered up and down. Like a feather, suddenly teasing his heart. It was both tingly and itchy. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the spot on her lower abdomen where she had accidentally touched him earlier. He could still clearly recall the soft sensation from earlier. "I didn't expect you to be such a good driver." Chapter 050, Rest up, don't talk. He spoke in a hoarse voice, searching for words. Xiao Zhishu's gaze remained fixed on the road ahead. When he suddenly spoke, she paused and said, "I'm just familiar with the road conditions." She didn't look at him and had no interest in chatting idly with Fu Lingsheng. But Fu Lingsheng seemed to have found something to talk about and tried to strike up a conversation with her. "Since you can drive, why haven't I seen you drive to work?" Xiao Zhishu's attention was entirely on the road. Clearly not in the mood to chat with Fu Lingsheng, she replied briefly. "Taking the subway is more convenient." As if sensing that Fu Lingsheng was about to speak again, Xiao Zhishu interrupted him first. "Save your energy, don't talk." Fu Lingsheng's words, which had already reached his lips, were forcefully cut off by Xiao Zhishu. He opened his mouth, his eyes tinged with a hint of grievance. But in the end, he said nothing more. He could hear the impatience in Xiao Zhishu's tone when she had dismissed him earlier. Beijing University Affiliated Hospital. Xiao Zhishu parked the car, then walked around to the other side to open the door for Fu Lingsheng. "Can you walk on your own?" Xiao Zhishu really didn't want to use that intimate gesture to help Fu Lingsheng out again. Fu Lingsheng's long legs stepped out of the car, and he raised his eyes to look at Xiao Zhishu. His gaze was fragile and pitiful. "I should be able to walk." As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, his feet stumbled, and he nearly fell forward. Almost instinctively, Xiao Zhishu reached out and caught him. Fu Lingsheng lowered his gaze to Xiao Zhishu, his pale face tinged with apology. "Did I cause you trouble?" "Yes." "Fu Lingsheng. Let us go inside." Xiao Zhishu had no choice but to support Fu Lingsheng with her entire body and lead him to the emergency room. The emergency room at the affiliated hospital was always bustling with activity. Especially during this flu season, the entire emergency hall was packed with people. The entrance to the emergency surgery department was also packed with people. Stay here. Xiao Zhishu helped Fu Lingsheng sit down on a chair in the waiting area and went over to the emergency surgery department. A few minutes later, she returned. There are a lot of people waiting. Let me handle it for you. All right. Xiao Zhishu took Fu Lingsheng to the wound care room, where she retrieved saline solution for cleaning the wound, iodine solution, and suture needles and thread. She carefully cut open the gauze on Fu Lingsheng's hand with a pair of scissors. Ouch! The man's low groan of pain made Xiao Zhishu pause in her movements. She looked up at Fu Lingsheng and met his pitiful gaze. She furrowed her brows. Does it hurt? Fu Lingsheng nodded hurriedly. Bear with it. Fu Lingsheng. He thought he would see anxiety and concern in her eyes. Instead, she gave him only two cold words, bear it. Without another word, Xiao Zhishuan continued with her actions. Fu Lingsheng pressed his thin lips together, his gaze fixed on Xiao Zhishuan as he remained silent. The gauze was removed and the fresh red blood had already soaked through the snow-white gauze. The torn skin tissue had swollen and turned outward. The wound is too large and deep, it needs to be sutured. I'll clean the wound first, bear with it. Xiao Zhishu held a bottle of saline solution, pouring it onto Fu Lingsheng's wound while speaking to him. Fu Lingsheng murmured in response, his gaze fixed on the woman busily working before him. After cleaning the wound, she applied anesthetic to it. The local infiltration anesthesia will take 5 to 10 minutes to take effect. Please sit and rest for a moment. I'll go find a colleague to prescribe tetanus and antibiotics for you. After speaking, she walked out of the wound care room without waiting for Fu Lingsheng to say anything. Originally, Fu Lingsheng had planned to use these few minutes to talk to her, but Xiao Zhishu didn't even give him that chance. He assumed she would return soon, but after waiting for a long time, he still didn't see her. 10 minutes later, the door to the wound care room opened. Xiao Zhishu almost arrived right on time. She was holding a bag of medicine. Where did you go? Fu Lingsheng lowered his gaze and asked her in a low voice, his tone tinged with the hurt of being abandoned by her. Xiao Zhishu raised her eyes, gave him a strange look, and said, I told you, I went to get the medicine. Why did it take so long? He sounded even more aggrieved. There was a line. Xiao Zhishu replied indifferently, seemingly uninterested in continuing the conversation. She fetched the needle and thread and took Fu Lingsheng's hand. I'll sew up your wound now. Don't move. Fu Lingsheng remained silent. Xiao Zhishu didn't need his response, she just needed him to cooperate. Xiao Zhishu's suturing skills were excellent, she worked quickly and neatly, leaving the stitches neat and tidy. This was the second time Fu Lingsheng had seen Xiao Zhishu at work. This time, he was closer than before and could see everything more clearly. She lowered her eyelids, her profile turned toward him, her expression serious and focused. Yet there was a faint sense of detachment about her. It felt as though getting any closer would be an intrusion into her personal space. Fu Lingsheng's wound was not only long but also deep, even damaging the fascia tissue. Therefore, the suturing required layered stitches, making the process more time-consuming and labor-intensive. Why didn't you ask me how I hurt my hand? Fu Lingsheng had been waiting. From the moment they left Yujing Bay until now, he had been waiting for Xiao Zhishuan to take the initiative to ask about his injuries. But Xiao Zhishu remained indifferent, not uttering a single word. At this moment, Fu Lingsheng could no longer hold back and spoke first. Xiao Zhishu paused for a moment. He wanted to say it had nothing to do with her, that she wouldn't be interested. But he felt that such an answer sounded more like he was sulking, and Fu Lingsheng would inevitably overthink it. So he went along with his line of thinking and asked, "Oh, how did you get hurt?" Her tone was casual and dismissive. Chapter 051, I'm not her boyfriend, I'm her husband. It didn't seem like she was genuinely curious about his injury. It was more like she was forced to ask out of obligation. It was clearly something she wanted Xiao Zhishuan to ask. But when she actually asked, Fu Lingsheng felt a surge of emotion welling up in his chest, unable to rise or subside. Seeing that Fu Lingsheng didn't respond, Xiao Zhishuan didn't mind and continued with her sewing work. Just as Xiao Zhishuan thought Fu Lingsheng wouldn't speak again, as she was about to finish and tie the knot, Fu Lingsheng suddenly blurted out, "It's not what you saw." Xiao Zhishu paused in her tying, looking at him in surprise. What? This out-of-the-blue remark left Xiao Zhishu completely baffled. Fu Lingsheng locked his deep gaze on her eyes and continued. When you came home and saw me with Jian Nuo, it wasn't what you think. After speaking, he kept his eyes fixed on Xiao Zhishu's expression. Her heart hung in suspense, filled with an inexplicable mix of anticipation and tension. Xiao Zhishu didn't speak immediately. Instead, after finishing tying the knot, she spoke indifferently. I wasn't thinking about anything. This indifferent attitude made Fu Lingsheng grow impatient. Xiao Zhishuan. Before he could finish, the door to the wound cleaning room was pushed open from the outside. Ha! Dr. Qiao, you're here? It was a nurse from the emergency department. Upon seeing Fu Lingsheng, her eyes lit up. Isn't this the friend you met in the cafeteria the other day? What happened? Fu Lingsheng's face was simply too striking and distinctive. The young nurse had only seen him once before in the cafeteria but recognized him immediately. He cut his hand with a fruit knife. Since everyone was busy, I decided to stitch it up myself. Xiao Zhishu didn't correct the young nurse's assumption that Fu Lingsheng is her friend, and smiled in response. Then, she picked up the medications next to Fu Lingsheng and said to the nurse, "You'll need these. We're heading to the injection room. We won't bother you anymore." After speaking, he turned to Fu Lingsheng and said, "Let's go." Fu Lingsheng's expression was not good, but he obediently stood up from the chair. As they passed by the young nurse, he suddenly stopped and said to her, "I'm Dr. Qiao's husband." Xiao Zhishu's footsteps came to an abrupt halt and his brows furrowed sharply. The young nurse was completely speechless, her eyes filled with disbelief. "He wasn't even your boyfriend that day, and now you're married after just a few days?" The young nurse recalled the day in the cafeteria when Xiao Zhishu had denied that the handsome man was her boyfriend. Xiao Zhishu didn't respond to the young nurse's words, only giving her an awkward smile before urging Fu Lingsheng to leave. But Fu Lingsheng was stubborn, insisting that the young nurse know his identity. "We've been married for 3 years. The young nurse. Noticing the anger in Fu Lingsheng's tone, the young nurse's smile froze awkwardly on her lips. This Dr. Qiao must have kept it well hidden. None of us knew he was married. Fu Lingsheng's expression grew even more grim. "Fu Lingsheng." Xiao Zhishu clenched her teeth and called out to him again, "Let's go." She didn't know what Fu Lingsheng was thinking, insisting on letting others know about their marriage. Wasn't this just causing trouble for her? Fu Lingsheng kept a stern expression as he followed Xiao Zhishu toward the injection room. Behind them, a young nurse murmured in confusion, "Fu Lingsheng? That name sounds familiar." Moments later, a startling exclamation echoed from the wound care room, "Holy crap! It's the big boss of the Fu group." Xiao Zhishu handed the medication to the nurse in the injection room and instructed Fu Lingsheng to find a seat. "When your number is called, go to the nurse's station and have her give you the injection." "What about you?" Fu Lingsheng asked instinctively. "I'll go for a walk." She felt that her ability to endure Fu Lingsheng up to this point was due not only to the medication Nanny had prescribed but also to her own medical ethics as a doctor. "You're not staying here with me?" Fu Lingsheng's urgent tone betrayed a hint of disappointment. "It's just in 4 drip. Why do you need me to stay?" Fu Lingsheng looked at her with a hurt expression. "Haven't you heard that when someone is sick, they're the most vulnerable and need someone by their side?" Xiao Zhishu. She simply couldn't associate the word vulnerable with Fu Lingsheng. Even at this moment, Fu Lingsheng was genuinely a bit vulnerable. "You're my wife. It's your responsibility to accompany me to the hospital." Fu Lingsheng added angrily. "It's in the contract." Fu Lingsheng added another sentence. He stared intently at Xiao Zhishu, afraid she would turn and leave. Sure enough, when Xiao Zhishu heard those words, she hesitated. The clause they had signed indeed included this provision. As a husband-wife, one must fulfill the obligations and responsibilities of mutual support while away from home. Xiao Zhishu couldn't help but recall the moment she had been buried under the snow. She desperately wanted to ask Fu Lingsheng, "Did you do that?" But in the end, she completely lost the desire to argue with him and simply said, "All right." She didn't notice that when she nodded in agreement, Fu Lingsheng let out a slight sigh of relief. Fu Lingsheng glanced at her, a fleeting trace of self-mockery crossing his mind. He never imagined that one day he would resort to such a shameless method to keep Xiao Zhishu by his side. The electronic call board above the injection room quickly displayed Fu Lingsheng's name, accompanied by the sound of a robotic voice calling his name. "It's your turn. Go ahead." Xiao Zhishu reminded her. Fu Lingsheng obediently walked up to the nurse's station. The moment she saw Fu Lingsheng, the nurse couldn't help but glance at him again because of his appearance, which was as striking as that of an entertainment star. At that glance, her eyes lit up, clearly recognizing him as well. Glancing at Xiao Zhishu standing beside Fu Lingsheng, she smiled and teased. "Dr. Qiao, you're here to accompany him to see the doctor, yet you claim he's not your boyfriend." Xiao Zhishu sighed and pressed his temples. This nurse was one of the nurses who had asked her in the cafeteria earlier that day if Fu Lingsheng was her boyfriend. She never expected to be so unlucky today, running into both nurses at once. Before Xiao Zhishu could speak, Fu Lingsheng suddenly interjected. "Dr. Qiao was right, I'm not her boyfriend." Just as Xiao Zhishu thought Fu Lingsheng had finally understood and clarified the situation, he added another sentence under the astonished gaze of the nurse. "I'm her husband. We've been married for 3 years and have a marriage certificate." Chapter 052. You shouldn't be spreading our relationship around. The nurse was so shocked that the needle in her hand nearly pierced Fu Lingsheng's vein. For a moment, Xiao Zhishu truly wished the nurse would just use the needle to silence Fu Lingsheng. Despite his voice being hoarse from a high fever, he somehow managed to speak so much. Even when he mentioned the words "we're legally married," there was a hint of childish pride in his tone. Xiao Zhishu gave Fu Lingsheng a strange look but ultimately remained silent. "Dr. Qiao, could you help your husband hold the 4-bag higher? Otherwise, the blood will flow back." After the nurse finished giving Fu Lingsheng the injection, she quietly winked at her. After sitting down at the injection station and hanging the 4-bag, Xiao Zhishu looked down at Fu Lingsheng and said, "You shouldn't be going around bragging about our relationship." Xiao Zhishu spoke in a calm voice. Fu Lingsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. "What? Is my husband not good enough for you?" "It's not that he's not good enough, it's that he's too good." Xiao Zhishu could even imagine that by tomorrow, perhaps the entire hospital would know she was the president's wife of the Fu group. Setting aside Fu Lingsheng's dazzling status, just his face alone was enough to attract attention, making it impossible for her to stay low-key. "This will cause me a lot of trouble," Xiao Zhishu said honestly. Fu Lingsheng furrowed his brows, staring at Xiao Zhishu's annoyed expression, and couldn't help but laugh in frustration. "Xiao Zhishu, what do you mean? I'm your husband, you think I'm trouble?" The injection room was crowded with people, and Xiao Zhishu didn't want to argue with Fu Lingsheng. "Never mind." After saying that, she didn't intend to sit down but instead stood up and walked toward the exit of the injection room. "Where are you going?" Fu Lingsheng hurriedly asked. "To get you a glass of water to take your medicine." With those words, she turned and left without looking back. Standing by the water dispenser, Xiao Zhishu couldn't help but lose herself in thought about her secret marriage to Fu Lingsheng. In the past, she hadn't thought about telling others that she was Fu Lingsheng's wife. Her husband was an outstanding and brilliant man. She longed for the whole world to know how wonderful her husband was. Even though she knew that if her identity as Mrs. Fu were to spread at the hospital, she would inevitably become the topic of conversation. But she still hoped that one day, Fu Lingsheng would tell others that she was his wife. But over time, she gradually let go of that unrealistic fantasy. She even comforted herself, thinking that keeping their marriage a secret was fine, at least it would avoid a lot of trouble. But just when she had completely given up on that idea, Fu Lingsheng unexpectedly revealed their relationship to others. So annoying. Really frustrating. Xiao Zhishu had only one thought in her mind. That uncontrollable sense of irritation reached its peak whenever she thought of Fu Lingsheng's face. The paper cup in her hand was crushed, and the warm water she had just poured into it spilled out, soaking her sleeve. She snapped back to reality. Looking at her wet sleeve, the restlessness in her eyes surged upward uncontrollably. She took a deep breath, picked up her phone, and dialed a number. "Hello, Dr. Nan, are you free?" 20 minutes later. "Dr. Nan, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm feeling much better now." After hanging up, she walked back. The earlier restless emotions had also eased significantly under the psychologist's guidance. "Miss Qiao?" A familiar voice rang out from behind Xiao Zhishu. She turned around and saw the handsome chief veterinarian from the pet hospital holding a pure white Bichon Frise puppy behind her. Note, some legal provisions in this article are fictional and may differ from reality. The hospital in this story allows dogs inside. "Dr. Wang." Xiao Zhishu greeted him. However, her attention was immediately drawn to the Bichon Frise he was holding. She stepped forward, lifted the Bichon Frise's paw, and gently rubbed it in her hands. "Is this your dog?" "It's my girlfriend's dog. She has gastroenteritis and a fever, so she's getting in the injection room next door. She couldn't bring Baozhu with her, so I just came home to bring Baozhu over." When he mentioned his girlfriend, Xiao Zhishu noticed that Dr. Wang's eyes lit up involuntarily. She thought, this is what true couples look like when they're together. When talking about their loved ones, their eyes would shine from the inside out. Baozhu was the Bichon Frise in his arms. "Baozhu, say hello to your sister." Baozhu seemed to understand, and her round, full head nudged against Xiao Zhishu's arm. So cute that Xiao Zhishu couldn't help but smile, her eyes crinkling up. Completely unaware, Fu Lingsheng, with a needle in his hand, let it hang slightly by his thigh. The other hand held in 4-drip, silently watching the two of them from a distance. During this time, Xiao Zhishu asked about the general condition of the general. Upon hearing that the general would be discharged soon, the smile on Xiao Zhishu's face grew even more sincere. Fu Lingsheng carefully recalled the past. It seemed like ages so long he couldn't even remember when since he had last seen Xiao Zhishu smile so brightly and radiantly. "Miss Qiao, I'll take Baozhu inside first." "All right." She stroked the puppy's head. "Goodbye, Baozhu." Baozhu was very friendly, sticking out its tongue and happily licking Xiao Zhishu's face. This made her laugh out loud involuntarily. After watching Dr. Wang and the father-daughter pair enter the adjacent injection room, Xiao Zhishu reluctantly tore her gaze away from Baozhu. She poured another cup of water for Fu Lingsheng before returning to the injection room. "Hey, Dr. Qiao, where did you go just now?" "Your husband went out to look for you," the nurse in the injection room casually remarked upon seeing Xiao Zhishu. Xiao Zhishu paused. "He came to find me? Did he finish so quickly?" The nurse covered her mouth and gave Xiao Zhishu a teasing look, saying, "I didn't expect Dr. Qiao's husband to be so dependent on you. You were only gone for a moment, and he ran out to look for you before finishing his injection." As soon as the nurse finished speaking, she saw Fu Lingsheng walking back toward her. She gestured toward Xiao Zhishu with her eyes. "Look, your clingy husband is back." Xiao Zhishu turned around and saw Fu Lingsheng standing there expressionless. Chapter 053. Who was the man by her side? Her hand, with the needle still in it, hung low, currently reabsorbing the blood. She hurriedly placed the paper cup aside. She took a step forward, grabbed his hand and raised it, then took the medicine bag from his other hand. Why were you running around like that? Xiao Zhixuan frowned. Fu Lingsheng stood motionless, gazing deeply at Xiao Zhixuan for a moment before saying, I'm going to the restroom. Xiao Zhixuan frowned and hung the medicine bag back in place. Then she brought over the cup of warm water she had prepared, took out the medicine prescribed by the doctor, and handed it to him. Take your medicine first. Fu Lingsheng took the medicine without saying a word. Xiao Zhishu sat quietly beside him, scrolling through her phone. Judging by her gestures, she seemed to be flipping through photos. The corners of her lips curved into a gentle smile, as if the person in the photo was bringing her joy. Fu Lingsheng stared silently at Xiao Zhishu's lips, which kept curling upward. Since she had sat down, her lips had not once turned downward. He couldn't help but recall the lingering reluctance in her eyes when she parted ways with that man earlier. Poof. If she was so reluctant to leave, why didn't she go in with him to accompany him while he was getting in for drip? What was she doing here? Fu Lingsheng felt a ball of pent-up anger in his chest. So, this man is the one who sprayed patchouli? The man who made her send him messages non-stop while they were having dinner? He still remembered that morning when Xiao Zhishuan accidentally opened that man's voice message. The man said there was an emergency patient. So, that man was also a doctor at the hospital? Or an emergency room doctor? Fu Lingsheng thought about it further, and the fire in his chest began to burn out of control. Where did you go? It took you that long to get some water? Xiao Zhishu finally looked up from his phone and glanced at him, saying, I ran into a friend and chatted for a bit. And you just left me here? Fu Lingsheng's tone was muffled, betraying his unhidden disappointment. Xiao Zhishu closed the photo album and stared directly at Fu Lingsheng's gloomy expression. You're not a child, you don't need someone watching over you every moment of the day. If you need help, you can call me or ask a nurse for assistance. Fu Lingsheng understood the underlying meaning of her words. She wanted to tell him that she had her own personal space and wouldn't be constantly hovering around him. Fu Lingsheng felt a lump in his throat. He muttered under his breath, you didn't used to be like this. Xiao Zhishu's expression paused briefly, but she pretended not to hear him and refocused her attention on her phone. For the next hour, neither of them spoke a word. Fu Lingsheng, as if sulking at Xiao Zhishu, remained silent as well. It wasn't until the medicine in the bag was empty that Xiao Zhishuan finally moved. It's done. Xiao Zhishu reminded him. He then placed the phone aside, removed the medical tape from the needle, and carefully pulled it out of Fu Lingsheng's arm. Let us go. All right. Fu Lingsheng replied softly, then walked past Xiao Zhishu and left the injection room without saying a word. Dr. Chow, Dr. Chow. The nurse at the nurse's station called out to her in a low voice. Xiao Zhishu looked at her and asked, What's wrong? The nurse nodded toward Fu Lingsheng's angry, towering figure. Did you two have an argument? Xiao Zhishu paused for a moment, then shook her head with a smile. No. Then he asked, just being moody with you. She looked at Xiao Zhishuan with a suggestive expression and playfully batted her eyelashes. You have no idea. You've only been gone for 2 minutes, and he has been staring at the door the whole time, like a stone statue waiting for his wife. After 3 years of marriage, you're still so in love. I didn't realize you kept it so well hidden. In love? Xiao Zhishu couldn't help but stare blankly, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. It was the first time she had ever heard anyone use those two words to describe her relationship with Fu Lingsheng. In the past, she would have felt secretly delighted, but now, all that remained was irony. She smiled at the nurse, having no desire to discuss her marriage further, and simply said, Don't tease me. I'll go now. Alright, see you tomorrow. Xiao Zhishu emerged from the injection room and saw Fu Lingsheng standing silently at the entrance of the emergency hall. Outside, heavy snow was falling like goose feathers, accumulating into thick drifts. Xiao Zhishu opened her umbrella. Wait here for me. I'll go get the car. As he spoke, he started to walk toward the snow. But the next moment, the handle of the umbrella, along with her hand, was enveloped by a hand with clearly defined knuckles. Perhaps because he had just recovered from a fever, Fu Lingsheng's palm was still slightly warm. The heat made Xiao Zhishu's heart race. Glancing sideways, she saw that Fu Lingsheng's eyes were as dark as the depths of the ocean. No, I'll go with you. Hearing this, Xiao Zhishu didn't insist. Suppressing the irregular rhythm of her heart, she nodded. The car slowly drove out of the main gate of the affiliated hospital and headed toward Yujing Bay. The journey was silent. Upon returning home, Jian Nuo had already left. Under the bright headlights, a pool of glaring red was visible by the sofa. It was truly eye-catching. As soon as Xiao Zhishu entered the door, his attention was immediately drawn to the pool of red. It wasn't until then that she couldn't help but start wondering. What had happened between the two of them at that time? How had Fu Lingsheng's wound been cut so deeply? But when Fu Lingsheng saw Xiao Zhishu staring at the bloodstain, he thought she had misunderstood his relationship with Jian Nuo again. Just moments ago, he had been sulking with a stern expression, but now he was panicking, not knowing what to do. I didn't know she was coming today. I didn't tell her to come. As he explained, his speech unconsciously sped up. He feared that if he was even a moment too slow, Xiao Zhishu's misunderstanding of him would deepen. His voice snapped Xiao Zhishu out of her daze. She raised her eyes to look at him, nodded once, and indicated that she understood. She still didn't ask how Fu Lingsheng had gotten injured. Recalling that she had forgotten to close the sunroom in the garden when she left earlier, she hurried over to check. Just as she turned around, her wrist was suddenly gripped tightly by Fu Lingsheng. Before Xiao Zhishu could speak, he began explaining on his own. She suddenly ran over and told me you called her a mistress. She didn't say much before getting emotional, grabbing a knife and threatening to kill herself. I was scared at the time and didn't think much, just tried to stop her with my bare hands and accidentally got cut. After explaining, he felt something was off. Seeing Xiao Zhishu's strange expression and pensive look, his heart raced and his words became jumbled. I didn't want to get hurt for her. I was afraid something would happen to her at our house, and the Jian family would blame you. The more he explained, the more confused he became. But when he saw Xiao Zhishu's calm eyes, all the words suddenly got stuck in his throat. Chapter 054, You Want a Divorce? Are you saying that Jian Nuo developed depression because she was called a mistress, which led to that incident? She pointed at the pool of blood on the ground with her chin, speaking calmly. Fu Lingsheng opened his mouth but remained silent, eventually nodding. Then he hurriedly added. I know it has nothing to do with you. But Xiao Zhishu turned her head, paused for a moment as if deep in thought, then said. It's not that it doesn't matter. Jian Nuo was indeed called a mistress by others because of me. When she said this, her tone was steady, showing no signs of guilt or anxiety. Her expression seemed almost eager for Fu Lingsheng to believe her words. Fu Lingsheng stared at her in shock. She picked up her phone, opened Fu Lingsheng's WeChat and sent him a video. I copied it from the hospital. Jian Nuo must have been pretty shaken up. After saying that, she walked toward the balcony. She hoped that after seeing the video, Fu Lingsheng would understand how much injustice and misunderstanding Jian Nuo had endured, and that she had intentionally manipulated a stranger to insult Jian Nuo. She wanted him to know that Jian Nuo had been traumatized because of her, nearly causing him to lose the use of his right hand. Thinking about it, since Fu Lingsheng cared so much about Jian Nuo, he would definitely initiate a divorce with her sooner than expected. Even though there were less than 2 months left before the contract ended. But for Xiao Zhishu, even just 2 months was unbearable. She opened the terrace door and stepped out, only to freeze in place. Their mansion in Yujing Bay was a 500 square meter penthouse with an additional 100 square meter terrace. After they got married, Fu Lingsheng told her that the wedding home's interior design would be done according to her preferences. At the time, she was nearing the end of her PhD and was extremely busy. But because of Fu Lingsheng's words, the wedding home however you want it decorated, I'll follow your lead, she squeezed out every spare moment to focus on the wedding home's decoration. Although she didn't need to handle the design herself, the interior design company hired by the Fu family was naturally top-notch in the industry. But the 100 square meter terrace was the one thing she poured her heart and soul into. From the design plans to every detail after moving in, she handled everything personally. In the front of the large terrace, she had a hidden sunroom installed. When there was no snow, the sunroom could be hidden, transforming the space into an open-air garden. On snowy days, the sunroom opens up, enveloping the entire garden and protecting it from the blizzard. At this moment, the sunroom is closed, and the flowers she planted in the garden have all been pulled up by hand. Sunflowers were snapped in half at the waist and scattered carelessly in the soil. The white hyacinths were uprooted by the roots. Bright red marguerite flowers were knocked off and scattered everywhere, then trampled into the soil. The other flowers and plants used as accents lay scattered and disheveled everywhere. The flower bed she had carefully tended for nearly 3 years was destroyed in an instant. Snowflakes continued to fall one by one from the sky, covering the broken and disheveled remains of the flowers. It also concealed the disgraceful end of her decade-long efforts, sparing her from further embarrassment. Xiao Zhishu thought she would definitely fly into a rage. But she found herself calm, even a bit relieved. A sense of release that came from knowing there was nothing left between her and this house. The snow fell heavier and heavier. Fu Lingsheng saw that Xiao Zhishu hadn't come in yet, so he decided to go out and call her in. He opened the terrace door. It's snowing so heavily, come inside. But before he could finish, the scene before him stopped him in his tracks. He suddenly thought of something, and his pupils contracted sharply. A fleeting sense of unease flashed through his heart, and he looked sharply at Xiao Zhishu. But there was not a trace of anger on Xiao Zhishu's face. On the contrary, her expression was calm, not a ripple of emotion. The more she remained composed, the deeper the panic grew within Fu Lingsheng. His Adam's apple bobbed, and in a hoarse voice, he stared at Xiao Zhishu's calm face and said, "It was Jian Nuo who did it. I'll make her apologize to you right away." As he spoke, he picked up his phone to make a call. But for some reason, his hands were shaking violently, and his fingers couldn't find the right spot on the screen. Xiao Zhishu gently raised her hand to stop him. His gaze shifted away from the withered flowers. "Never mind. These flowers should be replaced anyway. After speaking, she turned around and walked back into the house with a calm expression. Fu Lingsheng followed closely behind. Watching her calm expression, Fu Lingsheng felt an uneasy sensation in his heart. He walked beside her cautiously and asked in a low voice, "What kind of flowers do you like to grow? I'll have the gardener come over tomorrow, or we can just plant the same ones you grew before." After speaking, he looked at Xiao Zhishuan nervously, his eyes unconsciously tinged with anxiety. Xiao Zhishuan merely shook her head and said, "Never mind, let's not plant any. I'm busy with work now and don't have much time to tend to them. Let's hire a landscape designer to come over and redesign that area into a garden." "What kind of landscape design do you like?" "I'll have the designer created according to your preferences." Fu Lingsheng hurriedly said, "Whatever you think is fine. I don't have any preferences." Xiao Zhishu pressed his tired temples, raised his eyes to look at Fu Lingsheng, hesitated for a few seconds, then said, "Let us talk about it." Upon hearing Xiao Zhishuan's words, Fu Lingsheng's heart suddenly trembled. That inexplicable sense of unease grew increasingly intense. "All right." He silently glanced at her and replied. Xiao Zhishu walked over to the sofa and sat down. The bright red stain was still highly noticeable, as if constantly reminding her of something. "What do you want to talk about?" Fu Lingsheng asked. His thin lips unconsciously tightened into a straight line. Xiao Zhishu didn't know how to begin. After a long silence, she finally said, "Why don't we just terminate the contract early?" As the words fell, Fu Lingsheng's pupils suddenly contracted. "What did you say?" Fu Lingsheng's tone sounded calm and steady, without a hint of emotion. But the hand wrapped in gauze was clenched so tightly that a faint trickle of blood seeped through. Xiao Zhishu repeated his earlier proposal. "I said, let's terminate the contract early." She felt that this outcome would be best for everyone. She wouldn't have to endure Jian Nuo's hostility and harassment anymore. She could also distance herself from Fu Lingsheng legitimately, rather than struggling to find excuses to avoid him. Jian Nuo wouldn't have to be provoked by her, which could affect Fu Lingsheng's mood. It was a win-win situation, and she believed that Fu Lingsheng knew how to make the best decision for himself. The living room fell into an oppressive silence. The biting cold wind outside seemed to have blown its way inside. The room, which had been filled with warmth, now felt even colder. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Zhishuan finally heard Fu Lingsheng's voice, as cold as ice, slowly echoing. "You want a divorce?" Chapter 055, What is Fu Lingsheng angry about? The words divorce seemed inappropriate to Xiao Zhishu. Between them, the term termination of the contract seemed more appropriate. However, legally speaking, divorce was indeed the accurate term. Xiao Zhishu nodded. "Don't worry, I signed this contract voluntarily. I don't want the compensation you promised me either. After all, we were just helping each other out, and neither of us lost out." As she spoke, she seemed to be trying to ease the awkwardness, pointing at the luxurious yet understated mansion and joking. "I even get to live in such a luxurious mansion." After speaking, she saw Fu Lingsheng's solemn expression and remained silent. "I disagree." Fu Lingsheng spoke, his refusal firm and decisive. "Why?" Xiao Zhishu was taken aback. She felt she had already considered Fu Lingsheng's feelings enough. This was a decision that would benefit everyone, and she had assumed Fu Lingsheng would agree without hesitation. Fu Lingsheng coldly stared at her furrowed brows, then spoke after a moment. "The time isn't right yet." Xiao Zhishu's brows furrowed even more. "There's less than 2 months left. Ending it early wouldn't be a problem. Neither of us would lose anything. Isn't that better? It's not good." Fu Lingsheng stood up from the sofa with a stern expression. Looking down at Xiao Zhishu's confused expression, he said, "Xiao Zhishu, you signed the contract yourself. Since it's for 3 years, not even a minute or a second less is acceptable." "But I am a man of my word." Fu Lingsheng's icy voice cut off Xiao Zhishuan's words. "I hope you are too, Dr. Qiao." With those words, Fu Lingsheng turned and strode back into the bedroom. The door slammed shut with such force that it carried a palpable anger that couldn't be ignored. She didn't understand. Really? What was Fu Lingsheng angry about? Because she wanted to break the agreement? But breaking the contract was beneficial for both parties. Why was he so angry? Xiao Zhishu didn't know, and Fu Lingsheng didn't know either. He only knows that he fled in disarray. He fled in a state of utter disarray. He was afraid that if he was even a moment too late, Xiao Zhishu would bring up the divorce again. Even though it was he who had set the 3-year deadline. But over the past 3 years, he had never once entertained the thought of divorce. In fact, deep down, he believed that he and Xiao Zhishuan were meant to spend the rest of their lives together. Xiao Zhishu, how dare she? How dare she bring up divorce with him? Fu Lingsheng's anger surged upward. His palms grew damp, accompanied by the pain of his nerves being torn. He raised his hand, and the palm was stained bright red with blood. He had probably torn open the stitches from moving too roughly earlier. But Fu Lingsheng had no time to think about that. It seemed that only the pain in his palm could distract him from the anxiety and unease in his heart caused by Xiao Zhishuan's mention of divorce. He recalled the surveillance footage that Xiao Zhishuan had sent to his phone earlier in the living room. At the time, he hadn't opened it yet. He recalled how she had admitted so openly that she had intentionally bullied Jian Nuo, and a strange feeling flashed through his mind. He took out his phone and opened the surveillance video. "If you know what's good for you, divorce Lingsheng sooner." The first words Fu Lingsheng heard when the video started were those. Jian Nuo's voice was domineering and fearless. Sharp and condescending. There was not a trace of the timid and cautious demeanor he had seen when she was with Xiao Zhishu. So, this was her true attitude toward Xiao Zhishuan in private. She had already gone to great lengths to find excuses to have him removed from Xiao Zhishu's side, yet in private, she dared to act this way? No wonder Xiao Zhishuan suddenly brought up divorce with him. No wonder Xiao Zhishuan had suddenly become so cold toward him. He patiently watched the video to the end. By the end, it was all those people accusing Jian Nuo of being shameless and forcing the original wife to divorce. And Xiao Zhishuan stood by, unconcerned, watching the spectacle unfold. From the video, he could clearly see that Xiao Zhishu had no intention of helping Jian Nuo out of the situation. From an observer's perspective, Xiao Zhishu did indeed seem to be intentionally provoking others to insult Jian Nuo. Fu Lingsheng watched and suddenly understood. Once he did, he was so angry he couldn't help but laugh. "Xiao Zhishu, is this your true intention?" At first, he didn't understand why Xiao Zhishuan would voluntarily hand over his own incriminating evidence to him. After watching the video, he understood. She believed that in the video, Jian Nuo's helplessness and her indifference to the matter would certainly enrage him. And then he would initiate the divorce. Just as she had so decisively admitted over the phone that Jian Nuo was her mistress. The purpose was the same. She wanted to provoke him into bringing up divorce first. Xiao Zhishu, you're really something. At the affiliated hospital's inpatient building. Jian Nuo held her phone, her mind elsewhere. Nuo, what's wrong? You seem so distracted. Jian Nuo looked up at Jian Shi, her eyes reddening. Brother, Lingsheng must be angry. I called him several times, but he didn't answer any of them. Ever since that night when she destroyed the flowers that Xiao Zhishuan had planted, Lingsheng hadn't spoken to her. She had seen those flowers in Xiao Zhishuan's social media feed. Xiao Zhishuan had said those flowers were planted when she and Lingsheng first got married. That night, Lingsheng had been injured but didn't let her accompany him to the hospital. She was furious. When she saw the flowers planted in the flower bed on the terrace again, the malicious desire to tear Xiao Zhishuan to pieces shifted onto those flowers and plants. She was determined to destroy everything Xiao Zhishu had worked so hard for. Lingsheng loved her so much he would never blame her. But now, Lingsheng hadn't answered her calls for 2 days. Could it be that Xiao Zhishuan had a fight with Lingsheng? Could Lingsheng really be blaming her because of Xiao Zhishuan? Jian Nuo grew increasingly uneasy as she thought about it. Nuo, you can't keep bothering Shanggu. He is very busy with work. If you keep bothering him, he'll eventually get annoyed. She looked at her sister's distracted expression and couldn't help but remind her. What do you know? Jian Nuo suddenly raised her voice and shouted at Jian Shi. Brother, don't you know that I've loved Shanggu since I was a child? I've made so much effort to become his wife, but he married Xiao Zhishu while I was abroad. How can I possibly accept this? Jian Nuo's eyes were filled with resentment and bitterness. I won't give up. Lingsheng can only be mine. Jian Shi looked at the madness in Jian Nuo's eyes, feeling both worried and helpless. Nuo, stop being so stubborn. Shanggu only sees you as a sister. He doesn't like you at all. A man's gaze toward a woman he loves is different. Chapter 056, Meeting the President's Wife. Jian Shi's words completely ignited the fire in Jian Nuo's heart. Brother, what are you talking about? If Lingsheng doesn't like me, why would he be so kind to me and indulge me so much? He always chooses me over Xiao Zhishuan. Doesn't that prove anything? Jian Shi looked at her younger sister helplessly, probably truly not wanting her to get involved. She sighed and said. You know very well why he chose you. Sister, listen to your brother. Don't get too involved. Jian Nuo was furious. She suddenly stood up from her seat, about to say something, but then decided against it. Alright, I understand, brother. Let's not talk about this anymore. Take your medicine first. Jian Shi watched his younger sister's sudden change in expression and didn't know if she had truly taken his words to heart. He always felt that his younger sister had a stubborn streak deep down. He couldn't afford to push her too far. After taking the medicine. Brother, rest well. Mom and Dad and I will come visit you again this afternoon. All right. As Jian Nuo stepped out of the ward, he happened to catch sight of the nurse entering. After exchanging glances, Jian Nuo left first. The expression in his eyes gradually darkened. Fu Group. Miss Jian, is that you? Jian Nuo appeared in the lobby of the Fu Group building. The front desk staff recognized her immediately. Jian Nuo was a moderately famous social media influencer. Despite only registering on Douyin about a month ago, she had amassed hundreds of thousands of followers through heavy advertising and videos showcasing the daily life of a wealthy heiress. although Fu Lingsheng never showed his face in her videos. But Jian Nuo often intentionally or unintentionally captured Fu Lingsheng's profile or body in the frame. Many people speculated about her relationship with the handsome guy. Jian Nuo always responds that he is her childhood friend from a prominent family. But she would also subtly reveal some blushing expressions, hinting to her fans that their relationship is not as simple as it seems. I'm here to find Lingsheng. Is he here? Lingsheng, brother? Could it be? The front desk was Jian Nuo's fan. Hearing Jian Nuo's intimate nickname, I immediately thought of the childhood friend and neighbor brother from her videos. Miss Jian, so you're the president's wife. A few days ago, rumors had already spread from the president's office that the president had secretly married his wife and obtained a marriage certificate. Combined with the ambiguous remarks in Jian Nuo's videos, the front desk staff immediately misunderstood. Jian Nuo covered her mouth and smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. She simply told the front desk, I called him but he didn't answer. Can I go up to find him directly? Of course you can, Miss Jian. Please go ahead. The front desk staff led Jian Nuo toward the elevator with a fawning expression. Madam, why don't you ever come to our company? I'm a big fan of yours. Jian Nuo smiled gracefully, appearing to outsiders like the quintessential wealthy young mistress. Oh, I'm usually busy with my own work. I just happened to pass by today and thought I'd drop by. You go back to work. Seeing Jian Nuo's approachable demeanor, the front desk staff became even more attentive. Madam, this is the president's private elevator. I don't have your fingerprint, so I can't unlock it for you. Should I call Mr. Chang, the assistant, and have him come down to escort you? Jian Nuo's expression stiffened slightly before she waved her hand. No need. I don't come here often. I'll just take the elevator with everyone else. No need to trouble Mr. Chang. Saying this, she walked toward the employee elevators and stopped in front of them. Go ahead with your work. I'll take the elevator up myself. All right, ma'am. I'll get back to work then. After the front desk staff left, the employees who had been waiting for the elevator with Jian Nuo also quietly glanced at her with scrutinizing eyes. They had naturally heard how the front desk addressed Jian Nuo. Lately, rumors about the CEO's secret marriage had been circulating throughout the entire company. The madam the front desk clerk had mentioned must be referring to the president's wife. Oh my god. They actually rode the same elevator as the president's wife. As soon as the elevator doors opened, they all instinctively stepped aside to make way for Jian Nuo. Madam, please go first. Hearing someone call her madam, Jian Nuo's face betrayed her obvious pride. Her chin lifted slightly, exuding a subtle mix of self-satisfaction and arrogance. After Jian Nuo entered the elevator, the other employees followed suit. One after another, they rushed to gather around Jian Nuo, fawning and flattering her. Their behavior greatly satisfied Jian Nuo's inner sense of vanity. How did you all find out that Lingsheng got married? Jian Nuo asked. A few days ago, the news spread from the president's office. Although the president didn't confirm it personally, the fact that the news was leaked means he must have tacitly approved it. A female employee with a bun hairstyle answered quickly. The president must love his wife so much that he wants everyone to know he's married. The female employee flattered him. Little did she know that when Jian Nuo heard those words, the smile on her face faded slightly. A hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. You're pretty clever, aren't you? You think you know what the president is thinking. Jian Nuo said coldly. The female employee, who had been fawning over him moments ago, froze with a smile on her lips. Stunned and embarrassed, she froze in place. She racked her brain but couldn't figure out why her flattery had backfired so badly. Seeing this, the other employees who had been eager to curry favor with the CEO's wife all fell silent. Until the elevator doors opened, they rushed out in a crowd. What did little Chen do to offend the wife just now? Why did she suddenly change her expression? Who knows? The closing elevator doors blocked out the employees' nervous whispers. Jian Nuo recalled the female employee's remark, the president must really love the lady, and his expression darkened. The elevator reached the top floor of the president's office. Compared to the bustling atmosphere on lower floors, the top floor was much more solemn and quiet. Jian Nuo walked in. The secretaries in the president's office were all busy with their own tasks. Upon hearing her sudden footsteps, they looked up at her. Ma'am, may I ask who you're looking for? Jian Nuo's gaze swept around the executive office. Her expression carried a hint of superiority. Where is Lingsheng? I need to speak with him. Lingsheng? A few people exchanged glances. Someone in the employee group saw a message posted by the front desk. Finally got to meet the president's wife today. She's even more beautiful in person than in the videos. I love her so much. Heart heart. So the president's wife had arrived. Just then, the conference room door opened. Fu Lingsheng emerged from the meeting room, followed by several company executives. Brother Lingsheng. Jian Nuo's eyes lit up. She hurried over to Fu Lingsheng and wrapped her arm around his. Her posture and manner were incredibly affectionate. Chapter 057. I didn't answer your call because I didn't want to. Fu Lingsheng's eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly and his expression grew colder. Why did you come here? Jian Nuo noticed the coldness in his tone and her smile stiffened slightly. But soon, it was put away again. Someone misses you, so they came to find you. She deliberately spoke louder, wanting the people in the president's office to hear. A flash of coldness crossed Fu Lingsheng's eyes. He didn't say a word, just turned and walked into the president's office. Jian Nuo hurried to follow. As everyone turned to look at them with curiosity, she casually closed the door. All they could hear faintly from outside was the low murmur of conversation. So this is the president's wife. A hint of pride flashed in Jian Nuo's eyes. Lingsheng, I've been calling you these past few days, why didn't you answer? Jian Nuo walked up to Fu Lingsheng. Pouting her lips, she murmured softly. Fu Lingsheng sat in his executive chair, raising his slightly cold eyes to look at her. You're just in time. A smile immediately spread across Jian Nuo's face. Lingsheng, you missed me too? I knew it. It must be Jisoo who stopped you from answering my call. Enough. Fu Lingsheng's icy voice cut off Jian Nuo's self-righteous words. Jian Nuo's voice caught in her throat. Her expression changed abruptly and she stared in shock at the coldness between Fu Lingsheng's eyebrows. She fell silent. Xiao Jishu is my wife. You should call her your sister-in-law. Fu Lingsheng's gaze grew sharp and unwavering. Jian Nuo's eyes widened in shock. Was it Sister Jisoo who told you? It has nothing to do with her. Fu Lingsheng cut her off coldly. I didn't answer your call because I didn't want to. It has nothing to do with Xiao Jishu. You don't need to drag her into this every time. Jian Nuo stared at Fu Lingsheng's icy expression, biting her lower lip until it turned white. Also, I asked you to come in because of something else. Fu Lingsheng continued. Jian Nuo's eyes turned red. What is it, Lingsheng? The flowers in my garden were destroyed by you. Go apologize to your sister-in-law properly. Apologize? Why should I? Jian Nuo's voice rose instinctively. But when she met the coldness in Fu Lingsheng's eyes, she quickly calmed down. Lingsheng, I didn't mean to do it that day. She lowered her head, tears falling down her cheeks with practiced ease. She looked utterly helpless and pitiful. That day, your hands were covered in blood, and I was scared. Then my emotions got the better of me, and I couldn't control myself. You've been dealing with this condition for years, haven't you? Fu Lingsheng suddenly interrupted her. Jian Nuo's sobs stopped abruptly. Her tear-stained eyes looked blankly at Fu Lingsheng's cold expression. She nodded nervously. Yes, it's been many years. Change doctors. Fu Lingsheng said. What? A fleeting look of panic flashed across Jian Nuo's eyes. After all these years, your condition hasn't improved at all, and it's been getting worse lately. It must be that doctor who isn't very good. I'll find you a more authoritative specialist. No! Jian Nuo screamed and refused Fu Lingsheng outright. Fu Lingsheng looked up at her, his calm expression showing no emotion. Lingsheng, my psychiatrist has always been Dr. Su. He understands my condition best. Changing doctors suddenly would make me feel uncomfortable. She composed herself and explained calmly. I've worked with Dr. Su for so long, and he has finally gotten to understand my condition. Changing doctors now will only worsen my condition. Jian Nuo's tone carried a hint of pleading. Lingsheng, you've seen it yourself. Dr. Su's treatment plan has been effective. I've recently been exposed to some stress, which occasionally triggers my condition, but I recover quickly. As long as I avoid triggers, I won't have episodes. Jian Nuo's expression was pitiful. But between the lines, she was still implying that the reason she was having episodes was because of Xiao Jishu. Fu Lingsheng looked at Jian Nuo and said. So, you're saying your illness is because of Xiao Jishu? Jian Nuo didn't answer, but she lowered her head slightly and bit her lower lip, remaining silent. Clearly, that was exactly what she meant. Because she publicly humiliated you by calling you a mistress? Fu Lingsheng asked again, his calm tone making it difficult to discern his emotions. But when Jian Nuo heard Fu Lingsheng's words, her eyes grew even redder. She looked like she had been driven to the brink by Xiao Jishu but dared not speak her mind. But Fu Lingsheng, seeing her like this, remained unusually expressionless. He simply asked her, so, you let her divorce me in front of everyone? When Fu Lingsheng spoke these words, his tone remained calm. But Jian Nuo could hear the suppressed anger in his calm tone. Her heart raced and her face turned deathly pale. Lingsheng, I didn't do it. Don't listen to Xiao Jishu slandering me. Her eyes betrayed a hint of guilt and panic as she hurriedly defended herself. Lingsheng, I really didn't do that. How could I possibly let my sister-in-law divorce you? That day, I was just in the elevator. My sister-in-law asked us about going to Switzerland to see the aurora, so I explained to her that there was nothing between us. I was just accompanying you to cheer me up because my depression had flared up. Who knew that as soon as I finished speaking, she got so angry? As soon as we got out of the elevator, she called me a mistress, saying I intentionally seduced you. The people who came to the hospital believed her and pointed at me, calling me shameless. Later, I felt guilty and scared for hurting your hand, so I had another episode and destroyed my sister-in-law's flower garden. I'll apologize to her, I promise. Jian Nuo explained earnestly, then looked at Fu Lingsheng with a pitiful expression. She thought he would be moved by her words. However, Fu Lingsheng remained expressionless, his gaze cold and strange. Lingsheng, older brother. Don't you know there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the hospital? Fu Lingsheng asked aloud, causing Jian Nuo's expression to freeze abruptly before she completely lost all color. At that moment, she was completely panicked, her eyes darting around frantically as she tried to find a way to back up her words. Looking back at Fu Lingsheng, the warmth and indulgence in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an icy coldness that seemed impossible to melt. He slowly stood up from the chair and walked toward her. His dark eyes, emanating an intimidating aura that made one dare not meet his gaze, looked down on Jian Nuo from above. Nuo, the nonsense you just spoke must be the result of your illness not being cured, causing you to lose your mind. Since the doctor you found is so useless, you should find another one. Don't be afraid to seek medical help. If one doctor can't cure you, try several. Eventually, someone will be able to treat you. What do you think? Jian Nuo's face turned deathly pale as she looked at Fu Lingsheng before her. It seemed like the same Lingsheng who had once spoken to her so gently. But those eyes made Jian Nuo feel inexplicably afraid. Chapter 058, Xiao Jishu, don't blame me for being heartless. Upon hearing Fu Lingsheng suggest changing doctors, Jian Nuo shook her head repeatedly. No, Lingsheng, I don't want to change. I like Dr. Su. I don't want to change doctors. She forced a smile from the corners of her mouth. Lingsheng, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll leave now. After saying that, she turned and hurried out. You don't have to change doctors, but go apologize to your sister-in-law properly. Fu Lingsheng's voice came from behind her. Jian Nuo stumbled slightly, struggling to maintain her balance. Her fingertips dug into the palms of her hands, panic and anger causing her knuckles to turn white. Alright, Lingsheng. She opened the door and walked out, her expression instantly turning grim. Xiao Jishu. She never expected that bastard to be so cunning, actually showing the hospital surveillance footage to Lingsheng. Xiao Jishu, since you're playing mind games with me, don't blame me for being ruthless. She walked out of the CEO's office with a grim expression. The confused secretaries in the president's office saw her come out and stood up to greet her. Madam, please take your time. Just then, Chang Liang emerged from the office. He heard the words first. He couldn't help but rub his forehead. What on earth is going on here? Chang Liang knew the status of Miss Jian in his boss's eyes, so he didn't correct them in front of Jian Nuo. Instead, after Miss Jian left, he walked over to them and said, You idiots! How can you mistake every woman you see for the mistress? Is she the mistress? That's how you address her? What? The one earlier wasn't the mistress? The secretary girls were all dumbfounded. Mr. Chang, didn't you say that any woman who behaves intimately with the president is the lady? We didn't see any other women behaving intimately with the president. The one just now was pretty intimate. When they called her the boss's wife, she didn't correct them. So she's just an imposter, huh? I think she's pretty convincing. Chang Liang. His expression was as grim as someone suffering from constipation. In any case, you've mistaken her for someone else. The woman earlier was just the president's neighbor's younger sister, not the lady. Chang Liang said this with a hint of guilt. He was afraid the CEO would find out he'd been giving the secretaries incorrect information, causing them to mistake the mistress for someone else. Oh, so it seems the president isn't just close with the wife, he's also close with the neighbor's little sister, huh? First friends, then sisters, and finally little darlings. The president is pulling the same move as A. Haven't you read the novels on the Tomato app? Bad boy CEOs are the standard for our CEO. Soga. Chang Liang. Shut up, all of you. If you keep talking, he'll really be sent to Africa to develop his career. After Jian Nuo left, Fu Lingsheng sat in his office with a grim expression. He vaguely realized that he had indeed been too demanding of Jian Nuo. Because of their past connection, he had repeatedly indulged her capricious behavior. Even when she told obvious lies that could be easily exposed, as long as they didn't lead to any major scandals, he considered it harmless. To the point where she now lies without a second thought, effortlessly. He recalled how he had repeatedly stood up Xiao Jishuan for Jian Nuo, choosing her over Xiao Jishuan time and time again. Now that he thought about it, Xiao Jishuan must be deeply disappointed. So, even though the ridiculous marriage contract had less than 2 months left, she wanted to use every means possible to make him initiate the divorce. Recalling the resolute, unwavering gaze in Xiao Jishuan's eyes when he had proposed ending the contract early that night, Fu Lingsheng's heart twisted into a knot. These past 2 days, he has been leaving early and returning late, deliberately avoiding any encounters with Xiao Jishu. He feared that seeing him would remind her of the divorce. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. He also recalled the half-month he had left Xiao Jishuan in Norway. He had promised her he would go back for her. But in the end, he went to be with Jian Nuo instead. Some things he deliberately chose not to think about, deceiving himself into believing that everything was in the past. But when he really thought about it, he realized how despicable and unforgivable his actions had been. He needed to find the time to take her there again. It was almost New Year's, a good opportunity. With that in mind, he pressed the intercom and called Chang Liang in. "Mr. President, you called for me?" Chang Liang pushed open the CEO's office door and hurried inside. He felt nervous, afraid that the president would confront him about randomly sharing information about the president's wife. But he heard Fu Ling's voice say, "Cancel all my work from before the new year. Find a reputable travel agency and design a 2-week itinerary for a trip to Scandinavia." Travel? Chang Liang's eyes widened in surprise. "President, are you going on another trip?" It had only been less than 10 days since the last 2-week trip. With the president's workload, which was as hectic as an emperor's, the previous 2-week vacation had already been crammed with all the work from before. Fu Lingsheng didn't say much to Chang Liang, just said, "Don't ask so many questions. Just do as I say. All the upcoming work schedules are yours." Chang Liang didn't respond immediately, instead looking hesitant and cautiously asking, "President, are you accompanying the lady on a trip?" Fu Lingsheng lifted his head from the documents, saw Chang Liang's hesitant expression, and furrowed his brows slightly, saying, "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" Chang Liang hesitated and asked, "Did you ask your wife about it?" Fu Lingsheng fell silent abruptly. He had intended to surprise Qiao Zhishu, so why would he ask her opinion first? "Once the travel plans are finalized, I'll just send them to her to review, right?" "Oh my goodness. Look at you, acting on a whim without even asking anyone else's opinion." The little voice in his mind rolled its eyes and rolled its lips. "Mr. President, a 2-week trip, the lady will need to take time off from the hospital, won't she?" Chang Liang still had to speak up. "I have a friend who works in the same department as the missus. Last time she took a leave of absence for half a month, he arranged with the other colleagues in the department a month in advance to swap shifts and worked several consecutive night shifts to make it work. Even if he wasn't a doctor, he knew how difficult it was for a surgeon in a busy department to arrange a 2-week vacation." The CEO thought it was as easy as squeezing an egg out of a chicken. Fu Lingsheng's expression changed slightly. He suddenly remembered that during the time before they left for their trip, Qiao Zhishuan hadn't come home for several days. He never asked about Qiao Zhishuan's affairs, so he naturally had no idea she had arranged so many night shifts. Knowing all this, Fu Lingsheng couldn't help but feel deeply regretful for leaving Qiao Zhishuan alone in Norway for half a month. Chapter 059, a cute little puppy who doesn't love that? "Mr. Fu, why don't you give Mrs. Fu a call first and see if she can adjust her schedule?" Chang Liang, seeing the expression on his boss's face growing increasingly grim, cautiously suggested. "Forget it, let us wait until after the new year." Fu Lingsheng refused. Making her work another late shift in a row was something he couldn't bring himself to say. Chang Liang glanced at Fu Lingsheng's expression, intending to turn and leave, but then thought better of it. After all, the boss had given him a salary of several million yuan, so he should at least try to ease his burden. "President, although it's difficult for the lady to take a 2-week vacation, isn't there a holiday on the weekend?" Fu Lingsheng heard this and looked up at him. The administrative department is currently preparing for the company's year-end party and team-building event. The president could invite the wife to attend on behalf of the company, and it would also give all the employees the opportunity to get to know her. This way, some women with ulterior motives won't dare to shamelessly impersonate the missus. This thought, however, Chang Liang dared only to keep to himself. Xiao Fu was right. He who wrongs his wife will lose all his wealth. He couldn't let the president go bankrupt. These days, it's not easy to find a job as a CEO's assistant with a salary of several million a year. Hearing Chang Liang say this, Fu Lingsheng's eyes shifted imperceptibly. Year-end party? Fu Lingsheng raised an eyebrow. In previous years, the administrative department had always organized the annual meeting with great fanfare. But he had never brought Qiao Zhishuan along. At the time, he had thought it unnecessary, as he was merely making a brief appearance to deliver some encouraging words to the employees before leaving. There was no need to bring Qiao Zhishuan along. But those straightforward words made Fu Lingsheng reconsider. Yes, it was time for the employees to get to know Qiao Zhishuan, the president's wife. Yes, President, you should bring your wife to the annual meeting. After all, in a company, the relationship between the CEO and his spouse can influence the group's image and stock price. Bringing your wife along would definitely be beneficial for our company's group image. Chang Liang began to use his persuasive skills as the group's executive assistant to convince Fu Lingsheng. If you take your wife along for team-building activities with the employees, they'll see that you and your wife are so approachable, and they'll work even harder next year. The administrative department submitted 2 proposals this morning. One is to book the ski resort on the west side of the city, and the other is an offline live-action competition. You could use this team-building event to teach your wife how to ski, or you could team up with her during the live-action competition and protect her the entire time. This whole package will ensure that your wife will love you to the moon and back. Chang Liang grew more excited as he spoke, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Really? Fu Lingsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. The upward inflection in his voice made it clear he was in a good mood. Mr. Fu, didn't you know? Girls all have a hero complex. You're so professional at teaching your wife to ski, and you protect her like a knight. Which girl wouldn't fall for your heroic charm? Plus, we can schedule the team building activity for the weekend, so the Mrs. Doesn't have to take time off from her department. It's a win-win, isn't it? After speaking clearly, Fu Lingsheng lowered his eyes, deep in thought. A moment later, he said, "Let us go with both plans. Notify everyone that employees who voluntarily participate in the company team building activity over the weekend will receive double their usual salary." Got it, President. I'll handle it right away. Chang Liang's eyes lit up even more. No wonder he's the president's top aide. No wonder he is the president's right-hand man. He has got the president's thoughts figured out perfectly. After the bright-eyed man left, Fu Lingsheng stared at the documents in front of him, once again lost in deep thought. He picked up his phone and opened Xiao Zhishuan's WeChat profile. The message was still there, the one he had sent to Xiao Zhishuan that night, which Xiao Zhishuan hadn't replied to, but had come home smelling of men's perfume. He hesitated before starting to type, but after organizing his thoughts several times, he felt that none of the words he typed were appropriate. He felt discouraged and irritable. He stood up and walked to the window. The days of rain and snow had finally cleared up, and the air felt unusually fresh. The clear sky was a deep blue, with white clouds floating by, forming various shapes. He didn't usually have much time to notice such things, but now that he looked closely, he found them surprisingly poetic. No wonder Xiao Zhishu always liked to send him photos of white clouds. His gaze fell on a small white cloud shaped like a puppy. Suddenly, he remembered that Xiao Zhishu had also sent him a similar photo of a cloud shaped like a dog before. He picked up his phone and snapped a photo of the cloud. As if he finally found a reason to message Xiao Zhishu, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. He sent the photo, adding a message, but before he could send it, the door to the CEO's office suddenly swung open. For some reason, in that moment, Fu Lingsheng felt a pang of guilt, as if he had been caught doing something wrong. He instinctively stuffed his phone into his pants pocket. "Big brother, I'm back." Following closely behind was a figure in a vibrant red outfit, accompanied by the strong scent of perfume, rushing toward him. Before she could get close, Fu Lingsheng pushed her away forcefully. "Why did you come back?" Fu Lingsheng raised his eyelids to glance at the girl in front of him. The girl was none other than Fu Lingsheng's younger sister, Fu Lingyi. "Big brother, you're really something. At least I'm your own sister. We haven't seen each other in half a year, and you're not even a bit enthusiastic when you see me." Fu Lingyi gave Fu Lingsheng a disdainful glance and sat down on the leather sofa in the office. With that cold expression, how could your older sister-in-law put up with you? When he heard the words big sister-in-law, Fu Lingsheng's expression flickered slightly. "Did you come here for something?" Fu Lingyi, upon hearing this, quickly moved closer to Fu Lingsheng, gave him a flattering smile, and said, "Big brother, I'm running low on living expenses. Since the new year is almost here, could you send me some pocket money in advance? Consider it my New Year's gift. The card I give you isn't enough? What do you need so much money for? I'm warning you, don't get into trouble outside and pick up any bad habits." "How could that be? Am I the kind of person who would do that?" Fu Lingyi rolled her eyes. "Well, I've recently adopted a little puppy. He is so cute, he is exactly my type. I've spent all my living expenses on him." Upon hearing Fu Lingyi mention the dog, Fu Lingsheng's expression froze. He suddenly recalled that night at the hospital when Xiao Zhishuan had looked at the little dog in that man's arms with sparkling eyes. He couldn't help but ask, "You got a dog?" Fu Lingyi nodded eagerly. "Do all girls like to keep little puppies?" Fu Lingsheng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Are you kidding? Who doesn't like cute little puppies?" Chapter 060, The Big Wolf Dog is both passionate and eager. Fu Lingyi gave Fu Lingsheng a disdainful glance. "What kind of puppy dog? Your monthly allowance of several million isn't enough to feed it?" Fu Lingsheng glared at Fu Lingyi and said, "Hee, let me show you some photos. I guarantee you'll think the money was well spent." Saying this, Fu Lingyi pulled out several photos from his phone and handed them to Fu Lingsheng to look at. "Big brother, look, isn't he handsome? That body isn't it amazing? Is it worth spending over $1 million a month on him?" When Fu Lingsheng saw the little puppy Fu Lingyi was talking about, his expression slowly darkened. "You mean the little puppy is a man? What else could it be? Am I supposed to be keeping a woman?" Fu Lingyi gave Fu Lingsheng a disdainful glance. Then, his expression paused for a moment before he pointed at Fu Lingsheng and burst into laughter. "Ha, no way, big brother, you don't really think I was talking about an actual puppy, do you? Ha. You're so out of touch. Even you don't know that? Little puppy obviously refers to young, innocent-looking guys. Look at him isn't he just like a little puppy, so obedient? Bro, you're no good. You're not even that old, and you can't keep up with the trends of us young people. You know, this style is called a little puppy dog. Your type is what everyone calls a big wolf dog. Wait, that is not right either." Fu Lingyi shook his head. Big wolf dog is someone who is passionate and energetic, putting all their effort into pleasing the older sister. You're just a cold-faced guy. You don't deserve to be called a big wolf dog. You should be called a single dog? No, that's not right either. At least you've married the older sister. Fu Lingyi ignored Fu Lingsheng's expressionless face and continued. I wonder how the eldest sister could have fallen for such an unromantic man. Is it because the little puppy isn't cute enough, or the big wolf dog isn't trying hard enough? The eldest sister should know better than to settle for less. Fu Lingsheng couldn't take it anymore. Fu Lingyi, do you still want your living expenses? Yes. Fu Lingyi nodded vigorously. There is something I need you to handle. If you do it well, I'll give you your allowance. What's the matter? Fu Lingsheng hadn't really decided what he wanted Fu Lingyi to do, so he simply said, go back first. I'll let you know when I need you. Fu Lingyi shrugged, alright. After Fu Lingyi left, Fu Lingsheng suddenly remembered that he hadn't finished writing the message he had intended to send to Xiao Zhishu. When he took out his phone, he saw the message he had sent and his expression suddenly changed. In the surgical building, Xiao Zhishuan had just finished seeing a patient when her phone suddenly buzzed with a message. She glanced at it and saw that it was a photo of a cloud sent by Fu Lingsheng, with a message below it. Look at this dog, it's so silly. Doesn't it look like you? Xiao Zhishu? Is he insulting her? That was her first thought. It couldn't be that he had disappeared for a few days and suddenly sent her such a message, complimenting her for being as cute as a silly dog, could it? Xiao Zhishu asked herself if she was even worthy of such a unique compliment from Fu Daizong, the CEO. She wouldn't be so self-important as to think Fu Lingsheng was complimenting her. Xiao Zhishu glanced at it, didn't reply, and tossed her phone into the drawer. Next. At that moment, Fu Lingsheng stared at the message on his phone, which couldn't be retracted, with only one thought in his mind. He had to kill Fu Lingyi. Why did he have to show up now, of all times, when he was sending a message to Xiao Zhishu? And how had that message, which he hadn't even finished typing, been sent from his pants pocket? Fu Lingsheng's face turned ashen. Staring at the phone screen, he was so enraged that his eyes seemed to bleed. He held the phone, tapping on the screen, trying to explain that he hadn't finished typing. But after so much time had passed, if he sent an explanation now, would Xiao Zhishu think he was trying to make up for it? But if he didn't explain, would she think he had sent the message to insult her on purpose? Fu Lingsheng had never imagined that in his entire life, there would be something more difficult than negotiating a project. Forget it. I'll just go pick her up today and explain in person. Fu Lingsheng tossed his phone aside and temporarily suppressed the turmoil in his heart. He picked up the pile of documents on the table and began to read them absent-mindedly. But despite being the familiar words he had read countless times before, Fu Lingsheng couldn't make out a single word. By the time it was nearly time to leave the office in the afternoon, Fu Lingsheng left early. You can go home. The car is mine. Fu Lingsheng took the car keys from the driver and dismissed him. But, Mr. Fu, your hand isn't healed yet. Driving will hurt your injury. Fu Lingsheng glanced at his hand, still wrapped in bandages, and suddenly thought of something. He said, it's fine, I know what I'm doing. Since Fu Lingsheng insisted, Xiao Fu naturally didn't dare to stop him. Fu Lingsheng got into the driver's seat and drove off toward Jingda Affiliated Hospital with one hand on the wheel. Jingda Affiliated Hospital. How about it? Did you like the house? Taking advantage of the time between work and changing clothes, Shen Zhuxin asked Xiao Zhishuan. Today, during her lunch break, Xiao Zhishuan had gone to see the house that Shen Zhuxin had mentioned to her about her friend's younger brother. The house was in a great location, right next to the hospital. Once you exit the residential complex, it's less than 100 meters to the hospital, extremely convenient. For her, it was both time-saving and effortless. More importantly, the landlord allowed her to keep a small dog at home. That's great. Tomorrow, Da Shuai can be discharged from the hospital. I'll go pick him up, and after that, I should be moving in here. Shen Zhuxin heard her say this and hesitated for a moment before asking. Xiu, are you really sure? Xiao Zhishu knew what Shen Zhuxin was asking and nodded without hesitation. Yes, I've made up my mind. I was hesitating before, but after adopting Gashi, I've decided to move out for good. Fu Lingsheng wouldn't allow her to keep a dog at home. She had to be realistic about that. Besides, there's only a little over a month left. As long as I cooperate with Fu Lingsheng and play the role of a couple outside, I won't stay in the marital home, so it won't be a big deal for him. Shinju nodded. Suddenly, she recalled the day Fu Lingsheng had braved the rain to pick up Xiu from the hospital. She couldn't help but feel that he had some feelings for Xiu. But Shen Zhuxin didn't voice this thought. Her own marriage to Meng Chuan was in shambles. What right did she have to act as Xiu's advisor? I'm on the night shift tonight and I have a day off tomorrow. I'll go back and pack quickly, then go pick up the general. Thinking about the life that would be different from the past 3 years, Xiao Zhishuan's words were filled with anticipation. Do you need any help? No, I don't need much. 2 suitcases will be enough. Xiao Zhishuan shook her head. Chapter 061, You're going to see that man again? Although she had initially signed the contract with the intention of cultivating feelings for Fu Lingsheng, but deep down, she still kept her distance. She cautiously tested the waters while maintaining the perfect distance. She dared not let her personal belongings encroach on Fu Lingsheng's space. So, although most of the items in this room were arranged by her, there weren't many things that truly belonged to her. Several days earlier, she had already packed all the personal belongings she needed to take with her. Alright, I'll head out first. Let me know if you need any help. Got it. Since she had to work the night shift tonight, Xiao Zhishu planned to visit the pet hospital during her meal break to check on Dashi. After quickly tidying up, she set off for Fubao Pet Hospital. The ride-hailing car she was in passed by Fu Lingsheng's eye-catching Bentley. At that moment, Fu Lingsheng was holding his phone, his gaze fixed on Xiao Zhishu's contact number. As if sensing something, he suddenly looked up, just as a ride-hailing car drove past him. He stared at the ride-hailing car for several seconds before slowly lowering his gaze. After parking the car, he still dialed Xiao Zhishu's phone number. After 2 rings, Xiao Zhishu answered the call. Hello? Since the unpleasant conversation that night, Fu Lingsheng had been deliberately avoiding Xiao Zhishu. Hearing her voice suddenly, a pang of bitterness welled up in Fu Lingsheng's heart. I came to your hospital to change the bandage. Fu Lingsheng made up an excuse, speaking in a casual and ordinary tone. He tried not to let his words sound too forced. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone before she said, Alright, just go to the wound care room and the nurse will change it for you. As if sensing that Xiao Zhishu was about to hang up, Fu Lingsheng hurriedly added, Have you had dinner yet? I haven't eaten yet. Let's eat together after you finish your work. The latter part of his question was asked with a touch of caution. His heart couldn't help but tense up. No, I'm not at the hospital right now. Upon hearing that Xiao Zhishu wasn't at the hospital again, Fu Lingsheng's heart sank. The first thought that flashed through his mind was that she had gone to meet that man who wore the strong scent of patchouli perfume. A surge of uncontrollable anger welled up in his heart and he blurted out, Did you go see that man again? On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence before she asked, Who? Fu Lingsheng could feel an uncontrollable surge of jealousy raging through his mind, threatening to overwhelm his reason. He spoke in a cold tone. Xiao Zhishu, I saw everything. The man you were talking to passionately outside the injection room that night you went to meet him, didn't you? He had expected Xiao Zhishu to deny it, or at least try to explain himself. But to his surprise, Xiao Zhishu listened to him without hesitation and admitted it readily. Yes, I came here to see him. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. I have some things to take care of. Xiao Zhishu. Fu Lingsheng hadn't finished speaking when Xiao Zhishu hung up first. He stared blankly at the phone screen, which had already been disconnected, and the busy tone coming from the phone. Rage mixed with overwhelming jealousy surged to his forehead. Xiao Zhishu. Oomph. Do you think I'm dead? Slap. He slammed the phone against the windshield in front of him. The screen shattered into a web of cracks. At that moment, Xiao Zhishu at the pet hospital felt a lingering sense of fear. The guilt of raising a dog behind Fu Lingsheng's back lingered in her heart. But when she came to her senses, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. Why am I feeling guilty? She muttered to herself, it's not like I'm raising it at his place. Meanwhile, the big dog, who no longer needed to stay in the cage, seemed to have understood her words. He lifted his head from the delicious can of food and nudged against Xiao Zhishu's pant leg. As if to say, sister is right. Xiao Zhishu was soon soothed by Dashi. She also quickly forgot about the mysterious call from Fu Lingsheng earlier. Behind the pet hospital was a large courtyard spanning 500 square meters. It was specifically designated for the dogs boarded there to take their daily walks. Since the general was almost fully recovered, Xiao Zhishu took him to play in the backyard for nearly half an hour. When it was time, she headed back to the hospital to continue her shift. In the duty room, she selected a few photos of Da Shui she had taken earlier and posted them on her social media. The caption read, Just adopted this little puppy. Isn't he a handsome guy? After posting, she didn't look at her phone again. She walked over to the bookshelf, took out several medical records for surgeries scheduled later, and began reviewing them. Around 8 o'clock, she went to the inpatient building as usual to make her rounds. Just then, her phone, which she had placed in the pocket of her white coat, rang. It was the nurse's station calling. Dr. Chiao, where are you? I'm at the inpatient building. What's wrong? There has been an emergency in room V2002. Please go check immediately. Alright, I'll be right there. V2002? Isn't that Jian Shi's ward? Jian Shi has been recovering well these past few days. How could something suddenly go wrong? Xiao Zhishu furrowed his brows and hurried toward the floor where Jian Shi's ward was located. At that moment, inside Jian Shi's ward, the night nurse assigned to stay by her side stood pale-faced and flustered, her legs trembling slightly. Jian Shi, lying on the bed, was breathing heavily and struggling to catch his breath, his expression looking extremely painful. Xiao Zhishu rushed to Jian Shi's side to examine him. Dr. Chiao, the patient has an irregular heartbeat, elevated blood pressure, and oxygen saturation levels are dropping. The electrocardiogram and cardiac ultrasound results are in. It's a pulmonary embolism. Xiao Zhishu's expression changed slightly. Administer heparin. In the ward, Xiao Zhishu calmly directed the staff to perform emergency measures on Jian Shi. Soon, Jian Shi's parents and Jian Nuo arrived after being notified. By then, Jian Shi's condition had stabilized. However, when he emerged, Xiao Zhishu's expression was grim. Jian Shi's surgery had gone smoothly. Why had he developed a pulmonary embolism so many days after the procedure? If the surgery was flawless, then the issue must lie with the post-operative care. Xiao Zhishu's gaze turned toward the nurse, who looked honest and unassuming. Upon making eye contact with Xiao Zhishu, the nurse's eyes instinctively averted his gaze. His pale face was no better than that of Jian Shi on the hospital bed. This nurse was no stranger to Xiao Zhishu. He had been working at the hospital for years and was an experienced caregiver. Such a mistake should not have occurred. In the days leading up to Jian Shi's surgery, his body was still in a weakened state. He spent most of his time sleeping, and his anticoagulant medication was administered via intravenous injection rather than orally. It was highly unlikely that there had been a dosing error. Furthermore, the nurses responsible for Jian Shi's floor were all experienced veterans, and such a basic mistake was highly unlikely. So, where exactly did the problem arise? Chapter 062, Xiao Zhishu is in trouble, did you know? Xiao, you were the one who performed Jian Shi's surgery, and you've been monitoring his condition daily. How could this happen? The speaker was Jian Jun, the father of Jian Shi and Jian Nuo. Mr. Jian Shi suffered a sudden cardiac thrombus. This is a post-operative complication, and there could be multiple causes. I will investigate the cause tomorrow and inform you promptly. Are you telling me that my son is in such a critical condition, and as his attending physician, you can't even identify the cause? A sharp female voice, filled with accusation, rang out behind Jian Jun. Xiao Zhishu raised his gaze to see Jian Nuo's mother, Su Rong. The tone of Su Rong's words was filled with hostility. In fact, ever since the first time she had met the Jian family at the Fu family's old mansion, Xiao Zhishu had noticed that this Mrs. Jian always looked at her with a subtle yet undeniable hostility. Even in front of the Fu family, she would casually joke about linking Jian Nuo with Fu Lingsheng. Xiao, we entrusted our son's life to you because we trust you. But tonight's situation was so dangerous. Do you really think you can dismiss us with just a few words? Although Su Rong's tone was overly confrontational, Xiao Zhishu patiently explained. Mrs. Jian, complications after surgery are quite common, but the specific cause is difficult to determine at night. I will investigate thoroughly tomorrow morning and provide you with a detailed explanation. What do you mean it's hard to investigate at night? You're the one treating him. If something went wrong, shouldn't you be giving us an explanation right away instead of delaying until tomorrow? Su Rong, taking advantage of her advantage, pointed at Xiao Zhishu and scolded him. Facing Su Rong's aggressive stance, Xiao Zhishu furrowed his brows slightly. Xiao, don't think you can brush this off just because you're Lingsheng's wife. Given the bond between my son and Lingsheng, he might not even take your side. As Su Rong finished her sentence, her aggressive tone was tinged with a hint of triumph. I know. Xiao Zhishu nodded patiently. Since Mrs. Jian is so certain that Fu Lingsheng will stand by your side, why worry that I might cause trouble tonight? Compared to Su Rong's aggressive demeanor, Xiao Zhishu maintained his composed and orderly appearance. This only served to infuriate Su Rong further. She felt that Xiao Zhishu's words were intentionally mocking and provoking her. How could Lingsheng marry a woman like you? If you have any doubts about that, you can ask Fu Lingsheng yourself. Xiao Zhishu replied calmly, leaving Su Rong fuming with anger. Fine, just wait and see. Su Rong wanted to say more, but Jian Jun stopped her. Enough. Since Xiao has spoken, we'll come back tomorrow. This hospital is so big, how could someone possibly escape? Jian Jun said, glancing meaningfully at Xiao Zhishu. Su Rong finally calmed down, glared at Xiao Zhishu with hatred, and reluctantly left. Before leaving the ward, Jian Nuo turned back to look once more. When his gaze met Xiao Zhishu's, the corners of his mouth curled into an eerie smile. He then followed his parents out, striding away. Xiao Zhishu's expression froze slightly as he stared at Jian Nuo's retreating figure, his expression growing solemn. Back in his office, Xiao Zhishu took out Jian Shi's medical records and examined them carefully once more. He couldn't find anything amiss. Finally, she retrieved the video recording of the entire aortic dissection surgery performed during Jian Shi's emergency rescue that day and watched it again. Neither she, her medical assistant, nor any other medical staff had made any mistakes. In other words, the surgical procedure itself was flawless. It must have been due to improper post-operative management leading to related complications. Jian Shi's condition tonight is neither major nor minor. If detected too late, a blood clot could detach and cause a pulmonary embolism or even a cerebral embolism, with dire consequences. You Zunhui Club. Enough, you're in this condition, why are you still drinking so heavily? Don't you value your life? In the spacious private room, various expensive bottles of alcohol were scattered all over the floor. Meng Chuan sat across from him, watching coldly for half an hour before finally losing his patience and reaching out to grab the bottle from his hand. Fu Lingsheng didn't try to take it back. After the bottle was taken away, he sat quietly on the sofa, lost in thought. His eyes were lowered, making it impossible to discern his emotions. Only the corners of his eyes were red, whether from the alcohol or something else was unclear. What's bothering you? I rarely see you like this. Who has been giving you a hard time? Meng Chuan asked with a curious expression. Deep down, he had a faint suspicion. Could it be Qiao Zhishuan? Perhaps hearing the name Qiao Zhishuan, Fu Lingsheng's eyelids twitched slightly. He didn't answer but reached out to grab the whiskey on the table and downed it in one gulp. It's not because of Qiao Zhishuan, is it? Meng Chuan stopped his hand from taking the bottle and casually asked. Fu Lingsheng's movements froze abruptly. His eyes, reddened by alcohol, slowly lifted to look at Meng Chuan. Why bring her up? He spoke coldly, but his hands fidgeted nervously with the collar of his shirt. His entire body was brimming with suppressed anger. Are you sure she's not involved? Meng Chuan's lips curled into an ambiguous smile. A hint of malicious amusement flashed in the corner of his eye. Fu Lingsheng ignored him and continued to pour alcohol into his mouth. Qiao Zhishuan is in trouble. Do you know about it? Meng Chuan suddenly spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Lingsheng's drinking motion came to an abrupt halt. But he didn't rush to ask, continuing to drink instead. Since he didn't ask, Meng Chuan didn't volunteer the information either, instead idly fiddling with his phone. Seeing that Meng Chuan still hadn't spoken, Fu Lingsheng couldn't help but look up at him. What's wrong with Qiao Zhishuan? The casual and dismissive tone carried a hint of tension and urgency. Meng Chuan raised his eyebrows at him and handed him the phone. Chapter 063, Are you keeping a little puppy outside? Jian, she seems to have encountered some trouble tonight. Qiao Zhishuan is being surrounded by Jian Xi's parents in the duty room demanding an explanation. Fu Lingsheng snatched the phone from Meng Chuan. It was a message from Xin Zhuxin. The message was filled with insults directed at Fu Lingsheng, and also explained the trouble Qiao Zhishuan had encountered while working the night shift tonight. It's clearly Jian Nuo's parents who are giving Qiao Zhishuan a hard time. My wife scolding you is one thing, but I'm being dragged into this for no reason. Meng Chuan said, picking up his coat from the side and casually draping it over his arm, then added. I won't stay with you anymore. I need to go home and comfort my wife. After speaking, he took his phone from Fu Lingsheng's hand and walked straight toward the exit of the private room. Fu Lingsheng sat in the private room without moving. He continued to drink his wine in silence. Oomph. She's quite capable, isn't she? Why should I bother? Fu Lingsheng snorted derisively, his hand still moving to take another sip of wine. Damn it. I owe her. Fu Lingsheng muttered under his breath, slamming the wine bottle down on the coffee table. He picked up his jacket and stood up, striding toward the exit of the private room. By the time Fu Lingsheng arrived at the hospital, it was already past midnight. The inpatient ward was quiet, with only the on-duty nurse sitting at the nurse's station, boredly scrolling through her phone. What are you looking at? You're so engrossed in it. Looking at the big boss. Who has the big shot? Dr. Chow's little puppy he adopted recently. The nurse holding the phone handed a few photos to her colleague to look at. Fu Lingsheng's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. His gaze shifted toward the two nurses. Is he handsome? He's way too handsome. That build, those muscle lines, that golden fur, he's absolutely perfect. No wonder Dr. Chow is so obsessed with it that he posts about it on his social media every day. The two nurses stared at the photo of the handsome man on their phones, almost drooling, occasionally letting out a few exclamations of awe. Fu Lingsheng's face was hidden in the shadows. His face, flushed from alcohol, alternated between pale and red. Is Qiao Zhishu really keeping a little puppy outside? And posting about it on social media every day? Damn it! What kind of shameless man would neglect his responsibilities and let a married woman keep him? Does he have any dignity? Does he have any dignity? Fu Lingsheng felt like his lungs were about to explode. He stormed off angrily, pulling out his phone to check Qiao Zhishuan's social media feed. However, when he opened Qiao Zhishuan's WeChat moments, he found it completely empty. A gray line accompanied by a message informed him. Qiao Zhishuan had blocked him. Fu Lingsheng's breathing grew increasingly labored. A surge of uncontrollable anger began to boil within him, desperate for an outlet. Inside the surgical building, Qiao Zhishu was reviewing Jian Xi's medical records when the duty room door suddenly swung open. Qiao Zhishu looked up sharply and saw Fu Lingsheng standing at the door. The corners of his eyes were red. His eyes glared at her with hatred. What are you doing here? Qiao Zhishu frowned and asked. His tone was the cold indifference Fu Lingsheng was familiar with. And such a cold tone only served to further provoke Fu Lingsheng's increasingly uncontrollable nerves. He walked in and roughly pulled Qiao Zhishuan up from the chair. The smell of alcohol immediately filled Qiao Zhishu's nostrils, causing her to involuntarily furrow her brows. Have you been drinking a lot? Qiao Zhishu asked, her feet instinctively taking a step back. But Fu Lingsheng seemed to have noticed. He suddenly wrapped his arms around Qiao Zhishu's waist and pulled her into his embrace. Qiao Zhishuan struggled to break free, but Fu Lingsheng's arms were like iron, holding her tightly in place, leaving her unable to move. Fu Lingsheng, don't get drunk in my office. Since she couldn't break free, Qiao Zhishu gave up. She stood calmly, raising her gaze to meet Fu Lingsheng's eyes and spoke in a steady voice. Fu Lingsheng froze, his mind momentarily clearing. Seeing Xiao Zhishu's cold, rational gaze, his heart ached with each beat. His chest felt tight and aching, and he forced himself to speak, his eyes red and swollen. You blocked me on your social media. His voice, hoarse from alcohol, carried a hint of grievance as he spoke those words. Xiao Zhishu froze for a moment. Furrowing his brows, he looked at him. You came here in such a huff just to say that? Is that not allowed? Fu Lingsheng's voice involuntarily rose a few notches. In his view, Xiao Zhishuan's words were deliberately avoiding his question. Xiao Zhishu, I'm your lawful husband. How could you block me? Xiao Zhishuan's brows furrowed even more tightly. She realized that Fu Lingsheng might be drunk. Only someone drunk would be so childish as to come all the way here to confront her just because she had blocked him on her social media. I posted too many updates on my social media, and I didn't want to disturb you. Xiao Zhishu casually made up an excuse to brush him off. But she couldn't help but wonder why Fu Lingsheng, out of the blue, had decided to check her WeChat moments in the middle of the night. Poof. A mocking laugh escaped Fu Lingsheng's lips. His hand tightened around Xiao Zhishu's wrist. Uncontrollable anger made him tighten his grip. The pain made Xiao Zhishu's brows furrow even more tightly. Fu, are you afraid of disturbing me, or afraid that I'll find out you're keeping a dog outside? The words on Xiao Zhishuan's lips suddenly got stuck in his throat. The tightly furrowed brows were tinged with a hint of surprise and disbelief. You know? Fu Lingsheng felt a pang of pain in his heart. She actually admitted it so directly. Facing his accusation, she didn't even bother to defend herself. Xiao Zhishu. How could this woman be so brazen as to admit in front of him that she was keeping a young lover? Xiao Zhishuan realized that her dog keeping had a significant impact on Fu Lingsheng. It seems he truly dislikes dogs. He was so angry that his eyes turned red just because she kept a dog. So, you come home so late every day because you're meeting him? Xiao Zhishuan remained silent, clearly acknowledging it. Her reaction only made Fu Lingsheng's suppressed anger spiral out of control. If I hadn't found out, were you planning to keep it a secret from me forever? Xiao Zhishu nodded instinctively. But seeing the look on Fu Lingsheng's face as if he was about to cry, she stopped herself. What had the dog done to him that made him so furious just because she had a dog? Had he been bitten by a dog when he was a child? Xiao Zhishu really wanted to ask. Even more, an image of Fu Lingsheng, usually so aloof, being chased by a dog and running around frantically flashed through his mind, and he almost laughed out loud. Seeing her distracted, Fu Lingsheng grew even angrier. He didn't miss the faint smile that had unconsciously crept into Xiao Zhishu's eyes. So, he is that good? You get so happy just thinking about him? His voice, strained with anger, snapped Xiao Zhishu back to reality. Hearing him ask that, her mind was filled with the adorable image of the big dog wagging its tail and wiggling its plump behind. The smile in her eyes grew even more intense. Yes, he is very cute. As she said this, she paused again. Noticing that Fu Lingsheng's anger was growing stronger, Xiao Zhishu explained. I know you don't like me keeping it, and I never plan to bring it to our wedding home. You can rest assured. She spoke with genuine sincerity. I've already rented an apartment outside. Its presence won't affect you. Seeing her so calm and matter-of-fact, Fu Lingsheng stared at her intently for a long time before finally bursting into laughter out of frustration. Xiao Zhishuan, you're really something. You already have 2 homes. He almost ground his teeth to dust before forcing the words out. So, you've already picked out an apartment outside just to take care of it? Did you even ask my opinion? What do you think I am to you? The last sentence was almost shouted at Xiao Zhishu. His eyes turned red, as if they were about to bleed. What? Are you planning to move out and live with him? Xiao Zhishu fell silent once more. Chapter 064. Do you really like him that much? She had been thinking about it for a long time. But she had never known how to bring it up with Fu Lingsheng. Especially since she knew Fu Lingsheng didn't like dogs. To give this marriage a dignified ending, adhering to the principle of parting ways amicably, she had done her best to keep Fu Lingsheng unaware of Da Shuai's existence. But now that Fu Lingsheng knew about Da Shuai and the matter had been brought out into the open, she might as well take this opportunity to be straightforward with Fu Lingsheng. The contract will soon come to an end. Actually, whether we live together or not doesn't affect the contract. Rest assured, before the contract ends, I will still cooperate with you wherever needed and won't cause you any trouble. Sure enough, she not only kept a mistress on the side but also planned to separate from him? Fu Lingsheng couldn't describe his current emotions. All he knew was that there was a heavy weight pressing down on his chest, causing it to swell with a mix of acidity and pain, making him feel terribly miserable. He opened his mouth, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. But in the end, he softened his tone. As if making up his mind, he said, "Let him go. I won't hold anything against him." His voice trembled slightly. He had never realized that his bottom line could be so low. He had never imagined that Fu Lingsheng would ever be so humble in front of Xiao Zhisun. But when Xiao Zhishuan heard those cold words, a surge of anger erupted in his heart. What did you say? She had finally managed to save the general, and now he was telling her to give him up? Perhaps because the words of humiliation had been spoken for the first time, the second time was not as difficult. Fu Lingsheng, with red eyes, repeated his earlier words once more. As long as you give him up and never see him again, I won't hold it against you for taking care of him. Oomph. Xiao Zhishu was immediately enraged by his heartless words. How could that be? She stared straight into Fu Lingsheng's eyes. Without me, it can't survive. I can't abandon it. Fu Lingsheng's lowered eyelids suddenly snapped up, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. You're rejecting me? Fu Lingsheng's eyes were filled with disbelief. He thought that since he had already compromised so much, Xiao Zhishu would definitely agree, and might even be grateful for his generosity. But he never expected her to go to such lengths for a lover. For that man outside, she could reject him so decisively? You like him that much? Fu Lingsheng asked with bloodshot eyes. Yes. Xiao Zhishu nodded decisively. Mr. Fu, I didn't let it disturb you, and you have no right to ask me to give it up. Having said that, Xiao Zhishu decided to make her position clear. The contract we signed clearly stated that we wouldn't interfere in each other's personal matters. So, raising a young dog is my personal matter, and I hope you respect that. Fu Lingsheng listened quietly as she finished speaking. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Xiao Zhishu's resolute expression, as if he wanted to stare holes in her. Xiao Zhishu was actually a bit confused inside. She felt that Fu Lingsheng's expression didn't seem like anger but more like sadness? What was he sad about? Because she chose the dog over him? As this ridiculous thought flashed through her mind, Xiao Zhishu couldn't help but find herself amusing. She and Fu Lingsheng weren't even true lovers. Would Fu Lingsheng really be heartbroken because she chose a dog over him? Though she had no idea what had gotten into Fu Lingsheng lately, she didn't want to waste any more time on it. Since you already know about the dog I'm keeping outside, I'll just say it straight. Xiao Zhishu cut straight to the point. Hearing the tone in her voice, Fu Lingsheng seemed to guess what she was about to say, and his heart sank suddenly. For the remaining 2 months, I won't be returning to Yujing Bay. But during this time, if there's anything you need me to do as Mrs. Fu, I'll cooperate. Her words sent Fu Lingsheng's expression plummeting to the depths of despair. His fists clenched tightly, causing his knuckles to turn white. Are you planning to separate from me right now? His voice trembled even more, and a hint of moisture glistened in his eyes. Xiao Zhishu nodded. I refuse. Fu Lingsheng shouted, Xiao Zhishu, I disagree. He unconsciously raised his voice. As long as we're not divorced, you can forget about separating from me. Are you afraid that news of our separation will affect the stock price of the Fu Corporation? Xiao Zhishu had heard such claims before. In a large corporation, the marital relationship between the boss and his wife can also affect the reputation of the entire company. In severe cases, it could even cause a company to lose tens of billions or even hundreds of billions overnight. But her situation with Fu Lingsheng was different. She believed that in such a large corporation, where the couple were major shareholders, a divorce would inevitably lead to issues like share division and changes in leadership. This would naturally affect the company's operations. But she didn't own a single share of Fu's company. What impact could she possibly have? Moreover, only a few people know we're married, so I don't think it'll have that much of an impact. Don't worry. Compared to Fu Lingsheng's intense reaction, Xiao Zhishu remained calm and composed. But the more she analyzed and viewed their marriage in a calm and rational manner, the deeper Fu Lingsheng's heart sank. Xiao Zhishu, answer me. From the very beginning, did you agree to marry me just as a formality for others to see? Fu Lingsheng's question caused Xiao Zhishu's expression to freeze for a moment. How had she agreed to it in the first place? She recalled the uncontrollable excitement she felt when she first learned that he was Fu Lingsheng, but when he proposed the arranged marriage, it was like being doused with a bucket of ice water. But back then, she was still naive, filled with the fantasies of a young girl. She thought she could give that silent, unrequited love a chance. She had silently pursued him from behind for all these years, and now that she finally had the chance to stand before him, how could she back down? She quietly looked at Fu Lingsheng, wanting to tell him that she had once been willing to go all out for him. But after being rejected time and again, she had finally lost her courage. Her courage from back then was buried under the cold, biting snow in Norway. But now? What does Fu Lingsheng mean by acting as if she had betrayed him? This marriage, at least, she had nothing to be ashamed of. She had adhered to the non-interference clause in the contract. She also fulfilled her duties as a wife as stipulated in the contract. What about you? Xiao Zhishu retorted. Aren't you just going through the motions? Chapter 065, Xiao Zhishu was cyberbullied. Fu Lingsheng was about to respond confidently to Xiao Zhishu, but he fell silent under her cold, mocking gaze. He couldn't deny that from the moment he proposed the contractual marriage to Xiao Zhishu, he had always intended it to be a formality. Once he was married, he could deal with the nagging relatives and focus solely on his own affairs. Xiao Zhishu was a qualified wife, someone who required so little attention that he didn't have to spare any extra effort for her. So much so that he had repeatedly ignored her existence and her thoughts. The anger he felt earlier vanished instantly when he met Xiao Zhishu's calm gaze. Xiao Zhishu didn't wait for his response, nor did she need one. She simply sighed and said calmly, "Fu Lingsheng, there is not much time left. Let us just follow the contract and wrap this up." Fu Lingsheng suddenly loosened his grip on her wrist. She took the opportunity to break free and stepped back a few paces to steady herself. "It's late. You should go home." Tomorrow, she had a tough battle ahead of her, and she didn't want to waste too much energy dealing with Fu Lingsheng. Fu Lingsheng stared at her in silence, opening his mouth several times but unable to utter a single word. He recalled that night after returning from the hospital, when Xiao Zhishuan suddenly suggested ending their contract early. He had assumed she was only angry because the flowers she had carefully nurtured had been destroyed by Jian Nuo. Now it seemed she had already made her decision. Fu Lingsheng had completely forgotten why he had come all this way. He was completely dazed, not even remembering how he had left. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Zhishuan was just about to hand over her duties to her colleagues when the nurse who had worked the night shift with her rushed over. "Dr. Qiao, look at Weibo you've been posted online." "Me?" Xiao Zhishu furrowed her brows. She wasn't a celebrity who would post something about her. Suddenly, she thought of something, and her heart skipped a beat. A sense of unease washed over her. The nurse handed her the phone. The screen displayed a post on Weibo. Her name was displayed prominently at the top, followed by the word exposed. Hashtag Dr. Qiao Zhishu, chief surgeon of the cardiothoracic surgery department at Beijing University Affiliated Hospital, negligently endangering lives. Hashtag Qiao Zhishu, a three-time cheater, maliciously seeking revenge. Hashtag Qiao Zhishu, Beijing University PhD. Hashtag Kyoto University PhD, of poor moral character. Hashtag. Overnight, searches related to Qiao Zhishu flooded the internet. Originally, Xiao Zhishu was just a surgeon, and even if a medical accident had occurred, it wouldn't have sparked such a viral sensation. The crucial point is that the video exposing Xiao Zhishu's medical malpractice and endangering lives was posted by a well-known influencer with millions of followers. And this influencer was Jian Nuo. Xiao Zhishu stared expressionlessly at the video Jian Nuo had filmed. She was red-eyed and sobbing uncontrollably, accusing her of performing the surgery poorly and nearly killing her brother last night. She also mentioned in the video that Xiao Zhishu is a student of Liangzhen, the deputy hospital director, and she feared that Liang would cover for his student, which is why she posted the incident online. Medical accidents are not something that should be judged lightly. The reason it went viral was not primarily due to the medical accident itself. Rather, it was a comment posted under Jian Nuo's accusatory video. "I know this female doctor. She's been using her position as the attending physician for Jian Nuo's brother to try to seduce him. The person above knows the inside story? Share more details." So, this insider posted a lengthy comment in the comments section. The gist of it was, on the day Jian Nuo's brother was in the car accident, Xiao Zhishu insisted on rushing to save him, all to gain the attention of that childhood friend. Originally, Jian Nuo wanted the head of the cardiac surgery department to perform the emergency surgery, but Xiao Zhishu, relying on her status as the hospital director's student, insisted on taking the case. During Jian's hospitalization, she would always choose times when the childhood friend was in the ward to make rounds, and then casually strike up conversations with him. She didn't care at all about Jian Ji's condition. In the end, something terrible happened. Last night, Jian's older brother suffered a heart attack and nearly didn't make it. And so on and so forth. This insider seemed to have witnessed everything firsthand. And Jian Nuo's verified account even liked the comment in that thread. It was essentially acknowledging the claims made in the post. Naturally, this post instantly ignited the anger of netizens, especially Jian Nuo's fans. "My heart is about to explode. This could have been deadly. If you don't have the skills, don't try to act cool. They weren't trying to show off, they were trying to hook up with men. What a little jerk. Everyone knows that the childhood friend and Jian Nuo are a couple. This little brat should have some shame. You're causing so much trouble. I didn't expect this little brat to have such a high education. She's actually a PhD from Peking University Medical College. Could she be an academic seductress? Evil. What's so surprising? Xiao's parents are professors at the medical school of Beijing University. Quickly investigate if this woman got in through connections. At Beijing University. The online comments were extremely harsh. They mainly focused on Xiao Zhishu's alleged attempt to be a third wheel with Jian Nuo's childhood friend and her academic background, using her parents' education as a basis for criticism. Jian Nuo is very skilled at manipulating public opinion, especially by capitalizing on the hottest topics that netizens currently despise the most. Being a third wheel, an academic seductress, and abusing power to bully others. These 3 points alone hit the pain points of ordinary netizens. In less than an hour, Xiao Zhishu became an internet sensation. Of course, it's negative fame. Who is this person in the comments section? How dare they make up such lies? If it weren't for Dr. Qiao that day, their Jian brother might not have survived. What kind of person is this? I clearly remember the Juma brother in Jian Shi's ward was Dr. Chow's husband. Who's the real San? This Jian miss is so shameless, how dare she like that post? Dr. Chow, go tell your husband to go online and clarify this. Several nurses who knew the truth were defending Chao Zhishu. But their suggestion that she should go tell Fu Lingsheng about it almost made her laugh out loud. Go tell Fu Lingsheng? That would just be telling everyone that Jian Nuo was the one secretly trying to be the other woman. Jian Nuo was Fu Lingsheng's precious treasure. He wouldn't even let her get hurt, let alone let her be called a mistress. If she really went to tell Fu Lingsheng, the end result would only be humiliation for herself. Xiao Zhishu scoffed and said, "It's okay. I'm not a big deal anyway. The buzz will die down in a day or two. You've all worked hard through the night. Go home and rest." "Dr. Chiao, are you really okay?" "I'm fine. The surgery was recorded, so there won't be any issues." After the nurse left, the relaxed smile on Xiao Zhishu's face faded. She said she was fine, but Jian Nuo had dragged both Director Liang and her parents into it, clearly intending to make a big deal out of it. The insider in that comments section could only be Jian Nuo herself. Chapter 066, Director Liang shields Xiao Zhishu. Due to constant mentions of Beijing University's Weibo account on the platform, it attracted a large crowd of Beijing University students. Xiao Zhishu, due to her exceptional professional abilities, was already well known at Beijing University, one of the top universities in the country. Therefore, many Beijing University students logged onto Weibo to speak up for Xiao Zhishu. However, it was clear that these students couldn't match the online fanatics who were causing trouble. Xiao Zhishu is a PhD student who skipped several grades at Beijing University. Calling her an academic seductress is just ridiculous. Professor Qiao and Professor Shen are very kind to us students. They never abuse their authority as mentors to exploit us. Saying they gave their daughter preferential treatment is just baseless slander from people with no brains. Senior Qiao has good character. Calling her a know-it-all for getting involved with a small-time influencer's childhood friend is just trying to make the influencer look good, isn't it? It's just a childhood friend. Did they date or marry the little influencer? How can you say our senior is a homewrecker? Compared to the relatively harmless comments from Beijing University students, Jian Nuo's brainless fans and water army are much more aggressive. If you were kidnapped by Chao San's parents, you'd just blink. A bunch of sycophants clinging to your mentor's legs will get you into graduate school or a PhD program? Xiao Sana is just a shameless whore who knows she's wrong but does it anyway. The facts are right in front of you, stop trying to whitewash her. I'll spill the beans, the childhood friend is the president of the Fu Group. I saw Nuo go to our president the other day. Oh, by the way, the president and our Nuo are already secretly married, hehe. This comment was posted by someone with verified identity as an employee of the Fu Group. Many people believed her words. Not only that, but after this comment was posted, several employees from the Fu Group with verified accounts also liked it. This further confirmed the claim that Mr. Fu and Jian Nuo were already secretly married. This sent Jian Nuo's fans into an even more frenetic celebration. Ha ha! Are you still going to keep washing the legs of Chao San's sister for your family? Our Nuo is the president's wife, you know. So many Fu Group employees liked it, it must be the president brother supporting his little wife. Our Nuo is so lucky she's both the princess and the president's wife. I'm so jealous. It's like a wealthy romance novel come to life. The president's husbandly charm is at its peak. Beat those shameless third parties to death. Thanks to the leaks from Fu Corporation employees, Xiao Zhishu's claims about being the third wife are now set in stone. Jian Nuo looked at these comments, and the smugness in her eyes was impossible to hide. Oomph. Xiao Zhishu, dare you compete with me for Lingsheng's affection? I'll make sure your entire family can't even stay in Beijing. Xiao Zhishu, however, had no energy to pay attention to the online comments. She hadn't been scheduled to work today, but now, due to Jian Shi's sudden complications, she had to find a cardiologist and a pediatrician for a consultation. Little did she know that as soon as she stepped out of the office with Jian Shi's medical records, a group of people with cameras and microphones suddenly rushed toward her. Xiao Zhishu didn't react in time and was knocked into the doorframe behind her. It was both painful and numbing. Dr. Chiao, there are rumors online that you intentionally monopolized a patient to attract men's attention, but due to your lack of medical skills, you nearly caused a fatality. Do you have anything to say about this? Dr. Chiao, are the rumors online about you wanting to be a third wheel true? Did you intentionally try to attract his attention because you knew your childhood friend is the president of the Fu Corporation? Every word these so-called journalists said was either biased or aggressive, lacking any professional journalistic integrity. Looking at the logo on the microphone, it was indeed from one of those low-brow gossip marketing accounts. Xiao Zhishu was feeling increasingly annoyed by the crowd surrounding her. She realized that whenever anything was connected to Fu Lingsheng, she always ended up unlucky. That uncontrollable irritation was creeping back up again. She raised her hand and pressed her temples. This is a hospital. Please leave immediately and do not disturb other patients receiving treatment. Xiao Zhishu said coldly. She didn't want her actions to involve innocent people. But her words only made the unscrupulous media even more excited. Dr. Chow, are you avoiding our questions because you have something to hide? So, does that mean the rumors online about you trying to meddle in someone else's marriage are true? A hint of impatience flashed in Xiao Zhishu's eyes. She looked up at the marketing accounts in front of her, their eyes filled with malice and smirks, and said, "Regarding the patient's sudden complications, we will provide the family with a reasonable explanation. As for the other allegations, they are completely baseless." At that moment, patients began arriving at the hospital one after another. Upon seeing the symptoms before them, they all stopped in their tracks. "Please leave immediately and do not interfere with the doctor's work." But these unscrupulous media outlets wouldn't just let Xiao Zixuan off the hook. Especially since they were paid to do this, they naturally had to cover it up. The more Xiao Zixuan tried to shoo them away, the more they refused to leave. "Dr. Chow, you keep avoiding our questions and refuse to answer directly. You must be feeling guilty, right? You're a woman and a highly educated intellectual. How can you do such a shameful thing without feeling any shame? Is what is being said online true? Are you really an academic seductress who got your PhD through backdoor connections?" Xiao Zhishu wanted to leave, but she was blocked at the clinic door by the crowd and couldn't move an inch. "What are you all doing here? This is a hospital, not a marketplace. What are you making such a commotion for?" A stern voice of a middle-aged man rang out at that moment. Xiao Zhishu looked up and saw it was Director Liang. Liang, with a grim expression, walked toward them amidst the complex gazes of the crowd. "Where are the security guards? Get these disorderly people out of here." Director Liang's face was filled with anger. Looking at the unscrupulous media, his eyes were filled with intense disgust. The influencers, hearing Director Liang describe them as messy, also looked displeased. They didn't know Director Liang's background and assumed he was just a hospital director, so they weren't afraid of him. "Are you the Liang director mentioned in the online reports? Are you here to protect Dr. Chow? Are you really, as the online reports claim, trying to cover for Dr. Chow?" These people clearly had no intention of letting Dr. Liang off the hook. The microphone was almost shoved right up to Director Liang's nose. "Medical issues will be handled by a specialized medical team. We don't need ignorant fools coming here to spread rumors. Dr. Liang is a man of strong temperament and isn't afraid of such a mob of people. Furthermore, even if you're a gossip journalist, you should read more books. You shouldn't be out in public using words incorrectly. I want cover for my students, I will only protect them." The dean's words left the opportunistic media trying to ride the wave of attention red-faced with anger. Chapter 067, Does Fu Lingsheng not care? Director Liang, your words are too harsh. My words are harsh, but your faces are even uglier. President Liang raised his voice slightly. As her teacher, I know best about her medical skills. As for her character, there's no need for you to question it. Liang Yishang roughly pushed away the microphone that had been shoved in his face. Have security escort them out. The unscrupulous media, seeing that the dean dared to confront the public opinion, immediately erupted. Director Liang, the public has the right to know the truth. You can't just kick us out like this. Director Liang grew even angrier. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Xiao Zhishu. She walked up to the young reporter who had been speaking and said, "I've already said that regarding the patient's post-operative complications, the hospital will provide an explanation to the family and the public once we have clarified the matter. As for my personal affairs..." Xiao Zhishu's expression hardened. "Neither you nor the so-called public have the right to know. You. Furthermore, the person who paid you to cause trouble knows the truth. I'll say this once, don't make a scene, it won't benefit her." Xiao Zhishu's clearly words caused the expressions of the few marketing accounts to change slightly. They exchanged nervous glances. Xiao Zhishu's confident tone made these paid agents feel a subtle unease deep down. You're talking nonsense. We're here to stand up for justice because we can't stand your behavior. Who paid us? Don't slander us. Whether we took money or not, you know the truth. Please leave now." Meanwhile, hospital security arrived on the scene. Before the influencers could say another word, they were forcibly escorted out. Although the scene had quieted down, Xiao Zhishu knew that everything that had been said earlier, whether by Director Liang or herself, would be sensationalized and posted online by those unscrupulous media outlets. She looked at the old man beside her, who was so angry he was blowing his beard and glaring, and said worriedly, "Teacher, the words you just spoke will be twisted and distorted by those unscrupulous media outlets. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for involving you." Oomph. Director Liang dismissed her concerns with a cold snort. "Do you think I'm afraid of them? If it were your teacher when he was young, they wouldn't dare say those things to him. I would have broken their teeth." Director Liang stood with his hands on his hips, looking even angrier than she was. Especially his naturally large eyes, which grew even wider when he was angry. This made Xiao Zhishuan's mind flash back to a familiar song. Eyes wide like copper bells. It's only because my temper is being held in check by your master's wife. Otherwise, they'd be in for a world of hurt. As Director Liang finished speaking, the room erupted into applause. The director is so cool. The director is so powerful and majestic. Director Liang was flattered and awkwardly waved at them with a smile. He then turned to Qiao Zhishu and said, "Don't worry, your teacher is still alive and well. They won't dare to bully you." Qiao Zhishu was amused by Director Liang's domineering demeanor. He felt a warm glow inside. "Thank you, teacher. I've already arranged for several doctors both on and off set to conduct a comprehensive examination and analysis of Jian Xi's condition. Rest assured, I've reviewed the surgical footage with a few seasoned colleagues, and there is no issue there. The problem must lie elsewhere." Director Liang patted Qiao Zhishu on the shoulder reassuringly and added, "As for some of your other remarks." As he spoke, Liang frowned, his expression slightly displeased. "What's going on with Lingsheng? People are bashing his wife online, and he doesn't even say a word? Are you just letting that girl from the Jian family slander you? This won't do. I need to call him. That good-for-nothing brat. If I'd known this would happen, I never would have introduced you to him as a wife." Director Liang grew even angrier, swiping his phone so vigorously it seemed like sparks were flying. Qiao Zhishu stepped forward to stop him. "Teacher, let it go. He probably didn't see it. Don't bother him." She had already made things clear to Fu Lingsheng yesterday. Asking him to clarify again today was pointless. The online comments calling her a 3 would only lead to 2 outcomes. 1. Fu Lingsheng publicly acknowledges their marital relationship, plunging Jian Nuo into an online storm. The other was that Fu Lingsheng would protect Jian Nuo and let the online criticism continue to escalate. Neither of these outcomes is what she wants. Even if the first scenario were to happen, she would still be entangled with Fu Lingsheng. Even if the contract expires, it would still cause her more trouble. What do you mean he doesn't see it? Even an old man like me who doesn't use the internet knows how big this has become. How could he not know? Director Liang grew increasingly furious. Yes, with things escalating this much, how could Fu Lingsheng possibly not know? The only possibility is that Fu Lingsheng tacitly approved the online public opinion that Jian Nuo had been guiding. He tacitly approved Fu Group employees recognizing Jian Nuo as their president's wife. Given this, she would be even less likely to approach Fu Lingsheng to clarify the matter. Such a humiliating act, once buried under the snow, she would never do it again. "Oh, you've really upset me." Director Liang gently stroked his chest. "When I get home after work, your master's wife will scold me to death for marrying such a good child to that good-for-nothing." Qiao Zhishu comforted the old man by patting his back and said, "Teacher, it's really nothing. As long as we figure out the cause of Jian Xi's complications and give her parents an explanation, that's enough. As for the online accusations that I'm a mistress, I don't even use the internet. Once the buzz dies down, no one will mention it anymore." The reason Qiao Zhishu didn't bother to clarify the online accusations that she was a mistress. Besides not wanting to continue being entangled with Fu Lingsheng was the most critical factor. As long as Fu Lingsheng stubbornly refused to acknowledge their marital relationship, public opinion would continue to believe Jian Nuo's side. Even if she presents a marriage certificate, people will still accuse her of forging it. Apart from Fu Lingsheng, the party involved, anyone else coming forward to clarify would be useless. On the contrary, it would only keep the heat high, not only causing trouble for herself but also dragging those around her into trouble. The fact that Fu Lingsheng has allowed the public opinion to ferment this far already speaks volumes about his stance. Don't worry, that guy isn't doing anything right. You still have your parents, your teachers, and your mentor. This won't just be swept under the rug. Liang, the dean, said this angrily and left with his hands behind his back. That morning, a major media conglomerate issued an announcement. Regarding the online allegations against Dr. Qiao Zhishu, a cardiac surgeon at Beijing University-affiliated hospital, for allegedly causing a patient's critical condition due to medical negligence, a hearing will be broadcast live across all platforms via the Arctic Star platform. Chapter 068. If he doesn't clarify, isn't that the same as admitting guilt? At the time, Beijing University-affiliated hospital will invite medical experts from various fields and leaders from the Health Commission to attend the hearing. The Arctic Star platform is a live streaming platform owned by the media conglomerate Beitang Group. The North family, which controls North Tang Group, is one of the top-tier aristocratic clans in the Beijing elite circle. Its influence in the media industry is unparalleled, and no one dares to provoke them. Only the news media under the North Tang Group dare to uncover industry secrets and make them public. Its authority in the public eye even surpasses that of certain national-level official media outlets. Given that it is a live stream from Polaris, its credibility is undoubtedly extremely high. As soon as the announcement was released, the entire internet erupted once again. As Qiao Zhishu had anticipated, the incident where Director Liang confronted a marketing account in public was indeed sensationalized and posted online by them. After their malicious editing, Director Liang was almost portrayed as a criminal gang leader. Now, with this announcement released, the online public opinion has begun to shift slightly. Even the North Star has been brought in. It seems that Dr. Qiao is very confident and not afraid of an investigation. Didn't you see the names of the medical experts who attended the hearing? Any one of them could shake the medical world to its core. Now I'll see how that Chow guy tries to hide. I advise you to be sensible and leave the hospital on your own, then publicly apologize to our Princess Nono. Princess Nono is indeed the apple of Mr. Fu's eye. Being able to bring in these medical heavyweights must have been Mr. Fu's orders. Mr. Fu really went all out to support his precious wife. He. Just waiting for Chow San to get humiliated. At that moment, inside the hospital, those who knew that Chao Zhishu and Fu Lingsheng were married were looking at the ridiculous comments from Nono's brainless fans online and sneering in disdain. How could Dr. Chow not clarify the situation and let that third son act so recklessly? I can't stand it. I think that Fu Zong and that Jian family's daughter aren't just casual acquaintances. Last time that woman fainted, Fu Zong carried her straight to our emergency room, panicking like crazy. Does he even know who his real wife is? No wonder Dr. Chow doesn't want to mention him. What a husband sigh. Everyone couldn't help but take Dr. Chow's side. That woman is causing such a scene online, and he doesn't even bother to clarify. Isn't that just him tacitly approving it? Put. Dr. Chow is so pitiful. Hong Chang. Fu Group Hong Kong branch. Today's meeting is adjourned. Fu Lingsheng rose from his seat at the head of the table with a blank expression and left the meeting room. Chang Liang followed closely behind. Last night, in the middle of the night, this boss suddenly called him to go on a business trip. What kind of boss would make someone travel across the country in the middle of the night? You can't sleep, and you won't let others sleep either? At least the Fu family has their own private flight route, so they can fly whenever they want. He didn't let anyone sleep this morning and is still giving everyone the cold shoulder. Chang Liang was venting his frustration about his boss in his mind when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Yao Lin, the chief secretary of the Fu family. Assistant Chang, didn't you say that Miss Jian wasn't the president's wife? Why is Dr. Chow being scolded so badly? Chang Liang was about to ask what was going on when Yao Lin sent another message. It was a live stream from the North Star platform. Before Chang Liang could click on it, his phone rang again. Hello? Mr. Meng? As Chang Liang answered the call, Meng Chuan's angry voice came through the phone. Where's your CEO? What is going on with him? His wife is in big trouble, and he is not answering his phone or turning it off? Because of him, my wife is yelling at me non-stop. Does he even know? Chang Liang was completely stunned by Meng Chuan's outburst. He only vaguely understood that it was somehow related to the president's wife. Mr. Meng, the president came to the Hong Kong branch last night to handle an urgent project. He just finished the meeting and came out. What did you say? Meng Chuan was taken aback. He went to Hongcheng in the middle of the night? Is he crazy? He remembered telling him last night that Xiao Zhishuan was in trouble. And he didn't do anything, yet he went all the way to Hong Kong City? Exactly. Chang Liang blurted out without thinking. He also thought his boss was sick, and pretty seriously so. Mr. Meng, is the president's wife in trouble? Go tell him his wife is currently under medical review at a hearing, and she might lose her job. Tell him to come back immediately. Before Chang Liang could respond, Meng Chuan hung up the phone. Chang Liang? He remembered the WeChat message sent by Secretary Yao and hurriedly opened it. It was a live stream link. At that moment, the live stream was broadcasting the review of Dr. Chao Zhishuan's emergency surgery to perform an aortic dissection procedure on Jianxi that night. The live stream camera was directly focused on the surgical footage, with several experts' voices analyzing the footage on the side. The atmosphere on site was extremely serious. A crucial aspect of aortic dissection surgery is that the timing of the rescue must be precise, and the bleeding point must be located immediately. Dr. Chow handled this part correctly. Everyone, look here. This surgery is extremely challenging and allows no room for delay. This was a highly complex surgery, and Dr. Chow performed it exceptionally well, with no errors in any of the procedures. The entire surgical process was smooth, and the tissue was protected so well during the procedure. This demonstrates the surgeon's exceptional skill. I believe there were no issues with the surgical technique. In the live stream, renowned medical experts shared their opinions, and at critical moments, they couldn't help but express their astonishment. Online, the discussion was equally heated. Is there any medical professional here who can explain if the surgical procedure was performed correctly? As a medical student, I guarantee it with my life. You can call her a mistress, but you must never question her medical skills. Regarding this surgical procedure, all I can say is, Master, please accept my deepest respect. Is this really the work of a resident doctor with only 2 years of experience? That's amazing. Impressive, impressive, impressive. Of course, some of Jian Nuo's fans also came forward to question the claims. But if she's really that skilled, why is she just a resident doctor? Are you guys paid trolls hired by Qiao San? To the person above, ignorant masters have ignorant fans. The promotion system at Huagua Hospital has a time requirement, okay? If you don't understand, just shut up and stop talking nonsense. I specifically looked up the papers published by Xiao Zhishu. Do you know what SCI is? For medical students, publishing even one paper is a dream come true. Do you know how many papers this woman has published? Ignorance demands more reading. Don't embarrass yourself here, online celebrity. Jian Nuo stared intently at the online comments, her previously smug expression gradually darkening. Before this live stream began, public opinion was overwhelmingly on her side. But now, aside from her fans and the paid trolls she had secretly hired, everyone was slowly shifting their support toward Xiao Zhishu. Chapter 069, he is back. She had done so much, how could she possibly be making a wedding dress for Xiao Zhishuan? She never imagined that a major media outlet like Bixingxing would personally host the live stream for this hearing. Even if she wanted to guide her fans to question the fairness of the live stream, she couldn't find a reason. Polaris is too authoritative. A fleeting look of ferocity flashed across Jian Nuo's face. Her secondary account began frenetically setting the tone in the live stream. Even if her medical skills are top-notch, so what? A doctor without medical ethics, do you really trust her to treat you? Don't forget, this is the same person who tried to break up someone else's marriage and become their mistress. This can't be whitewashed. I wouldn't dare let a mistress treat me. What if she sets her sights on my husband and kills me? Jian Nuo's comments quickly shifted the public opinion. Apart from the professional doctors and medical students still discussing the surgery, everyone else started berating Xiao Zhishu for wanting to be a mistress. Chang Liang grabbed his phone and ran to find Fu Lingsheng. He saw him standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of American coffee, lost in thought. His entire demeanor was dark and ominous, emanating a chilling aura. Chang Liang lingered at the door, hesitating to enter. What's the matter? Fu Lingsheng's deep voice echoed. A cold gaze turned toward him. Mr. Fu, Mr. Meng just called. The lady was cyber-bullied online because of Mr. Jian's matter, and the live stream is currently conducting a live hearing. Chang Liang handed the phone to Fu Lingsheng. Fu Lingsheng's pupils contracted slightly. His gaze fixed on the live stream screen. To ensure his boss could clearly see the content of the live stream, Chang Liang thoughtfully turned off the comments. As a result, no one saw the comments calling Xiao Zhishu a 3. Fu Lingsheng stared at Xiao Zhishuan's expression in the live stream. She sat calmly at the conference table, showing no signs of nervousness or unease. She said little. She only spoke when she was asked a question. She spoke calmly, her words clear and logical, with no room for error. Not a trace of panic or anxiety was visible. He recalled last night, when he had gone to the hospital specifically because of this matter. But in the end, he lost his temper over the fact that Xiao Zhishuan was keeping a dog outside, and nearly fled the hospital in a rage. He even fled to Hongcheng in the middle of the night. He couldn't believe how ridiculous he was. It was Xiao Zhishuan who had betrayed him, yet it was he who felt guilty and fled. The look in Xiao Zhishuan's eyes when she mentioned separation last night was calm to the point of being terrifying. That was the calmness of someone who had thought it through thoroughly. It was a calmness he dared not face. So he fled like that. Humph. Why are you showing me this? Fu Lingsheng threw the phone back at Chang Liang. Xiao Zhishuan is quite capable, I don't need to meddle. Chang Liang. Didn't I tell you before not to mention irrelevant people during work hours? Did you even listen if you weren't sure? Fu Lingsheng asked sharply. Chang Liang. I'm sorry, Mr. Fu. I'll remember next time. Fu Lingsheng remained silent with a stern expression. His knuckles were clenched so tightly they had turned white. Mr. Fu, there's nothing else, so I'll step out first. Fu Lingsheng didn't respond, just stared silently out the window, his expression growing even more grim. Chang Liang dared not tempt fate and turned to leave. But as his right foot stepped out the door, a sudden noise came from behind him. Fu Lingsheng suddenly stood up from his executive chair and walked out in large strides. Notify everyone to return to Beijing immediately. Chang Liang? Aren't we supposed to ignore the lady? Why the rush to go back now? President, is your face that thick? You just finished delivering a harsh warning and now you're backtracking? Fu Lingsheng looked at Chang Liang's speechless expression and felt a moment of unease. What are you looking at? My hand hurts. I'm going back to the capital to get it bandaged. Chang Liang. Does the hospital in Hong Kong not provide bandages for your noble hands? Chang Liang muttered to himself but still went out to prepare. The medical malpractice hearing lasted over 3 hours before concluding. After analysis by several cardiovascular experts and examination of Jian Xi's physical condition, a conclusion was reached. Dr. Chow's surgery was flawless. Mr. Jian's post-operative complications, after ruling out all other possibilities, can only be attributed to an insufficient dose of anticoagulant medication in his system, which led to a blood clot in his heart. But wasn't the dosage of that medication prescribed by the attending physician? Mr. and Mrs. Jian, who had also attended the hearing, finally found an opportunity to speak. After a prominent cardiologist announced the results, Jian Jun immediately interjected. This is the dosage of the post-operative medication prescribed by Dr. Chow for Mr. Jian, as recorded in the hospital's computer system. There is no issue with the dosage. The speaker was Director Liang. He had someone retrieve all of Jian Xi's medical records from the computer. The details of Jian Xi's treatment process were clearly documented. What does that mean? Didn't you say the dosage was insufficient? Now you're saying it's fine? Are you playing games with us? Miss Su Rong, Mr. Jian's mother, spoke sharply. Dr. Chow's prescribed dosage was indeed correct. As for why the patient did not receive the full dosage, the hospital will investigate the cause. Director Liang said solemnly. Who knows if you're just trying to shift the blame and come up with the most ridiculous excuse to brush us off? Su Rong rolled her eyes arrogantly. I told Lingsheng brother that day that I couldn't entrust my brother's treatment to you. If it weren't for you. Jian Nuo left her sentence hanging, leaving enough room for speculation. The look she gave Xiao Zhishuan was no longer the subtle provocation of before, but now it was filled with cold malice. Xiao Zhishuan didn't miss the strange smugness in her eyes. Regarding Jian Xia's safety, Jian Nuo seemed unconcerned. What she seemed more concerned about was whether she would face any consequences for this incident. Xiao Zhishuan suddenly recalled the expression on Jian Nuo's face as she turned to look at her before leaving Jian Xi's hospital room last night, causing his heart to skip a beat. If Jian Xi's accident was indeed connected to Jian Nuo, then Jian Nuo was far more terrifying and obsessive than she appeared. To frame her, she would even disregard her own brother's life. Miss Jian, your brother suffered a car accident that caused an aortic dissection. I was the on-call doctor that night. If we had waited for another doctor to arrive for emergency treatment, we would have missed the critical window for saving Mr. Jian's life. Xiao Zhishu patiently explained. What do you mean? Are you cursing my son? Su Rong started to lose her temper. Last night my son was fighting for his life, and I haven't even had a chance to settle the score with you yet, and now you dare to curse my son. Su Rong said, about to charge at Xiao Zhishu. She seemed to have finally found a reasonable opportunity to settle the score with Xiao Zhishuan. As she charged forward, her face contorted into a hideous expression from sheer excitement. Just then, the door to the consultation room was pushed open. A tall figure stepped inside from the doorway. What's going on here? Fu Lingsheng's sharp gaze swept around the consultation room before landing on Su Rong's raised hand. Chapter 070, Want to hit my wife? Under Fu Lingsheng's piercing gaze, Su Rong's raised hand trembled violently. She gave a nervous laugh and withdrew her hand. Lingsheng, you're here. Su Rong spoke awkwardly. Jian Nuo's eyes lit up instantly, Brother Lingsheng. She put away her earlier aggressive demeanor and called out sweetly. She quickly walked over to Fu Lingsheng's side and reached out to wrap her arm around his. Fu Lingsheng's gaze, however, instinctively glanced toward Xiao Zhisun. When their eyes met, he hurriedly avoided Jian Nuo's gesture. However, Fu Lingsheng's appearance was like a deep water bomb, sending the previously calm livestream into a frenzy. Especially Jian Nuo's fans, who began screaming in the livestream. Aha! It's the childhood friend from No Princess's video. He's showing his face. He's showing his face. The childhood friend is so handsome, I want to lick him. The childhood friend must have come to support Princess Jian Nuo. Wu, the real-life version of the domineering CEO spoiling his little wife, has arrived. The childhood friend must have seen the livestream and rushed over because he was worried his little wife was being bullied. Boss, pause the meeting. I'm going to pick up my wife. Wait, did anyone else notice that when Miss Jian tried to hold Mr. Fu's arm just now, he dodged her? Mr. Fu looked so tense just now. Was he afraid of being misunderstood by someone? Who was he looking at? From that angle, isn't that Dr. Chow? You guys upstairs are just talking nonsense. How could Mr. Fu be afraid of being misunderstood by the third son? Are you blind? Several groups of people in the livestream were arguing heatedly at that moment. Fu Lingsheng's gaze fell coldly on Su Rong's face as he spoke. Mrs. Jian, what were you doing just now? Fu Lingsheng's tone was flat, but every word that came out of his throat made Su Rong feel as though she was being enveloped by a chill. As soon as Fu Lingsheng spoke, the livestream audience, who had been arguing fiercely moments ago, suddenly fell silent. Wait, what does that mean? Why is Mr. Fu calling his own mother-in-law aunt? Is Mr. Fu really using that tone of accusation with his own mother-in-law? It wasn't just the people in the livestream who felt something was off. Jian Nuo also noticed the unusual tone in Fu Lingsheng's voice. Her heart raced and she hurriedly spoke up. Lingsheng, last night my brother almost got into trouble. My mother was just so worried about him that she lost her temper. She looked at Fu Lingsheng with a pitiful expression. My mother didn't really mean to hit Dr. Chow. Fu Lingsheng didn't look at Jian Nuo but glared sharply at Su Rong. Is that how it is, Mrs. Jian? At this point, everyone in the live stream noticed something was off. Mr. Fu looks like he's defending Xiao Zhishu. Could it be true that Xiao Zhishu really managed to hook up with Mr. Fu, as the rumors say? Wait, why isn't anyone suspecting that Miss Jian is lying? Mr. Fu has never admitted they're married. The person above must have amnesia. So many employees from the Fu Corporation have come forward to testify. How could it be fake? They argued for so long this morning. If it's fake, Mr. Fu would have come out to deny it by now, right? Su Rong was stared at by Fu Lingsheng's sharp gaze and forced a stiff smile from the corner of her mouth, nodding. Yes, I was just so angry I lost my mind. Jian Nuo recalled the online comments and feared that if Fu Lingsheng said anything else, everything she had orchestrated online would be exposed. She hurried forward and addressed the TV host in charge of the live broadcast. Host he, since the hearing is over, let us wrap up the live broadcast. Don't let personal matters waste everyone's time. He was a very famous host under the North Tang group. He held an extremely high status within the industry. As a prominent figure at Beitang film, she naturally didn't need to heed Jian Nuo's words. She looked at Jian Nuo and refused with a smile. Earlier, Mr. and Mrs. Jian expressed doubts about the expert's conclusions. That means the matter hasn't been fully clarified. The public has the right to know the final outcome. How can we shut down the live stream now? You. Seeing that he, the host, refused, Jian Nuo grew impatient. She lowered her voice and warned the host in a stern tone. Lingsheng hates having private matters posted online. I'm reminding you to shut down the live stream for your own good. Host he had already known what this Miss Jian was up to before arriving, and naturally understood the urgent reason behind her desire to shut down the live stream. Hey! She wasn't falling for that. I see that Miss Jian posted about Mr. Fu online and seemed pretty happy about it. Since Mr. Fu didn't object then, he probably won't have any objections now either. As she spoke, she patted Jian Nuo on the shoulder and reassured her. Don't worry, Mr. Fu is so handsome we won't make him look ugly. Jian Nuo saw that he, the host, wasn't swayed by her words, and her face turned red with anger. But she also knew the hostess' status, he wouldn't be intimidated by her. Therefore, she grew even more anxious inside. Are you going to turn it off or not? No, I won't. The host refused with a smile. From the moment she took on this live streaming assignment, she had been explicitly instructed. Turn off the live stream? That's out of the question. Not only did he, the host, refuse to shut down the live stream, but the curious onlookers in the chat room certainly didn't want that either. Compared to a dry, serious, and overly technical hearing, gossip about wealthy families was naturally more appealing to these onlookers. Especially when it comes to someone like Fu Lingsheng, the head of a wealthy family who fits the stereotype of a romance novel's domineering CEO, his scandalous gossip is even more intriguing. When they heard that Jian Nuo wanted to stop the live stream, none of them were willing to comply. They went crazy in the live stream, flooding it with comments demanding that the stream not be shut down. Fu Lingsheng lowered his gaze, glancing at his hand wrapped in bandages, and said, I thought my standing wasn't high enough with Mrs. Jian that I couldn't even protect my own wife, so I rushed here without even changing my medicine. As Fu Lingsheng spoke casually, Jian Nuo's face turned deathly pale. The live stream was flooded with a string of? Wait, what is going on? Whose wife? This has me completely confused, my head is spinning. I'm so confused I can't even think straight. Su Rong's forced smile was about to crack. She looked at her daughter. Knowing that Jian Nuo held a certain status in front of Fu Lingsheng, he wouldn't go so far as to ignore her. Lingsheng, your hand is so badly injured. How can you not go get it bandaged? You can't joke around with your injury. You got hurt because of me. If you end up with complications because of me, I'll feel guilty. Jian Nuo quickly took over the conversation, trying to divert everyone's attention away from Fu Lingsheng's previous remark. Live stream? So, what's going on here? Chapter 071, are you just making up this relationship between us? The fans of Jian Nuo, who had been silenced by Fu Lingsheng's earlier words, erupted into chaos again upon hearing Jian Nuo's response. You scared me. I almost thought Fu Zong was talking about Chao Saner. Our little princess Nuo and Mr. Fu are the perfect couple, right? The domineering boss and his little wife, just thinking about it makes me feel so sweet, hee hee. I feel like the logic doesn't quite add up here. Same here. If the wife Mr. Fu mentioned is Jian Nuo, then what was his attitude toward his mother-in-law just now? Exactly, why did he say he couldn't protect his own wife? Was this female influencer bullied by someone earlier? Despite the major logical flaws, Jian Nuo's brainless fans are so obsessed with shipping the domineering boss and his little wife that they've lost all sense of logic. Meanwhile, in the consultation room, Jian Nuo was already cursing the entire family of that host, including their ancestors, in her mind. He was also anxious beyond belief. She was hoping this live stream, which could severely damage her reputation, would end quickly. She was scheming how to get through this situation when Fu Lingsheng suddenly stepped away from her. In the stunned gazes of the live stream audience, he walked up to Xiao Zhixuan and stood before her. Xiao Zhixuan hadn't expected Fu Lingsheng to show up at this moment, let alone say those suggestive words to Su Rong in front of the entire live stream audience. Seeing Fu Lingsheng stand before her, she merely raised her eyelids calmly to look at him, showing no trace of joy. She even felt he was meddling in her affairs. Fu Lingsheng's expression grew faint. He then nodded to Liang, the director, standing nearby. Mr. Liang. Poof. You still know to show up. I thought you didn't know your wife was being insulted online. Liang Yixian said irritably. He glanced at Jian Nuo, whose face had turned pale again. As if on purpose, he raised his voice and said, Everyone online is accusing your wife of breaking up your childhood romance with Miss Jian, causing my precious student to be slandered beyond recognition. Mr. Fu, why don't you tell me how your wife managed to ruin your childhood romance? Fu Lingsheng never paid attention to online news and didn't have any entertainment apps on his phone. He only knew from Chang Liang that Xiao Zhishu was under investigation due to Jian Xia's sudden complications last night, and had no idea she was being called a homewrecker online. Upon hearing what Liang Yuan said, his brows furrowed sharply, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He turned his gaze toward Jian Nuo, who was now looking panicked and pale. Jian Nuo, however, was so flustered that she kept shaking her head, trying to defend herself. Jian Nuo, is this how you're slandering our relationship online? No, Lingsheng, I didn't. It was those brainless fans who misunderstood me. I really didn't. She reached out to grab Fu Lingsheng's hand, but he roughly pushed her away. The panic in her eyes grew even more intense. It was the first time she had ever heard Lingsheng call her by her full name. It was also the first time she saw Lingsheng look at her with such a cold, harsh gaze. This time, she was truly scared, and tears kept streaming down her face. Jian Nuo's parents, standing nearby, couldn't bear to see their daughter in such a state. Jian Jun stepped forward and said to Fu Lingsheng, "Lingsheng, you've really misunderstood Nuo. She was just so worried about her brother's health that she posted a video online saying Xiao Xiao wasn't a skilled doctor. Of course, there might have been a misunderstanding, but those other insults calling Xiao Xiao a mistress weren't something Nuo said." Jian Jun could still read the situation clearly. In the past, they had relied on the connection between their daughter and Fu Lingsheng to gain significant benefits from the Fu family. As long as they didn't go too far, using the Fu family's name to secure benefits for the Jian family wasn't something they hadn't done once or twice. Fu Lingsheng, even if he knew, would turn a blind eye. But he never expected that targeting Xiao Zhishuan today would provoke Fu Lingsheng to confront them. He didn't even care about the little connection he had with Nuo. Jian Jun wasn't as foolish as Su Rong. He immediately began to lower his stance and show goodwill. "But you know, Jian Shi is still our son. He has gone through this misfortune. We need to figure out why, don't we?" Nono was just too anxious and used the wrong method. Jian Jun smiled obsequiously as he flattered him. He wanted to brush off today's incident where his daughter had incited netizens to cyberbully Xiao Zhishu and her parents online with just a few words. But clearly, Fu Lingsheng was unusually nitpicking today. But looking at Mrs. Jian's attitude, if I hadn't arrived in time, her slap would have landed on my wife's face. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous, oppressive aura emanated from him instantly. Su Rong's face paled, and she instinctively took 2 steps back, terrified by his gaze. "Lingsheng, you've misunderstood." And Jian was. Su Rong couldn't find an excuse to defend herself, and her expression grew even more stiff. But Fu Lingsheng snorted lightly, his smile not reaching his eyes. "I think Mrs. Jian's slap was actually meant for me, wasn't it? Just a little more, and everyone online would know that Fu Lingsheng can't even protect his own wife." Fu Lingsheng had just dropped such a heavy accusation on her, and Su Rong couldn't bear it. The Jian family, to put it nicely, was considered a prominent family in the Beijing elite circle. But in the Beijing elite circle, where even a stone could fall and reveal the offspring of a wealthy family, the Jian family's so-called status as a wealthy family was nothing to write home about. If it weren't for that incident back then, they wouldn't have been able to climb up using the Fu family's status. Now, it's uncertain whether the Jian family even has a place in the Beijing elite circle. They didn't have the capital to act superior to Fu Lingsheng as his elders. No, Lingsheng, you've misunderstood. Your aunt truly lost her composure because she was so worried about Jianxi. Oh. Fu Lingsheng responded indifferently, then casually found a chair and sat down. His hands rested casually on the armrests as he raised his gaze to look at the entire Jian family standing before him. Even though he was sitting down and they were standing, the atmosphere between the two sides was as different as night and day. "So, have you all calmed down now?" Calm down. Su Rong instinctively raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. Even though it was still the middle of winter, she felt like the sweat on her forehead wouldn't stop flowing. "I was the one who signed the consent form for Jian Xia's surgery, and I was present throughout the entire process of saving my wife. If you have any objections to the emergency procedures that night, feel free to bring them up with me." Jian Jun and his wife could only force an awkward smile. If they had previously been able to use Dr. Xiao Zhishuan's lack of medical expertise as leverage against Fu Lingsheng, after this medical hearing attended by a panel of medical experts, they dared not voice any objections. In the end, it was Jian Nuo, relying on the fact that Fu Lingsheng had once pampered her, who walked up to him and said, "Lingsheng, even if Dr. Xiao Zhishuan's surgery was flawless, the experts are now saying that the post-operative medication dosage was insufficient, leading to a cardiac thrombus. Isn't it reasonable for us to question her?" Chapter 072, Fu Zong comes to defend his wife with authority. Before Fu Lingsheng arrived, he had been watching the live stream the whole time and naturally saw the part where they reached their conclusion. Regarding the issue of why the dosage was incorrect, we will provide an investigation report within 3 days. If it is the hospital's fault, we will definitely give you a proper explanation. Liang, the hospital director, who had already secretly celebrated his victory, spoke solemnly at this point. With Fu Lingsheng present, the Jian family dared not direct their accusations at Xiao Zhishu anymore. Even though they were unwilling, they could only swallow their anger for now. 3 days. Just wait 3 days. In 3 days, she would crush Xiao Zhishu. Jian Nuo thought to herself with fierce and malicious intent. Seeing that everything was almost settled, he began his final closing remarks. Dear viewers in the live stream, today's broadcast has come to an end. Arctic Star will continue to monitor the developments of this incident and provide the public with an update. Goodbye. The live stream ended, but netizens following the case were left stunned by the shocking twist in the story of the wife taking down the mistress. The live stream's popularity surged to the top of today's trending list. Jian Nuo's fans were completely dumbfounded, unable to type a single word. Some repeated Jian Nuo's words, calling them brainless fans, their eyes filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, the medical students and Peking University students who had always supported Xiao Zhishuan felt a sense of vindication. After holding it in all morning, it finally feels good. Xiao Shuesher is awesome. Peking University juniors and seniors are sending congratulations. Wow! Today's live stream was well worth watching. First, we got a free lesson from top-tier experts, and then we had some high society gossip to entertain us. I thought I was watching a drama where the legitimate wife beats up the mistress, but it turned out to be a fantasy diary of a dream girl. The brainless fans of the internet celebrity, does your face hurt? Did you hear that? Your idol called you brainless fans. Fu Zong came to protect his wife with authority, but unfortunately, he wasn't protecting your princess like little wife, he was protecting our powerful senior sister. Just ask the internet celebrity if she feels awkward. She's begging to be the third wheel, but the other person doesn't even want her. I specifically went to watch the videos she posted. Ugh, the way she secretly filmed Mr. Fu like a thief, how could anyone find that sweet? It's so embarrassing. Some people even used comments from Jian Nuo's fans to subtly criticize them. Oh my goodness. Your little no-no sure has a good life, being both a little princess and the wife of a domineering boss. Oof. The domineering boss's pampered wife story is coming to life. We're so jealous. All the sarcastic slightly comments left Jian Nuo's fans speechless. One by one, they started losing their composure and cursing wildly, but all they got in return was more mockery from the crowd. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. Using public opinion to hurt others only leads to a worse outcome when it turns against you. At that moment, when Fu Lingsheng announced in front of the livestream that Xiao Zhishu was his wife, Jian Nuo had already anticipated it. Her face pale, she stumbled toward Fu Lingsheng, her eyes filled with tears, and asked him, Lingsheng, did my reckless behavior today make you hate me? Nuo really didn't mean it. Lingsheng, please forgive me. Jian Nuo cautiously reached out to tug at Fu Lingsheng's sleeve. If it had been before, Fu Lingsheng would have already softened his heart toward her. But now, seeing Jian Nuo like this, Fu Lingsheng only felt tired and irritated. He impatiently pressed his temples and said, Since you know your behavior was reckless, go apologize to your sister-in-law. A look of shock flashed across Jian Nuo's eyes. She hadn't expected that even after showing such weakness, Lingsheng would still make her apologize to Xiao Zhishu. She bit her lower lip tightly, her face filled with reluctance. But when she saw the growing impatience in Fu Lingsheng's eyes, she reluctantly approached Xiao Zhishuan. There is no need. Xiao Zhishuan refused before she could speak. A hint of smugness flashed in Jian Nuo's eyes. She knew Xiao Zhishuan wouldn't dare make her apologize. Lingsheng had always pampered her so much, now he was just putting on a show for the sake of the live broadcast. Xiao Zhishu was just he didn't deserve an apology from her. She gave Xiao Zhishu a you-know-better look. But before she could hide her smug expression, she heard Xiao Zhishuan continue. I don't accept your apology. She looked at Jian Nuo's distorted face with a cold expression and said, Miss Jian, you should know better than me why the dose of anticoagulant was insufficient. Xiao Zhishu's words caused Jian Nuo's expression to change abruptly. Her eyes darted around in panic and she stammered. What do you mean? Xiao Zhishu's previous remark had been intended merely to provoke Jian Nuo. She recalled the unusual reaction of the nurse last night when Jian Shi had the accident. Since the hospital had been ruled out, the only possibility left was that something was wrong with the nursing staff. And that nurse had no personal grudge against her, there was no reason for her to risk someone's life to frame her. Combining that with Jian Nuo's hostility toward her, she could vaguely guess what was going on. But she was only speculating. That's why she decided to test Jian Nuo with her words. But the panic in Jian Nuo's eyes was impossible to hide, and with just a casual bluff, she had exposed her true feelings. Miss Jian, Jian Shi is your brother. No matter how much hostility you feel toward me, you shouldn't joke about your brother's life. Xiao Zhishu spoke these words calmly, but they startled Jian Nuo so much that she stumbled and nearly fell. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm using my brother's life to frame you? Jian Nuo's voice rose involuntarily due to her guilt. She looked at Fu Lingsheng with red eyes and choked out. Brother Lingsheng, did you hear that? Is this the explanation the hospital gave us? Are they making me take the blame? Fu Lingsheng didn't respond, only giving Xiao Zhishu a complicated look. Xiao Zhishuan didn't look at her but turned to Jian Nuo and said, I hope Miss Jian can stay this defiant. Little Qiao, you're taking this too far. Jian Jun frowned and said to Qiao Jishu. You can't just shift the blame onto others because Lingsheng is here, can you? He then turned to Fu Lingsheng. Lingsheng, Director Liang just said that he'll give me an explanation in 3 days. But now that things aren't even clear yet, Xiao Qiao is already trying to pin the blame on Nuo. That's not right, is it? Fu Lingsheng continued to stare at Xiao Jisun without speaking. After a moment, he said, Mr. Jian, please rest assured. Since Director Liang said 3 days, then 3 days it is. If there is no resolution by then, I'll give you an explanation myself. Jian Jun saw that he had gotten his point across and backed down. Since you said that, Uncle Jian believes you. But I have one request, we need to change doctors. Jian Jun glanced at Xiao Jishu and beside him, although the investigation results haven't come out yet, we don't feel at ease leaving Ashi under little Qiao's care. You must understand the feelings of parents. Fu Lingsheng impatiently waved his hand, then change it. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present unconsciously turned their gaze toward Fu Lingsheng. Liang, the hospital director, looked the most displeased. Lingsheng, do you also think there's an issue with Jishu's treatment? Fu Lingsheng paused slightly as he pressed his fingers to his temples, his gaze instinctively shifting toward Qiao Jishu. Compared to Liang Yuanchan's anger, Qiao Jishuan remained calm. Especially her eyes, which remained completely unruffled, as if she had already anticipated his decision. Chapter 073, Let's get a divorce sooner rather than later. He couldn't remember how long it had been. Xiao Jishuan's attitude toward him had always been like this. No matter what he did, he couldn't stir even the slightest emotion in her. It was as if she simply didn't care about him, no matter what he did. When he recalled last night when he had asked Xiao Jishu to leave that man, the emotion in her eyes had finally shifted, and Fu Lingsheng's pent-up anger surged once more. He shot her a cold glance before turning to Director Liang and said, Mr. Liang, no matter what, she was under Xiao Jishu's care when the incident occurred. It's only natural for someone to want to change doctors. You. Liang Yuan was furious and pointed at Fu Lingsheng, about to scold him, but was stopped by Qiao Jishuan. Teacher. She glanced at Fu Lingsheng and said to Director Liang. Since the investigation results haven't been released yet, I should recuse myself. Let's leave it at that. Once the handover is finalized, I'll transfer all of Jianxi's medical records. Director Liang looked at Qiao Jishu's calm expression and sighed. Alright, you worked a late shift last night and have been busy all day. Go home and rest. I'll handle the rest. Alright, thank you for your trouble. She nodded. Having not slept all night and feeling mentally exhausted from the morning, her head ached severely. After greeting the other invited cardiac surgery experts and medical team leaders, she left first. Just as she stepped out of the hospital building, she heard Fu Lingsheng's voice behind her. Xiao Jishu, where are you going? Fu Lingsheng had followed her out without her noticing. Xiao Jishu turned to look at him, is there something else? Fu Lingsheng's jaw tightened slightly. This was a sign that he was annoyed. Are you sure the matter involving Jianxi is related to Jian Nuo? Xiao Jishu paused for a moment before answering directly, I'm not sure. But there was an 80% to 90% chance it was. She didn't share this thought with Fu Lingsheng. Although she suspected Jian Nuo, she didn't know exactly how she had done it at the moment. Fu Lingsheng heard her response and furrowed his brows. If you're not sure, how could you say it so confidently in front of so many people? Do you know how this might? The words he was about to speak turned around in his mouth when he saw Qiao Jishuan's eyes remain calm and unruffled. He coldly said, do you realize that this might make others believe it and that Nuo could face online bullying, which could worsen her depression? His tone was sharp and accusatory. His jaw was clenched tightly and his fists were balled into fists. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Jishu's face, trying to discern the slightest change in her expression. But Xiao Jishu once again disappointed him. Apart from last night when he told her to leave that man, no matter what he said or did, he couldn't elicit the slightest emotion from Xiao Jishu. Did she not care about him at all? Fu Lingsheng's face darkened as he stared intently at Xiao Jishu's expressionless face. Xiao Jishu spoke in a calm and casual tone. I was also cyberbullied. I just wanted to follow suit. I couldn't take it anymore? Fu Lingsheng looked at Xiao Jishuan's careless and indifferent tone, and the anger in his eyes grew even more intense. The next moment, he snorted derisively. What? Do you want to end up like Nono with depression? As the words fell, Fu Lingsheng paused. His brows furrowed, and a hint of regret flashed across his face. Xiao Jishu looked at Fu Lingsheng's expression, which was filled with mockery and malice, and suddenly remembered the WeChat message he had sent her that day when she was buried under the snow. She had told him that she was buried under the snow. He had scolded her in that accusatory, disgusted tone, accusing her of lying to trick him back. Now that she thought about it, the expression on his face when he sent that message must have been exactly like the one she was seeing now. She felt it, and thankfully, it didn't hurt. Probably because the pain had been too intense that day, she had become numb. Chang Liang happened to arrive at that moment and overheard Fu Lingsheng's malicious words. He raised his hand and weakly covered his face. Can't handle it. This worthless thing is impossible to carry. Heaven is indeed fair. Although he was given the appearance of a CEO and a prestigious family background, he was also given a mouth that couldn't speak. He was clearly worried sick about the lady, yet he acted so well in front of others. Why did he revert to his true self the moment he was in front of her? Who would want to be single with someone like that? He roughly rubbed his face and decided to go back and try to make things right for his dog of a boss. Just then, Xiao Zishu laughed lightly. I'm fine, Mr. Fu. Don't curse me. After speaking, she turned and continued walking toward the building's exit. Today, the big boss was discharged from the hospital, and she took advantage of not being on duty to bring him back. Madam! Madam! Chang Liang hurried over and blocked Xiao Zishu's path. Assistant Chang. Xiao Zishu nodded at Chang Liang. Madam, the president hasn't slept all night and is in a bad mood. He said some harsh words. Please don't take it to heart. Fu Lingsheng furrowed his brows but remained silent with a stern expression. The president rushed to Hongchang last night to handle an urgent project. He just finished a meeting this morning and learned about your trouble, so he came back immediately. He said this, giving Xiao Zishu a sheepish smile. The president cares deeply about you. He didn't even dare to say it, but the pilot, seeing the president's gloomy expression, had already pushed the plane to rocket speed. On the way from the airport to the hospital, the driver nearly burned out the engine. Chang Liang, who needs you to talk so much here? Fu Lingsheng cut him off with a cold tone. His gaze instinctively avoided Xiao Zishuan. His uneasy expression seemed afraid that Xiao Zishuan would notice. Don't misunderstand me. I'm just worried that your behavior outside might affect the stock price of the Fu Corporation, and I wouldn't be able to explain it to the shareholders. He kept his face stern, looking away, and explained in a stiff tone. Chang Liang covered his face again. Great. There's no hope. He has headed straight for the crematorium. Even Hua Tuo couldn't save him now. Chang Liang silently closed his mouth. Xiao Zishu remained expressionless. I didn't misunderstand. Even now, she couldn't possibly be so self-centered as to think that Fu Lingsheng had rushed all the way back from Hong Kong just because he was worried about her. However, at first, she thought he had come to support Jian Nuo. Later, when he openly declared their marital relationship in front of the live stream, she had assumed he had lost his mind and would surely regret it later. But after hearing his explanation just now, she finally understood. It was because he was worried about the stock price of the Fu Corporation. Everything made sense now. Although they had never publicly acknowledged their marriage, some people familiar with the Fu family were aware of it. If someone were to use her medical malpractice incident to cause trouble for Fu Lingsheng, it would indeed affect the stock price of the Fu family. Fu Lingsheng's concerns were understandable. Thinking this, she said to Fu Lingsheng. So, for safety's sake, Mr. Fu should divorce me as soon as possible. That way, my public image won't affect you in any way. Chapter 074, Xiao Zishuan cheated on me, how am I supposed to calm down? Hearing Xiao Zishuan urge her to divorce again, Fu Lingsheng's already sour expression sank even lower. He glared at Xiao Zishuan's careless expression with a menacing gaze, deepening the mockery in his eyes. What? Are you in such a hurry to divorce me for that shameless dog outside? Isn't that right? Why is he picking a fight with a little dog? Even a dog deserves to be called shameless? If he's so shameless, why bother arguing with a little dog? Xiao Zishu's calm expression suddenly darkened with anger. She shot Fu Lingsheng a cold glance. Mr. Fu, instead of meddling in my dog-raising affairs, you'd be better off figuring out how to handle the scandal of your sister nearly killing her own brother. With that, Xiao Zishu turned and walked away without looking back. Xiao Zishu, explain yourself clearly. Fu Lingsheng was so enraged by Xiao Zishu's indifferent demeanor that the veins on his forehead bulged. But Xiao Zishuan didn't even look back, and in fact, she walked even faster. Mr. Fu, please calm down, calm down. Calm down? Xiao Zishu has cheated on me. How am I supposed to calm down? Fu Lingsheng shouted loudly in the open space. Cheating? Who? The president must be talking about himself, right? He's always hanging around that woman from the Jian family. The lady is having an affair? That's impossible. You're the one who should be having an affair. Chang Liang instinctively defended Xiao Zishuan, but as soon as the second half of the sentence came out, he was so scared he quickly covered his mouth. Shut up. Shut up. Seeing Fu Lingsheng's menacing glare, he quickly tried to clarify. Mr. Fu, what I meant was, the lady loves you so much, how could she possibly cheat on you? Maybe there's some misunderstanding? Like him? The way Xiao Zishu looks at him, does she like him? A misunderstanding? Everyone in the hospital knows she's been keeping a young lover on the side. And I, her husband, didn't even know. What? This left Chang Liang speechless as well. Madam is keeping a dog outside? Fu Lingsheng remained silent with a stern expression, but his chest rose and fell heavily with anger. Chang Liang furrowed his brows, looking at Fu Lingsheng, hesitating to speak. This only made Fu Lingsheng angrier. He shouted at Chang Liang. Just say what you want to say. Why are you stuttering like that? Mr. Fu, if the lady really is keeping a dog outside, it's understandable. After all, you've been so busy with company matters that you haven't shown her any consideration. And you're still involved with other women. Who would be happy about that? Chang Liang didn't dare to say this outright. Do you know what makes a little puppy so adorable? It's because they're obedient, cute, and enthusiastic, and they're good at providing emotional value. Chang Laosher said seriously from the side. Look how tiring hospital work is. The lady has been busy all day, and when she comes home, it's time to relax, but instead she has to face your icy expression. Who could? Oh my gosh, you spoke too quickly. Facing the cold stare from the boss, Chang Liang quickly covered his mouth. What I meant was, the lady is also a woman, and women naturally hope their partner is gentle and considerate, always caring for them. In that regard, little puppies are definitely experts. Fu Lingsheng glared at Chang Liang with a cold smile and said, Are you implying that I'm not gentle and considerate enough? Oomph. Chang Liang rolled his eyes inwardly. You're gentle and considerate, but you're so considerate that you're being considerate to other women. Who would be happy with that? Chang Liang let out a few dry, awkward laughs and didn't respond. But Fu Lingsheng could see right through his words. I married her just because she is low maintenance. She needs me to invest my time and energy to provide her with emotional support. Why would I go out of my way to marry her? He coldly dropped the words, glanced at Xiao Zhishuan, who had already disappeared at the hospital entrance, gritted his teeth, muttered under his breath, and walked away in large strides. Once he was out of earshot, Chang Liang muttered under his breath. You'll just end up alone and miserable. Why go through the trouble of getting married? You talk so tough, but what were you so angry about earlier? You were so angry your eyes turned red. Despite the live stream having ended, the rumors about Xiao Zhishu's surgery going wrong and nearly killing someone, as well as the allegations of him being a third party, had been clarified. However, the online buzz didn't die down because of the clarification. On the contrary. The scene of the Fu Corporation president fiercely defending his wife has replaced the scandal of Xiao Zhishu being the mistress, topping the hot search rankings. Fu Zong fiercely defends his wife. The so-called childhood sweetheart turns out to be a clown. Fu Zong, the slap wasn't on my wife's face, it was on mine. Fu Zong said his face isn't big enough. On Weibo, the initial criticism of Xiao Zhishu's medical skills and her role as a third party has shifted to praise for her and Fu Lingsheng as a perfect match, a couple made for each other. Additionally, there is widespread mockery of Jian Nuo. Jian Nuo's fans, who initially cheered for the domineering CEO spoiling his little wife, now dare not utter a word, like quails. Only a few die-hard fans are still putting up a futile resistance. Are you blind? Jian Nuo is just concerned about her brother's condition. She never said she's marrying Fu Lingsheng. Exactly. It's the Fu Corporation employees spreading rumors. Don't you have any discernment? You believe everything they say? Our Nuo only sees Fu Zong as an older brother. Jian Nuo indeed never explicitly acknowledged in the video that she is Fu Lingsheng's wife. This gave her fans an excuse to start jumping around again with a sense of righteousness. It's as if they weren't the ones who initially slandered Xiao Zhishu as a homewrecker with no medical ethics or morality. Oh my goodness. You brainwashed fans marked by your masters don't know that the internet has a memory, do you? Jian the influencer never said she was Mrs. Fu, she just liked a post by a Fu Corporation employee, hee. Everyone has already accepted the leak, so Jian Wanghongwen dare claim it was a mistake, would she? Just secretly cancel the likes? I've screenshotted them, acting innocent? When Dr. Chow was called a mistress, your Jian influencer didn't step forward to clarify. You're just admitting you're Mrs. Fu, you clown. If the truth about Xiao Zhishu being Mrs. Fu had been exposed, and Jian Nuo's fans had quietly played dumb, this matter would have been over. But no, they acted like hypocrites. They're jumping around with a transparent fig leaf, enraging even the bystanders who were just watching online, who have now joined the fight. Among them were some prominent computer science experts from well-known universities. Guess who the insider who exposed the truth is? Step aside, the real evidence is here. After this comment was posted, the IP addresses of the account that posted the comment and some of the IP addresses of those who harshly criticized Xiao Zhishu were revealed. The same IP address. Chapter 075, will Xiao Zhishu have women placed around him? So this woman not only covets others' husbands but also stages her own drama. Oh my god. Even a jumbo-sized trash bag couldn't hold as much as this woman. How can she so casually call the original wife a third party? Is she dreaming that it's true? At that moment, Jian Nuo was hiding in her room, watching as all the IP addresses of her fake accounts were exposed, her face turning pale. The internet was filled with insults and mockery directed at her. Her fan base dropped by tens of thousands within an hour of the truth being exposed. The extent of the fan drop left her both shocked and panicked. She wasn't afraid of the brainless netizens seeking revenge online, she was afraid that if Lingsheng found out she had intentionally incited netizens to cyberbully Xiao Zhishu, he would think badly of her. What should I do? What should I do? Jian Nuo held her phone, looking completely unnerved. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her gaze was filled with a savage glint. Meanwhile, the online celebration among the tech experts continued unabated. In addition to her IP addresses being exposed, someone also leaked her chat logs and transaction records with a water army company. No wonder she's a rich heiress. She can afford to hire online trolls to cyberbully people. Unlike us poor folks, we can't even afford to play the cyberbullying game, huh? Ha ha ha. Fu Zong is really unlucky, getting entangled with such a vindictive woman, almost having his family torn apart by her. As the truth about Jian Nuo hiring online trolls to cyberbully Qiao Zhishuan was exposed, the online reactions were almost entirely negative toward her. Her brainless fans fell completely silent, unable to match the online backlash. Jian Nuo looked at all the things being exposed about her online and grew even more terrified. She never expected that by intentionally escalating the situation, she ended up benefiting Qiao Zhishu instead. Qiao Zhishu, it's all your fault. It's all your fault for going against me. She was so angry her eyes turned red. She reached out and swept all the skincare products off the vanity table onto the floor, shattering the glass. Nuo Nuo. Outside the door, Su Rong heard the commotion and rushed in. Seeing the shattered glass on the floor, she panicked and rushed over. No, are you hurt? What happened? Be careful, don't cut yourself on the broken glass. While speaking, Su Rong shouted outside. Wuma, hurry and call someone to come clean out the broken glass in the young lady's room. No. Su Rong was about to say something, but was stopped by Jian Nuo, who grabbed her wrist. Mom, come help me. Ha? What do you need your mom to help you with? Mom, turn on the video recording on your phone. Su Rong did as she was told. Nuo, you are. Nuo, what are you doing? Su Rong watched as Jian Nuo, barefoot, stepped directly onto the glass shards. In an instant, the carpet was covered in blood. Su Rong threw her phone onto the bed and rushed over to pull Jian Nuo away. Nuo, what are you doing? Husband, come quickly. Husband. Mom, Nuo feels so terrible. Nuo feels so guilty. I want to die. Mom, don't help Nuo. Let Nuo die. Nuo is so sorry to Jisu's sister. Jian Nuo's voice was trembling. Her gaze fell on the phone Su Rong had thrown onto the bed, and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. Su Rong was startled by Jian Nuo's words. Nuo, don't scare Mom. Is your depression acting up again? Mom will take you to see a doctor. Yujing Bei. After parting ways with Fu Lingsheng, Qiao Zhishu returned directly to Yujing Bei. There wasn't much left here, so she packed 2 small suitcases and stepped out of the room. Standing in the living room, she looked at the place where she had once poured her heart and soul into. There wasn't much sadness, just a sense of regret. Her gaze fell on the large terrace, which was now bare and barren. The flowers and plants that had been destroyed by Jian Nuo had all been cleared away. After staring silently for a moment, she finally pulled her gaze away, opened the door, and walked out. Fu Group. Mr. Fu, your coffee. Leave it there. Since returning from the hospital, Fu Lingsheng's irritable mood had not subsided. Ever since Qiao Zhishuan returned from Norway, he had felt that Qiao Zhishuan had clearly changed. He felt she had become a stranger, someone he couldn't control. In fact, he realized that his usually steady emotions had lost control multiple times because of Qiao Zhishuan. Recalling the calm gaze Qiao Zhishuan had given him before leaving the hospital, Fu Lingsheng's heart suddenly tightened. Suddenly, it felt as though his heart had been stabbed, causing a sharp, intense pain. The coffee he was holding spilled all over his white shirt, leaving a large stain. Ugh! He let out an irritated tisk and reached for a tissue, but a figure beat into it and rushed to his side. Mr. Fu, are you okay? Did you get burned? Let me take a look. As he spoke, he reached out to unbutton Fu Lingsheng's shirt. The strong scent of perfume immediately filled Fu Lingsheng's nostrils. The anger in his eyes intensified, and he roughly pushed the person in front of him away. His piercing gaze swept over the woman in front of him. The woman was startled by his gaze and stood trembling in place. Mr. Fu. I was just worried you'd get burned. Get out. Fu Lingsheng barked, simultaneously pressing the intercom button. Soon, Secretary Yao pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the scene before him, he furrowed his brows and walked toward Fu Lingsheng. President. Who is this woman? Who brought her in? Fu Lingsheng impatiently tugged at the collar of his shirt, feeling a surge of anger building up inside him with no outlet. Secretary Yao glanced at the woman trembling like a leaf beside him and sighed inwardly. She had the opportunity to work at Fu Corporation instead of focusing on her career. She was only thinking about climbing her way up to the president. Go get the HR manager. Fu Lingsheng said coldly. Yes. Yao, the secretary, responded and glanced at Fu Lingsheng secretly before leaving. Such a minor matter would normally be handled by dismissing the employee. The president is usually composed, so why is he so upset today? Why would the president's office staff even bother to call the HR manager? Though puzzled, Yao the secretary still summoned the HR manager. Secretary Yao, what is going on? Why did the president specifically call me over? Secretary Yao gave him a sympathetic look. What's the deal with the new female clerk you hired? Female clerk? The HR manager suddenly realized something and hurriedly followed Secretary Yao into the president's office. President, you called for me? This woman is so incompetent. Who hired her? The HR manager had never seen Fu Lingsheng this angry before and instinctively wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. It was the lady who asked me to arrange a position for her in the company. Fu Lingsheng's hand, which had been tugging at his tie, suddenly froze. Who are you talking about? Could Xiao Zhixuan be using her position to push this incompetent person into his department? Perhaps thinking of Xiao Zhixuan, Fu Lingsheng's furious mood suddenly calmed down. Chapter 076, isn't what he gave Xiao Zhixuan enough? It's the lady. The HR manager answered reluctantly. He must have been out of his mind at the time. He could tell the woman had ulterior motives, but he couldn't defy the wife's wishes, so he hired her. Following the lady's instructions, he had her assigned to the president's office as a clerk. Who would have thought that on her first day, she would cause trouble? Meanwhile, Secretary Yao, who already knew that Jian Nuo wasn't the president's wife, gave herself a hard slap on the face. He cast a sympathetic glance at the HR manager, with even more pity in his eyes. Out of collegiality, Secretary Yao kindly reminded him. Mr. Chen, that woman isn't the president's wife. Ha! The HR manager looked utterly stunned and blurted out instinctively, then why didn't she deny it when others called her Mrs.? At this, Secretary Yao awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Fu Lingsheng also sensed something was off. His piercing gaze fixed on the HR manager. What do you mean? Chen, the director, glanced at the woman beside him, who was already pale with fear. The woman covered her mouth and began to explain tearfully. Mr. President, I was recommended by Miss Jian. She was a die-hard fan of Jian Nuo and had just graduated from university but couldn't find a job in Beijing. She was one of the first to discover that the childhood friend in Jian Nuo's videos was actually Fu Zong, the CEO of Fu Group. That day, she had mentioned it to Jian Nuo on a whim, hoping she could mention it to her childhood friend to help her get into the Fu Group. To her surprise, Jian Nuo agreed so easily. He even told her that her childhood friend had always listened to her and never refused her anything. Just 2 days later, she received the job offer from the Fu Group. She was even assigned to the president's office. Now she'd have the chance to see the president every day. The face she had only ever seen in financial magazines was now right in front of her, and the impact was even more striking than in the magazine, hitting her straight in the heart. President, please give me another chance. I really didn't mean it earlier. I was just afraid you'd get burned. She cried with tears streaming down her face. Secretary Yao said nothing, just stood by watching the drama unfold. She is crying beautifully. But you can't cry for the blind. Secretary Yao sneakily glanced at her stern-faced boss and sighed inwardly. If only there were some sunflower seeds to munch on. Get her out of here immediately. Fu Lingsheng growled impatiently. The woman cried even more pitifully. Earlier, she had managed to maintain a beautiful, tear-streaked expression, but now she had lost all control of her emotions. She was crying so loudly. Mr. Fu, please give me another chance, Mr. Fu. The HR manager was already scared out of her wits. She made a huge mistake by hiring an idiot who angered the CEO on his first day of work. She still wants a chance? As for this HR manager, he might not even get the chance. Get out of here quickly. Don't make a fool of yourself. Filled with anger and fear, the HR manager dared not let the woman stay another second. He grabbed her arm and dragged her out forcefully. Fu Lingsheng sat back in his office chair and turned to look at Yao, the secretary who hadn't had time to leave yet, asking coldly. What is going on here? Yao knew what Fu Lingsheng wanted to know, so she quickly recounted the incident from that day when Jian Nuo had come to the Fu Corporation and been mistaken for the president's wife. She emphasized that Jian Nuo had never denied being called Mrs. President, which had led to the misunderstanding among most of the company's employees. As a result, Chen, the director, feared offending the president's wife and had no choice but to hire the relative who had been recommended by someone else. By the time Fu Lingsheng finished listening, his face had turned ashen. What else? Fu Lingsheng recalled what Director Liang had said earlier that morning. What about Xiao Zhixu being criticized by Jian Nuo's fans for breaking up her childhood romance with him? What on earth was going on? Secretary Yao hesitated. The president hasn't even checked online, has he? That makes sense. A busy executive like the president probably doesn't even have those entertainment apps on his phone, does he? No wonder that Miss Jian has managed to accumulate 1 million followers by relying on the CEO, yet the CEO hasn't uttered a single word. How could that not lead to misunderstandings? It seems the CEO isn't just turning a blind eye, he probably doesn't even know. Secretary Yao shook her head upon hearing this. Speak. Fu Lingsheng's deep voice sounded a bit impatient. Secretary Yao jumped in surprise. She finally spoke slowly. Because everyone thought Miss Jian was your wife, someone went online and accused Dr. Qiao of being a mistress, intentionally trying to come between you and Miss Jian, acting like a third wheel and saying she has no medical ethics. Secretary Yao spoke while secretly observing the boss's expression, then fell silent. Mr. Fu, if there's nothing else you need, I'll go back to work. Seeing that Fu Lingsheng didn't respond, Secretary Yao shrank her neck and hurriedly turned to leave. She was afraid that if she lingered, she might be called back and scolded. The door to the president's office closed slowly. Fu Lingsheng pinched the bridge of his nose. His white shirt, stained with coffee, was still clinging to his body. He furrowed his brows, picked up his phone, and downloaded a few popular entertainment gossip apps. As soon as he opened them, the first thing that popped up was gossip news about him. He clicked in and scrolled down, his expression growing uglier with each scroll. Finally, nearly boiling with anger, he logged out of Weibo. Thinking about Jian Nuo's provocative videos and her deliberate attempts to stir up rumors and hint at a romantic relationship with him, Fu Lingsheng's brows furrowed even deeper. So, over the years, had Xiao Zhishu also thought the same? That there was an unbreakable ambiguous relationship between him and Jian Nuo? Fu Lingsheng asked himself for the first time, had he been too lenient with Jian Nuo all these years? Moments later, he pressed the intercom button again. Come to my office. Before long, the door to the president's office swung open and someone hurried in. President, you called for me? Regarding the matter involving Jian Shi, send someone to investigate with the hospital. Us too? Chang Liang asked in surprise, we don't know anything about medicine. Then find someone who does. Chang Liang, alright, President. Focus on investigating Jian Nuo and the nurse who was hired to take care of Jian Shi. Chang Liang's eyes lit up, alright, President, I'll handle it immediately. After speaking, Chang Liang turned to leave but was called back by Fu Lingsheng. Wait. Mr. Fu, is there anything else you need? Fu Lingsheng furrowed his brows, hesitating several times before asking him. Do you think I haven't been considerate enough toward Xiao Zhishuan? He admitted that in the years since he married Xiao Zhishu, he had indeed devoted too much time to the company and hadn't been able to spend as much time with his wife as other husbands did. He had known this even before marrying Xiao Zhishuan. That was why he had signed that agreement with Xiao Zhishuan. But he asked himself, he always gave her gifts on every holiday as he should. He had never withheld any money that should have been spent on her. Isn't that enough? If she felt he wasn't doing enough, why didn't Xiao Zhishu take the initiative to bring it up? If she had brought it up, he thought, he wouldn't have refused her. Thinking this to himself, a vague sense of unease crept silently into his eyes. Chapter 077, Why don't you just fire me? When he heard Fu Lingsheng call him over to ask this, his clear eyes flickered with surprise. How was he supposed to respond? Chang Gonggang expressed his dilemma. Hard to answer? Fu Lingsheng narrowed his dangerously gleaming eyes and asked him. Chang Liang. Don't you know yourself? Why are you asking me? Mr. Fu, may I speak frankly? You don't really act like a husband, you're more like. Like what? A superior? Chang Liang hesitated before speaking. Mr. Fu, treating your wife is different from treating your subordinates. With subordinates, you just pay them on time, but with your wife, you should at least put some effort into showing her some care. Even with employees, bosses occasionally show some humanistic concern. Chang Liang's words caused Fu Lingsheng's brows to furrow. His eyes filled with confusion. But she's never mentioned it to me. I think she doesn't need that. Chang Liang, 6. You think? You think? Mr. President, maybe you should just fire me. For a moment, Chang Liang felt an urge to say those words. But the high salary offered by Fu Group's executive assistant kept him from quitting his job as the president's loyal servant. President, haven't you heard that there's a difference between someone offering themselves and someone taking what's offered? Is it not? Fu Lingsheng's expression grew even more confused. After a moment, he waved his hand at Chang Liang. Alright, you can go now. Make sure you handle the tasks I assign to you properly. Chang Liang nodded and secretly sighed in relief. He finally understood how his teacher must feel toward a poor student. That's exactly how he felt. After Chang Liang left, Fu Lingsheng continued to stare blankly at the towering stack of documents in front of him, his expression still as bewildered as before. What exactly did Xiao Zhishu need? But if that was the case, hadn't his original intention for marrying her changed? At first, he had made Xiao Zhishu sign that agreement wasn't it just to have peace of mind? But now, he realized he might have made a mistake. And he was slowly pushing Xiao Zhishu away from himself. He recalled the vague, dull pain that had first gripped his heart, and a sudden wave of unexplained panic surged through him. He felt he had to do something. He suddenly stood up from his chair, not even bothering to change out of his dirty clothes, and hurried toward the door. But when his hand touched the doorknob, he stopped. After a moment of hesitation, he withdrew his hand and returned to his desk to sit down. He didn't know what he was afraid of. In any case, he didn't want to go back to Yujingbei right now. It seemed that as long as he didn't go back, he wouldn't have to face certain things he didn't want to confront. Just then, his phone rang. It was Jian Jun calling. A fleeting look of disgust flashed across Fu Lingsheng's eyes, but he answered the call anyway. Hello? Lingsheng, something's wrong. No's in trouble. Can you come to the Beijing University-affiliated hospital? Jian Jun's anxious voice came through the phone in an instant. Fu Lingsheng furrowed his brows, recalling the online comments about Jian Nuo, and asked in a low voice. What happened to her? Those ignorant netizens are all attacking Nuo, accusing her of wanting to be a homewrecker and ruin your marriage with Xiao Xiao. They're calling her some kind of dream girl or something. I don't understand it either. Anyway, Nuo was deeply upset, lost control of her emotions, and we took her to the hospital. She has been demanding to see you the whole time. Fu Lingsheng felt an uncontrollable wave of irritation rising from his chest. Lingsheng, please, as your uncle, come to the hospital and see her. The doctors are trying to bandage her, but she is not cooperating. In the end, Fu Lingsheng agreed. I'll go right now. After hanging up the phone, Fu Lingsheng glanced at the stain on his shirt, went into the inner restroom to change into a clean one, and left the Fu Corporation building heading toward Beijing University-affiliated hospital. At that moment, in the emergency room's rest area, Jian Nuo sat on a chair playing with her phone. There was no sign of the danger Jian Jun had mentioned on the phone. Nuo, you should let the doctor bandage you first. What if it leaves a scar? Su Rong frowned, looking at her daughter, who was casually playing with her phone. Alright, let's go to Asian instead. Why did you insist on coming to the affiliated hospital? What if you run into Qiao Zhixuan? That would be so unlucky. Mentioning Qiao Zhixuan, Su Rong couldn't hide the disgust on her face. Hearing this, Jian Nuo lifted her eyelids to look at Su Rong, curled her lips, and said, I want Qiao Zhixuan to know that even if the whole internet knows she's the one who's really married to Lingsheng, the person Lingsheng loves the most is still me. Su Rong was about to say something else when she heard Jian Nuo ask, Mom, did you record the video I asked you to? I did. Don't worry. I'll find the right time to send it out once Lingsheng arrives. As she finished speaking, she heard Jian Jun at the door say, He is here, Lingsheng is here. As soon as Jian Jun's words reached them, Jian Nuo quickly placed the phone into Su Rong's hands. Mom, has Lingsheng come yet? I need to apologize to him. It's all my fault. It's because of me that Ji Su was misunderstood and scolded. At that moment, Jian Jun opened the door. Nuo, calm down. Your brother Lingsheng is here. He won't blame you. Don't blame yourself. Jian Nuo looked up toward the door. Fu Lingsheng was standing outside, his brows furrowed. But Jian Nuo could tell that this time, when she'd had an episode, Fu Lingsheng no longer had the same look of tension in his eyes as before. Now, although he had come to see her, it seemed as though he was only there out of a sense of duty. Realizing this, Jian Nuo's heart sank suddenly. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she choked out a voice as she stood up from the chair. Lingsheng. Her bare feet, cut by the glass, pressed against the ground, causing her to scream in pain, her eyes brimming with tears. As she fell, she instinctively lunged toward Fu Lingsheng's embrace, but in the instant she threw herself into his arms, he blocked her with his arm. Lingsheng. As the words Lingsheng fell from her lips, several tears rolled down Jian Nuo's cheeks. One by one, as if they had been practiced, they fell in orderly succession. Fu Lingsheng suppressed the rising agitation in his heart and pulled her to a nearby chair to sit down. Let the doctor tend to your wounds first. Fu Lingsheng's tone was cold. Jian Nuo dared not act as recklessly as before and cooperated as the doctor came over to bandage her wounds. She waited for Fu Lingsheng to ask her why she had gotten hurt. But even after the doctor had finished bandaging her wounds, Fu Lingsheng remained silent, standing by her side. His gaze was fixed on his phone, occasionally furrowing his brows, lost in thought. Jian Nuo couldn't wait any longer and gave Su Rong a subtle glance. Chapter 078, The Man Called Big Boss. Su Rong understood and wiped the corner of her eye before saying to Fu Lingsheng, Lingsheng, everyone online is accusing Nuo of intentionally leading her fans to attack Xiao Xiao. Nuo feels guilty and is so upset that she insists on apologizing to Xiao Xiao. We can't persuade her to stop. Su Rong spoke, gently stroking Jian Nuo's head with a look of concern. Nono has always been frail. After being so upset multiple times, I'm truly worried. I'm truly worried she won't be able to hold on. As she spoke, she began to sob uncontrollably in front of Fu Lingsheng. Jian Nuo, with red eyes and a look of grievance, looked at Fu Lingsheng and said, Lingsheng brother, Nuo really didn't mean it. It was just that when I was seeing the psychologist earlier, he suggested I take more photos of my daily life and share them online. He said it could help me recover by getting blessings and feedback from netizens. That's why I posted them online. Because when I'm with Lingsheng, I'm the happiest, so I accidentally included you in the photos. I never thought they would misunderstand our relationship and insult my sister-in-law like that. This time, Jian Nuo had learned her lesson. She had already noticed Fu Lingsheng's growing distance from her. Before, she thought Fu Lingsheng didn't care about Xiao Zhisu, which is why he kept openly provoking Xiao Zhisu. But after this incident, she realized she had gone too far. If she didn't take steps to make amends, Lingsheng would grow even further away from her. Then, wouldn't that just give Xiao Zhixuan the upper hand? Lingsheng, I know I was wrong. Jian Nuo pouted her lips, her tear-stained eyes looking pitiful. Fu Lingsheng stood there silently, his mind filled with the vulgar and malicious comments he had seen online. He wasn't stupid enough not to think things through. It was just that, due to his sense of responsibility toward Jian Nuo, he had unconsciously avoided thinking about it. But now, looking at Jian Nuo's expression and recalling what Xiao Zhishuan had said to her, he suddenly asked, "Does the matter involving Jian Shi have anything to do with you?" As Fu Lingsheng finished speaking, Jian Nuo's expression suddenly changed drastically. Jian's parents also turned their gaze toward Fu Lingsheng, their expressions growing grim in unison. "Lingsheng, do you also think Nuo is such a cruel person? How could I possibly harm my own brother?" "Yes, Lingsheng, even if you're helping your wife, you can't just accuse Nuo of such a heinous crime out of nowhere." Su Rong added an unhappy remark from the side. Fu Lingsheng didn't look at Su Rong or Jian Nuo, but instead fixed his gaze on Jian Jun's face. "Mr. Jian, considering that Nono once saved my life, the Fu family has granted the Jian family considerable favors. However, there is something I must make clear to you. Xiao Zhishu is my wife, and we are one. I will investigate this matter thoroughly." He paused deliberately before shifting his gaze to Jian Nuo, who had forgotten to control her expression in shock. He continued, Nuo, I also hope this has nothing to do with you." Jian Nuo's face suddenly turned deathly pale. Her hands, resting by her sides, clenched tightly. She bit her lower lip, and the tears welling up in her eyes were filled with genuine emotion. "So, Lingsheng, you believed your sister-in-law's words, right?" Fu Lingsheng's eyes flickered with impatience. He raised his hand to press his tired temples and said, "Xiao Zhishuan wouldn't lie." Upon hearing this, Jian Nuo's expression grew even more somber. The mental distress she had been pretending to feel now seemed genuinely triggered. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she shouted at Fu Lingsheng, "Am I the kind of person who would lie?" Fu Lingsheng remained silent, the nameless irritation in his heart continuing to spread. "Take good care of her. If you need any help, just contact my assistant." With those words, Fu Lingsheng turned to leave. His sleeve was tightly grasped by Jian Nuo. She looked at Fu Lingsheng pitifully. "Lingsheng brother, aren't you going to take care of Nuo anymore?" Jian Nuo began to feel afraid. Previously, Fu Lingsheng's unconditional indulgence toward her had made her act without restraint, never once considering that her actions toward Xiao Zhisu had crossed his boundaries. How could this happen? When did this start? He had always spoiled her so much before. Even when she lied about being kidnapped to lure him back from Norway, he didn't even get angry with her. Why is this happening now? Fu Lingsheng said nothing, only leaving behind the words, "Rest well," before leaving. As soon as she stepped out of the emergency building, she bumped into Shinjushin, who had appeared in the emergency department. Upon seeing him, a cold smile flashed across Shinjushin's face. "Mr. Fu, what a coincidence we meet again in the emergency room." As she spoke, she glanced behind Fu Lingsheng. There, where Jian Nuo was waiting. "Mr. Fu, you're truly a devoted husband. When your wife is in trouble, you hide far away, but as soon as this childhood friend enters the emergency room, you rush to the front like you can smell her." Every time Shinjushin thought about how Fu Lingsheng had abandoned Xiao Zhishuan alone in Norway, nearly causing her death, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. Looking at Fu Lingsheng, she couldn't stand a single thing about him. Shinjushin's words caused a flash of coldness to cross Fu Lingsheng's eyes. But remembering that Shinjushin was Xiao Zhishu's best friend, he instinctively explained, "I came to the hospital for another matter." Shinjushin had intended to say a few sharp words to Fu Lingsheng and leave, not expecting him to say anything nice. But she was surprised to hear that someone like Fu Lingsheng, who always looked down on others, would actually take the initiative to explain himself to her. It was like the sun was setting in the west. "What's the point of explaining now about what happened between you and Jian Nuo? It's not like it just happened today. What were you doing earlier? The child is dead, and you're coming to nurse him? Besides, you should explain this to Shushu. What's the point of explaining it to me?" After saying that, Shinjushin gave Fu Lingsheng a disgusted look before turning and leaving. "Shinjushin!" Fu Lingsheng suddenly called out to her. Shinjushin turned around and saw Fu Lingsheng hesitating, as if he wanted to ask something. "What is it?" Shinjushin spoke harshly. After what seemed like a long internal struggle, Fu Lingsheng finally spoke. "How long has Xiao Zhishuan been keeping that man outside?" "Shinjushin? What did you say?" Shinjushin's tone suddenly turned furious. "Fu Lingsheng, you're not clear about your relationship with another woman, and now you want to smear Shushu's reputation? The general." Fu Lingsheng almost ground out the name between his teeth. Shinjushin's furious expression froze for a moment before turning into astonishment. That man called the general. Fu Lingsheng repeated the old-fashioned name with a dark expression. After the initial shock, Shinjushin realized what had been said. She crossed her arms in front of her, adopting a spectator's expression as she looked at Fu Lingsheng and asked, "You know?" Chapter 079, she moved out. Looking at Fu Lingsheng's tense jaw, a flash of malice crossed Shinjushin's eyes. "Since you already know, why are you asking me?" Fu Lingsheng's fists clenched tightly. His icy eyes fixed on Shinjushin's smug expression, he ground out the words. "How long? How long have they been together?" Shinjushin rolled her eyes at him. "Want to know? Ask Shushu yourself." After giving Fu Lingsheng a cold, dismissive glance, Shinjushin turned and walked away. But after taking a few steps, she stopped. She turned to look at Fu Lingsheng. Fu Lingsheng, since you don't love Shushu, just let her go sooner. Fu said I. The words on the tip of his tongue suddenly stopped. He clenched his lips tightly and glared coldly at Shin Jushin. This is between me and Xiao Zhishu. It's none of your business. You should mind your own affairs with Meng Chuan. After leaving those malicious words behind, he turned and walked away without looking back. His departing figure carried a hint of desperation. It was as though lingering for even a second longer would mean hearing Shin Jushin demand that he divorce Xiao Zhishu. Mr. Fu, shall we return to the company now? The driver turned to look at Fu Lingsheng and asked in a low voice. The sudden drop in pressure inside the car made Xiao Fu feel uneasy. Fu Lingsheng leaned back into the soft leather seat, massaging his throbbing temples. Back to Yujing Bay. Half an hour later, Fu Lingsheng stood in front of his home. This was the wedding home he had shared with Xiao Zhishu. For the first time, he lacked the courage to open the door. He stood timidly at the door, unable even to press the password. Finally, he seemed to muster all his courage and pressed the code. The sound of the lock clicking open made his heart tremble. He pushed open the door, and the house was as quiet as ever. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had come home every day and found the house so quiet and lifeless. He stood quietly at the entrance, staring blankly at the quiet living room. The furnishings in the living room appeared unchanged. Yet Fu Lingsheng suddenly felt a void in his chest, as if the bare patch of earth on the terrace directly in front of him had been stripped bare. He placed his hand over his heart, feeling a faint ache. Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward the bedroom, and without even bothering to change his slippers, he rushed inside. Xiao Zhishu hadn't lived in the master bedroom for a long time. The clothes in the wardrobe had been emptied by her, leaving only his own dark-colored garments hanging there alone. As if mocking him. He suddenly thought of something and walked over to the bedside table, opening the drawer. There it was, the wedding ring that belonged to Xiao Zhishu, lying there quietly. He recalled the excuse she had given that day, saying that the surgeon had forbidden her from wearing jewelry. But she had always worn it even when she wasn't performing surgery. Why had she suddenly changed her mind? Fu Lingsheng picked up the ring and clenched it tightly in his palm. Then, remembering something else, he got up and hurried to the guest bedroom. When he pushed open the door to the guest bedroom, his footsteps came to a halt at the entrance. The bed in the bedroom was neatly made. Everything belonging to Xiao Zhishu was gone. He suddenly went crazy, searching everywhere for any traces related to Xiao Zhishu. But he couldn't find a single thing that belonged to Xiao Zhishu. Has she really left? Fu Lingsheng stood dazed in the empty living room, muttering to himself in a daze. A sharp, stabbing pain suddenly surged through his heart, spreading like poison vines across his chest. Xiao Zhishu's presence was like a festering wound on his bone. When it didn't flare up, he felt nothing. But once it flared up, it would cause him such excruciating pain that he couldn't stand straight. He slumped onto the sofa, his chest feeling tight and suffocating. That sense of panic and helplessness only made him feel more lost. After a moment, he took out his phone, his fingers trembling as he scrolled through his contacts and dialed Xiao Zhishu's number. At that moment, Xiao Zhishuan had just picked up Dashi from the pet hospital. The recovered Dashi was in good spirits. His golden fur was well-groomed and shiny. Dashwai, starting today, you'll be living here with your sister. Do you like it? Dashwai seemed to understand. His pink tongue happily licked Xiao Zhishu's palm, then rolled over and exposed his belly in front of her. This amused Xiao Zhishu greatly. Her phone suddenly rang out. Xiao Zhishuan picked up her phone and glanced at it. The sunny smile on her face vanished instantly. She answered the call. Hello? You moved out? Fu Lingsheng's hoarse voice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, came through the phone. Xiao Zhishu thought for a moment and said, Yes, I'm at Yujing Bay. I won't be returning. If there's anything you need me to handle, just give me a call. The person on the other end of the line fell silent, as if choked up. Xiao Zhishuan had no time to speculate on Fu Lingsheng's current mood. Seeing that the general was busy showing off his dog, he hurriedly reminded him. Don't eat too quickly, be careful not to choke. After saying that, she turned to Fu Lingsheng on the phone and added, If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Poof. A faint snort came from the other end of the phone. Are you living with your dog now? Xiao Zhishu didn't deny it and just hummed in response. Is he that stupid? Does he need you to remind him to eat, afraid he'll choke to death? Xiao Zhishuan could hear the malicious intent in his words toward Dashwai, but he didn't bother to argue. He simply replied. Of course he's not as smart as you, Mr. Fu. Let's just hang up. Before Fu Lingsheng could respond, Xiao Zhishu hung up the phone. She really didn't want to hear another word of Fu Lingsheng's unfriendly remarks about the general. She scooped the general, who was still flaunting his dog food, into her arms and said, Who said our big boss is stupid? Our big boss is the smartest. The big boss understood and happily tilted his head back, licking Xiao Zhishu's chin. Fu Lingsheng stared at his phone, which had been hung up, the ringing tone seeming to mock him. Xiao Zhishu was so protective of the dog she kept outside, and he, as the original spouse, couldn't even compare. How ridiculous. Fu Lingsheng angrily threw his phone aside and slumped onto the sofa. He didn't know how long he had been sitting on the sofa when his phone rang. It was Chang Liang calling. Mr. Fu, we've identified the cause of Jian Xia's illness. I've already sent the investigation results to your email. After hanging up, Fu Lingsheng opened his private email. Inside was an email sent by Chang Liang just a minute ago. As he opened the attachment, his expression grew increasingly somber, until it finally hardened into a grim expression. Meanwhile, a video was circulating widely on Weibo. In the video, Jian Nuo was huddled in the corner of the bed, looking distraught and muttering repeatedly. Jisu's sister, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Chapter 080, Depression is the online girl's cover-up. The video was filmed in her bedroom, which was in complete disarray. Glass shards were scattered everywhere. In the latter half of the video, Jian Nuo gets out of bed barefoot, her mouth filled with words of apology for Jisu's sister, her bare feet stepping without hesitation on the glass shards. In an instant, blood stained the snow-white carpet red. The video then shakes, and Su Rong's panicked voice can be heard. This video was specifically posted by Su Rong after creating an account. The caption roughly stated that Jian Nuo had posted the video earlier out of concern for her brother's illness. She was too innocent to realize that her video would lead to Qiao Jishu being mistaken for a mistress. Now, she was so overwhelmed with guilt that she had suffered mental distress, and she hoped everyone could be more lenient toward her. She did not intentionally want Qiao Jishu to be cyberbullied. Attached to the video were Jian Nuo's depression diagnosis and the doctor's signature. As soon as the video was posted, Jian Nuo's fans, who had been quiet up until then, suddenly became active again, jumping all over the place. I urge some people online to stop. Jian Nuo has already apologized. What more do you want? Let bygones be bygones. Jian Nuo has been driven to a relapse of her depression. Are you really going to push her to the brink? Xiao Jishu is at least the CEO's wife. Don't be so petty. She's already apologized. Stop inciting your followers to cyberbully Jian Nuo online. Now that the cause of Nuo's brother's illness hasn't been determined, is Xiao trying to shift the blame and make herself look innocent? Does Mrs. Jian have precognitive abilities? Did she know her daughter was going to step on glass and recorded it in advance? Isn't this another self-directed whitewashing stunt by the online celebrity? Some people questioned the intent behind Su Rong posting this video on Weibo. Soon, some bystanders caught on and started liking and commenting on the video. However, Su Rong seemed to be monitoring the comments closely. Upon seeing the skeptical comment, she immediately opened it and replied. It was Nono's psychologist who asked us to record Nono's mental state every day to assist the doctor in making a diagnosis. Su Rong's words carried a hint of grievance. We're not trying to whitewash anything, we just want everyone to be more understanding of our daughter Nuo. She's just a patient with depression. However, many people were not convinced by Su Rong's message. Ah! Exactly. It must be the online influencer with depression who hired trolls to slander our senior sister Qiao. The online influencer claims to be the wife of the Fu family's CEO. She must be delusional from her depression, right? Sis, the depression community is already struggling enough. Please don't slander them further, okay? When did depression become a shameless cover-up? Anyone can use it to hide behind? Put. Our senior sister Qiao is so unlucky to be dragged into this mess. Let us all stand together as students of Beijing University and stop the online influencer from causing trouble. Jian Nuo stared at the online comments, thinking that after posting that self-sacrificing video, she would be able to clear her name. But she never expected so many people wound tea by it, and some even dared to mock her. A bunch of lowlifes. Why don't you all just die? Jian Nuo's face twisted into a hideous expression as she cursed at her phone. Her parents, who were sitting in front of her, were startled by her terrifying expression. Jian Nuo, don't get so angry. Be careful of your injury. Su Rong reminded her from the side. Jian Nuo glared at them, then fixed her gaze on her parents and said, Dad, Mom, the trial for Qiao Jishu is in 2 days. At that time, you must insist on not reconciling. We must make sure Qiao Jishu loses his job and can never work in the medical field again. Otherwise, we'll sue him to the end. Upon hearing this, Jian Jun frowned deeply, but Lingsheng will definitely side with Qiao Jishuan. If we refuse to reconcile, won't that mean we're alienating Lingsheng? Jian Nuo snorted coldly. Lingsheng saw with his own eyes how Qiao Jishu performed the surgery on my brother. He was temporarily swayed by her. But if he knew that Qiao Jishu is an incompetent doctor who nearly killed my brother, how could he possibly blindly defend her? Moreover, Jian Nuo looked at her parents. If Lingsheng really protects Qiao Jishu, will secretly stir up trouble. Even for the sake of the Fu group's reputation, Lingsheng wouldn't protect Qiao Jishu. Who knows? As she said this, a smug smile spread across Jian Nuo's face. To protect the Fu family's reputation, Lingsheng would even divorce Qiao Jishu and to distance himself from him. Is that really possible? Jian Jun's face showed a hint of hesitation. Oh, why are you being so indecisive? I think Nono's idea is pretty good. Su Rong shot a disapproving glance at Jian Jun. The Fu Group is such a large corporation, they must value their reputation, especially the old patriarch of the Fu family. Back then, the Fu family agreed to marry Xiao Zhishu into the family precisely because of her high educational background and her status as a doctor at Beijing University, which is a prestigious institution. But if everyone online finds out that Xiao Zhishu was negligent in her duties and almost killed someone, how will the Fu family save face? It's not our fault. Fu told Lingsheng to rush and announce to the world that Xiao Zhishuan is his wife. Now, everything Xiao Zhishuan does and her reputation are tied to the Fu family. To save face, the Fu family will divorce her, and then. Su Rong looked at her daughter and smiled triumphantly. With our relationship with Lingsheng, the position of Mrs. Fu will naturally fall into our hands. By the end, Su Rong's eyes were sparkling. It seemed as though the title of Mrs. Fu, the president's mother-in-law, was already beckoning to her. In contrast to their mother-daughter duo's wild fantasies, Jian Jun seemed much more level-headed. But if Lingsheng wanted to marry Nuo, he would have done so years ago. Why wait until now? If we make a big deal out of this, it might backfire, and we might lose the Fu family's support. By then, the affection between Nuo and Lingsheng would be gone. As soon as Jian Jun finished speaking, Su Rong gave him a disdainful look. Look at how you're talking. How can you be so lacking in ambition? In the past few years, Lingsheng never intended to marry. It was Mr. Fu who forced him to marry. It was just luck that Xiao Zhishu happened to be available at the right time. Plus, she's Liang Zhen's student, so the Fu family had to give the Liang family some face, right? Su Rong felt more and more convinced by her own words. If our Nuo had been in the country back then, it wouldn't have been Xiao Zhishuan who ended up as Mrs. Fu. Now that Lingsheng has divorced Xiao Zhishu, he has remarried. Our Nuo is still a virgin, hasn't he even been married once? How could she not be good enough for him? The Fu family would be lucky to have her. They never look down on her. Chapter 081, Revealing the Truth. Although Su Rong spoke with conviction, Jian Jun still felt uneasy about the matter. But seeing the eager expressions on his wife and daughter's faces, he ultimately kept his doubts to himself. After all, if it were true as the mother and daughter claimed, he would become Fu Lingsheng's father-in-law, which would be a tremendous blessing. At that point, the Jian family would rise even higher. The three of them were busy making plans for the future when they received a call from the Beijing University-affiliated hospital the next day. They said they had determined the cause of the blood clot in Jian Xixin's heart and asked them to come to the hospital to discuss further treatment. After hanging up the phone, Jian Jun spoke with a look of doubt on his face. They really figured it out so quickly? Didn't they say they'd give us an answer in 3 days? Upon hearing this, Jian Nuo coldly laughed. How could they have figured it out so quickly? They're probably just making up a reason to brush us off. Dr. Liang is Xiao Zhishu's mentor. He'll definitely find a way to protect Xiao Zhishu. In any case, Dad, you must not give in easily. We must insist that the hospital provides a satisfactory explanation. Seeing his daughter so confident, Jian Jun looked hesitant. Nuo, how can you be so sure they can't find out? Of course, because. Realizing she almost blurted it out, Jian Nuo quickly stopped herself and said. It's obvious, isn't it? Since those medical experts all said it was because my brother didn't administer the correct dosage, that's the hospital's responsibility. Xiao Zhishu is my brother's doctor. She treated him and prescribed the medication. No matter what, Xiao Zhishu can't escape this connection. Moreover, she had been so careful in handling that matter. No matter how thoroughly they investigated at the hospital, they would never uncover the true cause. Jian Jun listened to his daughter and found her reasoning sound. Alright, we'll follow your lead. Let's go to the hospital right away. Even if Director Liang uses his family's influence to pressure us, we must not give in. Don't worry, Dad, I've already prepared everything. Jian Nuo pointed to a diamond-encrusted brooch on her clothing. This is a hidden recording device I had specially designed. If Director Liang dares to openly protect Xiao Zhishu, I'll make sure he suffers the same fate. Xiao Zhishu was also surprised to learn that the investigation results came out so quickly. Looking at the investigation results Liang Yuan had given her, she wasn't surprised at all. It's her, as I suspected. Jian Nuo was truly ruthless, willing to risk her own brother's life to take her down. Meanwhile, Director Liang looked conflicted, hesitating to speak. Xiao Zhishu noticed this. Teacher, do you have something else to say? Ah. Director Liang sighed deeply. I don't know if I should tell you this, but the truth is, the reason this investigation was able to be concluded so quickly is largely thanks to your clueless husband. Fu Lingsheng? Xiao Zhishu froze, instinctively glancing down at the investigation materials in her hands. Could it really be Fu Lingsheng who uncovered this? How could it be Fu Lingsheng? He knew this matter was related to Jian Nuo. Instead of helping to cover his tracks, why would he hand over such incriminating evidence to the director? Xiao Zhishu furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with complexity and unhidden doubt. Although that kid can be pretty annoying at times, he did a decent job this time. Director Liang spoke slowly, his expression slightly annoyed. Su, don't blame the teacher for speaking up for him. The teacher heard that you two have been having some issues lately, so he wanted to mediate between you. He must have realized his mistake this time and is quietly apologizing to you. Xiao Zishu could understand why Director Liang thought that. After all, he didn't know that they were already separated and on the verge of divorce. Elders always hope their younger generations have harmonious relationships. Moreover, she could tell that Director Liang still held Fu Lingsheng in high regard. When he introduced Fu Lingsheng to her, his eyes sparkled when he spoke of him. Fu Lingsheng, though not the most competent husband, was indeed outstanding in other aspects. Dr. Liang truly wanted to find her a perfect partner. Teacher, I understand. Xiao Zishu nodded and didn't say much more. If she had been shocked when she first received the investigation results about why Fu Lingsheng would help her. But after thinking it through, she understood. Just as he had said yesterday, he didn't want her reputation to affect the stock price of the Fu Corporation. Though she understood fully, she didn't want to disappoint Director Liang's kindness. Director, someone from the Jian family has arrived. Just then, the director's secretary pushed open the door and whispered a reminder. Let us go. Director Liang said to Xiao Zishu. In the hospital's family reception room, the Jian family's parents and Jian Nuo had all arrived. Upon seeing Xiao Zishu and the others enter, Jian Jun stood up first from the sofa and walked toward them. Director Liang, I hear you've already figured out the cause of my son's accident? Director Liang nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Jian Nuo. Perhaps feeling guilty, Jian Nuo's face flushed slightly at Dr. Liang's glance. But thinking that he had been careful and they couldn't possibly have found out, Jian Nuo sat up straight again, feeling reassured. Let us sit down and talk. Dr. Liang spoke. He was the first to sit down at the conference table in the reception room. Xiao Zishu and the other hospital leaders followed suit. After the Jian family's parents had taken their seats, Jian Jun spoke up. Director Liang, now that the investigation is complete, please share the findings with us. Director Liang nodded and gestured to his assistant standing by the projector. Mr. Liang, I know you are an impartial person. Since the evidence is conclusive, you wouldn't cover for your own people, would you? Jian Nuo suddenly spoke up, addressing Director Liang but glancing meaningfully at Xiao Zishu. Of course not. I would never protect my own people, nor would I spare those with ulterior motives. Miss Jian, please rest assured. Jian Nuo had called Director Liang Uncle Liang to try to establish a closer relationship, but her attempt was immediately dashed by Director Liang's response of Miss Jian. It was clear that Jian Nuo had caught the hint. Director Liang was subtly telling her not to try to build connections. Her expression froze slightly, and the unhidden disgust in Liang Yuanchang's eyes made her feel exceptionally embarrassed. Before explaining the truth, please watch this video first. Director Liang spoke up, and at that moment, the director's assistant standing in front of the projector had already played the video. Jian's parents' gaze fell on the projector, their faces filled with confusion. Only Jian Nuo turned pale the moment he saw the video. Director Liang, who is this person? Why are you showing us this? Jian Jun asked. Chapter 082, the person brought by Fu Lingsheng. This man is Zhang Chang. Zhang Zhanghai, the caregiver for Jian Shi, is his father. So, what does this Zhang Chang have to do with the medical accident involving Xiao Xiao? Jian Jun glanced at Xiao Zishuan and frowned as he asked. Director Liang, the results of your so-called investigation aren't going to pin the blame on the caregiver, are they? Su Rong also spoke up from the side, her eyes filled with mockery, a hint of contempt rising to the surface. Director Liang ignored her and turned to look at Jian Nuo, who was pale as a sheet, and coldly smiled, saying, taking the blame is one thing, but whose blame it is, let's hear what Miss Jian has to say first. Liang's words caused Jian's parents' expressions to change abruptly. Jian Nuo instinctively shrank her neck and looked at Director Liang, saying, why are you asking me? I don't know anything. Su Rong, seeing that Director Liang was trying to shift the blame onto her daughter, immediately flew into a rage. Director Liang, Xiao Zishu is your student, so it's understandable that you want to protect her. But how can you frame my daughter? Does she look like she'd harm her own brother? Jian Jun wasn't as impulsive as Su Rong. He just stared at the surveillance footage, deep in thought. Director Liang ignored Su Rong and continued presenting evidence. Zhang Chang purchased these saline solution bags from the pharmacy, and the pharmacy has sales records. These are the medical waste items collected from Jian Xi's ward on the same day, and among them are the saline solution bags that Zhang Chang bought from the pharmacy. At this point, Director Liang sneered, unable to hide the anger in his eyes. It was also our good fortune that the medical waste from the hospital had not yet been transported out of the temporary storage area on that day. After the incident involving the patient, considering various factors, all the medical waste used by Jian Shi was naturally retained. Hearing Director Liang say this, Jian Nuo's face turned pale. Then, what does that prove? Every medication provided by the pharmacy has corresponding records, and the entire process of nurses administering medication into the saline solution is monitored and recorded. Xiao Zishu stepped in to address their questions. The nurse's station has surveillance footage from the past 2 months. The footage shows that the medication and dosage given to Jian Shi were correct. However, the barcode on the returned saline solution bag does not match the barcode on the medication bag used for Jian Shi's intravenous injection, but it does match the barcode on the medication bag purchased by Zhang Chang from the pharmacy. At this point, she paused. Do you understand what this means now? After Qiao Zhishu's explanation, Jian's parents naturally understood. They did not respond, so Qiao Zhishu clarified their doubts. This means that someone replaced the saline solution mixed with anticoagulant medication intended for Jian Shi with the saline solution Zhang Chang purchased from the pharmacy. That's why Jian Shi developed a sudden cardiac thrombus due to insufficient anticoagulant medication. The hospital's explanation was well-founded, leaving the Jian family with no valid reason to continue causing trouble for Qiao Zhishu. The family of three had even begun fantasizing about becoming in-laws with the Fu family before arriving. Who could have imagined that such a convoluted chain of evidence could be uncovered by the hospital? How could this be possible? The one who couldn't accept this the most was naturally Jian Nuo. She had come up with this method after researching extensively. Intracardiac thrombus is a sudden condition. Even if Qiao Zhishuan came to check on him every day, he wouldn't be able to detect it with the naked eye. And since Jian Shi had just undergone heart surgery, if the dosage of the anticoagulant medication was incorrect, there was a high probability of it triggering an intracardiac blood clot or other postoperative complications. All she had to do was replace the saline solution mixed with medication with regular saline solution. Medical waste at the hospital's temporary storage site is never kept for more than 48 hours at the latest. Even if it were discovered that Jian Shi's condition was due to an anticoagulant dosage issue, the evidence would have already been destroyed. At that point, it would only indicate that Qiao Zhishuan prescribed the medication incorrectly. No one would suspect that someone had switched the medication. It's even less likely that someone would go out of their way to check at a pharmacy. Moreover, there are many pharmacies in Beijing. How could they possibly pinpoint the exact one? So, Jian Nuo couldn't figure out how they managed to trace it back to Zhang Jianghai's son in less than a day. This man named Zhang Chang has no grudge against my brother. Why would he harm my brother? Jian Nuo looked at Qiao Zhishu with a cold smile. How did you find out about this Zhang Chang, and how did you manage to pinpoint that specific pharmacy? Are you fortune tellers? Jian Nuo voiced her suspicions directly, or is it that Zhang Chang was your accomplice all along, and you pushed him out to take the blame to clear yourself? No is right. If you weren't colluding with this Zhang Chang, how did you manage to track him down so easily? Jian's mother also chimed in from the side. She gave Qiao Zhishuan a disdainful glance and continued. Perhaps you harbor a grudge against Lingsheng for being too kind to our Nuo, and since you couldn't do anything to her, you took it out on us by targeting our Jian Shi. It's just bad luck that my son fell into your hands and nearly lost his life. As she spoke, Su Rong puckered her lips and glared at Qiao Zhishuan with malicious intent. The hospital leaders and doctors present were all infuriated by Su Rong's absurd, twisted accusations. Just then, the door to the reception room was pushed open. Fu Lingsheng walked in from outside. Accompanying him were two bodyguards dressed in black suits. At that moment, the two bodyguards each had a person in their grip. They were Zhang Jianghai, the nurse who had been caring for Jian Shi, and his son, Zhang Chang. Fu Lingsheng's sharp gaze swept the room before landing on Jian Nuo. Jian Nuo felt a chill run down her spine from his icy stare and instinctively averted her eyes out of guilt. Do you want to know why we traced it back to them? Fu Lingsheng spoke as he pulled a chair beside Qiao Zhishuan and sat down casually. I conducted the investigation. If you have any questions, come ask me, and I'll answer them one by one. Fu Lingsheng spoke with a lazy, casual demeanor. His right hand was lazily resting on the armrest of the chair. Qiao Zhishuan's seat was right next to him on his right. The reception room was crowded, with chairs placed close together. When Fu Lingsheng rested his hand on the armrest, his palm accidentally brushed against Qiao Zhishuan's left hand, which was also resting on the armrest. It seemed unintentional, yet it also carried a hint of deliberate intent. Qiao Zhishuan furrowed his brows slightly and quietly withdrew his left hand from the armrest. Fu Lingsheng seemed to notice, glancing sideways at Qiao Zhishu's calm profile. That glance held an unclear meaning. Upon hearing that all of this had been uncovered by Fu Lingsheng, the faint flush that had returned to Jian Nuo's face vanished completely. Especially when she saw the two bodyguards he had brought with him still holding Zhang Jianghai and his son. Lingsheng brother. She spoke softly, her voice trembling noticeably. Chapter 083, I never expected Jian Nuo to be such a terrifying person. Fu Lingsheng's gaze toward Jian Nuo had long since lost its former gentleness and indulgence. Jian Nuo no longer had the boldness she once displayed in front of Fu Lingsheng. In fact, a deep sense of regret began to grow in her heart. It wasn't regret over framing Qiao Zhishu, but regret that her plan hadn't been more meticulous. Not only had she given Qiao Zhishuan an opportunity to turn the tables, but she had also made Lingsheng believe she was a woman with impure motives. Jian Nuo, will you answer your mother's questions yourself, or shall I do it for you? The use of her full name sent a chill through the hearts of the three members of the Jian family. They knew that Fu Lingsheng had been thoroughly enraged this time. Lingsheng, how could you ask me that? I don't know why that nurse would suddenly try to harm my brother. Jian Nuo tried to cling to a last hope. No, she absolutely couldn't admit it so easily in front of Lingsheng brother. Zhang Zhanghai hadn't received the remaining money yet, he wouldn't betray her so easily. Oomph. You're beyond redemption. Liang, the director, who had been suppressing his anger, coldly snorted. Fu Lingsheng shifted his posture, and his right arm, which had been resting on the armrest, naturally fell onto the back of the chair behind Xiao Zhishuan. Although there was no physical contact, from others' perspective, Fu Lingsheng's posture seemed as though he were casually draping his arm over Xiao Zhishuan's shoulder. It looked rather intimate. Xiao Zhishu seemed to notice this, and his brows furrowed even deeper. However, at that moment, everyone was seated in their respective positions, and they were sitting close together. Standing up and changing seats at this moment would seem abrupt and deliberate. She could only grit her teeth and endure it. Just then, Fu Lingsheng spoke slowly. These pieces of evidence were gathered by my men. According to Mrs. Jian's logic just now, does that mean I instructed Zhang Chang to switch Jianxi's medicine to kill him? No, I wouldn't think that. Su Rong and Jian Nuo had originally planned to frame Zhang Chang's actions onto Xiao Zhishu. But they never expected that the evidence had been uncovered by Fu Lingsheng. If that was the case, using the same logic to frame someone else wouldn't hold up. Without this backup plan, Jian Nuo grew even more panicked. Because she realized that her older brother, Lingsheng, had recently humiliated her multiple times for Xiao Zhishu, leaving her with no face. He was no longer the same Lingsheng who had once indulged her every whim without any boundaries. It was Jian Jun who reacted quickly, realizing that the situation was unfavorable for their family, and hurried to smooth things over. Since it's been confirmed that this was the nurse's doing and has nothing to do with Xiao Xiao, we can rest assured. He approached Xiao Zhishuan and apologized tactfully. Xiao Xiao, Uncle Jian is here to apologize to you. We were worried about Jianxi and acted impulsively out of concern, hoping you can understand. Poof. She should understand you? When she was being criticized online because of Miss Jian, where was your understanding for her? The protective director Liang snorted coldly, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Jian Jun forced a laugh, then saw that Fu Lingsheng had no intention of intervening, so he could only look at Xiao Zhishu awkwardly and say, Xiao Xiao, I'm truly sorry. Please forgive us for our impulsive actions earlier. Xiao Zhishuan, however, glanced at Jian Nuo before saying, I accept your apology, Mr. Jian. Since everything has been clarified, shouldn't Miss Jian go online to apologize to me in our hospital? Upon hearing this, Jian Nuo's expression changed abruptly. I've already said it was the nurse's fault. What does that have to do with me? Why should I apologize? Make her apologize in front of the entire internet? Does she have any dignity left? Looking at Xiao Zhishu's unyielding expression, Jian Nuo turned to Fu Lingsheng with a pitiful look. Lingsheng, are you just going to let her bully me like this? Fu Lingsheng's hand, resting on the back of Xiao Zhishuan's chair, tapped rhythmically. His posture was lazy and casual, and he said nothing, leaving everyone wondering what he was thinking. But Jian Nuo was growing increasingly anxious under his gaze. If Xiao Zhishu had dared to adopt such a confrontational attitude toward her before, Lingsheng would have spoken up long ago. There would have been no need for her to bring it up herself. And yet, even though she had taken the initiative this time, Lingsheng still responded with such indifference. Finally, Fu Lingsheng stopped tapping the backrest. He looked at Jian Nuo and said, The 1 million in Zhang Chang's account was transferred by you. Fu Lingsheng spoke these words in a calm yet matter-of-fact tone. But to Jian Nuo's family, it was like a thunderclap out of the blue. Especially for Jian Nuo, who was so terrified by Fu Lingsheng's words that his face turned completely pale. Jian Nuo, your brother's life is only worth 1 million to you? Fu Lingsheng fixed his gaze on her. His dark, deep eyes were like an abyss with no bottom, evoking an unknown fear deep within one's heart. Lingsheng. Jian Nuo's voice trembled, growing weaker with each word. She knew Fu Lingsheng had the means to uncover this, and she had no room to deny it. What does this mean? Jian Jun and his wife were also completely bewildered by the turn of events. No isn't this nurse trying to harm my son? How is she connected to Nuo? Su Rong stared at her daughter, whose face had turned ashen, her eyes filled with disbelief. However, Jian Jun quickly figured out the intricate details. The nurse had been bribed by his daughter. The purpose was to frame Xiao Zhishu. He looked at his daughter with a mix of anger and fear. His daughter, who had always seemed so innocent and harmless, was actually such a terrifying person. Slap. He stepped forward and slapped Jian Nuo hard across the face. You monster! Are you even human? How dare you try to kill your own brother? Jian Nuo was stunned by the blow. But she quickly regained her senses, covering her face and shaking her head repeatedly. Dad, I'm sorry. I just wanted to play a joke on my brother. I didn't mean for him to die. I was just curious about what would happen if my brother didn't take his medicine, so. Even though her excuse was full of holes, even though everyone knew it was just a cover-up, it was still better than admitting in public that she had bribed the nurse to switch the medicine to frame Xiao Zhishu. Because as long as she insisted she was just curious and joking around. Plus, with her depression as a shield, this matter could be swept under the rug as an internal family affair of the Jian family. The Jian family's parents wouldn't dare report their own daughter for harming their son. If the Jian family doesn't pursue it, outsiders like them have no right to do so either. In the end, the unluckiest and most innocent victim of the entire incident was the unfortunate Jian Shi. After his initial anger subsided, Jian Jun had calmed down. Just as Jian Nuo had calculated, no matter how angry Jian Jun was, he could only grit his teeth and endure this matter. Otherwise, his daughter would end up in prison. Chapter 084, Mr. Fu has no authority to decide for me. After thinking it through, Jian Jun looked at Fu Lingsheng with a sullen expression. As if he were the one in charge of this matter. Lingsheng, we didn't expect Nuo to be so irresponsible, even making such a joke. Fortunately, she didn't come to any harm. Let us put this matter to rest. Fu Lingsheng raised an eyebrow. Let it drop? Jian Jun nodded awkwardly. Nuo has been spoiled by us. Once we get back, we'll definitely discipline her properly. We're truly sorry for causing so much trouble for the hospital and Xiao Chao. Though he was apologizing to the hospital and Xiao Zhishu, his words were actually directed at Fu Lingsheng. It seemed as though, as long as Fu Lingsheng didn't hold it against them, everything else would be resolved. Fu Lingsheng suddenly let out a low laugh. He lazily lifted his eyelids to look at Jian Jun and said, "But the victim in this matter isn't me. I can't make that decision." Jian Jun's expression changed slightly, looking troubled, but he understood the meaning behind Fu Lingsheng's words. His gaze slowly shifted to Xiao Zhishuan and said, "Xiao Qiao. That's enough." Before he could finish, Xiao Zhishuan interrupted him. "I still have the same demand. Miss Jian must go online to clarify the truth and clear my name and the hospital's reputation. Then this matter can be put to rest." As she said this, she gave a meaningful smile. Seeing how Mr. Jian was clearly trying to defend his daughter, she said, "As for the unlucky Jian Shi, you as her parents can choose to overlook it, and we outsiders naturally have no say in the matter." Xiao Zhishu's meaning was clear. The blatant mockery in his eyes made Jian Jun's cheeks flush red instantly. Yes, Jian Shi was his son, and he had nearly been killed by Jian Nuo. And now, he has chosen to ignore his own grievances and sweep the matter under the rug in order to protect his daughter. Jian Jun looked at the mocking expression on Xiao Zhishuan's face and felt ashamed. But what could he do? Was he really going to let his daughter go to prison just to seek justice for his son Tao Gu? If the Jian family has a daughter in prison, where would his face be? Moreover, if Nuo goes to prison, they will only grow further apart from the Fu family. They would never be able to get any more benefits from the Fu family. When Fu Lingsheng heard Xiao Zhishu say this, he glanced at her with a meaningful look. He, after all, still didn't understand his wife of nearly 3 years. He had always thought of her as a soft, fluffy cotton ball, light and gentle. No matter when, there was never any trace of hostility in Xiao Zhishu. But now he realized that this woman also had a temper. Thorns were beginning to grow on her. These thorns aren't just directed at others, they're also aimed at him. Sharp and piercing. He lowered his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving into a silent smile. "No way. I'm not going online to clarify anything. We've already decided not to pursue the hospital, so why are you still holding on to this?" Before Jian Jun could speak, Jian Nuo immediately rejected Xiao Zhishuan's suggestion. Her gaze toward Xiao Zhishuan was filled with hostility and nearly uncontrollable venom. Hearing this, Xiao Zhishu glanced at her indifferently and said, "You're not pursuing it because it has nothing to do with us. But your actions have damaged my reputation and the hospital's. Just because you're not pursuing it doesn't mean I want tea." After saying this, Xiao Zhishu stood up from his chair. "Miss Jian, I've given you the opportunity. If you don't know how to clear your name, I'll help you do it." Xiao Zhishu's expression was unwavering. Every word he spoke was spoken with conviction. It was clear that Xiao Zhishu wouldn't let this go so easily this time. At this point, Su Rong also grew anxious. Although she was also angry at her daughter for acting so recklessly and not valuing her brother's life. But the damage was already done, and getting angry wouldn't change anything. The top priority now was to minimize the impact of this incident on Nuo. Thinking this, she looked at Fu Lingsheng with a worried expression and said, "Lingsheng, we can't let Nono go explain the truth. You know how terrifying and vicious those ignorant peasants are. Once they find out it was Nono who harmed her brother, they'll definitely cyberbully her to death." Su Rong spoke with absolute certainty. She even had the nerve to shift the blame onto the netizens. And when she uttered the words lowly commoners, everyone in the reception room wore expressions that were hard to describe. Commoners? Poof. Who here isn't a commoner? Does she think she's royal nobility or something? Yesterday, Nono was cyberbullied so badly that she lost control of her emotions and almost committed suicide. If it happens again, I can't even imagine what would happen. At this point, Su Rong couldn't continue. She covered her face and sobbed quietly, looking more like a victim than Xiao Zhishu. Fu Lingsheng heard this but remained silent, lowering his eyes, lost in thought. But to Xiao Zhishu, his expression seemed to mean that Fu Lingsheng was considering Su Rong's words. He was so concerned about Jian Nuo's depression that whenever she had an episode, he would lose his composure. Now that Su Rong had said that, there was no telling if he wouldn't try to sweep things under the rug for Jian Nuo's sake. Therefore, she didn't give Fu Lingsheng a chance to speak and said, "The victim is me. Mr. Fu has no right to make this decision for me." Her voice was cold. To Fu Lingsheng's ears, it sounded even more piercing. Seeing Xiao Zhishu's unyielding expression, Su Rong was furious. The look in her eyes toward Xiao Zhishuan was filled with the same ruthlessness as Jian Nuo's. "Xiao, what do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to drive our Nuo to her death?" Compared to Su Rong's hysterical outburst, Xiao Zhishuan remained composed and unflappable. "I am merely defending my legal rights and my reputation. If Miss Jian's condition worsens as a result, I happen to know a psychological expert whom I can introduce to her." Every word Xiao Zhishu spoke was firm and decisive. Her posture was straight and unwavering, showing no sign of backing down. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Jian Nuo, who was now looking gloomy, and she gave her a gentle smile. Depression is a life-threatening condition. Since the previous psychologist couldn't cure it after so long, it means that Dr. wasn't very competent. My suggestion is that Miss Jian should consider seeing another doctor. Don't avoid seeking help out of fear of admitting illness. You. Jian Nuo was so enraged by Xiao Zhishu's casual yet confident manner that she clenched her jaw tightly. What angered her even more was, she felt that Xiao Zhishuan's words sounded so familiar. That's right. That day in Lingsheng's office, Lingsheng had said the exact same thing. What was that supposed to mean? Was he trying to tell her that they were so in tune with each other that even their thoughts were in perfect harmony? Jian Nuo grew increasingly furious as she thought about it, her gaze unconsciously drifting toward Fu Lingsheng. Just then, she caught sight of Fu Lingsheng tightly pressing his lips together to suppress a smile, yet he couldn't hide the corners of his mouth gradually curling upward. Chapter 085. If you can't even protect your wife, what good are you? Lingsheng brother. Jian Nuo called out to Fu Lingsheng with a trembling voice. Does Jisoo really want to drive Nuo to death before she'll be satisfied? Fu Lingsheng's lips, which had just curled upward, slowly straightened. He sat up straight and finally turned his gaze back to Xiao Zhishu. Xiao Zhishu noticed his gaze and returned it. Before Fu Lingsheng could speak, Xiao Zhishu interjected first, saying, "I disagree." She guessed that Fu Lingsheng had been persuaded by Jian Nuo and wanted to convince her to let it go. But why? She had a good temper and wouldn't easily hold a grudge against others, but that didn't mean she was a pushover. Jian Nuo had gone out of her way to frame her, and as a result, her parents had been subjected to countless vile and vulgar insults online. They had done nothing wrong, dedicating their lives to education and research, never abusing their power or harming anyone. Just because their daughter was love-struck, risking her own marriage, and because the object of her affection had a scheming childhood friend, they were dragged online and subjected to verbal abuse and cyberbullying. Why? Xiao Zhishu asked herself in her heart. She could have ruined her own life, but why should her parents have to suffer because of Fu Lingsheng? Fu Lingsheng, you can use your connections and influence to make me compromise, but if you think I'll just agree to let this go, that is impossible. Xiao Zhishu looked at Fu Lingsheng with a calm and restrained expression. Fu Lingsheng couldn't see a single trace of anger in her eyes, but at that moment, he was completely overwhelmed by her unwavering stance. He hadn't even asked her to agree to a settlement, but her previous statement had made it clear that she believed he intended to settle the matter for Jian Nuo. Thinking of this, his brows furrowed sharply, a faint trace of displeasure creeping onto his brow. Every detail was noticed by Xiao Zhishu. Xiao Zhishu understood. She refused to let the matter drop, and Fu Lingsheng was angry. But this time, she would not back down an inch. With that in mind, she straightened her posture and spoke with even greater resolve. Her eyes locked onto Fu Lingsheng's, and she emphasized once more with unwavering resolve. This is my business. You have no right to make this decision for me. Xiao Zhishu, don't be ungrateful. Jian Nuo shouted sharply. Just then, the door to the reception room was pushed open from the outside once more. Who's the shameless one here? The voice of the person who arrived was deep and resonant. His gaze swept around the room before settling on Fu Lingsheng. He glared at him fiercely. The appearance of this person startled everyone present. Grandfather. Fu Lingsheng stood up from his chair and walked over to the old man. Get out of here. You can't even protect your own wife, what good are you? Fu Lingsheng. The man who had arrived was none other than Fu Zhendong, the patriarch of the Fu family and Fu Lingsheng's grandfather. Accompanying the old man were two others. Dad, Mom, why are you here too? Seeing his parents arrive, Xiao Zhishuan was somewhat surprised. Professor Qiao and Professor Shen had been busy with a new medical research project recently. They had been locked up in the research institute working non-stop and had no idea that he had been criticized online. Xiao Zhishuan had originally wanted to avoid involving them, so he intended to resolve the matter quickly and calm the online backlash. He didn't expect them to come together with Mr. Fu. Professor Qiao and Professor Shen, as a couple, exuded the typical scholarly demeanor of educators. Both in their 50s, they exude an intellectual air of erudition, combined with the rigor and solemnity characteristic of researchers. Professor Chow wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, his hair neatly combed, with a few strands of snow-white hair at the temples, giving him an unpretentious, natural look. He wore a white shirt paired with a light gray knitted vest, matching trousers, and a light gray wool coat. He exuded a sense of calm and restraint. Professor Chow Zhishu's mother, Professor Shun, exudes an even stronger scholarly aura. She has a gentle demeanor, and when she looks at people, her eyes carry a warm smile, giving the impression of someone easy to get along with. Xiao Zhishu's appearance and demeanor resemble her mother, Professor Shun, more closely. If mom and dad don't come soon, who knows what you've been through? Professor Chow spoke in a deep voice. The gentle gaze he usually directed at his students now held a hint of sharpness. He didn't look at anyone else, only at Fu Lingsheng's face. Fu Lingsheng felt a bit uneasy under Professor Chow's gaze. He raised his hand, touched his nose, and greeted them, "Dad, Mom, it's been a long time." Professor Chow had always been satisfied with Fu Lingsheng as his son-in-law. As Xiao Zhishu had mentioned earlier, aside from being an inadequate husband, every other quality Fu Lingsheng possessed was exceptional. Whether it was his education, appearance, or family background, he was the kind of son-in-law that any father-in-law or mother-in-law would be proud of. However, after they recently found out that Fu Lingsheng had abandoned his own daughter for half a month to go out with another girl, the idea that he was perfect in every way was instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. However, the incident had passed, and since their daughter didn't bring it up, the couple didn't mention it either. Little did they know that as soon as they stepped out of the lab, they heard that their daughter had been exposed online as someone's mistress and had been berated for half a day. Both of them were usually very composed individuals, but upon seeing the particularly vile comments online, they were still deeply angered. "It's been a while since we've seen her. If we saw her every day, we wouldn't have been so unaware that our own daughter was being bullied like this," Professor Chow said sternly. His gaze lingered quietly on Fu Lingsheng's face. Fu Lingsheng felt awkward and tugged at the corner of his mouth, saying nothing. Having been scolded by his father-in-law, he had no choice but to endure it. Fu Lingsheng believed he had the self-awareness to handle such situations. Professor Chow and his wife naturally had no idea that the marriage between Xiao Zhishu and Fu Lingsheng was a sham. But Xiao Zhishu was well aware of it. Therefore, when she saw her father giving Fu Lingsheng a cold look, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. She feared that Fu Lingsheng, with his noble pride, might not be able to contain himself and say something that would embarrass her father. She looked at Fu Lingsheng uneasily, but found him only smiling awkwardly. Was he just going to take it lying down? Xiao Zhishu felt something was off. This wasn't like Fu Lingsheng's style. She watched Fu Lingsheng warily for a moment, seeing that he truly had no intention of talking back, before finally relaxing slightly. She first greeted Fu Laoyi, grandfather. Fu Laoyi, who had just been scowling at his grandson, immediately softened his expression when he looked at Xiao Zhishu. "Ah. Shushu, be good." Xiao Zhishu walked over to her parents and whispered, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll handle this." Professor Chow patted his daughter's hand, his expression softening slightly. Then, his gaze swept over the Jian family, finally settling on Jian Nuo's face. "Miss Jian, who did you just call shameless?" Chapter 086, It turns out being a mistress can give you a sense of superiority. Professor Chow was a very gentle teacher. Although he was strict with his students academically, he didn't come across as rigid or harsh in his daily life. However, when he frowned, his stern expression was still quite intimidating. Jian Nuo felt uneasy under his gaze and couldn't think of a response. "What? Do you think my daughter Shushu has such a good temper that you can bully her and step on her head? My wife and I may not be very accomplished, but we won't let her be treated like that by you." Professor Chow was being modest when he said he had no abilities. Though the Chow family certainly couldn't match the Fu family in terms of wealth, and certainly not the Jian family, which was backed by the Fu family. But when it came to connections, that was another matter. The Chow family is a genuine scholarly family, and Beijing University is one of the top universities in the country. Just looking at the students under their guidance, it wouldn't be hard to find a few influential ones in the Beijing circle. Moreover, there are also the students taught by Professor Chow's grandparents. Jian Jun, who sees further than Su Rong and Jian Nuo, naturally dares not put on airs in front of Professor Chow. Especially since, in today's matter, Fu Lingsheng had made it clear he had no intention of standing up for her. If the standoff continued, it would only make the Jian family look bad. With that in mind, Jian Jun forced a smile and spoke up. "Professor Chow, please calm down. It's all a misunderstanding. The children are just playfully teasing each other. It's not as serious as you're making it out to be." Professor Shen, who had remained silent, snorted coldly from the side and said, "Is that so? So in Mr. Jian's eyes, a matter of life and death is just a minor squabble? I see now." Professor Shen nodded knowingly as he spoke. No wonder Miss Jian could so comfortably occupy another woman as husband for half a month. I suppose such things are even less significant in her eyes. Before, I couldn't understand how a young woman could be so unaware of proper conduct, but now it's clear it must be a family trait. It was clear that Professor Shen was so angry that he had spoken so harshly. Jian Jun hadn't expected Professor Shin to be so disrespectful, and his words were like trampling on the dignity of his entire family. His face changed repeatedly, looking extremely ugly. Fu Lingsheng also didn't expect Professor Shin to bring up this matter. He was taken aback and felt a bit embarrassed. Leaving Xiao Zhishu in Norway for half a month was indeed a bit excessive, he realized now. At the time, he was solely focused on preventing Jian Nuo's depression from worsening, so he neglected Xiao Zhishuan. Now that his mother-in-law had deliberately brought it up, he felt nothing but guilt and embarrassment. He glanced at Xiao Zhishuan instinctively, but saw no obvious change in her expression. It seemed as though the heinous crime mentioned by Professor Shin did not involve her at all. However, Su Rong, upon hearing Professor Shin's sharp and harsh criticism of her daughter, immediately flew into a rage. How dare you speak to me like that? Lingsheng has always been kind to our Nuo. That's the bond they've built since childhood. You can't even control your own husband, yet you dare to blame it on my daughter? The others in the reception room. It turns out there are people who take pride in being a mistress. Even a mother could say such things, perhaps it's a family trait. The hospital leaders and several department heads in the reception room were mostly alumni of Beijing University. They were either classmates or alumni of Professor Shin and his wife, or at least in the same field, so they naturally sided with them. Paired with Su Rong's remarks, which lack any sense of morality, it left everyone speechless. Everyone looked at her with a mix of disbelief and disgust. As one of the parties involved, Fu Lingsheng couldn't help but furrow his brows. The shame of being treated like a monkey instantly engulfed him. Professor Shin, after all, had her composure and wouldn't stoop to Su Rong's vulgar, street fighting style. After hearing Su Rong speak, even she was left speechless. Just then, a deep, powerful snort echoed through the room, instantly drowning out Su Rong's arrogant demeanor. Shushu can't control her husband. It's my fault as an old man. It's my fault as a grandfather for not raising my grandson properly. Fu Laoyi spoke in a deep voice. Though his eyes were veiled by the thin film of time, they did not hide his imposing presence. His sharp gaze, like a blade sharpened in ice, fell upon Su Rong. Why not just blame this old man for being useless and unable to raise his grandchildren properly? As Fu Laoyi finished speaking, the entire Jin family turned pale with fear. Old master, you're being too harsh. How can you blame you? Su Rong's expression was sullen, and she forced a dry smile, tugging at the corners of her mouth. But she was frozen in place by the old man's piercing gaze. Jian Jun hurried forward, grabbed Su Rong, and pulled her back, then stepped in front of Mr. Fu and began apologizing profusely. Old master, this foolish woman doesn't know how to speak. I'll apologize on her behalf. Please forgive her, she doesn't deserve your anger. Fu Laoyi shot Jian Jun a cold glance with the corner of his eye but said nothing. Seeing this, Jian Jun's face also betrayed a mix of embarrassment and humiliation. But he understood what Mr. Fu meant. He then turned to apologize to Professor Shin and his wife. Professor Shin, you were right to scold us earlier. We failed to raise our daughter properly, and she acted without restraint, causing trouble for Xiao Chao. We truly apologize. Professor Shin looked at Jian Jun. Since Mr. Jian has apologized on behalf of your daughter, we won't dwell on the past. But regarding today's incident, how does Mr. Jian plan to resolve this? Jian Jun wasn't stupid. He knew that today's matter couldn't be resolved without a proper explanation. More importantly, Mr. Fu had come, clearly to back up Xiao Zhishuan. We'll do as Xiao Chao said. We'll clarify online that this incident has nothing to do with Xiao Chao or the affiliated hospital. Husband. Dad. Hearing Jian Jun say this, Su Rong and Jian Nuo both shouted out in unison. Shut up, both of you. Jian Jun turned around and growled, giving them a cold, harsh look. The mother and daughter could only quietly close their mouths. Since Jian Jun had spoken so decisively, Xiao Zhishu and the hospital staff didn't press the matter further. The matter was temporarily resolved. Jian Jun couldn't bear to stay any longer, so he found an excuse to leave. Old master, we'll head back first. We still need to check on Ashi. Saying this, he gestured for Su Rong and Jian Nuo to leave. Jian Nuo, with red eyes, reluctantly followed Jian Jun, her eyes filled with resentment. As they passed by Fu Lingsheng, she couldn't resist calling out, Lingsheng brother. Her eyes, misty with tears, held all the love she felt. Chapter 087, I loved you before, so I tolerated you. Fu Lingsheng looked at her indifferently, go back and do what you should do. Jian Nuo's face suddenly turned pale. In the end, she was dragged away by Jian Jun. In the reception room, the other hospital leaders had all left, leaving only Professor Chao and his wife, Xiao Zhishu, Fu Laoyi, Fu Lingsheng, and Director Liang. Old master, weren't you on vacation in New Zealand? Why did you suddenly return? The winters in Beijing were particularly cold, and Mr. Fu always went to the southern hemisphere to escape the cold during this season. Upon hearing Liang's question, Fu Laoyi shot a cold glance at his unambitious grandson and said, it's all because of that good-for-nothing who drove this old man back. The someone with their head in the clouds. Fu Lingsheng awkwardly scratched his nose and remained silent. Mr. Fu then turned to Xiao Zhishuan with a smile, Zhishuan. Hearing the old man call him, Xiao Zhishuan hurried forward, grandfather. You've been wronged. Xiao Zhishu froze for a moment, then shook her head quickly. No, I wasn't wronged. Others might not know, but she was well aware. Fu Lingsheng had no obligation to take on responsibilities beyond what was stipulated in the agreement. Even in this marriage, if she was the one being wronged, she should bear it herself. That was why, despite the actions Fu Lingsheng took that seemed excessive to outsiders, she had never complained or blamed him or anyone else. Because she had no standing. She had no standing. But when Fu Lingsheng heard her say this, he turned his gaze, his expression ambiguous as it fell upon her face. His eyes were slightly lowered, lost in thought. Are you still defending that good for nothing? Even the girl from the Jian family has stepped on his head, and you're not even upset? As he spoke, Fu Laoyi glared at Fu Lingsheng again. If it weren't for this brat indulging that woman without any boundaries, would she dare to act so boldly in front of you? Grandfather. I'm not. Fu Lingsheng instinctively opened his mouth to defend himself, but was silenced by the old man's glare. Lingsheng, no matter how great the favor, the Jian family has already received more than enough from our Fu family over the years. If you want to repay them, that's your choice, but keep your head on straight and know who your wife is. Fu Laoyi said sternly. You owe Jian Nuo, but Shushu doesn't owe you anything. She has no obligation to repay your kindness by sacrificing herself. Fu Lingsheng opened his mouth, about to say something. But upon seeing Xiao Zhishu's calm expression, he swallowed all his words. I understand, grandfather. Xiao Zhishu listened to the old man scolding Fu Lingsheng, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. She had always thought she was level-headed. Even when she felt wronged by Fu Lingsheng's coldness and neglect, she had always endured it because she believed it was her own fault. But now, hearing the old man scold Fu Lingsheng to his face and seeing his hurt, the bitterness she had been suppressing deep within her suddenly surged up. Even her nose began to tingle with a hint of tears. Seeing his grandson meekly accepting the scolding, Mr. Fu's expression softened slightly. Shu, don't worry. With grandfather here, if the Jian family handles this matter poorly, I will personally take care of it. Thank you, grandfather. Xiao Zhishu politely thanked him. Afterward, the old gentleman suggested having lunch together, but Professor Chow and his wife politely declined. They were still rushing to finish their lab data, and they had made time to come here despite their busy schedule. They needed to return to the lab immediately. Upon hearing this, Mr. Fu didn't insist. I know you're both busy. I won't keep you old man around. Let Lingsheng send you back to the lab. Fu Lingsheng hurried forward. Dad, Mom, let Shushu and I take you back. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Zhishuan beside him. Xiao Zhishuan opened her mouth to refuse, but in front of her parents and the old man, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Professor Chow immediately noticed the reluctance in his daughter's eyes and directly refused Fu Lingsheng. No, thank you. Little Li has already come to pick us up. Xiao Li was Professor Chow's doctoral student. Xiao Zhishuan also knew him. He was the only doctoral student under her father's supervision, making him Professor Chow's only hope. Dad, since your senior is here to pick you and Mom up, you shouldn't delay. Go back first. She hurriedly spoke up, afraid that Professor Chow and his wife might hesitate and Fu Lingsheng would insist on sending them both back. She knew that the old man had arranged for Fu Lingsheng to send her parents back, intending to ease the tension between her and Fu Lingsheng. But she felt there wasn't much time left, so it wasn't really necessary. Now that her father mentioned his student was coming to pick them up, she naturally wanted them to leave as soon as possible. Fu Lingsheng could hear the urgency in Xiao Zhishuan's tone. He immediately guessed what she was thinking. He silently glanced at Xiao Zhishuan, and the light in his eyes dimmed slightly. After Professor Chow and his wife had left, President Liang also found an excuse to leave. In the reception room, only Xiao Zhishuan and Fu Laoyi, the grandfather and grandson, remained. Grandfather. Xiao Zhishuan was about to make an excuse to leave as well, but Fu Lingsheng beat him to it, saying, Xiao Zhishuan. The three words were spoken with such force that they cut off the words that were about to come out of Xiao Zhishu's mouth. He stood in front of Xiao Zhishu, looking down at her while also blocking Fu Laoyi's view. Grandfather came all the way from the southern hemisphere to support you. You wouldn't just leave him like this, would you? After speaking, his hands, which had been hanging by his sides, clenched unconsciously. Fu Laoyi raised his eyelids and shot his good-for-nothing grandson a disapproving glance. You little brat, you've gotten pretty bold, daring to use your grandfather as a tool. Though he despised his grandson. But despite his disdain, he was still his grandson. Even if he was just a tool, he would accept it. Xiao Zhishu raised his gaze to meet Fu Lingsheng's smug expression, curling the corners of his lips into a mocking smile and said, If it weren't for you trying to cover for Jian Nuo again, there would be no need for Grandpa to go all the way from the southern hemisphere just for this. Fu Lingsheng heard this and his expression suddenly hardened. When did I ever say I wanted to cover for Jian Nuo? That's hard to say. Xiao Zhishu tugged at the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for grandfather and her parents arriving in time, given his pensive expression at the time, wasn't he thinking about how to cover up this incident for Jian Nuo? Fu Lingsheng was so enraged by Xiao Zhishu's mocking expression that he couldn't breathe. Once again, he read her thoughts through her eyes. So, he had gone all the way there early in the morning with bodyguards to bring back the Zhang family, and in her eyes, it was all to cover for Jian Nuo? Fu Lingsheng's face darkened with anger, glaring at Xiao Zhishu with such intensity that he wanted to devour her whole. But in the end, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Xiao Zhishuan, how come I never noticed how good you are at making people angry before? Xiao Zhishu wanted to retort, because I loved you, I could tolerate you. Now, what are you even worth? Chapter 088, You Should Know My Taste. But her good upbringing prevented her from saying that in front of the old man. Of course, even though she despised Fu Lingsheng, she couldn't just abandon the old man and walk away. So she approached the old man and said, "Grandfather, it's time for dinner. Let me accompany you for a meal." Fu Laoyi smiled and nodded, all right. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Fu Lingsheng and said, "Go drive the car." Fu Lingsheng touched his nose and nodded in agreement, all right, grandfather. After Fu Lingsheng left, Xiao Zhisun helped Fu Laoyi out of the reception room as well. There are only 10 days left until the new year. Everyone has returned. Why don't you and Lingsheng come back to the old house to stay for a while? Fu Laoyi's sudden suggestion startled Xiao Zhishuan. She quickly found an excuse and said, "Grandfather, the old house is quite far from the hospital, and there are many surgeries scheduled for the end of the year. Staying at the old house might not be very convenient for me." "Oh, I see." Mr. Fu sighed regretfully but didn't press the matter. "Grandfather can tell that you and Lingsheng have had quite a few conflicts because of that girl from the Jian family, right?" Xiao Zhishu paused for a moment before shaking his head. "No, grandfather, don't worry about us. Ah, Lingsheng, that child. Everyone praises him for being smart and cunning, but for some reason, he's been completely manipulated by that little girl from the Jian family." The old gentleman continued, his tone still tinged with annoyance. "Even an old man like me can see that Jian Nuo's tactics are too crude. How could he not notice?" Xiao Zhishu smiled and didn't respond. Perhaps Fu Lingsheng wasn't unable to see it, but rather didn't want to see it. When you care about someone, you naturally tend to overlook other things that seem unimportant to you. Among those unimportant things, she was one of them. However, she had no right to hold a grudge, so she couldn't vent her feelings. They say that crying children get what they want. But the key is, when you cry, someone has to care. Shushu, actually, Lingsheng is kind to Jian Nuo, but... Grandpa, the car is here. Before Fu Laoyi could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Xiao Zhishu. She knew the old man was about to say something nice to smooth things over between her and Fu Lingsheng. But she felt it wasn't necessary. Regardless of the nature of the relationship between Fu Lingsheng and Jian Nuo, it did not alter the fact that their marriage was about to end. She also had no interest in delving into the complicated emotional history between Fu Lingsheng and Jian Nuo. Mr. Fu also sensed Xiao Zhishuan's thoughts and didn't say anything else. He just sighed deeply and glared fiercely at Fu Lingsheng, who had just lowered the car window. "Fu Lingsheng?" Xiao Zhishu helped the old man into Fu Lingsheng's car, and both of them sat in the back seat. Fu Lingsheng glanced at the two in the back seat through the rearview mirror and whispered, "Xiao Zhishuan, move to the front seat." Xiao Zhishu frowned and refused. "It doesn't matter where I sit. Are you treating me like a driver?" Fu Lingsheng narrowed his eyes and asked sternly. Xiao Zhishu remained silent. Fu Laoyi, sitting in the back seat, shouted in a booming voice, "When I tell you to drive, you drive. You're sitting in the driver's seat, what else are you if not the driver?" "Grandfather." Fu Lingsheng frowned in displeasure. "If you're not happy, then go back. Shushu can take me to the hospital cafeteria instead." Old Master Fu added. Upon hearing this, Fu Lingsheng quickly pressed the button on the side of the car and locked the doors. "I understand." Fu Lingsheng, who had just been addressed as Mr. Fu, could only reluctantly respond before starting the car and driving away from the hospital. The car came to a stop outside a high-end seafood restaurant. Upon entering the private room, Xiao Zhishuan heard Fu Lingsheng speak. "Grandfather, please wait here. I'll go out with Shushu to order the dishes." The seafood at this restaurant was fresh, flown in from all over the country that day, and kept in a special area for ordering. Customers could select their preferred seafood and have it prepared according to their taste preferences by the chefs. Xiao Zhishu tried to refuse again, but his arm was grabbed by Fu Lingsheng, who forcibly dragged him out of the private room. "Let go. Don't touch me." Xiao Zhishu frowned and spoke in a low voice. Fu Lingsheng heard this and let out a soft laugh. He glanced up and down at Xiao Zhishu but did not release his grip on her arm. "Touching you?" As if on purpose, the hand he had placed on Xiao Zhishu's arm gently rubbed her arm twice. "I'm just touching you now. I haven't gotten to the point of using my feet yet." As he finished speaking, he deliberately took a step toward Xiao Zhishu, blocking her in the corner of the corridor outside the private room. "If you refuse me one more time, I won't just use my feet, He leaned in close, whispering into her ear, "I'll use my mouth." His soft voice, like a cloud of warm air, swirled around her ear without restraint. Xiao Zhishu's body instinctively stepped back, but behind her was the hard, cold wall. There was nowhere to hide. She clenched her teeth, raised her eyes, and stared straight into Fu Lingsheng's evil gaze, her eyes showing no trace of shame or tension. Instead, those eyes, which were always gentle toward everyone, were now clear and unwavering. Looking at Fu Lingsheng, she forced a mocking smile and said, "Mr. Fu, where did you learn such a sleazy way of flirting?" Fu Lingsheng's smug smile froze instantly. His eyelids twitched violently. Sleazy? The bastard called him greasy? Fu Lingsheng felt utterly enraged. So angry that his chest began to ache. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, Xiao Zhixuan pushed him away from her and said, "Grandfather is still waiting. Don't waste time." After saying that, she walked around Fu Lingsheng toward the ordering area. Fu Lingsheng stood there, radiating an aura of "I'm really angry." Fu Lingyi had clearly told him last night that her little puppy dog acted just like this to tease her, driving her wild. Why doesn't it work with Xiao Zhixu? She also had a little puppy, didn't she? Her dog didn't tease her like that, making her so infatuated she didn't even want to go home? Fu Lingsheng grew angrier the more he thought about it. His gaze fixed intently on Xiao Zhixuan's calm expression in the distance. He realized he wasn't actually that angry. Instead, he felt a sense of helplessness and disorientation caused by her indifference and coldness. Finally, he sighed and walked over with a stern expression. Xiao Zhixuan was discussing the elderly gentleman's dietary restrictions with the waiter taking orders. "All right, ma'am, I've noted everything down." The waitress nodded. "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Xiao Zhixu shook her head. Seeing Fu Lingsheng approach, she asked again, "Is there anything else you'd like to order?" Fu Lingsheng glanced at the dishes Xiao Zhixu had already ordered, and to his surprise, they were all the old man's favorites. He raised an eyebrow, swallowed the dish he had just been about to order, and said, "Since you've already ordered, you can just order everything. You should know my taste." Xiao Zhixu. Chapter 089. Have you ever cared about what your wife did? Xiao Zhixu didn't know what had gotten into Fu Lingsheng. He was about to let him order himself, but heard Fu Lingsheng say, "I'm not comfortable leaving grandfather alone in the private room. I'll go check on him first." With that, he turned and walked away. Xiao Zhixu had no choice but to order a few more dishes from the waiter. "That's all." "All right, ma'am. If there's nothing else, I'll place the order with the kitchen right away." "All right." After the waiter left, Xiao Zhixu returned to the private room. At that moment, Fu Lingsheng was standing beside the old man, carefully enduring his scolding. Upon seeing her return, the old man immediately dropped the disdainful expression he had been directing at Fu Lingsheng and replaced it with a kind and affectionate demeanor. The speed of his transformation left Fu Lingsheng speechless. Su, have you ordered your meal?" "Yes, I just ordered a few things. I hope they suit your taste, grandfather." Xiao Zhixu sat down at the seat to the old man's left. Fu Lingsheng's gaze remained fixed on her, saying nothing. The old man, however, was in a cheerful mood. Shushu must have ordered something grandpa loves. He even let out a few clear laughs. "The company is about to close for the holidays, isn't it?" Fu Laoyi suddenly asked Fu Lingsheng. Fu Lingsheng nodded. "Yes, after the company's year-end party in a couple of days, some employees from other cities will start returning home early for the new year." As he spoke, Fu Lingsheng glanced at Xiao Zhixuan, his eyes slightly lowered, lost in thought. The grandfather and grandson discussed company matters, and Xiao Zhixuan didn't interrupt, simply sitting quietly by the side. Soon, the dishes she had ordered were brought out one after another. "Please enjoy your meal." After the waiter left, Mr. Fu looked at the table laden with dishes, and a look of joy spread across his eyes. Su truly understands grandfather's tastes. Everything she ordered is what grandfather loves, and she even considered the things grandfather avoids eating. Mr. Fu was overjoyed, his eyes, weathered by the years, brimming with happiness. "As long as you're satisfied, grandfather." Mr. Fu and Xiao Zhixu were both in good spirits. Only Fu Lingsheng looked at the dishes on the table, which were all delicious and aromatic, but his face showed no expression. His deep eyes grew even darker. His gaze silently followed Xiao Zhixuan, who was busy chatting with the old man and hadn't spared a single glance his way. "Grandfather, while the seafood is delicious, the crab roe is high in cholesterol. You should eat less and just satisfy your craving." Xiao Zhixu reminded him gently. Meanwhile, she had already placed the crab, with its shell removed, onto the old man's plate. All right, Grandpa will listen to Shushu." Fu Laoyi happily agreed, and even when Xiao Zhixu took the crab roe he wanted, he didn't get upset. Fu Lingsheng couldn't help but admit that whether as a wife, a junior, or even a colleague or friend, in every role, Xiao Zhixu made it easy for people to like her. There seemed to be an irresistible charm about her that made people want to draw closer to her. His deepest impression of her was, Xiao Zhixuan had a strong inner core, was emotionally stable, and never flew off the handle. But lately, Fu Lingsheng dared not think about it. Lately, Xiao Zhixuan has been in a bad mood. Of course, it was only directed at him personally. His gaze fell on the table laden with dishes. Though they were all visually appealing and aromatic, every dish contained ingredients he disliked. For example, onions, cilantro, ginger. And previously, Xiao Zhixu had always remembered the foods he avoided. Whenever they went out to eat together, she had never made a mistake. But now, Fu Lingsheng closed his eyes. This meal had instantly lost all its appeal. He didn't know if Xiao Zhishu had intentionally ignored these things or if she had truly forgotten everything about him. Regardless of the reason, he felt deeply unsettled. He sat there silently, his face somber, barely touching his food. Fu Laoyi and Xiao Zhishuan didn't bother with him, instead chatting away about everything under the sun. Whether they talked about history, geography, politics, or their experiences traveling abroad. Xiao Zhishuan was like an encyclopedia, always able to keep up with Mr. Fu's conversation. He never let the old man's words go unanswered. This meal was a joyful one for Mr. Fu. When the meal ended, the grandfather and grandson were both thoroughly satisfied. Of course, the grandson here refers to Xiao Zhishu, not Fu Lingsheng. Shushu, Grandpa, this trip back was really worth it. As they stepped out of the restaurant, Mr. Fu still looked as though he couldn't get enough. When will you have time to play a few games with Grandpa again? I made a friend who's a Go master in New Zealand this time, and we've been practicing for a few months. Next time we play, you can't go easy on Grandpa again. Xiao Zhishu paused for a moment before smiling. You caught me. Hearing this, the old man burst into laughter. Grandpa isn't senile. You let me take so many steps, how could I not notice? Fu Lingsheng, who had been ignored throughout the entire meal, now seemed unable to bear the silence. He boldly interrupted, looking at Xiao Zhishu and said, When did you start accompanying Grandpa to play chess? The old man was a terrible chess player, yet he insisted on playing. And before placing each piece, he would ponder for ages. No one wants to play with him, and no one has the patience to do so. Fu Lingsheng had only asked casually to find something to talk about. But as soon as he finished speaking, he heard the old man snort disdainfully and say, You've been squeezing out time and energy for Jian Nuo. What has your wife done? Have you ever cared about her? When she was accompanying me, an old man, you were with Jian Nuo, weren't you? Mentioning this always made the old man angry. He snorted loudly. You have the nerve to ask. Fu Lingsheng was scolded into silence by the old man. But when the old man once again mentioned him and Jian Nuo in front of Xiao Zhishu, his expression grew slightly displeased. Grandfather, I've told you many times, my feelings for Jian Nuo are it's simply a matter of responsibility. The old man cut him off impatiently. Enough. I know. Just focus on your responsibility. When Shushu gets so angry she divorces you, the old man will give her a hefty dowry and find her someone better. Grandfather. Fu Lingsheng seemed to be angered by the old man's words, his expression darkening. Just then, a middle-aged man happened to park his car and walk toward them. Old master, young mistress. The man was none other than the old man's personal driver, Uncle Joe. All right, little Joe is here to pick me up. I have a chess game with old G. I'll be going first. The old man ignored Fu Lingsheng's displeased expression and said, You don't need to worry about me. Take Shushu back to the hospital. Chapter 090, I regret it, can I? Shushu, Grandpa has to go now. Remember to visit Grandpa at the old house when you have the weekend off. All right, Grandpa, take your time. After watching the old man leave, Xiao Zhishu withdrew her gaze. She then turned to Fu Lingsheng and said, That's the subway entrance over there. I can take it directly to the affiliated hospital. No need to trouble you to send me. As she spoke, she waved at Fu Lingsheng and started to cross the street toward the subway entrance. But before she could take a step, she was stopped by Fu Lingsheng's outstretched arm. Whether it was because of the old man's remark about finding another man for Xiao Zhishu to marry, Fu Lingsheng felt inexplicably restless at that moment. He stood there with his hands on his hips, feeling irritable, with many words on the tip of his tongue but unsure where to begin. Especially when he saw the calm, indifferent, and unconcerned look in Xiao Zhishuan's eyes, all the words on the tip of his tongue were choked back. At that moment, his frustration reached its peak. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the surge of anger rising within him, and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Grandpa isn't here, so you're too lazy to even bother with me? Xiao Zhishu? So, he had been acting so irritable in front of her for all this time, just to say that? Fu Lingsheng noticed the unspoken emotions in Xiao Zhishuan's eyes and grew even more irritable. Just as Xiao Zhishuan thought he was about to explode at her, he suddenly lowered his head and softened his tone, saying, Didn't you see that I barely ate anything for lunch? Xiao Zhishu, aren't you hungry? She asked her question with a blank expression. Fu Lingsheng. What should he do? If he beats this jerk up now, would that count as domestic violence? This is so infuriating. He clenched his jaw tightly and glared at her with a serious expression. There are a lot of things in those dishes that I don't like. Xiao Zhishuan. Xiao Zhishu, you remembered all the other times, did you forget on purpose today? He finally managed to ask. His low, hoarse voice carried a hint of hurt. Xiao Zhishu was rendered speechless by his words. Fu Lingsheng's dietary restrictions, she hadn't forgotten. Back then, it was because he cared and she had a good memory. Now, it was simply because she had a good memory. The reason she hadn't mentioned Fu Lingsheng's dietary restrictions today was simply because she had completely forgotten about them at the time, being too preoccupied with the old man. Seeing Xiao Zhishu's silence, Fu Lingsheng immediately interpreted it as tacit approval. He seemed even more wronged, with a hint of red at the corners of his eyes. You really don't care about me at all. Xiao Zhishuan didn't bother to explain this trivial matter to him and simply said. Then remember it yourself next time. You can't rely on others, only yourself is reliable. That is quite philosophical, but Fu Lingsheng felt even more annoyed. Alright, go back to the office and get to work. I need to head back to the hospital. Xiao Zhishu turned toward the subway entrance once more. This time, Fu Lingsheng didn't stop her. He just stared at her silently for a few seconds before suddenly speaking up. Do you want a divorce? The question stopped Xiao Zhishu in her tracks. She looked up at him. Are you agreeing? Only at such moments could Fu Lingsheng discern a fleeting glimmer of emotion in Xiao Zhishu's otherwise calm eyes. His jaw tightened unconsciously. He lowered his head, meeting Xiao Zhishu's gaze, and spoke in a hoarse voice. You should know that even though we signed that contract, it's merely a private agreement between the two of us. Xiao Zhishuan seemed to anticipate what Fu Lingsheng was about to say, and the light that had just flickered in his eyes faded away. Sure enough, the next moment, Fu Lingsheng said. Legally speaking, we're married, recognized by the state and the law as a legitimate couple. If you want a divorce, there are procedures to follow. Skip the property division step, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to handle the paperwork, and once the cooling off period ends, just go get the certificate. The process isn't that complicated. Xiao Zhishu took Fu Lingsheng's words and replied patiently. Fu Lingsheng smiled upon hearing this. Xiao Zhishu read the evil intent in his smile. Sure enough, he said. What if I don't cooperate? He stared at her furrowed brows and emphasized. As long as I don't cooperate, this marriage can't be dissolved. Xiao Zhishu was clearly furious. I'll file for divorce. What is the reason? Fu Lingsheng asked her. The breakdown of marital affection. Where is it broken? Fu Lingsheng asked. Xiao Zhishu instinctively opened her mouth to answer, but was startled to find that she couldn't find a single trace of any breakdown. They had never even argued before. Their relationship was so harmonious that even if they told a judge they were not getting along, the judge wouldn't believe them. But then she remembered something. Everything you did with Jian Nuo is documented online. I could easily find some evidence to prove that your relationship has broken down. Fu Lingsheng narrowed his eyes. Really? With those videos where I didn't even show my face? He scoffed. Xiao Zhishuan, I didn't expect you to be so naive. Xiao Zhishu recalled the videos Jian Nuo had taken, where Fu Lingsheng was barely visible, and fell silent. After all, in Huagua, divorce was harder than climbing to the sky. Even if there were photos or videos of the two of them together, it wouldn't necessarily lead to a divorce unless they were caught in the act. And she had no evidence at all. Fu Lingsheng was right. As long as he refused, dragging it out for years might not even result in a divorce. For a moment, Xiao Zhishu felt discouraged. Since you care so much about Jian Nuo, why not divorce me and let her take my place? You could then care for her more openly, and no one would have anything to say. Xiao Zhishu tried to speak to Fu Lingsheng calmly. She didn't have the energy to fight until the two of them were tearing each other apart just to get a divorce. Her words made Fu Lingsheng furrow his brows. I have no romantic feelings for Jian Nuo. I would never marry her. Why won't you believe me? Fu Lingsheng's irritated voice grew louder. Passers-by couldn't help but glance over. Whether I believe you or not doesn't matter. We're talking about our divorce right now. Compared to Fu Lingsheng's nearly explosive demeanor, Xiao Zhishu remained unusually calm. Whether or not Jian Nuo exists, the duration of our marriage is 3 years, isn't it? Xiao Zhishu stared straight into Fu Lingsheng's eyes, pointing out the fact sharply and deeply. You set this deadline. Did you forget? One sentence left Fu Lingsheng completely speechless. Xiao Zhishu's calm and logical words left him with nowhere to hide. He suddenly understood what it meant to tie one's own noose. It was truly unbearable. I've changed my mind. Can we call it off? Fu Lingsheng ground out between clenched teeth. Xiao Zhishu's gaze hardened and he shook his head. No. Her eyes locked onto Fu Lingsheng's, not letting him look away. 3 years, not a single minute or second less. You said it yourself. She paused. Likewise, not a single second more is allowed. I am a man of my word. I hope you are too, Mr. Fu. After hearing Xiao Zhishu's words, Fu Lingsheng couldn't help but laugh in frustration. She had used his own words from that day to turn the tables on him. And he had no rebuttal. Chapter 091, As long as we don't part, Jian Nuo remains the other woman. In the end, he was the one who gave in first, but he couldn't help but ask one last question. What makes me worse than that big shot? Xiao Zhishu? This guy must be crazy. Why is he always arguing with a little dog? Now he's even comparing himself to the big boss. What's missing? Her big shot is passionate, considerate, and fun. If you must compare, he's nowhere near as good as the big shot. Fu Lingsheng could see the disdain in Xiao Zhishu's expression. He didn't give Xiao Zhishu a chance to speak and stopped her. Enough, you don't need to answer. He gave a self-deprecating smile. I know. In your heart, I'm nowhere near as good as your big boss. Xiao Zhishu found it rare for Fu Lingsheng to be so self-aware. You know that's true. With those words that pierced Fu Lingsheng's heart, Xiao Zhishu turned and left. Fu Lingsheng didn't stop her, but followed quietly behind her. At 1.9 meters tall, with his striking good looks and charismatic presence, he now resembled a scolded dog trailing behind Xiao Zhishu, easily drawing the attention of passers-by. Even further away, Xiao Zhishu noticed several young women taking photos of them in secret. They then gathered together, excitedly discussing something, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Fu Lingsheng. Xiao Zhishu stopped in his tracks and glanced sideways at the man beside him. What are you trying to do? She couldn't take it anymore and asked Fu Lingsheng. Fu Lingsheng looked at Xiao Zhishu with a dark, aggrieved expression, his tone softening. Get in the car. Let us talk this out. Before Xiao Zhishu could refuse, he added. You don't want a divorce, do you? Let us talk it out. If we come to an agreement, we can still divorce. Are you serious? Xiao Zhishu looked at Fu Lingsheng with eyes filled with distrust. Fu Lingsheng saw this and felt even more frustrated. Suppressing his rising anger, he nodded slightly and uttered a heavy Xiao Zhishu lowered her eyes, pondered for a few seconds, then nodded. All right. Seeing that Xiao Zhishu had agreed, Fu Lingsheng did not feel the joy he had imagined. He never thought he would one day have to use divorce as a condition just to get Xiao Zhishu to speak to him properly. He chuckled sarcastically to himself as he walked toward the car parked at the roadside alongside Xiao Zhishu. Once inside the car, Xiao Zhishu cut straight to the point. All right, what do you want to talk about? Fu Lingsheng furrowed his brows and asked her, are you in such a hurry? Xiao Zhishu looked at him without speaking, but her hand rested on the car door handle as she said. If you don't want to talk now, I'll get out first. I have to go to work this afternoon, and I'm in a hurry. She reached out to open the door, but Fu Lingsheng grabbed her hand. Talk. Let's talk now. Xiao Zhishu withdrew her hand from the door handle and said, all right, go ahead. How do you want to talk about it? As long as she could obtain the divorce certificate smoothly, she would comply with any reasonable demands from Fu Lingsheng. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered something and said, if you want me to give up on making Jian Nuo apologize and clarify online, then forget it. If we can't get divorced, we'll just drag it out. Seeing Fu Lingsheng's expression grow icy, she thought she had guessed correctly and added. But then, Mr. Fu, don't blame me for speaking my mind. As long as we don't divorce, Jian Nuo will remain the other woman. If you can bear to let her continue being slandered online, then let's just drag this out. I don't care. As she said this, she sneered mockingly, don't blame me if her depression worsens. I won't take responsibility for that. Enough. Fu Lingsheng's face turned ashen and he spoke coldly. His dark gaze, filled with a shadow of malice, fell on Xiao Zhishu's face. Why do you always drag Jian Nuo into our affairs? Xiao Zhishu froze. Aren't you using Jian Nuo's matter to negotiate with me? Xiao Zhishu. Fu Lingsheng felt a pang of doubt for the first time. Had he been blind all along? How could he have ever thought that Xiao Zhishu was someone easy to deal with? He was clearly better at getting under people's skin than anyone else. When did I ever mention Jian Nuo? Can you stop dragging her into this? Fu Lingsheng glared at Xiao Zhishu with clenched teeth, his voice filled with rage. The bones in his fingers cracked. Her ability to annoy people was unmatched by anyone else. Xiao Zhishu saw that Fu Lingsheng was so angry that the corners of his eyes were red, and realized he had said the wrong thing, so he shut up. You're right. At this moment, you probably don't want my reputation to be affected. She muttered under her breath. If her reputation was tarnished, the Fu family's reputation would suffer as well. Between the Fu family and Jian Nuo, Fu Lingsheng would still choose the Fu family. After all, he was a businessman, and the bond of childhood friends couldn't compare to the interests of a corporation. Xiao Zhishu silently complained to herself. Fu Lingsheng understood the unspoken meaning behind her words. It hurts. Her heart ached with anger. Just then, Xiao Zhishu's phone rang. It was a WeChat notification. Ding. 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 The familiar way of sending messages one by one made Fu Lingsheng's eyebrows twitch. It must be the dog called De Shui again. Fu Lingsheng found the sound extremely irritating. Xiao Zhishu picked up her phone and saw it was from Fuyu. Since that day, she hadn't been in contact with Fuyu at all. How have you been feeling these past few days? Are you feeling better? Have you been taking your medicine on time? This week, a highly contagious intestinal virus has emerged in Norway, and the hospitals are overwhelmed. I'd been too busy to check on you. Xiao Zhishu had already grown accustomed to Fuyu's messaging style. She didn't think much of it and opened the chat window to reply to Fuyu. After sending the message, she looked at Fu Lingsheng. The smile that had been on her lips moments ago had faded. The stark contrast was so obvious that it stung Fu Lingsheng deeply. You're really good at flattering people, just like a dog. Fu Lingsheng said with a sour expression. Clearly, in his mind, this man who had sent a message with consecutive pauses was the little puppy that Xiao Zhishu had secretly kept on the side, the big handsome guy. Fu Lingsheng's hostility toward him grew even stronger. Xiao Zhishu was momentarily taken aback by Fu Lingsheng's sudden remark. After a moment of confusion, she frowned and said, Do you really enjoy calling people dogs? Fu Lingsheng, the arrogant and self-righteous man, clearly had no idea how to respect others. Last time you sent a message calling me a stupid dog, I didn't even bother to argue with you. Now you're calling my friend a dog? Xiao Zhishu coldly demanded. She completely stumped Fu Lingsheng. Chapter 092, Xiao Zhishu 1T let you off easily. Then he remembered the photo he had taken of the sky and clouds in the office for Xiao Zhishu. The message he had been typing halfway through before Fu Lingyi interrupted him and accidentally sent it out. Look at this stupid dog, doesn't it look like you? Fu Lingsheng's eyelid twitched violently. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Xiao Zhishu say, "If you don't want to talk properly right now, then let's not talk. I'm going back to the hospital." Perhaps because he had been so frustrated by Xiao Zhishuan all day, Fu Lingsheng, now misunderstood by Xiao Zhishuan, had completely lost his temper. "I was the one who spoke out of turn. I apologize to you." He spoke softly, adopting a humble tone. This was quite different from the arrogant and self-centered Fu Daizong that Xiao Zhishuan had always known. Fu Lingsheng looked at Xiao Zhishu with a dull expression and asked, "Let us talk this out properly now, okay?" His tone softened slightly. It almost seemed like he actually wanted to talk things over. "All right." Xiao Zhishuan nodded and directly expressed his thoughts to Fu Lingsheng. "There is no deep-seated hatred between us, and the contract was signed from the start. There is no need to ruin our relationship over a marriage that is nothing but a facade. Parting ways amicably is the best outcome for both of us. What do you think?" Fu Lingsheng didn't respond, only clenching his lips tightly and muttering under his breath, "Parting ways amicably." Then he let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Yes, part ways amicably." He raised his eyes to meet Xiao Zhishuan's clear, unwavering gaze and said, "All right, then let's part ways amicably. Everything will be handled according to the contract. After the month is up, I'll agree to divorce you." Xiao Zhishuan had always intended it this way. Therefore, when Fu Lingsheng made this proposal, Xiao Zhishuan naturally agreed. "I have no objections. So, when I need you, you'll cooperate with me, right?" Fu Lingsheng stared intently at Xiao Zhishu and asked seriously. Xiao Zhishu was solely focused on getting the divorce finalized and didn't he notice the underlying meaning behind Fu Lingsheng's question, so he nodded again. "Yes, as I mentioned earlier, anything you need Mrs. Fu to do, I will assist you in completing it." "All right." Fu Lingsheng replied softly, lowering his eyelids so that Xiao Zhishuan couldn't see his expression. Fortunately, now that everything was clear, Xiao Zhishu felt like she had put a major matter behind her, and she relaxed. As long as she let things take their natural course over the next month and obtained the divorce certificate smoothly. By then, there would likely be no further connection between her and Fu Lingsheng. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhishuan lowered her eyelids, her eyes brimming with unnamed emotions. The Jian household. "Dad, I don't want to apologize online. I've already been called a dream girl and a mistress. If they find out I intentionally killed my brother, I'll be cyberbullied to death." Jian Nuo sat on the sofa, her face filled with anger. Her face was filled with malice and hatred, that Xiao Zhishu was out to get me. Jian Jun sat across from her on the sofa. Hearing this, he coldly said, "At this point, you're still so naive. You don't really think this matter will be resolved just by apologizing online, do you?" Jian Nuo heard this and paused for a moment, her eyes filled with hatred. "Dad, what do you mean by that? Do you think they're trying to harm me? Hurt me?" Jian Jun shouted harshly. "What you did this time is a criminal offense. As long as the hospital reports it to the police, you won't be able to get away with it. Xiao Zhishuan told you to apologize online, but you think that's all it is?" Upon hearing this, Jian Nuo's face turned pale. "Dad, are you saying that Xiao Zhishuan will have the hospital reported to the police? What else? Such a golden opportunity to frame you, do you think Xiao Zhishuan would let it go?" Jian Jun grew angrier as he spoke. Even if Xiao Zhishuan refrains from reporting it out of concern for his reputation, what about Liang Jun? With his overprotective nature, do you think he'll hesitate to report it? This time, Jian Nuo also panicked. "Then what should we do? Xiao Zhishu is such a scheming. She definitely won't let me off easily." As she spoke, Jian Nuo's eyes burned with anger. "I knew she wouldn't just let me apologize online so easily. She was just putting on a show of generosity in front of Lingsheng. That's scheming." Jian Jun was at a loss for words at his daughter's foolish and malicious logic. Even now, she still believed that Fu Lingsheng would protect her unconditionally. "Honey, if the hospital really calls the police, will Nuo really have to go to jail?" Su Rong, standing nearby, also began to look anxious. Jian Jun furrowed his brows and said after a long pause, "That nurse took our money and told the police that it was because your brother insulted him and looked down on him for being a nurse. Out of anger, he came up with that plan to teach your brother a lesson." After saying this, he paused, his gaze complex as he looked at Jian Nuo. "I consulted a lawyer specializing in criminal cases like this. You must insist that the 1 million yuan you gave the nurse's son was not to bribe him to harm your brother, but out of sympathy because you knew he was terminally ill. Your brother isn't pressing charges, and neither are we. Even if this case is turned into a public prosecution, with some careful handling, you should be fine. Hearing Jian Jun say this, Jian Nuo finally relaxed. Immediately, she suddenly grasped a crucial point and sprang up from the sofa. So, when Lingsheng told me to give Zhang Chang 1 million, I could have completely denied it. How did I let Lingsheng trick me into admitting it? Thinking of this now, Jian Nuo was filled with regret. She regretted having admitted it so decisively. Jian Jun looked at his daughter's expression of deep regret and found her even more terrifying. This time, she had nearly caused her own brother's death, whether intentionally or not. He saw no trace of guilt or fear for her brother on her face. The only thing she regretted was that she hadn't hidden her actions perfectly and had been discovered by Fu Lingsheng. That was all. Jian Jun couldn't help but wonder if, one day, if he, as her father, ever got in her way, she would also go to extreme lengths to kill him. At the thought of this possibility, Jian Jun felt a chill run down his spine. Oh, Nuo, don't think about that for now. While Chao Zhixuan hasn't taken control of the public opinion yet, you should go online and clarify the situation first. Gaining the upper hand in public opinion is the most important thing right now. Su Rong recalled that Chao Zhixuan had instructed Jian Nuo to go online and clarify the truth, and hurriedly said, "Go online now and clarify the situation, shift all the blame onto that caregiver. We'll hire some online influencers to guide public opinion, and this matter will be resolved soon." Originally, Jian Nuo was reluctant to go online and apologize, but after hearing Su Rong say that, she began to have second thoughts. Alright, I'll go record an apology video and post it online right away. That afternoon, Jian Nuo posted a video she had recorded herself on her social media account. Chapter 093, Jian Nuo is arrested. In the video, Jian Nuo sat in front of the camera wearing a light pink knitted suit. Her eyes appeared red and swollen, likely from crying for an extended period. Facing the camera, she spoke apologetically. She apologized to the public, as well as to Chao Zhixu and the doctors and nurses at the affiliated hospital. I never expected that nurse to be so heartless. Just because my brother spoke harshly and humiliated him, he wanted to harm my brother. But I know he didn't intend to harm my brother. He just wanted to give him a small punishment, not realizing it would lead to such severe consequences. He was just sick and in a bad mood. As another patient, I understand his feelings. Although he harmed my brother, I do not regret donating 1 million yuan for his treatment. I know everyone has their own difficulties. Here, I once again apologize to Sister Zhixu and the doctors and nurses at the hospital. I'm sorry. In recent days, the news about Chao Zhixu nearly killing Jian Shi and being accused of being a third party before the story flipped has remained a hot topic. Especially Jian Nuo's fans have been actively spreading rumors online, claiming that even if Chao Zhixu's surgery was flawless, the medication she prescribed must have been problematic. When Jian Nuo's apology video was released, Chao Zhixu and the hospital were finally cleared of all charges. In the video comments section, Jian Nuo's fans were even more enthusiastic. It turns out that Princess Jian Nuo and Dr. Chao are both victims. Dr. Chao shouldn't bother with us over such trivial matters. Little sister is so rich and kind-hearted, unable to bear the suffering of others. That nurse really deserves to die. Brother brought this upon himself. He deserves it. Who told him not to respect the nurse? Now our no is being cyberbullied. It's all because she was too worried about him. Little sister shouldn't have given that ungrateful nurse any money. Let her die. Despite being some pretty harsh comments, Jian Nuo found them quite satisfying. Xiao Zhixu, that bastard, wants me to be cyberbullied again? He asked, dreaming. A cold gleam flashed in Jian Nuo's eyes. Nuo, stay out of trouble for now and don't provoke Xiao Zhixu again. Su Rong reminded her from the side. Got it. Just hearing Xiao Zhixu's name made Jian Nuo feel utterly disgusted. Her tone was laced with resentment. Su Rong sighed and said, Mom knows you're not happy, but you're currently in a delicate situation. If you provoke Xiao Zhixu again, who knows what tricks that little brat will come up with to target you. Also, haven't you noticed that Lingsheng has been growing impatient with you lately? Your top priority should be to win back Lingsheng's heart, not to figure out how to deal with Xiao Zhixu. Only upon hearing these words did a hint of anxiety and urgency flicker across Jian Nuo's reluctant face. She furrowed her brows, her eyes clouded with worry. Yeah, I wonder what kind of love potion that little fed to Lingsheng's older brother, making him protect her so fiercely lately and ruin my plans. Jian Nuo didn't believe for a moment that Xiao Zhixuan hadn't used underhanded tactics to lure Fu Lingsheng away. Just a month ago, Lingsheng was completely devoted to her, even leaving Xiao Zhixu alone in Norway for her sake. How could it be that in such a short time, Lingsheng suddenly stopped pampering her? It must be because Xiao Zhixu used some underhanded tactics. And those idiots from the Zheng family, they're unreliable. They let Lingsheng find clues through them. Otherwise, how could Xiao Zhixuan be living so comfortably now? Su Rong hurriedly covered her daughter's mouth upon hearing this. Say no more. Do you really want your brother to die? Su Rong glanced outside the door and lowered her voice. Don't let your father hear you say that. He has been very displeased with you lately. No matter what, Jian Shi is his only son. Jian Nuo pouted, but I'm his only daughter. Why did he hit me so hard? Mentioning this, Jian Nuo still felt a lingering resentment. Su Rong sighed helplessly. Jian Shi is still his son. The Jian family's business will eventually fall to him. Your father is old-fashioned in his thinking. He still wants to pass the family business on to his son. If my brother hadn't been saved that day, the Jian family's business might have gone to anyone. Jian Nuo didn't think much of it, then thought of something and smiled at Su Rong. Mom, you're his stepmother. Do you really think my brother would ever treat you like his own mother? As she said this, she raised an eyebrow. Who knows? Once he takes over his father's business, he might kick us both out. Jian Nuo's words made Su Rong's expression change slightly, and she instinctively retorted. That's impossible. Even though I'm not his biological mother, I raised him from childhood and have never treated him unfairly. That's not certain. Jian Nuo blinked her eyes. If your brother finds out that his mother was driven to death by you, would he still be filial to you? Su Rong was so startled by Jian Nuo's words that she jumped up from the sofa. You? How did you find out? Mom, why are you afraid of me? I wouldn't betray you. Jian Nuo pulled Su Rong back down and said. Mom, instead of letting my brother take over the Jian family in the future and worrying that he'll kick us out, why don't we team up and figure out a way to get Dad to let me inherit the Jian family's assets? Hearing this, Su Rong furrowed her brows. Your father won't agree to that. Oh, it's not like we're in a hurry. We'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. If the Jian family's company is in my hands, with the Fu family backing me, our family will only grow stronger. But if it falls into my brother's hands, who knows what will happen? Jian Nuo's words clearly swayed Su Rong. Just then, the doorbell rang. The maid went to open the door. May I ask who you are? We're from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Bureau. We've received a report of attempted murder by instigation and need to take Ms. Jian Nuo to the police station for questioning. The leader was the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. As he spoke, his piercing gaze fell on Jian Nuo, who was sitting in the living room. The mother and daughter, who had just been smiling broadly as they plotted to scheme against Jian Shi to seize the Jian family's assets, froze instantly at the detective's words. Reported? Who reported it? Su Rong abruptly stood up from the sofa and hurried toward the detectives. Explain clearly. Who called the police? Someone is clearly framing my daughter, and you just believe them? The other party provided evidence that Miss Jian instigated murder. Whether she was framed or not, the police will investigate. Now, please come with us.